Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of studying with One Punch Planet Destroyer right here on GMT Recap. This young man was dumbfounded as he was suddenly dragged to a strange place. To make matters worse, a notification appeared in front of Suomi, 10,000 saviors have all arrived. Except for someone ordinary like Suomi, the remaining 9,999 saviors were all cultivators. In reality, the situation right now was no different than a pile of dog poop, with only 365 days left until the gods from another world would appear. In front of him, the system login notification popped up. Day 1 login reward, strength of a 1,000-year-old monster. Day 2 login reward, legendary god-level combat experience. Suomi was sure that if he logged in for 30 days, he could punch a planet into oblivion. At the same time, in the real world, people leisurely walking on the streets suddenly heard a strange voice by their ears, saying the following: an invasion from another world has been detected. The secret realm is about to be activated. A total of 10,000 cultivators have been granted the identity of saviors, and the secret realm will fight against the monster invasions from the other world. The secret realm will be broadcast live globally, and it will be bound to the fate of humanity worldwide. If the savior trial fails, in 365 days, the gods from another world will descend, and human civilization will be destroyed. Everyone was confused. Where is that sound coming from? Did you hear it? I heard it too. It's strange, my phone just automatically downloaded an app called Livestream Secret Realm. The livestream channel screen began to appear. Welcome to the Secret Realm live channel. The Secret Realm is an intermediary area that exists between the real world and otherworldly realms. The ancient cultivators built the Secret Realm as a defensive position on Earth to resist invasions from other worlds. Because the saviors achieved victory within the Secret Realm, Earth will then restore its spiritual energy and enter an era where everyone can cultivate immortality. Everyone will have the chance to gain long life and great power. Hello everyone, I am YouTuber Super Chibi, and I'm the fictional host Luli Xiang. It's an honor to be invited as the host for the live stream of Secret Realm. I hope you'll all support me during this journey. The two co-hosts beside me come from one of the 4 great ones of the cultivation sects. The 6th elder of Tai Fire Talisman Gue Xing. Next to him is the world's most famous and beautiful idol Li Yang. Luli Xian continued with a stream of words: Honorable Elder, Sister Yi Yang, before the program officially begins, would either of you like to share something with the audience? Gue Xing, with a solemn expression, said, in the face of the invasion from other worlds, the cultivation sects have done their due preparations. Although the demonic beasts are fierce, we cultivators are always ready for battle. Yi Yang, sitting beside him, spoke softly. Honorable Elder's words truly bring a sense of reassurance to everyone. Li Xiang continued with heartfelt guidance. There's one more very important thing I want to remind everyone about, and that is the live streaming application of Secret Realm. It's not just a platform to watch, but it also features a special function, the gift-giving feature. Each audience member who has an account on this platform will receive a daily amount of lucky coins, which they can use to send as gifts to their favorite saviors. These coins will help the saviors increase their strength in Secret Realm. In the upcoming days, we will introduce promising saviors during our live broadcasts. Thank you to both of you for your valuable advice to everyone. Our broadcast room will always capture the heroic moments of the saviors during the Secret Realm battles. Now, let's take a look at the live broadcast room of the first lucky savior. At that moment, in Chen Fan's livestream room, he was crying uncontrollably, screaming desperately, "Save me, please let me go." He had just started the broadcast, and the result left everyone stunned. What's going on? The 3 hosts are all looking dumbfounded. The savior just entered Secret Realm and got killed right on the spot. Is this really a cultivator? Or is it a delicious dish served straight to the monster? Li Xiang quickly came up with an idea. Let us try opening another broadcast room. This is the live stream room of Long Wu. Long Wu was running while screaming in panic. Save me, I don't want to die yet. Li Xiang was confused but still tried to maintain order. Next room, next room. Next room, let's go. Yi Yang awkwardly admitted, I must apologize to the fans, the backup plan failing is my fault. I promised this would be an energetic livestream, but how did it turn into a horror scene that made everyone run for their lives? If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have come. Gu Aixing anxiously speculated, that doesn't seem right. The first trial of the secret realm should have been a moderate level of difficulty. Immediately, the system issued a warning. Otherworldly deities are increasing their infiltration. The difficulty of the secret realm has been raised. The difficulty has reached the forcing level, meaning that a 500-year-old demon beast may appear. Li Xiang exclaimed in surprise, look, another new notification from the secret realm. Gu Aixing seemed even more tense, never expecting a 500-year-old demon beast to appear. Yi Yang curiously asked, Elder, how strong is a 500-year-old demon beast? Can you explain it to everyone? The elder replied, the longer a demon beast's existence, the greater its strength. Due to the spiritual energy depletion on Earth, the battle power of the strongest cultivators right now is only equivalent to that of a 1,000-year-old demon beast. Moreover, the cultivators participating in the secret realm are still young and their strength is still weak. Even though the demon beasts only appeared for 3 years, it was enough to push them into a state of constant struggle. Li Xiang continued, Dear viewers, I'm sure you all fully understand the explanation from the Honorable Elder, right? For the future of Earth, the saviors are fighting relentlessly against these extremely dangerous demon beasts. Please use the lucky coins in your hands to support them. The saviors should not be criticized or condemned, instead, they deserve our respect and gratitude. Let's continue watching this exciting broadcast. At this moment, the screen switched to Suomi's room. For some reason, the entire room was filled with instant noodles. The young man was eating with great enjoyment. The atmosphere began to chill. People slowly lost interest and started commenting sarcastically. Did you see that? Just earlier, I was so convinced. What did the host say? Fighting hard and struggling? Now it's all about having fun. What a joke. The young man, fries, Coca-Cola, instant noodles, he's got the full set. Are you here to camp or something? Ha, that's truly special. Other livestream rooms were in the middle of intense battles, fighting for survival, while he was just eating. The three hosts fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Yi Yang, however, laughed with amusement. Ha, this cultivator eating instant noodles must be quite strong, right? I didn't expect him to be so calm. The Honorable Elder turned and said with a look of disdain, a cultivator? Impossible, there's no spiritual energy in him at all, he's just an ordinary person. How could the secret realm choose him as the savior? The onlookers were both excited and surprised, is that true? Did you hear what the host said? This so-called savior, Suomi, is just an ordinary person. Other cultivators are losing all their face, and yet an ordinary person gets to enjoy the good life. I'm done for. Ha, he's just lucky. If he ran into a demon beast, he'd be dead by now. How about we bet on how long he can survive? Too many people have entered this room already. Anyone want to give a gift to Suomi? Who would waste a gift on him? It's better to give it to a cultivator than throw it away on an ordinary person. I just want to see how he dies. Hey, over there in the corner of the broadcast room, it looks like a demon beast is targeting Suomi. Go on, bro. You don't even know what cultivation is, you're definitely dead. Yi Yang panicked, what kind of secret realm is this? I can't believe they summoned an ordinary person as the savior. Honorable Elder, is there any way to release Suomi from the secret realm? Gu Aixing hesitated, well, this secret realm was created by the ancient cultivators, so we don't have full control over it. Moreover, it was already too late. Facing a 100-year-old demon beast, this mortal wouldn't survive for more than 3 seconds. Suomi remained silent, observing. This demon beast actually has 6 eyes, much stronger than the previous one. Is it an upgraded version? Although he had gained the strength of a 1,000-year-old demon beast through the system, he was still a bit flustered. Monsters in novels or comics usually had lifespans ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of years. Its speed was so slow that he could dodge it. Could it be that this one was really that weak? The demon beast threw a punch at him, then grew confused when it didn't understand how Suomi had disappeared from its sight. In the meantime, Suomi calmly analyzed the situation. He couldn't afford to be careless. This demon beast was likely slow in speed, but its defensive abilities were exceptionally high, so it was intentionally using this tactic to lure him into attacking first. By attacking, he would create damage force, which could potentially put him in danger. Well then, he needed to confirm his hypothesis. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, the cultivator Yutong sword, and prepared to strike at the demon beast. He hit it. He waited for its reaction. The demon beast broke into a sweat, standing still for a moment, then it felt joy, realizing it had not been affected at all. Suomi continued to assess. Indeed, the demon beast was exactly as he had predicted. He deceived me by attacking first and then creating a damaging force. Fortunately, I used a sword to strike, otherwise, the one who would have been hurt would have been myself. He stared blankly at the sword that was no longer intact, while everyone else seemed pleased. How many times has the Honorable Elder been slapped in the face now? Didn't he say he wouldn't survive more than 3 seconds? Brother Suomi is amazing. Even his clothes aren't touched by the monster's attacks. Looks like he's perfected this evasion technique. What good is evading faster? Didn't you see his last attack? Even his own sword broke. Was he here just to clear the air for the monster? What are you saying? Suomi is just an ordinary person. He's already pretty strong to show such skills. Li Xiang looked amused as he watched the unfolding events. Wow, this is surprising. I didn't expect Brother Suomi to dodge every single attack from the monster. Yi Yan nodded in agreement. I was also really impressed by Suomi's performance. Who knows, maybe he could even deal with the monster himself. Honorable Elder, what do you think? He answered seriously, I have to admit it. I really underestimated him. Looking at Suomi's recent display of combat, he was definitely someone trained in martial arts from the secular world, and his skill level was very high. However, only attacks imbued with spiritual energy could cause any injury to the monster. Only a cultivator can defeat a demon beast. Although he could rely on his martial arts experience to dodge the demon beast's attacks, his own attacks would do nothing to the creature. Unfortunately, for this mortal, this was a battle with no chance of victory. No matter how many attacks Suomi dodged, as long as he was hit even once, he would lose his life. Meanwhile, Suomi suddenly realized that the current situation was truly dangerous. When dodging the previous attack, he had been so focused that he hadn't noticed his surroundings, and now he was cornered by the demon beast, with no way to retreat. He decided to take a risky move, pretending to attack, gently pushing the demon beast away, hoping that it would be frightened and give him a chance to escape the corner. He pushed it lightly, and a blinding light flashed. In his mind, he thought, wasn't I just pushing lightly? This demon beast is so weak. The audience below began to discuss excitedly. What did Honorable Elder say earlier? Only a cultivator can defeat a demon beast, right? Suomi is so cool. I want to have his children. In my opinion, the fake savior being chased by the demon beast will run off somewhere else. The real savior only needs to push lightly, and the demon beast disappears. A system notification appeared in Suomi's eyes. Because of the respected savior Suomi, you have received a gift of 5,000 lucky coins from the audience. It's possible to increase the combat power by 50 points. He looked at his hand and then heard the notification sound from the secret realm. The audience has gifted a lucky coin. Is this a new feature? Although it raised my combat power, it didn't seem to change anything. The system then prompted a suggestion for the host to increase combat power. The current combat power is 10,000 plus 50. Meanwhile, at President C's company, an assistant hurriedly ran back to report urgent news. President CI, it's a big deal, Suomi. That kid Suomi has gone live again. President CI calmly responded, what's so surprising about something this small? Panicking is unbecoming. The assistant was still uneasy, continuing to explain, no, President CI, you need to listen to me, this isn't just any regular livestream, it's a secret realm livestream. That kid Suomi has been chosen as the savior and even killed a monster in the secret realm. What if he comes out looking for revenge on us? President CI immediately interrupted, alright, I already know about this. The assistant hesitantly asked, President CI, have you considered that Suomi might not want to reconcile with us? President CI grinned maliciously, are you implying that I agreed to reconcile because I'm afraid of him? He's just a regular martial artist. Fortunately, the demon beast has only been eliminated for a century. So what if he is a cultivator? To the upper echelons of society, the existence of cultivators has never been a secret. At any time, I could invite a few cultivators to join in and surround Suomi. If Suomi refuses to reconcile, then all I can do is help him pass on to the next life. Returning to the studio, Li Xiang happily announced, it has been more than an hour since the secret realm opened, and the situation is starting to change. Cultivators continue to defeat powerful demon beasts, and we hope the audience will continue to reward these brave saviors with their coins. Also, we must thank the very professional commentary of Honorable Elder, which allows ordinary people like us to understand the dynamics of the battle. Yan laughed and said, but I think Honorable Elder has been the most effective when commenting on our friend Suomi. Honestly, I feel like inviting Honorable Elder to join some television game shows. Gu Xing responded seriously, please spare me, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. The situation is not as optimistic as you all imagine. From decades-old demon beasts to a century-old one appearing from the start, followed by a 200-year-old one. And now, the difficulty of the secret realm will increase over time. According to the secret realm's rating standards, a 100-year-old demon beast has a combat strength of 100. The 200-year-old demon beast has a combat power of 300, the 300-year-old demon beast has a combat power of 500, the 400-year-old demon beast has a combat power of 1000, and the 500-year-old demon beast will have a combat power of 2000. When a 500-year-old demon beast appears, the cultivators will face their most difficult challenge. Li Xiang responded with a different thought, on this matter, I have a different opinion from the Honorable Elder. Our saviors are fighting with their lives on the line. We should also have faith in them. Just like before, who would have thought that Suomi could easily kill a 100-year-old demon beast? With that, Li Xiang continued, or perhaps we should continue watching Suomi's live broadcast room, maybe he could create a new miracle. The screen showed Suomi, who seemed unconcerned with the world, peacefully sound asleep, even snoring. The audience in the comments section humorously laughed to death. One comment said, Li Xiang has failed too, don't come to this live stream anymore, it's bad luck. Creating a miracle means sleeping peacefully for half an hour in a dangerous secret realm. Another commented, I even rewarded him before, but now he's just sleeping like this. Another said, brain dead savior, get up, give your fate coins to a pig instead. If you can't be a savior, then don't try, go find a factory job. Finally, another person commented, alright, all these saviors are working hard. If he's this unreliable, there's nothing to support. Better go watch by Mang Jun in the livestream next door. I'm also watching by Mang Jun. Just now, he used his weak point to defeat two 200-year-old demon beasts. Furthermore, it seems like he is currently challenging an even stronger one. He's so handsome, it's killing me. Li Xiang offered his opinion, to be fair, Suomi isn't actually a cultivator, so we can't be too harsh on him. Dan Mo, please make your statements more rationally. Gu Xing added, I agree with Li Xiang's perspective. After all, he is just a mortal. Suomi's move to eliminate the demon beast earlier wasn't as easy as he made it seem. It was achieved through relentless attacks, constantly evading the demon beast's strikes, and using that time to strike back. Yang also commented, Suomi's performance is indeed somewhat disappointing. Even though Dan Mo mentioned by Mang Jun earlier, how about we go check out his broadcast room? Everyone was deeply engrossed in watching. By Mang Jun is so handsome, go Mang Jun, I'll reward you with some coins. The screen shifted to show the tall, heroic figure of Mang Jun on screen. The audience couldn't help but feel excited, having just left Suomi's broadcast room. This person seemed like a reliable savior. He was facing off against a fierce demon beast that charged toward him aggressively. The viewers started to get worried. Why is the screen filled with smoke like this? So, who will be the winner in the end? The destructive power of the beast is truly overwhelming, with the light it emits destroying everything in its path, yet Mang Jun remains unharmed, surrounded by smoke. Mang Jun will definitely be fine. Reward the coins, everyone quickly reward Mang Jun. Gue Xing's expression changed as he warned, this is a 3-year-old beast. It doesn't know its limits, yet dares to challenge it. A 3-year-old beast? Is this kid looking for death? Li Xiang asked curiously. Honorable Elder, weren't there a few saviors who defeated a 300-year-old beast before? He replied, it's not the same as before. The ones who defeated a 3-year-old beast were all core disciples of the 4 great sects. Their talent levels were at the peak, on par with by Mang Jun. According to reports, this person is just a rogue cultivator with no sect and average aptitude. By normal reasoning, if he could defeat a 200-year-old beast, that would be a miracle. Challenging a 300-year-old beast is tantamount to suicide. The screen showed a corner of the street turned into ruins. Mang Jun stood firm in the smoke, confidently saying, is the strength of a 3-year-old beast really only this much? How disappointing. When will I find an opponent that forces me to fight with all my might? Mang Jun stood with immense confidence, facing a beast that didn't even deserve to be his opponent. The audience cheered with excitement. That's great, Mang Jun is fine. Why did the vehicle flip again? This time, Suomi isn't here. The beast continued to target its prey, but suddenly someone shouted, hey, look! Someone is coming out from the wreckage over there. Is that Suomi? Who was it that said Suomi wasn't here just now? Suomi slowly stepped out. The Honorable Elder finally realized, I found the reason for the overturned vehicle. Another person commented, amazing. I just came from Suomi's broadcast room, and now I see Suomi in this broadcast room. What kind of fate is this? Suomi woke up from a nap, only to find that the house had collapsed. The secret realm is truly dangerous. Do you need help, my friend? That beast doesn't look easy to deal with. Mang Jun coldly responded, just stay here and don't move. Handling this beast, I can manage on my own. By Mang Jun's sword light immediately flared up, and spiritual energy surrounded him densely. He quickly ended the battle with a peak-level Ming Dynasty sword technique, piercing straight into the beast's mouth. Immediately, an explosion of light energy erupted from its mouth. The overwhelming force made the audience gasp in awe. Oh my god, unbelievable, did one strike really decapitate a 300-year-old beast? Mang Jun is so handsome and powerful, truly worthy of being the man I admire. In just a moment, Bai Mang Jun had severed the head of the giant monster, but just a second later. Bai Mang Jun, be careful behind you. Mang Jun quickly turned around, but the monster was still alive. It seemed to be rapidly regenerating. He looked at it with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. The spiritual energy emanating from it was now much stronger than before. This is troublesome. Mang Jun immediately leaped into action, executing his peak sword technique, the Mountain Splitter. A powerful strike landed on the beast, causing it to scream in pain. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, releasing an enormous amount of energy. Suomi sat nearby, leaning back in his chair, casually eating potatoes, while enjoying the fight between the two sides. Impressive, it's even stronger than in the movies. Ultimate sword technique, severing C, then the gung metal sword art, moonmark, he said. The moves kept coming, and the monster was continuously struck, only to regenerate each time. The audience outside continued to discuss, worried for by Mang Jun. Is this monster on some kind of health hack? It's been heavily injured a dozen times and is still alive. Ridiculous. By Mang Jun looks like he's in trouble this time. No matter how hard he fights, it just won't die. If it were me, I'd be mentally defeated by now. The audience was ready to criticize by Mang Jun, calling him weak, pointing out that after such a long battle, the monster was still hopping around like nothing had happened. But after glancing at Suomi, I chose to remain silent, all relying on people from the same field to serve as a backdrop to make me stand out more. Suomi's achievement, a packet of potato chips, was indeed a remarkable battle. It's true that nothing is as painful as comparison. Luli Xiang immediately asked, Honorable Elder, is it really impossible to destroy this demon beast? This was originally the type of demon beast that rapidly reincarnates, one of the hardest to deal with. If a fatal wound couldn't be inflicted immediately, it would be impossible to destroy it. Normally, it would take the combined effort of many cultivators of the same level to defeat such a demon beast. But Bai Mang Jun was just a great rogue cultivator with average talent, yet his combat ability was no less than that of the core disciples of major sects. If it were the ancient times, with abundant spiritual energy, his achievements would undoubtedly be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he was now facing the risk of losing his life right here. Meanwhile, Bai Mang Jun could feel the spiritual energy within him gradually depleting, his physical strength nearing its limit. Am I really going to die here? He thought to himself. I'm not reconciled. In this era of declining spiritual energy, I've still been chasing the footsteps of ancient myths. I abandoned my wealth, overcame all difficulties, and finally found a sect to cultivate immortality. Now, I'm only told, insufficient talent, lack of fate. The road ahead is severed. Bai Mang Jun reluctantly withdrew his sword. On the path created by heaven, seizing opportunities, taking the precious elixir, and claiming the position of salvation. Arranging the navy in advance, attracting viewers from other live stream rooms to receive rewards. I don't feel ashamed or regretful about this. The road to becoming an immortal requires competition. If you fall behind by one step, you'll be behind for a lifetime. Only by seizing opportunities can one stand at the pinnacle. It was extremely difficult to attain this identity in cultivation in swordsmanship. How could I easily die here? The ancient secret technique I randomly learned carries a very high risk of death, but now is the time to take a gamble. Thinking this, Mang Jun shot forward like a rocket towards the monstrous beast. It also unleashed a massive energy wave to shield itself, dodging the strike. Suomi watched in awe as a brilliant light erupted violently upon the collision, marveling, the effect is really exaggerated. Is this really the full extent of his power? But strangely, there was no movement afterward. Was he unharmed? Thinking so, Suomi decided to stand up and walk closer to check. When he arrived, he asked in a calm tone, still with the scent of popcorn in his mouth, Bro, are you okay? Bai Mang Jun's entire body was covered in wounds, but he still replied firmly, I'm fine. It's over now. I finally defeated this monstrous beast. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. Even though Bai Mang Jun's strongest move just now, the beast remained completely unharmed, without a scratch. He looked at the scene in disbelief. How is this creature still alive? In his moment of confusion, the beast gathered spiritual energy in its mouth, preparing to fire an energy ball as fast as a nuclear missile. Fortunately, Suomi managed to use his shield to block the attack and counterattack in time. He calmly held its leg, then turned to Bai Mang Jun and said, Sorry, what did you say earlier? I didn't catch that. Mang Jun also apologized for his earlier condescending attitude and admitted, Right now, your cultivation and combat strength cannot be inferior to mine. Only a disciple from a minor sect with a secret realm and newly advanced into the 5th stage of cultivation could encounter someone of your caliber. So, I consider myself fortunate to have met you. While they were talking, the beast suddenly collapsed, its head falling to the ground, but Mang Jun remained unaware and continued, if we join forces, we'll definitely defeat this beast. Suomi casually glanced over and said indifferently, but isn't the beast already done for? Mang Jun hesitated, it's not that simple. This is a rare beast that can regenerate rapidly, it won't die so easily. Logically speaking, to deal with such a creature, at least 4 cultivators of the same level should charge at it. But if we form an alliance, we can definitely destroy it. The problem is that my body is almost at its limit, and the next attack must be decisive. Otherwise, we will become its prey. Suomi rested his chin on his hand, I understand now. Compared to you, I'm still not cautious enough. I accept your offer. The two of them quickly coordinated to attack the beast. At this point, Mang Jun picked up his sword, covered it with a layer of spiritual energy, and said to Suomi, we need about 5 seconds to prepare. Then, Mang Jun executed the myriad phenomena returning to origin technique, patiently waiting for the beast's reaction. Hearing this, Suomi stood there, confused, not understanding what he meant, and asked, what are we preparing for? Is it to strike a cool pose? That sounds embarrassing, maybe we should just stand still like this. 5 seconds passed, then 20 seconds, then a minute. Time quietly ticked by, but the beast showed no sign of reviving. Unable to hold back, Suomi turned and asked, the beast still hasn't shown any signs of reviving. Should we just keep waiting? Mang Jun stood still, silent. Suomi continued, hey, are you okay? You look like you're about to vomit blood. Mang Jun replied softly, I'm fine, it's just that I've been maintaining an explosive state for so long that I've exceeded my body's tolerance. A little rest and I'll be fine. While coughing up blood, Mang Jun thought to himself, did this guy really defeat the beast with just one move? He's been sitting there eating chips, and yet his combat power is far superior to mine. Or was he already stronger than me before entering the secret realm? Damn it, I shouldn't think too much. At this moment, the side effects of maintaining myriad phenomena returning to origin for too long began to manifest clearly. Mang Jun's hands and feet started trembling, his veins bulging violently. Suddenly, he screamed, I don't want to die yet. Blood poured from his eyes and mouth, and the spiritual energy in his body surged violently, as if it were about to burst out of his flesh. Immediately after, a loud explosion echoed. Suomi, standing beside him, quickly jumped back. He had no idea what was happening. They were just talking normally a moment ago, so why did he suddenly explode like this? Seriously, even in a game, you don't hold back. Could it be the attack from that beast? Suomi wondered, feeling alarmed. It's terrifying, I didn't even realize the nature of that strike. Looks like I underestimated it too much. Now, while the monster is lying there pretending to be dead, I should hurry up and leave. The audience outside, witnessing the entire scene, were left stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on. The beast had clearly not revived, so why did Mang Jun self-destruct? Those who had been cursing Suomi earlier now turned their blame on him. Some loyal fans defending Mang Jun said, my idol has returned to the earth, so why are you still trying to defend him? The audience at this moment split into factions, engaging in a heated debate. In a different space, Yang watched the battle with a look of surprise, exclaiming, the outcome of this battle is truly beyond imagination. The person whom Honorable Elder referred to as a mere mortal, like Suomi, possesses impressive strength, while the genius Mang Jun ended up exploding himself. Honorable Elder coughed softly and replied, Mang Jun's death is truly unfortunate, as he used a technique that surpassed his own limits, leading to such a tragic end. As for Suomi, the way he fought reminds me of an ancient and long-lost cultivation sect, the body cultivation sect, a martial art that imitates the various ferocious beasts of the time. The orthodox cultivation sects always pursue the harmonious state between heaven, earth, and humanity, using the spiritual energy within one's body as a trigger to activate the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, unleashing power far beyond one's own strength. The body cultivation sect, on the other hand, mimics the training methods of ferocious beasts, refining the spiritual energy within the body into pure physical strength, relying solely on physical prowess during battle. Although the initial development speed is rapid, the limits of the human body are finite, and the greatest strength one can achieve is that of a beast. I suspect that Suomi must have learned the body cultivation techniques from ancient times, along with the points he received from the audience, which enabled him to demonstrate such exceptional combat power. Upon hearing this news at the base, President CI was so shocked that he nearly fell over. What? The body-tempering faction can destroy a 300-year-old monster in the blink of an eye? Suomi is that strong? At that moment, one of his subordinates spoke up to comfort him. President CI, didn't you previously say that you could invite countless cultivators to attack Suomi? Besides, no one has brought the strength of the body-tempering faction yet, so there's no need to worry. However, President CI scolded him without mercy. You fool, even body-tempering cultivators already have the fighting strength equivalent to a 1,000-year-old monster. Have you forgotten what the Honorable Elder said? Do you know that the spiritual energy on Earth is almost depleted? Even the strongest cultivators now can only fight at the level of a 1,000-year-old monster, yet Suomi can defeat a 300-year-old beast in the blink of an eye. The ordinary cultivators I can invite won't even be able to fight him. His assistant, trying to calm down President C's anger and worry, gently advised him. President CI, please stay calm. You're the only one who has managed to turn things around before, and this time will be no different. Upon hearing this, President CI sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. You're right. This isn't a dead end yet. The amusement park led by Li Hanling, the head of the Li family conglomerate, if anything happens, he won't be able to escape. No matter what happens, we have to force him to back down. Continue helping us. For now, the task is to buy more time. I'm assigning you the most important mission: go to the hospital and kidnap Suomi. She's a valuable hostage to threaten Suomi. The assistant immediately received the order. Yes, President CI, I will not let you down. President CI glanced at him. Also, tell the guys to leave the company today, let them take a break. This caused the subordinate to sweat nervously, asking in doubt, President CI, earlier you said the defense at the company was too weak, and you wanted to bring in more people. President CI reassured him, don't worry, I won't surrender, I just don't want them to end up sacrificing themselves for nothing. From being a thug on the street corners, he had slowly climbed to his current position, stepping on blood at every turn. His crimes were likely so severe that only descending into hell could pay for them. That was why he was determined not to give up his life so easily. He firmly said to his subordinate, before I go to hell, I still want to see higher landscapes. Meanwhile, loud screams echoed throughout the city. Yutong, run, hurry! Yutong, run, hurry! A monstrous creature with an octopus-like tail and sharp teeth, with only one eye, swiftly chased its target. Yutong desperately ran into an alley, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. It's over, everyone is dead. All of her teammates were dead. Was it really possible to level up without even trying? Did she really think she could save the world? It was all just a lie. She shouldn't have believed that propaganda in the first place, shouldn't have thought of herself as the savior. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth. Damn it, when will these nightmare-like days ever end? Now, the only thing left to do was to keep running, to stay alive until the secret realm mission was completed. Surviving was all that mattered. Just as she felt hopeless with no way out, Suomi called out to her from behind in an innocent voice. Is that you, Yutong? Hearing her name, she turned around. Ha, are you the ordinary person who showed up when the secret realm opened? Oh my god, are you still alive? Upon seeing Suomi, Yutong was slightly flustered and quickly explained. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tease you, please don't be upset. I was just so surprised. Surviving in this secret realm was no easy feat. The young man humbly replied. I've only made it this far thanks to luck. Thank you for the sword you gave me, but unfortunately, it's broken now. By the way, where are your teammates? Yutong lowered her head, feeling sorrowful. They're all dead. We all dreamed of being the saviors, saving the world. But we were just cultivators from a small sect, we couldn't expect too much. No matter how hard we tried, we were no match for the core disciples of larger sects. When faced with powerful demonic beasts, even the dragon robe is nothing compared to us. We are just mere cannon fodder. Suomi nodded, agreeing with that assessment. The demon beasts were indeed terrifying. Like the recent incident, a cultivator died right in front of me. I was standing right next to him, yet I had no idea when the demon beast attacked. If it weren't for his sacrifice, I might have been the one who died. Yutong suggested, then come with me. We can find a safe place to hide and wait for the powerful beings to defeat the final boss before we return to the real world. If danger comes, I'll try my best to protect you, don't worry. The audience outside, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but be astonished. One person exclaimed, "What did the girl just say? She said she would protect Mang Jun? Get a grip. Girl, the powerful being standing in front of you isn't just anyone. And Mang Jun is so stupid, I can't believe he doesn't know that Mang Jun died because he self-destructed." However, another person disagreed and spoke up in rebuttal, "What are you talking about? Mang Jun is clearly a careful person. Give Mang Jun some respect, you guys, don't keep bringing it up." Soon after, Suomi accepted Yutong's invitation. She led him along, reminding him as they walked, "Stay close to me. From my experience, this place should be safe." However, Suomi wasn't fully convinced. It seemed like he heard some strange noises coming from nearby. Yutong turned back to ask, "What about the sound?" Before she could finish her sentence, as she turned her head, the monster from before suddenly appeared right in front of her. The city in the secret realm suddenly became eerily quiet, only to be followed by the screams of both of them and the sound of feet running at a speed like the wind. Suomi urged, "Don't turn back, just run into that building." But Yutong seriously warned, "Once we get into that building, there's no way out. I've encountered this magical beast before and managed to escape successfully. Just trust me on this." Suomi rebutted, "I don't trust you. You just said this place was very safe, and the moment we close our eyes, we run into a magical beast. Right, I definitely can't trust you." Unable to suppress her coldness, Yutong suddenly picked Suomi up, making him slightly embarrassed and flustered. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yutong replied, "There's no time to explain, just trust me." After saying that, she carried him and quickly ran toward the building in front to hide. After a while, when they didn't hear the monster chasing them, Suomi finally believed that Yutong had been right. That's right, the magical beast didn't chase after us at all. I didn't expect we'd manage to shake it off. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Yutong, out of breath, explained, "The magical beast's vision is very sharp, but it doesn't have good hearing. The sense of touch is also just normal. When it comes to complex structures like buildings, it's actually easier to hide from it. For now, it's still relatively safe. But we can't let our guard down just yet. Let's go up to a higher floor, wait for another 10 minutes, then we'll leave." Suomi nodded and complied. When we entered this building, I looked at the directions. The stairs should be on the left side, leading up to the upper floors. Yutong disagreed, "No, we're not taking the stairs. We're going to use the elevator." At the mention of the elevator, Suomi immediately broke out in a cold sweat, almost speechless. The young man was terrified of elevators due to a disorder, and just hearing the word made him feel like he might wet himself. Yutong lightly tossed her hair, smiling as she said, "Don't you know? This secret realm mimics a real-world city, including its electrical systems. So, the elevator works just fine." Suomi continued to question, "But isn't it more convenient to take the stairs instead of the elevator?" She replied, "That's true. From a safety perspective, the stairs are indeed the better choice. But you didn't consider this. When I entered the secret realm, I've been running all this time. I even carried you and ran for such a long distance earlier. Do you know how heavy you are? I'm exhausted, and now I can barely move. As she spoke, Yutong patted her chest, clearly fatigued. Suomi was stunned. Huh? So the physical fitness of a cultivator is this bad? Yutong appeared helpless. Did he think that cultivators like them always practiced bodybuilding? Taking the elevator wasn't a problem, was it? It was fine to use modern equipment every now and then. The monster that appeared earlier wasn't intelligent enough to use the elevator, right? After saying this, both of them decided to take the elevator up. The elevator silently moved to the floor where they were waiting. When the doors opened, a horrifying scene appeared before their eyes. Many people had been killed by the monsters, lying all over the place. Suomi muttered, "It seems that a monster has learned how to use the elevator." Yutong, she could tell from the wounds on their bodies that the monsters were the cause. What should we do now? Yutong fell silent. It wasn't the monster from earlier. From the wounds, it's clear that this was caused by a different monster. This building is the territory of another monster. No, maybe things are worse than we thought. Perhaps that one was just bait, purposely leading us into this building. Its real goal might be to team up with the monster in the building and kill everyone. Right now, we don't have much time to escape. If we continue letting them corner us, we're definitely dead. We need to find a spacious and concealed place. After shaking off the monster, we can escape from this building. Suomi agreed. I understand what you mean. On the map, I can see a very large office on the upper floor. Quickly, follow me. In no time, the two of them rushed into a spacious office. But it wasn't long before the monster had caught up to them. It moved slowly, step by step, carefully searching, not missing any nook or cranny that Yutong and Suomi had passed through. In the midst of their fear, Yutong tightly covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound, and whispered to Suomi. Are we really safe hiding here? It can't hear us talking, right? Even if its eyesight is sharp, it wouldn't be able to spot places like this, would it? I'm sure we're fine, right? Outside, the crowd of onlookers were not at all concerned about Yutong and Suomi. On the contrary, they were loudly cheering for the monster. Quick, run, little beast. If you don't, Mang Jun will deal with you quickly. Mang Jun seemed outwardly fearful, but in reality, he was calmer than anyone else. At this moment, a viewer kept commenting. Suomi, stop pretending to be innocent, it's time to finish off the little monster that's stirring up the atmosphere. After several rounds of fruitless searching, the monster finally used its trump card. The tentacles on its body sprouted large eyes that extended to examine every little corner. Seeing this, Yutong softly reminded Suomi. Be careful, don't let it detect us with the eyes on its tentacles. The tentacles were agile, and the monster's body was indeed astonishing. If by any chance we're discovered, I'll try to hold the beast off so you can escape during that moment, she said. But Suomi disagreed. I can help too. I once intended to defeat a weak beast. If you want to fight, I won't be an obstacle for you. Yutong, who had never thought highly of him, advised, don't push yourself too hard. Protecting mortals is the responsibility of a cultivator. Holding off the beast and then escaping, that's a small matter for me. Just trust me. Suomi retorted, it's you who's pushing yourself. Wait a minute, I think I hear another sound nearby. Oh no, could it be another beast? Yutong also strained her ears to listen. Your hearing is impressive, I can't hear anything. If you join forces with that beast with sharp eyes, you'd have the 1,000-mile eye and wind following your duo. Suomi, hearing this, became serious. Are you mocking me now? Its footsteps are very light, I only just heard it, it's definitely very close. Yutong replied, so now, all we can do is leave it to fate and mock each other? Amid the tense situation, the two of them continued to bicker. Finally, Suomi conceded, that's a good point. At that moment, a monstrous beast, with a huge head turned upside down, appeared. Immediately, Yutong felt the strong demonic energy and spiritual power emanating from it. The heavy sense of pressure caused her to freeze for a few seconds, certain that this was a nearly 3-year-old demonic beast. The sound of its footsteps gradually approached them. Yutong could only hope for luck, silently wishing she could escape this trial. How could they possibly outsmart such a high-level monster? Suddenly, the beast stopped. The two monsters faced each other. Inside the secret realm, the tension was at its peak, while the audience outside was thoroughly entertained. Ha, this atmosphere feels just like a horror movie. Come on, seriously, it's the horror movie where the great god is hiding under the table and gets discovered. Watching Mang Jun seriously hide under the table, I couldn't stop laughing. A great god like him having to hide from a monster like this? Hey, look, they're focusing on under the table now. Everyone, guess how many moves Mang Jun will take to deal with them? This is exactly what I want to see. I can't wait to watch Mang Jun looking cool. The audience outside continued to chat excitedly, eagerly awaiting the next developments. At this moment, the large-eyed monster's antennae began to move, reaching under the table. It chirped happily, ABA. This was the language often used by the beast when communicating with its companions, meaning discovered. The upside-down beast raised its foot high and patted its head. It startled him, and he said, ABA ABA, boss, do you really have to do this? Every time you suddenly put your hand on my head, it's really scary. You could easily scare someone to death. The other monster immediately retorted, ABA ABA ABA, you think I like doing this? If it weren't for you being deaf, I wouldn't be using this method to talk to you. ABA ABA, that kid is the monster. One hit and all his teeth will be knocked out. We can just pretend we didn't see anything and leave on our own. The boss monster spoke in an unclear manner, ABA ABA, really? Then why are they running away? How do you know it's him? I only reminded your brother out of our past relationship, saying if you wanna die, go ahead and turn yourself in. The monster with big eyes listened to the boss, looking pale with fear, ABA ABA, boss, I was wrong. Wait for me, I want to run away too. Yutong saw the space fall silent again and looked up at Suomi. The monster group has really left. Yes, the sound of their movement is getting fainter, they must have run off to another place, Suomi responded. Yutong breathed a sigh of relief, smiling brightly. That's awesome, we really got lucky. I thought we wouldn't be able to escape this time. Everyone, watching through the screen, started to chatter excitedly. They had originally thought that when the two monsters showed up, they would finally see Suomi make a move. Suddenly, it turned and fled, but nothing happened in the end. I've never seen such a beast before. Even with 2 against 2, it still doesn't dare to fight? Really, I'm about to burst out laughing. This is the first time I've seen a beast actively run away. The beast's survival instincts have increased, and there must be some suspicious reason behind it. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the secret realm space. The monster that will steal the final top spot of the first mission is about to appear. The monster with a difficulty level of 500-year-old beast. The location of the 5th secret realm mission is Shuangyun Road. Suomi sighed, his voice deepening, another announcement from the secret realm. I can't believe we're already at the final monster. Yutong shrugged slightly and said nonchalantly, anyway, it has nothing to do with me. The difficulty of this secret realm is terrifying. The final monster is a 500-year-old beast. We should find a safe place to hide, wait until the experts complete their mission, and then leave the secret realm. No need to worry too much. At the same time, they just so happened to be on Shuangyun Road. A brilliant beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, causing Suomi to stand in a daze, staring intently at the light. Meanwhile, Yutong, in a panic, urged, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and run." Yutong ran breathlessly, panting as she spoke, "It should be safe here now, right? Even just watching from afar, I can tell that the final boss is really powerful." Suomi nodded in agreement. That's right. Even ordinary beasts are tough, let alone the final boss. It's only a 500-year-old beast? That seems suspicious. The secret realm probably wouldn't give us false information, would they? Yutong appeared thoughtful. Based on the previous behavior of the secret realm, it's actually quite possible. Anyway, as long as we hide far enough, we don't have to worry about these things. Suddenly, a young man came running from behind, calling out loudly, "Please wait, both of you." He introduced himself. "I am disciple Wu Xingjian from Taishan sect. Please, both of you, join us in defeating the final boss." Yutong flatly refused. "Sorry, please find someone else. We're too weak, just running away is already tiring enough for us." The young man explained firmly, "Running away from battle won't make it easy for you to pass the trial. The other rescuers in the secret realm are all cultivators from the 4 great cultivation sects. Maybe some of them can kill a 500-year-old beast, but this is only the 5th secret realm, full of small fry. All the cultivators here are very weak. If we all run, the final boss will just kill us all." Wu Xingjian's gaze was determined as he spoke. There is only one way to survive. He raised his hand slightly, pointing behind him, his voice firm. "Taishan sect, we have a magical weapon capable of killing a 500-year-old beast, Yulei Ping. However, activating it requires preparation. Before we can activate Yulei Ping, we must find a way to hold the beast back. Therefore, we need people. Although we have gathered quite a few cultivators, it is still not enough. The more people we have, the higher the chances of success. For the final victory, please join us." A man standing at a distance observed and then spoke succinctly. "Wu Xingjian, you're back? Much earlier than expected." Xingjian quickly turned and ran toward him, reporting, "Young sectaire, the task of gathering people is basically complete. Apart from the disciples of Taishan sect, we have found a total of 164 cultivators." The young sectaire, surprised, asked, "Is that all?" "There were 2,500 people who entered the 5th secret realm." Xingjian replied regretfully, "No one expected the difficulty of the secret realm to increase so rapidly. The number of deaths has exceeded our expectations. Young sectaire, with the number of people we have now, we should be able to buy enough time for you to activate Yulei Ping, right?" The young sectaire fiddled with the purple fruit in his hand, his gaze thoughtful. "Yes, that's enough." In his mind, the memory of the purple Yulei Ping bottle rose up, one of the most treasured artifacts of the Taishan sect. Moreover, it could only be used once. A man's voice echoed with longing, "I entrusted the chariot and the bottle to you, not because I wanted to see you in this weak state now." The young sectaire firmly refused. "Father, I'm sorry, I can't do it." The father gently explained, "Is this so difficult? Summon all the cultivators in the 5th secret realm. Use the excuse of needing time to activate Yulei Ping, so they can exhaust the beasts, dealing damage to the final boss. When the beasts have endured enough, you can then use Yulei Ping to deal with it." The young sectaire hesitated, "But that will cause a lot of casualties. Moreover, Yulei Ping can't always be used, right? It doesn't need preparation time." The father sternly reminded, "Have you forgotten? The way to become stronger in the secret realm is not only through what you gain from the audience but also by defeating the final boss. You'll gain more chances of good fortune. You must secure that prize." The young sectaire was determined. "I don't need to rely on underhanded methods. I can still kill the final boss. There's no need to harm myself for that prize." "You don't believe in my abilities." The father pondered for a moment before speaking. "Have you forgotten our dream? To make Taishan sect stand alongside the 4 great sects." He placed his right hand on the young sectaire's shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. "In the past, if I had spoken of this, others would have only laughed at me. I've spent 30 years striving to turn Taishan sect into the strongest sect, second only to the 4 great sects. This is the goal that we can realistically achieve. Do you remember the humiliation of the ordinary disciples of the 4 major clans? In the eyes of cultivators, there are only two types of sects in the world: the four major clans and the rest. This is the reality. No one would equate us with the four great sects. But now that the secret realm has appeared, it is a huge opportunity for cultivators, and we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. To stand on equal footing with the four great sects, it is not enough to simply have the strength, we must also win people's hearts. He picked up the purple water bottle, his voice commanding, "You must make the cultivators in the fifth secret realm feel fear and despair, and then take on the role of a hero to defeat the demon beasts, forcing the cultivators of the fifth secret realm to kneel at your feet. Only then will you gain the strength to challenge the four major clans in the future and surpass them to become the #1 sect in the world." Young sect heir frowned and spoke decisively, "I know what I need to do." Returning to the present, he muttered to himself, "Sorry, for Tai Xian's sect, for my father, the sacrifice of all of you is indispensable." After a period of preparation, the group set off. Some among them couldn't help but gossip. "Can you Lei Ping really defeat the final boss? Isn't delaying just an excuse for us to become the bullet shields?" Another person spoke up to calm the doubtful voices. "The young master of Tai Xian's sect is Luo Tianchang. I've heard that his character is top-notch, he wouldn't lie to us. Besides, do we have any other choice? Either we trust him, or we stay in the secret realm waiting to die." The young man with the slanted fringe pondered for a moment before nodding, his eyes flashing with determination. "You're right. I've thought about it. Instead of waiting to die, we might as well take a chance. If we're lucky enough to kill the boss, we might get the great fortune coin as a reward and become powerful." But someone disagreed, sneering coldly. "Being able to live is already a blessing, you're still thinking about the reward. Out of over 200 people, only one can get the great fortune coin by killing the boss. Do you really think you're the destined protagonist?" Amidst the arguments, Suomai's voice rang out, "Stop trying to convince me, I'm not running away alone." Yutong turned her head, frowning in annoyance. "Hey, you're not seriously planning to fight the final boss with us, are you? It's really dangerous. What could someone like you possibly contribute?" Suomai remained unfazed, responding calmly. "I've received the Fate Coin reward, which gives me some combat ability. Everyone here is preparing to risk their lives fighting the beast, and I can't just stand by and watch." She was stunned, her eyes wide. He was actually able to use the Fate Coin to enhance his combat strength. No wonder he had the qualification to enter the secret realm. The young man slowly explained further. "When I first entered the secret realm, I was fortunate to receive the Fate Coin reward, which boosted my combat strength once. But after that, I received additional rewards, though they didn't increase my combat power any further." Yutong pointed at the golden coin. "Isn't that quite ordinary? If combat strength could be endlessly boosted, then giving all the Fate Coins to one savior would create an unbeatable war god. The essence of the Fate Coin is a highly pure form of spiritual energy, but it can only be absorbed by cultivators. We have our limits, and once our spiritual energy is full, we can't absorb any more Fate Coins. Only during battles or breakthroughs in cultivation can we increase our spiritual capacity. Normally, only cultivators can use the Fate Coin. You've been completely unreasonable." She said this while touching her chin, narrowing her eyes at Suomai as if discovering something interesting. What was even stranger was that he could use the Destiny Coin, yet there was not a single trace of spiritual energy coming from him. Could he be some high-level elder hiding his true identity, coming back as a rookie to slay monsters? Suddenly, Suomai's face turned serious, his gaze sharp. "I'll be blunt, no more pretending. It's time to show my true power." Yutong chuckled, her voice teasing. "Isn't this the classic line from the story about me training alone in the secret realm to become a superhuman? Oh, you're really strong, but aren't you being a bit too cautious? I didn't expect you were into manga too." Suomai smiled faintly, not hiding his interest. "I'm surprised. Cultivators like you read novels and comics too." She laughed wittily in reply. "Of course. Do you think all cultivators are just primitive hermits living in the mountains? No express delivery for food, no Wi-Fi, it's basically uninhabitable. With the depletion of Earth's spiritual energy, no matter how hard you try to cultivate, it's tough to make progress. With this situation, only a small number of exceptionally gifted cultivators continue to push themselves with courage and diligence. The majority of cultivators actively engage with modern society, and some even indulge in the pursuit of power and wealth. Elsewhere, far from the bustling crowd, a few men were discussing in the dark. One of them spoke up, "President CI, we have received your sincerity. Truly, your generosity is beyond measure." The other party replied calmly, "That was just the deposit, after the job is done, there will be additional rewards." The three men exchanged looks, then simultaneously placed their hands over their chests, signaling seriousness. "Receiving money for work, we will of course do our utmost to complete it, but to deal with a mere kid, and with all three of us involved at once, it seems you are truly placing great importance on him." President CI spoke with hidden meaning, "I've already sent everyone the data on Suomi." In the secret realm, he obliterated a demon beast with a single punch after 3 years. His strength is not to be underestimated. Another staff member chimed in confidently, "It seems everything is already in our hands." President CI, "Don't worry, we've never failed before." Indeed, Suomi had killed a monster in the secret realm and was now rising to fame. Based on his performance in livestreams, calling him a body cultivator would only imply brute force. He lacked advanced martial arts skills and had little experience fighting demon beasts or cultivators. He smiled, a sly fox-like grin full of scheming. The Earth's spiritual energy had been depleted, and in the secret realm, cultivators used the destiny coin to boost their combat abilities, but they could not bring all of it back to Earth. Therefore, Suomi, even with my intervention, could still be dealt with. President CI burst into a delighted laugh. "So that's it, looks like I was overthinking things. You see, the difficulty of the secret realm just increased again. And yet, the final boss is a 500-year-old monster. Suomi and his team seem to be preparing for an all-out assault on the final boss." One member of the group sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "By the time it's our turn to attack, Suomi might already have been eaten alive by that monster. Was it really worth us coming all this way?" President CI responded leisurely. "If Suomi dies in the secret realm, my 3 brothers will still pay the usual fee." The staff member immediately smiled with satisfaction. "You're so generous." With that assurance from President CI, I feel at ease. At that moment, a sudden flash of green light erupted from the ground, causing him to shout in alarm, "Boss, something's happening outside." The others instantly grew tense, their faces serious. With such overwhelming spiritual energy, what could this be? President CI smirked, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Is it here already? I didn't expect it to be this fast." 3 immortal masters, don't worry, it's just one of my distinguished guests. To deal with Suomi, I've specially invited a master. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the person who had just entered the room. It was a senior advisor from the Lee family financial group, rumored to be a bounty hunter with the title of Immortal Slaying Assassin. Now, returning to the battle with the magical beasts, the rules of the secret realm have been broken by the Divine Lord from the Otherworld, 8055, whose strength far exceeds that of a 500-year-old magical beast. On the rooftop of a tall building, the young sectaire stood upright and asked, "Is everything arranged?" Xingjian replied respectfully, "Yes, young master, the cultivators have dispersed according to the plan, surrounding the area of the final boss. Once the magical beast escapes the light barrier, they will split into groups to lure and attack, keeping the beast within Yulei Ping's range. Before the preparation time of Yulei Ping ends, they will do their best to hold the beast in place for you." The young sectaire nodded, his gaze firm, "I understand. I will quickly use Yulei Ping to minimize unnecessary casualties." On the other side, Suomi was very curious. So not everyone was attacking the final boss together. Yutong tiredly leaned back, "Do you think this is a copy of a group from a game? If we were to fight head-on, it wouldn't even take 2 minutes before our entire army would be wiped out. They would split into 50 smaller groups to attack and then run, taking turns drawing the magical beast's attention to buy time for using Yulei Ping. Suomi responded, her voice filled with concern, but if that's the case, the group that the beast targets as bait will be very dangerous. She quietly shook her head, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. There's no other way, this is the plan of the Taishian sect, sacrificing the few to save the many. If we're unfortunate enough to be killed by a monster, we can only blame ourselves for being unlucky. But as for running away, I'm quite confident in that. Before seeing the ending of the story to repay the debt, I already defeated the Demon King in Beginner's Village, so I won't die. Suomi smiled and nodded in agreement. I'm also a loyal reader of that story. During the last difficult situation, I happened to reread it. It gave me strength and rekindled my love for life. Yutong cheerfully came up with an idea, is that so? Once we leave the secret realm, I'll introduce you to that comic artist. Suomi asked in surprise, wait, are you serious? Field-dwelling man-eater has never participated in any activities and is known as the mysterious artist. I've always wanted to get his autograph. Yutong gently explained, field-dwelling man-eater is also a cultivator in the same circle as us. However, his goal in cultivation is simply to be healthy enough to draw better comics. Suomi spoke up, his voice full of excitement, cultivating for the sake of publishing comics, truly a model worker in the field. I really hope you'll make sure I meet him at least once. She let out a gentle laugh. You once said that your sister is still waiting for you, and now you have another reason to keep living. We must try our best to carry on. Hearing that, Suomi froze for a moment, a warm smile gradually appearing on her face, as though silently agreeing with those words. We will definitely be able to leave the secret realm safely. At that moment, a dazzling purple light suddenly appeared in the sky. The sound of chaos erupted from all directions, echoing right next to the feet of the beast. The beast's deep, hoarse voice rang out with confidence, this place is the secret realm. To come here, I specially asked Divine Lord to reduce my combat power to that of a 500-year-old magical beast. It licked its lips hungrily, its face full of wicked excitement. The flesh of cultivators. The hunting time has come. It immediately assumed a stance, ready to launch its first attack. The group facing it also quickly readied themselves, shouting loudly, "Get ready, that beast has noticed us." One person silently followed the plan, eyes glued to every movement of the beast. A sudden horizontal slash cleaved everything in its path, leaving everyone in shock. Damn it, what speed is this? A gust of wind whipped up a cloud of dust, obscuring their vision. Through the mist, the beast had already grabbed the head of an unlucky cultivator. Its voice rang out provocatively, "Come on, shout a little louder. If you can help me lure all the remaining cultivators out here, I'll let you die a bit more comfortably." Though subdued, the other person still maintained a resilient demeanor, his words laced with sarcasm. A wild beast whose brain hasn't fully developed, yet it knows how to speak human language, truly a miracle of nature. With that, he burst into a maniacal laugh. Rage flared in the monster's eyes. In a fit of fury, it crushed the man's head, sending blood and flesh splattering everywhere. What I like most is those brave little punks, especially when I crush the life out of them. Its face gleamed with madness. All right then, where's the next hunting target? It snorted, voice grating. The strongest scent is on the right. At that moment, Yutong was still wandering absent-mindedly around the city. The monster suddenly frowned, looking puzzled. I can smell the aura of spiritual energy. Although people have scattered and hidden, there's always more than 2 people in each spot. But here, it's just you alone. I'm very curious as to why. Before long, it stood towering before her. Yutong sneered, her voice full of challenge. Really? You can't even figure this out? Dealing with a clueless creature like you, I alone am more than enough. The monster growled, excited. Oh, an interesting woman. Let's see what you're capable of. Yutong responded firmly, her tone playful, as you wish. With that, she unleashed a powerful move as if to sweep everything away. Light surged, filling every corner of the street. However, the monster stood its ground, seemingly unaffected. It slightly curled its lip, sneering, "Really, how pathetic. Is this all you've got? You modern cultivators are so weak, it's laughable." At that moment, Suomi suddenly dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the monster. He clenched his fist, gathered energy into it, and prepared his stance. With a powerful punch, he struck the ground, sending a long streak of brilliant yellow light toward the monster, forcing it to step back in caution. The creature narrowed its eyes, thinking, "So I was able to avoid that without even realizing it." It leaped up in excitement, howling wildly. "Interesting, this is too interesting. There's a powerhouse among cultivators like this. Come on, let's have a real fight." But when it looked around, no one else was in sight. Enraged, it shouted, "Where did everyone go?" In an office somewhere, members were observing the battle. Lu Xiang asked in surprise, "The final boss of the fifth secret realm is a mutated entity? What's a mutated entity?" According to the data provided by the program founder, the stronger the beast, the more its appearance resembles that of a human. The final boss that appeared in the fifth secret realm has started to transform into a human form, Yang began to explain. Under normal circumstances, only beast monsters that are over 800 years old would exhibit this feature. Lu Xiang widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Isn't this against the rules?" It clearly said that the final boss would be a 500-year-old beast monster, but now we have an 800-year-old beast monster appearing, and moreover, in the fifth secret realm, which has the weakest average strength. At this point, Gue Xing, who had been silent until then, calmly spoke up, "The announcement from the secret realm is not mistaken. It's just that, even though it's still a 500-year-old beast monster, the difficulty of the final boss in the fifth secret realm far exceeds that of the other secret realms." Yang turned to Gue Xing with a doubtful look and asked, "But how could such a powerful beast monster evade Suomi's attacks?" On this point, Honorable Elder, what is your opinion? Gue Xing quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, subtly avoiding the question. "As for that, I will reserve my comments for now. Let's switch the camera to the first secret realm." At this moment, the final boss of the first secret realm was entering a critical phase. In a different development, Yutong quietly glanced around, trying to detect any signs of danger. She gasped for breath, thinking to herself, "Pretending to face the final boss like this is too thrilling. I almost had a heart attack." As planned, I attacked first to distract the monster. Suomi took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, using a safe method to provoke the monster. Thinking of this, she silently seethed with anger. That bastard Suomi was clearly stronger than her, yet he pretended to be afraid in front of her. All her worries for him had been in vain. As a result, even the final boss was frightened away by his surprise attack. Suddenly, she froze, realizing something unusual. Wait a minute, the final boss didn't chase after that monster. Could it be that it got scared and lost track of us? If it runs out of Yulei Ping's attack range, we're in trouble. Before she could finish her thought, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. What a pity, right behind you. My original target was your teammate, but I couldn't catch up with his spiritual energy. Then I suddenly thought, if I deal with you, maybe I can lure him here instead. Yutong immediately fell into a state of panic. Her mind was still clear, but her body was completely frozen, unable to move. What's happening? I can't move at all. My body feels like it's frozen. I'm using all my willpower in desperation. Death. I'm going to die. A puff of black smoke erupted, and the monster swung its arm, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Suomi, swift as lightning, reached out his hand, using his bare hand to block the attack. The strike was intercepted. The monster grew even more excited and roared, "Well done, the human powerhouse has finally shown up. Let's continue our fight from earlier." At the same time, Suomi's livestream room immediately exploded. Viewers flooded the comments section. Go ahead, Mang Jun is finally making a move." One viewer frowned and spoke up, "Can you be a little quieter? I don't think the situation looks very good." Another one worriedly added, "Didn't honorable elders say that the strength of this final boss exceeds that of a 500-year-old magical beast?" A third person chimed in, "Didn't Mang Jun run away earlier? I don't think even he's confident about this." Someone else continued, "This is hilarious. Don't you know Mang Jun's strength and caution are directly proportional?" A comment cut through, "I want to see you lay ping, hurry up." In the middle of this, a loud explosion rang out in the city, creating a violent earthquake. The nearby cultivators couldn't hide their astonishment. Could it be? The sounds of the battle were continuous and intense. As everyone was still in shock, a stern man spoke up, "This is the opportunity." The person beside him widened his eyes and asked, "Opportunity? Are you crazy? You're not thinking of stealing the final boss, are you?" He just laughed and replied, "What's there to be afraid of? Try turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Don't you want to claim the boss-killing reward? Let's work together, and if we get the reward, we'll split it evenly." The other person hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then, although the risk is high, I don't want to miss this opportunity. The reward will be split evenly, and you better not go back on your word." The bald man smirked. "We've teamed up so many times, and you still don't trust me? Besides, there's a powerful expert up there holding the beast back, there's nothing to fear." On Suomi's side, the monster suddenly raised its claws and sneered. "Isn't this enough?" It lunged to attack his chest, but luckily, he dodged in time. Suomi was briefly stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. The monster glanced at him and threw a mocking remark. "Where are you looking?" Then it punched him straight in the stomach, sending the protagonist flying several meters through the air, crashing hard into the concrete wall of a building. The beast laughed loudly. "Still able to fight?" As expected, my instincts weren't wrong. You hide a huge power within, but you don't know how to use it. What a waste. The livestream chat exploded again. Who was it who was talking big earlier? Suomi actually spoke up to Mang Jun, only to become a punching bag. When it mattered, he couldn't be relied upon. If you're so good at talking, why don't you go fight the beast yourself? One person sarcastically remarked, "Whether the food at the restaurant is good or not, you have to know how to cook to judge it." Another person responded, "I'm not some kind of savior, why should I go hunt magical beasts?" Yet another person concluded, "Stop discussing these things, it's pointless." Seriously, the audience members with money in hand were supporting Mang Jun with their funds. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the monster relentlessly struck the protagonist with powerful blows. It snarled, filled with satisfaction, "No matter how much you resist, if I keep piling on these wounds, your body will break down soon enough." Suomi didn't bother to reply, only bracing himself to endure the attacks, his eyes full of determination. The monster slowly continued, "It's as if you're enjoying this, let me end your suffering." It leaped into the air, its right hand bending into an attacking posture, with strange bright patterns appearing around its arm. At that moment, Yutong suddenly flew in, cracking a whip forcefully across the monster's body, executing the stoplight strike. The whip coiled tightly around the monster, leaving it confused. In an instant, it roared in frustration, "What kind of move is this? I can't move anymore, I'm done for." Seizing the opportunity, Suomi quickly gathered his strength, raised his fist, and flew toward the monster, landing a powerful punch to its face before it could react. A brilliant flash of light erupted at the point of impact. Yutong coughed a few times and murmured, "What kind of trash artifact is this? It drains all the spiritual energy from my body and still can't hold that beast for even a second. Moreover, it actually ended up injuring me, almost killing me. My right hand isn't broken, is it? This is as far as I can go. Suomi, don't die on me." Suomi remained standing firmly on the beast's body, maintaining the same attack posture from before. In his heart, he thought, although the strike hit the beast, it clearly didn't inflict much damage. Worse, even though he hadn't suffered any serious injury, he was beginning to feel numb. The latent power the beast had mentioned, how exactly could it be used? At that very moment, he sensed someone approaching. A group of cultivators rushed toward them, their eyes lighting up when they saw the beast lying motionless. One of them shouted, "Great, we came at the perfect time. The boss is seriously injured, lying on the ground. Let's go together." The lackey, hearing the bald man's words, immediately accepted the command, "Yes, boss." Seeing this, the main character suddenly tried to dissuade them. "Hey, hold on, don't come over here just yet. This beast is still very dangerous." The bald man grinned wickedly, his expression devious as he said, "You think I'll believe you? After all the effort to bring down the boss, and the reward is about to be snatched by someone else? You definitely won't be willing to let that happen, right? It's useless, the reward belongs to us." Saying that, he laughed maniacally. Suddenly, something shocking happened. One of his underlings, holding a sword, thrust it directly into the bald man's chest, speaking coldly yet calmly, "No, the reward is mine." The bald man, stabbed in the chest, turned his head in horror and said, "Damn it, didn't you say we would split the reward equally?" The underling grinned wickedly, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "What right do you have to criticize me? Even if I didn't take action, with your personality, you'd definitely try to harm me to claim the reward for yourself. I simply acted first, what's wrong with that?" Ha, no one expected that the one who would finish off the final boss would be me. The beast, which seemed to have collapsed, suddenly sprang up, its eyes filled with fury as it roared, You said you wanted to kill who? You pesky little worm, don't disturb my fight." It raised its long arms, covering its head, making him fearfully think to himself, "What kind of joke is this? Isn't this beast already on the brink of death? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come here." On the roof of a nearby building, Wu Xingjian looked down, exhaled, and said to the young sect leader Luo Tianchang, "I didn't expect the final boss to be a humanoid beast." Tianchang, standing quietly beside him, observed thoughtfully and nodded slightly. "This can't be the difficulty of a 500-year-old beast, right?" Xingjian immediately reported, "Young master, Yulei Ping is the most precious magical artifact of Tai Xian sect. We can easily deal with a 700-year-old demon beast, there's no need to worry." Tiancheng spoke in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. "I'm not worried about whether Yulei Ping can defeat the demon beast or not. What concerns me is the young man fighting that demon beast." At this moment, Suomi stood amidst the battlefield, exuding an aura as fierce as the sunlight. Luo Tianchang watched with interest and commented, "Apart from the 4 major clans, I never expected there to be such a talent. No, even the core disciples of the 4 major clans couldn't compare to him. Truly, a genius that makes others envious." Wu Xingjian nodded in agreement. Indeed, considering the fighting power of the demon beast, an ordinary cultivator would not even be able to intervene in their battle. However, under the current circumstances, no matter how strong that man was, facing a beast that exceeded his capabilities, he wouldn't last long. Xingjian hurriedly continued, "Young master, how much longer until Yulei Ping can be activated? If we can coordinate an attack with him, we will definitely be able to deal with the demon beast." The young sect leader took out Yulei Ping and replied firmly, "I don't need you to tell me, I have already done my best to speed up Yulei Ping's activation. Allowing a talent like this to die tragically at the hands of a demon beast would be a loss for all cultivators, no, for the entire world. No matter how difficult it may be, I must do everything I can to save him from the demon beast." The beast, after dealing with the would-be thieves, turned around, its gaze as cold as ice as it looked at Yutong and spoke, "The little pest bothering me, now the only one left to fight is you." Suomi, witnessing this, immediately shouted angrily, "Puppy, your opponent is me, don't get confused about who you're fighting." The wolf beast turned its head back, its voice dripping with disdain, "I've always hated using magic to assist in battle. A strong person only needs pure violence to solve everything. However, for that human, today I'm willing to make an exception for you, starting with the use of the dark prison." Immediately, dark streaks appeared around Suomi, gradually blurring his vision. He thought in astonishment, "What is this?" This is the beast's innate magic, which can be maintained for a short time. With Suomi's strength, it would take about 20 seconds to escape from the dark cage, but that much time would be more than enough for the beast to eliminate his teammates 10 times over. The beast raised its hand, preparing to grab Yutong's head, its arrogant smile growing. If you want to save your teammates, then try breaking your own limits, or you'll only see a shattered corpse. Trapped inside the black cage, Suomi roared in anger, pounding fiercely on the walls. Is this the only vile trick you know? The beast outside laughed in contempt. I was just joking, no need to wait for you. Now I'll crush her. The anger erupted. Suomi smashed the cage and shouted, Is that so? You've run out of chances, huh? The beast's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to itself, how is this possible? And yet, you've managed to break free. Faced with that stunned look, Suomi smiled faintly and said, Maybe I should thank you. Thanks to your prison, it seems like I've figured out how to use my power. Hearing this, the beast narrowed its eyes in anger and sneered, Interesting, you really do surprise me. To reward you, I'll return your teammate. With that, it released its grip, letting Yutong fall. Suomi quickly rushed toward her, shouting, Yutong, wake up, can you hear me? The beast stood coldly, watching, and scoffed, Don't worry, she's still alive, just temporarily unconscious. Now, you won't be able to escape so easily. Suomi held Yutong in his arms, raised his head, and glared at the opponent, his voice as cold as a blade, I won't leave here until I've taken you down. The opponent laughed. You're not giving up. Don't get cocky. You only got lucky breaking the weakest of my spells. Try this instead. A stream of dark, shadowy energy surged from it, but when it touched Suomi, it was no more than an itch. With a casual flick of his hand, he shattered the dark flow. He frowned and sneered, Is this the second weakest spell of yours? Do you have anything stronger? At this moment, the wolf beast could no longer maintain its composure, growling in anger. Such a weak power, I truly underestimated you, human warrior. I will no longer insult you with weak spells I am not accustomed to using. I will devour your flesh and blood and keep your skull as a trophy. However, just as it was channeling its spiritual power, Suomi disappeared from its original position. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance and was now standing behind it, an uncomfortable expression on his face. Enough, you've talked too much. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the beast shrieked in disbelief within its mind. This kid has closed the gap so quickly, just a tiny human. In that moment, a beam of light shot from the palm of Suomi's hand, piercing straight through the beast. The agonized scream echoed, followed by a raspy, resentful voice from the wolf beast. You said you wouldn't use magic to fight me anymore, so what is this? The figure shifted, the trickery was clear. What was the point of the position? Thinking it was over, the wolf beast began to materialize again from the remnants of the dark shadows, its body trembling, its weak voice rising. Human. No, are you really human? I have cultivated my body to this level, and you are more like a beast than I am. You have indeed killed me once, but you will regret it. Its gaze became wild, each word bursting with killing intent. To enter the secret realm, my strength has been reduced. The unfortunate thing is that dying this time has unlocked the limits of my power. Pray. According to the rules of the secret realm, before I destroy you, you might survive a few seconds while I use all my power to attack you. Elsewhere, atop a tower, Wu Xingjian looked towards the battlefield and asked, Did you see it? It was unbelievable, that cultivator actually gained the upper hand in the battle with the monster. Luo Tiancheng nodded slightly. Yeah, what a coincidence, Xingjian frowned, confused. Young master, what do you mean? Tiancheng answered slowly, Yu Ping is ready, it's time to end this secret realm mission. Xingjian exclaimed in delight, Great, young master, let's hurry and help. Wait, Wu Xingjian said. That monster, there's a trail of light in the city carrying immense power. He looked down and gasped in shock. My God, that monster has gotten stronger. The spiritual energy is terrifying, an 800-year-old monster, perhaps even a 900-year-old one. This is the first time this kind of monster has appeared in the secret realm mission. Are they trying to get us all killed? Luo Tiancheng stood frozen, a few seconds passed without him speaking. Xingjian hurriedly turned to urge, "Young master, should we go help them?" Tiancheng slowly lowered his gaze, sighed deeply, and said, "I think I've made a mistake. Yu Lei Ping's preparation time hasn't actually ended yet. I misjudged it." In Luo Tiancheng's live stream room, viewers began commenting lively, seeing the beast become stronger only to immediately retreat like a scared rabbit. "You sure changed sides fast." "I knew it. In the end, we still have to rely on Mengshin." "Turns out you were just planning to steal the credit?" "Great execution awareness, but next time, don't interfere. Let Suomai have the stage back." Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the beast, now back to its towering, dark, and massive form, laughed gleefully, finally restoring its original appearance. Suomai coldly retorted, "You're so fake. You looked down on humans from the start, yet in the end, you turned into a human form. I think you were cuter when you were a pup." Hit where it hurt, the beast growled in anger, "Shut up. I am different from your kind. You are nothing but food. Only beasts like us represent the pinnacle of evolutionary life." Back in the livestream room, Gue Xing and Yi Yang continued to discuss. The first to fourth bosses in the secret realm have all been defeated, and the strategy is complete. It's really thrilling. I've got goosebumps. The audience must surely feel as emotional as I do. I would like to thank the cultivators who risked their lives to fight. Gue Elder, sitting beside me, continued with a tone of dissatisfaction. The power of deities from other realms should not be underestimated. It has even directly affected the secret realm, forcing the difficulty of the mission to be raised. Looking at the current results, I was both surprised and delighted. All I can say is that I had underestimated the secret realm created by the predecessors, and I also misjudged the effort of the younger generation of cultivators. Luli Xiang quickly took the lead. "If the first to fourth secret realms have been successfully overcome, then let us now shift our focus to the fifth secret realm, where a tall, dark, and terrifying beast is causing people to feel uneasy." Li Xiang stared at the screen, stunned, and yelled, "What is this?" "The final boss just had its second phase." Gue Elder pondered and commented, "The final boss, in human form, can only be achieved by a beast that has lived for over 1,000 years. Yi Yang anxiously said, "A 1,000-year-old beast? This is already beyond the permissible limit." Gue Elder's expression became serious as he explained, "A 500-year-old beast's combat power is usually under 2,000, but a 1,000-year-old beast reaches 10,000. That is the level of peak cultivators on Earth. Based on his ability, it means that the one currently fighting that beast is the strongest person on Earth." Inside the secret realm, the battle between Suomai and the beast was intense, with both sides fiercely struggling. After 7,749 seconds of fierce fighting, Suomai finally revealed his cool demeanor and landed a finishing blow, forcing his opponent to reluctantly hit the ground. He arrogantly said, "Puppy, this is the full power of humanity." To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. Even though the beast had been struck down, it still refused to accept defeat. It stood up, its face dark, and said, "Do you think you've won?" It let out a strange laugh, its face beginning to change, filled with schemes. "Dream on. To avoid detection by the secret realm's cameras, I only used 30% of my strength earlier." Suomai remained calm and sarcastic. "If that's the case, then I'm relieved, because I only used 2/10 of my power." The beast became even more smug. "I made a mistake. Earlier, I only used 1/10 of my strength." Suomai bluntly mocked, "Is that so? Your math skills are pretty poor, aren't they?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two charged at each other once more, continuing their fierce battle. Under the livestream, comments flooded in. "I always thought the magic in the secret realm was top tier. But after seeing Suomai, this is what real men fight like." Suomai's livestream room was packed. People kept pouring in to watch. "Perfect, all my money has gone to Suomai. Follow me, brothers. Suomai is this strong already, why not reward other cultivators to boost their combat power too?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately blasted by the community. He frowned and wondered, that's strange, I only made one comment, why am I getting so much hate? The subordinate walked over and sighed, boss, are you still watching Suomi's livestream? It's useless to advise them not to reward him anymore. The boss chuckled lightly, what do you know? Suomi's strength might still be a bit weak now, and that makes him easier to be eliminated by the beast. But making money while lying around, isn't that too sweet? By the way, where's Old Third? Why has he been gone for so long? Old Second shrugged. He texted earlier saying he suddenly remembered he hadn't fed the cat, so he ran back home for a bit. Hearing that ridiculous excuse, the boss immediately understood, jumped up, and scolded loudly, that bastard is already acting cowardly so quickly. Suomi is strong in the secret realm because he relies on the audience's rewards, right? Once he leaves the secret realm and loses his power, he won't be anything to worry about. At this point, he suddenly stopped, squinted his eyes suspiciously, and muttered, nothing to worry about. The more he thought about it, the clearer things became. His face immediately darkened, and he hurriedly left. Standing in front of President CI, he forced a smile. President CI, I'm really sorry. I just remembered I forgot to clean up the cat litter for my mom. I'll go home for a bit and be back soon. At the same time, the secret realm system emitted a notification that shook everyone. It detected that the combat power of the final boss exceeded the upper limit of the S-rank mission, reaching the intensity of a 1,000-year-old mythical beast. 1 minute later, the elimination process would automatically activate. The mythical beast, upon hearing this, frowned, its voice full of regret. Already detected so quickly? I was hoping to settle things with you before being eliminated. Apologies, human stronghold. Suomi, still preparing to unleash an attack, smiled coldly. What are you saying? Isn't there still a minute left? Don't worry, I'll deal with you before that, and make sure you don't have any regrets. The mythical beast grinned, its eyes gleaming with excitement. So you're starting to understand the joy of fighting? Humans? Before time runs out, let's have some fun together. Both immediately charged into battle again, their momentum even fiercer than before. In President C's office, he stared at the person across from him, his voice heavy. The 3 cultivators I hired have fled the battlefield. Are you truly confident in dealing with Suomi? Advisor Joe didn't answer immediately, just slightly tilting his head, raising an eyebrow in return. What? Are you scared now? Then he spoke calmly. Modern cultivators mostly lack combat experience. They only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The 3 useless people escaping is nothing surprising. I never had any expectations of them. President CI was still not entirely at ease, and in a low voice, he analyzed, but the strength Suomi demonstrated in the secret realm has far exceeded expectations. To ensure the goal is achieved, perhaps you should contact Lee, ask him to send more people or reach out to higher-ups in the corporation. Advisor Joe chuckled, his gaze cold as a knife. Do you want me to show incompetence to my own boss, or do you want to make a big deal out of the shortfall in the amusement park project, so that Li Han Ning will lose face in front of his family? Don't worry, after deducting the rewards, the fighting strength between him and me is on par. But in a life-and-death battle, victory or defeat isn't just determined by strength or ability. He may have more potential than others, but he lacks practical combat experience. That very flaw will be the reason for his failure. Inside the secret realm, the countdown ticked away, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. Suomi and the 1,000-year-old monster were still locked in fierce combat. 5 seconds, 3 seconds. In that crucial moment, he unleashed a decisive punch. The notification sounded, the final boss of the 5th secret realm has been defeated by the savior Suomi. Due to the boss's fighting power exceeding the difficulty limit of the mission, the savior's reward is 2 million destiny tokens. Outside, the comments in the live stream room erupted loudly. It is clear that the demon pet was fed to deal with the newbie tasks. But why do I feel like Mang Jun is the one hacking? Mang Jun is the first to receive such massive rewards, which makes sense. Now he's getting an additional 2 million, so he will probably sweep through the upcoming tasks effortlessly. Another viewer quietly pointed out something unusual, a moment of sympathy for the demon pet, but don't you think Suomi's expression is a bit too serious? Even though he has already won, his face still looks tense. Someone immediately responded, "Are you a new fan?" Mang Jun has always been like this, the more smoothly things go, the more cautious he becomes. That's why he's so strong. On the exclusive control panel, only Suomi saw the final notification appear. The 4 million Destiny tokens reward for the task had been transferred to the Savior's account. After unlocking all the new functions of Destiny tokens, Suomi realized that in addition to enhancing combat power, he could also use them to exchange for elixirs, equipment, and supplies at the department store in the secret realm. He stared at the notification board, unconsciously furrowing his brows. Another 16 million Destiny tokens, where did they go? Channel fees, marketing costs? No way, have cultivators really caught up to this level? Thinking about maxing out his combat power, he suddenly realized that feature might also be available in the Secret Realms department store. At that moment, Yutong woke up from her stupor, staggering towards him with a panicked expression. "I was really scared. Did you really defeat that wolf head boss?" Suomi didn't answer, he only gently asked in return. "Why are you up?" "Lie down, you shouldn't move too much, your injury could worsen and cause broken bones. When we go back, you need to go to the hospital." Yutong touched her right shoulder and responded. After the mission, the secret realm automatically heals the wounds of the Savior. Within the secret realm, my injury has completely healed. Suomi maintained his calm expression, only nodding slightly. So that's how it is. It seems that occasionally, the secret realm does help others. Hearing this, Yutong looked at him with slight doubt. Could it be that your injury hasn't healed yet? He responded briefly, as if it wasn't important. No, I'm not injured. Yutong was astonished and screamed loudly. No injury, yet you defeated the boss on your own? Is this the world of masters? You're really not a disciple of some hidden sect or an immortal cultivator, are you? A genius born 1,000 years ago? Suomi frowned and immediately dismissed the idea. Where do these strange theories come from? I'm really just an ordinary person. At this moment, the sky above gradually changed color, and the surroundings began to twist. Suomi looked up and couldn't help but speak. What is this? Is the secret realm collapsing? Yutong calmly explained, the mission in the secret realm is completed, of course, we have to return to the original world. The first thing we need to do once we get back is take a hot bath and have a nice, comfortable sleep. Suomi let out a small sigh. Is that so? Finally back, huh? So much happened, and though it only took half a day, it feels like it's been a month. It really feels good to safely return to reality. Hearing this, Yutong blared at her and scolded, "Shut up, you big shot. You came to the secret realm just to have fun, don't act like you weren't among us clueless newbies." Seeing the pout on her face, Suomi couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Why do you look so unhappy? Are you checking the balance of your destiny tokens?" At that moment, the system's voice rang out with a new notification. The system has detected that the host has completed the beginner mission in the secret realm with outstanding results. As a special reward, the host has gained the passive skill Stabilize Spiritual Energy. The host's field of influence will no longer be affected by the environment's spiritual energy. Even in Earth, where spiritual energy is scarce, the host will still be able to unleash full combat potential. A pet is expected to be released in 2 days. Please prepare to receive your pet. After leaving the secret realm, the scene of reality gradually came into view. Tall buildings stood closely together, streets were wide and bustling with traffic. The sounds of people talking filled the air. Hey everyone, look over there, it's Mang Jun. Mang Jun, can I get your autograph? A crowd surged forward, their phones in hand, surrounding Suomi. Mang Jun, can we take a picture together? I want to make a top clip. Caught off guard by the sudden swarm, Suomi hesitated for a moment, but then he patiently stood still, signing autographs and taking pictures with each fan one by one. Seeing his genuine effort, the fans cheered with joy. I didn't expect Mang Jun to be so patient. I love him even more now. Goodbye, Mang Jun, this was so much fun. I got a picture with him, I'm posting it on Facebook right now. Once everyone had left, Suomi let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself, they've finally gone. What in the world was that all about? As he was still in a daze, a voice rang out. Everything that happens in the secret realm is broadcast live worldwide. The other saviors might not know, but I can assure you, your fame has already surpassed all the A-list celebrities. It won't be long before a brand comes to you to be their ambassador. Yutong, who had been standing beside him, quickly updated him on the situation. As soon as she finished speaking, Suomi turned to her in surprise. Is it really that exaggerated? If that's true, that would be amazing. Then I won't have to worry about money anymore. Hearing him mention his lack of money, Yutong immediately asked, are you really that short on cash? He replied, that's right. To treat my sister, I've already borrowed quite a bit of money, but those hospitals couldn't cure her completely. If I really had the money, maybe I could find a better hospital. Hearing this, she quickly said, you should have said so earlier. I can get in touch with some great doctors and a few famous cultivators in the medical field. With the money, you wouldn't have to worry about treatment costs or medicine. Suomi, hearing that she was willing to help, extended his hand to shake hers. Then I'll trouble you. If we find a suitable hospital, that would be great. I'll repay you for the treatment and medication costs later. She shook his hand in return. No need to be polite. You saved my life, and this treatment fee is nothing compared to that. Let's get something to eat first. I've been hungry for half a day. Afterward, we can go check on your sister, okay? He nodded, then I'll call a cab first. Yutong took out her phone to order a ride, but before she could even tap the screen, a white car pulled up right in front of them. She was puzzled. I haven't even ordered yet, and the car's already here? The technology nowadays is really fast. Suomi looked at the car and frowned. Ugh, here we go again. What a hassle. She asked in surprise. A man in a black suit stepped out of the car, placed his hand on his chest in a greeting, and said, sorry to disturb you both. Suomi gestured for him to go ahead. I came to the company to clear up some small misunderstandings from before. Hearing that, Suomi spoke directly, a misunderstanding? You really know how to talk. How could he not change his expression and call forcing me to take the blame and commit suicide a mere small misunderstanding? Even if you didn't come to me, I would have proactively sought you out to clear things up. But today, I still have things to take care of. Seeing that he didn't agree, the man darkened his expression and continued, Mr. Suwa, I'm just delivering a message from the boss. What follows may not be pleasant, I hope you won't be angry. So, what did he ask you to do? Ah, it's that boss CI invited your sister earlier. If you don't come, then he won't finish what he has to say. Suomi moved slightly to the side, his voice low, I've underestimated the limits of your patience, and you've overestimated mine. You reek of danger. The man nervously took a step back. This is Boss C's task, I'm old, I have to pay my bills, and I don't have any other choice. Suomi regained his composure, coughed lightly, and then placed his hand on his forehead. Sorry, it seems I lost control a bit. Lead the way to complete your task. After saying that, Suomi and Yutong got into the white car. The car started to roll forward. Upon arrival, the man in the black suit pointed in one direction and said, Boss CI is waiting for you upstairs. I won't be going further, please, go ahead. Then he turned to Yutong and added, I hope you won't tell Boss CI that I brought you here. Yutong crossed her arms and replied, to survive, you need to know when to keep your mouth shut. Rest assured, I won't say anything, he bowed his head. Thank you. I'm over 30 now, and it's really hard to find a job outside. She waved her hand. All right, you should leave quickly. This place may not be safe later. Got it, I'll go first. Suomai looked straight ahead. I can handle this. You wait for me downstairs. She immediately responded. What's that? I'm not someone who is insensitive. That dark boss had seen how he performed in the secret realm, and still dared to threaten him, so he must have a trump card. Even though his strength in the secret realm was boosted by the destiny token, it couldn't be carried back to reality, and he could still be in danger. Suomai was about to speak. Actually, But she shook her phone and winked, pretending to be happy. I've already contacted a few cultivators and told them to come along. That should be fine. In a room, Advisor Joe spoke, and his emotions began to spiral. President CI, visibly irritated, said, Why is it that the boundary between life and death, even causing me to feel fear, is something I'm not allowed to express? Advisor Joe slowly replied. In the art of war, it was said that soldiers win by securing victory before the battle begins, meaning the outcome of a battle is already decided before it even starts. President CI responded indifferently. Do you think you've already secured the win? I'm truly envious of your optimism. In any case, this is your fight, and as an ordinary person, I have no place in it. Why should I care about your feelings? Advisor Joe said, It's not like that. You've contributed a great deal to my battle. President CI asked again, Contributed? Advisor Joe explained, Cultivators may seem powerful, but they also have weaknesses. The effectiveness of their use of spiritual energy depends on their mental state. If their mind is unstable, they can't unleash their full power in battle. A mind free of distractions, not affected by the outside world, is the most troublesome type of cultivator. Fortunately, very few cultivators can achieve such a state. Earlier, you mentioned that Suomai cares deeply about his treatment, and you had his sister moved to a safe place. That alone would disturb Suomai's state of mind. Even if he's a bit unusual for a body cultivator, his strength would be significantly reduced. At this point, his mouth slightly curled. It would be better if you kept those workers here and let them go about their normal work. Thinking about the safety of those colleagues who live and work together day and night, in the battle, Suomai would indeed be helpless. President CI was taken aback and asked, Do we really need to go that far? Those are hundreds of lives at stake. Don't you have any compassion? If there are significant casualties, my company won't be able to continue operating. Advisor Joe calmly replied, This is my way. When facing a strong opponent, the first thing you must do is eliminate them by any means necessary. If you've already rejected my advice, at least I hope you'll show some of your own confidence. Especially in front of Suomai, I don't want him to suddenly become highly motivated because of your panic, President CI said nonchalantly. Try to control your emotions and maintain a calm demeanor. I hope the small details you've noticed can really play their part. Yutong entered with Suomai and asked, There's no one in this building. It seems like the boss has prepared well to start the fight. Are you sure you don't want to wait a bit longer? My friends are almost here. He replied, I've made up my mind. My sister's life is in danger, I can't just sit here and wait. Upon hearing this, Yutong said, All right, then I'll go with you. Suomai refused, No, you should stay here. It would help me more. If something urgent happens, you and your friends can still assist me from the outside. Yutong responded, Then be careful. Try to stall for time, and as soon as my friends arrive, we'll immediately help you. I understand. The door opened, and Suomai stepped inside. In the room, Advisor Joe and President CI were waiting. President CI spoke first, Suomai, it's nice to see you again. Did you enjoy your time in the secret realm? Suomai coldly replied, Stop with the pleasantries, where is my sister? President CI softly said, All right, calm down. The reason I invited your sister here as a guest was to show goodwill. As long as you can forget the misunderstanding between us, I won't hold you accountable for the deficit in the amusement park project, and I will even pay you a large compensation. Suomi replied, "Bring my sister here first, then we can discuss the rest." President CI said, "That's not possible. You must either prove yourself trustworthy or become a partner with us. Until then, you remain an important hostage." Suomi asked, "What if I don't agree?" He continued, "In that case, I'll have to ask Advisor Joe from the Lee family group to persuade you." Suomi was puzzled. Advisor Joe? Then, he fixed a deadly gaze on the person in front of him. Advisor Joe thought, "What's this kid up to? I can't move. Just thinking about attacking him, not even a finger of mine would budge. My sixth sense, honed through countless crises, always warns me. Intelligence can't compensate for the gap in combat strength. If I fight him, I'll definitely die." Suomi's eyes emitted a terrifying red glow as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Advisor Joe, are you in league with the people who kidnapped my sister?" He hurriedly waved his hand. "Mr. Suwa, you misunderstand. I'm a senior advisor of the Lee family group. You can just call me Xiao Zhou. I'm here because I heard that you were treated unfairly, so I came to ensure justice for you." President CI looked bewildered. "Hey there." Advisor Joe spoke confidently, "The partner of the Lee family corporation has encountered scum like you. This is our negligence. Mr. Suo will be escorted safely right away. To make amends, whatever request you have, we will try our best to fulfill." Suomi asked, "Oh really? What if I say I want to hold Boss CI accountable?" Advisor Joe replied, "Of course, that's not a problem. Even if you, Mr. Suwa, don't bring it up, we will provide you with an explanation." But in his mind, he thought, "My bodyguards could raise the alert level of my danger considerably, so my instincts cannot be wrong. It's unbelievable. Could it be that Suomi already had world-class combat skills before entering the secret realm? Or perhaps Suomi has mastered some method that allows him to use the destiny token in reality? If I could uncover his secret, I would be no match for him alone. Now, the only option is to buy time and wait for the Lee family's reinforcements." President CI shouted loudly, "Advisor Zhou, what do you mean by this? Why would the Lee family corporation be afraid of a kid like Suomi?" Advisor Joe calmly answered, "Boss CI, our Lee family corporation values fairness and righteousness. If Mr. Suomi wants to kill you to vent his anger, we will allow him to do so." President C's face darkened a little more, as it seemed the Lee family corporation wanted to turn him into an abandoned child. "Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down with me?" Advisor Zhou's face became cold and sharp. "Are you threatening me? You're just a thug trying to make a living at the bottom of society. Do you really think you're someone who holds power?" President CI responded, "You're not wrong. No matter how hard I try, the little power and capital I have are nothing compared to the Lee family corporation. I don't have the kind of supernatural strength that you people have. So what? A rat in the sewer, when facing death, will struggle with all its might. Suomi, do you know what's beneath the amusement park?" "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you." Advisor Joe shouted, his hand quickly pulling out a knife to threaten. Suddenly, Suomi spoke from behind, "Let him talk, boss." President CI began to explain, "Beneath the amusement park is a hidden base secretly built by this corporation. The amusement park is just a cover to deceive everyone. As far as I know, there is not just one such base. Certain corporations had already learned that the beasts were about to invade, and they even made contact with the beasts long ago. The amusement park project faced a shortfall. It was that useless young master, Li Han Ning from the Lee family corporation, who, in an attempt to make some pocket money, sought my cooperation. As for the fairness and righteousness of the Lee family corporation, stop acting like fools. The real enemy of you cultivators is the corrupt corporation, not me. I'm fine with it." Suomi's brief response surprised President CI. "Ha? You continue, the Lee family group, the underground base has nothing to do with me. I just want to investigate only your responsibility. Advisor Joe said, Boss CI, you have quietly investigated quite a few things. The hidden base does indeed exist, but if you want to slander the company for colluding with the monsters, you still need more concrete evidence. Also, the plot to harm Suomi, to kidnap his sister, these were all your ideas. You've only narrowed your own path. President CI took something out of his jacket. Looks like there's no more room for negotiation. If I have to go to hell, I won't go alone. The time for this game has come. Advisor Joe, I'm sure you recognize what's in my hand, right? Advisor Joe said, the Chikin suppressing cube from the X-continent relic can reduce the strength of cultivators and hunters like us. Although it's a one-time use item, it's highly valuable. I didn't expect you would have it. I truly underestimated you, to be able to make such a small move right in front of me. President CI stared at the item in his hand. Because from the very beginning, you never took ordinary people like me seriously. When you didn't have any abilities, you killed cultivators. So why do you look down on ordinary people now? Advisor Joe said indifferently, a small move doesn't mean anything. Even if it weakens my combat power, what can an ordinary person like you do? President CI slumped to the ground. In this building, and even in the entire amusement park, I've planted explosives everywhere. All I need to do is press the remote control. Before he finished speaking, a knife plunged into his body. Advisor Joe turned and looked at Suomi, saying, Mr. Suomi, I'm sorry, but to prevent casualties from the explosion in the amusement park, I had no choice but to use this method to stop him. President CI chuckled, what you're worried about is the hidden base beneath the amusement park, right? Advisor Joe replied, does that matter? Now, you can no longer control it remotely. The man suddenly screamed, fool, the remote control is right in my heart. It's too late, there's no time to dodge. Just as Advisor Joe realized it, it was already too late. The sound of the explosion echoed through every corner. In an instant, the high-rise building was blown to pieces. A thought crossed Advisor Joe's mind, strange, I'm not injured. How is that possible? With the energy restriction, I should have been seriously hurt. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing it was impossible to have escaped unscathed. Currently, Advisor Joe was being carried on Suomi's shoulder. He thought, it's Suomi. I was saved by Suomi. How could this be? Even with the blocking energy restriction, he was still able to carry me away before the explosion. His strength can't be fake anymore. But this is also the best opportunity. Now, Suomi is completely unprepared, his spiritual energy is limited, and he is in his weakest state. If I can strike him hard at this moment, I'll be able to monopolize his great secrets. Suomi turned his head and looked toward the building from earlier. What kind of explosive is this? The whole building was blown up. That's ruthless. Advisor Joe, could you have been scared unconscious? Your mental fortitude is really weak. Suomi had placed Advisor Joe on the ground. Right, where's Yutong? She must be fine. Advisor Joe slightly opened his eyes, his mind already making calculations. Everything was going more smoothly than expected. Suomi had shifted his attention and was now searching for someone. This was the best time to strike from behind. But that damned feeling of fear made it so that he couldn't even move a finger. I won't wait for reinforcements from the Lee family. Only I can uncover Suomi's great secret, surpassing fear, surpassing limits. Facing an opponent stronger than himself, it seemed impossible to win, yet he had no choice but to fight to the death. This is what I've experienced every day for the past 10 years, as a bounty hunter. Please, body, move for me. Just this once. Even if it's only today, I want to return to being the bounty hunter I once was, not the Advisor Joe of the Lee family. I don't want to keep being the Lee family's hunting dog. What he held in his hand was the high-grade secret treasure. Flame rain serpent venom, a potent toxin, attacks stealthily and can easily destroy the nervous systems of superhuman creatures. It also enhances the sixth sense of the one who carries it. Hundreds of cultivators have lost their lives to this secret treasure. This advanced secret treasure was obtained deep within the ruins of a continent known as the Cultivator Assassin. Today, in accordance with the master's expectations, a large amount of venom was released from the advanced secret treasure. This venom flew directly towards Suomi but was reversed, and as a result, it entered the body of Advisor Zhou. He thought in shock, how could this be? Suomi must have had his spiritual energy suppressed by the block of method and weakened. The attack from the secret treasure couldn't even break his defense. Moreover, the secret treasure's attack was reflected back onto me. Is the distance between us really so large? How ridiculous, am I going to die by my own hand? At that moment, Suomi turned around, rubbed his shoulder, and said, what's going on? My shoulder felt a bit sore just now. Could it be the result of all those overtime hours recently? Looks like I should take some time to rest. Advisor Zhou began losing his composure, still hoping he wouldn't die here. Suomi, being a cultivator, must have healing elixirs on him. He trembled as he spoke, Suomi. Suomi was confused. Advisor Zhou, why are you vomiting blood? That's strange, I clearly rescued you before the explosion. You were seriously injured, do you need me to help you call an ambulance? Advisor Zhou placed his hand on his chest and replied, the ambulance is too late now. The healing elixir, Suomi, please, give me the healing elixir, save me, and I will surely repay you. Suomi asked, healing elixir? What is that? This is the first time I've heard of it. Advisor Zhou shouted angrily, are you fooling me? A cultivator, how can you not know about healing elixirs? Suomi's face became extremely frightening. I see now, I understand. Inside, Advisor Zhou was in chaos. Earlier, Suomi had just been probing, doubting that the person who attacked him might have been himself. But then he mentioned the healing elixir, which is mainly used to heal extraordinary wounds, and had clearly underestimated Suomi. Initially, he thought Suomi was just a reckless person, but he never expected his true face to be so dark and vicious. But his death was his own choice. The flame rain serpent venom would eventually take his heart. Suomi moved closer. Advisor Zhou, wait a moment. The teammate who came here with me is a cultivator. She must have a healing elixir with her. Let me find her. Advisor Zhou, why are you vomiting even more blood now? Ah, you fainted again. Suomi said, his tone calm, without any reaction. It turns out that the soul of Advisor Zhou has already departed. A red-haired girl asked. He was blown up inside that building, Yutong beside her said. Yeah, it's my fault. If I had gone up there with him, it would have been better. A man in brown comforted her. Yutong, don't worry, let's keep searching. That's Suomi, ranked number 1 in the secret realm, he will definitely be fine. A young man in a cap spoke disdainfully. Suomi is famous, but after returning to the real world, he's no better than this. They even used explosives, which means the enemy is just an ordinary person. If it were me, I could have easily controlled the opponent and prevented the explosion. The red-haired girl interrupted, shut up. If you don't know how to talk, then don't say anything. Is boasting at this time impressive? The man in brown raised his hand and pointed ahead. Everyone quiet down, I think I see Suomi. He's coming toward us from the east. It looks like he's carrying someone too. Suomi was carrying Advisor Zhou at his side, walking step by step. One person screamed, we've seen a ghost. The person he was carrying was the legendary cultivator assassin. In such a short time, he had eliminated the cultivator assassin, which was unbelievable. Moreover, he wasn't even injured at all. Advisor Zhou was placed gently on the ground. Suomi glanced at him and said, so that's how it is. Everyone is a friend of Yutong, and I really appreciate everyone taking the time to come and help. The red-haired girl responded, "You're being too polite, Suwa. You're the hero who saved the world. What difficulties are you facing? We definitely won't leave you hanging." The young man in the cap also spoke up, "Moreover, we weren't able to help you before." Suwa said, "Don't say that, I'm already very grateful that you all came here. Everyone must have heard Yutong mention it. I have some conflicts with Boss CI. He kidnapped my sister, and the leader, Boss CI, is now dead, but my sister's whereabouts are still unknown." At that time, Advisor Joe was also there. After a friendly exchange, he chose to help me uphold justice and protect righteousness. Unfortunately, he's badly injured now. Advisor Joe might know where my sister is, but he needs the elixir to heal. At this moment, Suwami's image in the eyes of Jiang Yutong's teammates, along with the meaning of his previous words, became clearer. Suwami stood with his hands in his pockets, and a terrifying expression appeared on his face. "I've taken care of the leader, the cultivator assassin. After a close exchange with a punch, he was unexpectedly knocked out, but I need to get all the information he has. Hand over the elixir to save him." The young man in the cap walked over to Advisor Joe. "Suwa, leave it to me. I'm good at treating injuries. Different wounds need different elixirs to treat." Suwa replied, "Thanks for your help. If Advisor Joe really dies like this, it will be quite troublesome." Suddenly, the young man widened his eyes in disbelief and repeatedly called out, "Suwa, I think he's already dead." Suwami's expression darkened slightly. "Is that so? Well, there's nothing we can do then. To find my sister, I guess I'll have to take some drastic measures." The young man in the hat trembled and thought, "I must be crazy, trying to win favor with such a ruthless elder. I wanted to show off, but now I've messed it up. What if he kills me out of spite?" The red-haired girl spoke up, "Suwa, I know a lot of people in this city. I might be able to help you find your sister." "That's right, Suwa. Please don't get too anxious. We'll help you." The man in brown added, "This is a small matter, you don't need to handle it yourself. Don't worry, we'll definitely help you find your sister." A tall building appeared in the hallway inside. A security guard spoke as he pointed toward a room. "Suwa, you've been successfully located. It's right here, and we've already controlled Boss C's subordinates." Two subordinates, being escorted by two men, passed by. The security guard continued, "If you need any further assistance, please contact Dongwon Group." "Suwa, we'll take our leave now." A man who had witnessed everything sighed, "Sure enough, Dongyun Group still takes everything from Chao." Most of Donghai City had been mobilized to search for Suwami's sister. The strength they demonstrated was truly terrifying, no wonder they were from Dongyun Group. What was even more frightening was Suwami himself. You already knew just how powerful Dongyun Group's influence was. Whether it was the four major immortal cultivation sects or the bounty hunter organizations, they all held them in high regard. But for such a large corporation to humble itself and befriend Suwami, it was because he was the number one savior in the secret realm. The woman beside him continued, "Even if we don't consider strength, the influence of the savior in the hearts of the people is very important to big corporations. Ordinary companies like ours have no chance of gaining Suwami's favor." The secret realm, with its foreign invasion, left no one knowing what the future of this world would be like. The elevator door closed. Suwami said, "Yutong, your friends are just like you, so warm-hearted and friendly. Thanks to them, I was able to find my sister so quickly. I originally wanted to invite them to have a meal with me, but they left so quickly." Yutong was a bit puzzled. Warm-hearted and friendly, and even invited to dinner? Maybe they thought you'd find them too clean and hygienic and were worried you might want to eat them. Suwami replied, "Too clean and hygienic." Yutong looked toward Suwami's sister. "Don't worry, you go visit your sister first. I just feel something's a bit off." Suwami moved closer to his sister. "You sense it too, don't you?" "I kept thinking it was just an illusion of mine. Why does my sister have the aura of a demon beast? Although it's very faint, it's unmistakable. My sister is sitting still with her eyes closed on the wheelchair. Suomi continued, it's similar to the demon beasts we encountered in the secret realm, with a strange aura mixed in. A few months ago, my sister suddenly fell into a coma, and it seems like it wasn't just a regular illness. Did the invasion of the otherworldly demon beasts really begin today? In a spacious villa, Suomi was pushing her sister's wheelchair and spoke up, my sister and I have gotten ourselves into some trouble. Is it really okay to stay at your place? Yutong responded, it's fine, you can stay as long as you want. The corporation might be involved with the otherworld, and demon beasts may have already infiltrated Earth before. Behind your sister's coma, there could be a conspiracy. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. If the large corporation is truly connected with the demon beasts, the four great sects would never just stand by. Suomi approached her, saying, but the secret realm, the four great sects may also have their own dark secrets. After defeating the final boss, the secret realm rewarded me with 2 million fate coins, but I only received 400,000. The fate coin leaderboard doesn't show the specific amount, only the ranking. I'm not the only one, the fate coins of the other saviors may also have been tampered with. In the worst case scenario, even the cultivators of the four great sects may have allied with the demon beasts. Yutong rubbed her chin, piecing everything together calmly. If the four great sects had all betrayed the Earth, the secret realm would have collapsed by now. The loss of the destiny coins could also be because the secret realm had fallen, giving rise to the North. The worst case scenario would be that a small group of cultivators had turned to rely on demon beasts. Finally, she figured it out. If that was the case, then the problem was indeed huge. Suomi turned to leave, saying, I understand, I'll find another safe place to stay. Yutong quickly denied it, that's not what I meant. She continued, although your sister has very good physical health, if she were an ordinary person, after being corroded by the aura of the demon beast for such a long time, she would definitely be dead by now. But in order to recover her health, she has to use spiritual techniques to adjust her energy. It would be more convenient for both of you to stay with me. If other cultivators find out that your sister carries the aura of a demon beast, it might cause trouble for you. Suomi operated her screen before saying, then consider the destiny coins as rent. Yutong smiled helplessly and waved her hand a few times, alright, I admit defeat. If I don't accept this rent money, I'm afraid you won't feel comfortable staying here. Then just transfer 200,000 or 300,000, that should be enough. Your account has received a transfer of 600,000 destiny coins from the savior Suomi. She was stunned, and could only say one thing, 600,000. Suomi explained, the destiny token can no longer enhance my combat power. The weaponry and equipment are located in the shopping center of the secret realm. Although I could exchange them using fate coins, I can't make use of them. Rather than letting these fate coins gather dust in my hands, I might as well give them to someone who can use them. Yutong was stunned and said, do you know how valuable these fate coins are? Even if you can't use them, you could find another savior to exchange them for cash. Suomi calmly replied, the reason I needed money before was for my sister. Now that you've treated her, what would I need all this money for? Consider this an investment on my part. If you get stronger in the future, you'll be able to protect me as well. Yutong smiled lightly. Of course, it would definitely be like that, she thought. It's said that cultivators who specialize in body refining can reach a fighting strength equivalent to a 1,000-year-old beast, but in the future, even stronger beasts will appear. Then there's also the dark side of the corporation and the secret realm, although it's not obvious on the outside, Suomi must be under a lot of pressure. I need to work harder. Suomi replied, definitely, he thought to himself. You can't put all your hope in the login system. This time, completing the mission in the secret realm earned a pet as a reward, but it won't arrive until tomorrow. Who knows, maybe next time I log in, I'll get a steak instead. At a luxury restaurant, a guest was shouting loudly, where's my beef Wellington steak? Is it not ready yet? Does your restaurant not want to do business anymore? The waiter bowed before the guest holding a glass of wine. Sorry, Mr. Li, please wait just 2 more minutes, only 2 minutes. It will be done right away. After a loud commotion, several voices began to gossip. Isn't that the notorious heir of the Li family corporation? Li Hanling, right? Even now, he still dares to come to the restaurant for a meal. Li Hanling, what reckless thing has he done this time? The man said, you don't know? He messed with the top-ranking savior in the secret realm, Suomi. As a result, his amusement park exploded. His subordinate, who had just been named a hunter, was also killed by Suomi. What's even more outrageous is that under the amusement park, both the Li family and Shensher Corporation's construction hideouts were exposed. Half an hour ago, the online public opinion exploded. All sorts of conspiracy theories emerged, saying the corporation only wants to survive on its own, claiming the corporation has taken refuge in some kind of demon beast. The other person asked, is that so? Strange, why can't I find any related news? He replied, of course, the rumors have been dismissed. This topic has been banned. The hot search was cleared to prevent people with ulterior motives from stirring up conflicts. After all, this matter involves the reputation of the Li family corporation, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Enough, Li Xiu is here. A man wearing black leather shoes walked in. Li Hanning turned around casually and said, brother, why are you here? It's been a long time since we last met. I really missed you. Before the greeting was even finished, Li Xiu gave a signal with his eyes, instructing them to take him away. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward and locked Li Hanling's hands behind his back. Yes, boss, the man shouted. Wait, my Wellington steak isn't even ready yet. Li Hanling was knocked to the ground, leaning against some nearby sacks, coughing violently. Li Xiu stood nearby, arms crossed, and said, you can't build a wall with mud. I'm teaching you a lesson so you'll remember it. Do you even know where you went wrong this time? Through his coughing, Li Hanning said, I shouldn't have touched Suomi, which exposed the hideout. Li Xiu's face darkened, replying, wrong. Your mistake was not killing Suomi. You and your subordinates are just like that self-proclaimed cultivator assassin bounty hunter, all useless. But insulting you is insulting the Li family conglomerate. Anyone who insults the Li family must die, and Suomi must die. Li Xiu looked at Li Hanling lying on the ground, coughing, and said with a sarcastic tone, does it hurt? It should hurt. I have important things to do, yet I still have to help a worthless person like you clean up the mess. I'm suffering much more than you. Besides, beating you up was your father's order. This isn't personal revenge from me. Don't blame me. You stay here and reflect on your actions. The space outside the restaurant suddenly became unusually quiet. Li Hanning glanced over, what's wrong? Haven't you started yet? Do you want to hit me again? A person was standing next to him with his arms crossed. You said, your brother Li too, he left 10 minutes ago. Li Hanning asked, Xiaozhou, how long have you been watching from the side? He replied, since the moment you were dragged into the alley, you really got beaten up badly. Are you angry now? Don't tell me you want me to save you? Li Hanning said, how could that be? You're an important pawn, I wouldn't want you to be exposed just yet. It was you showing off in the secret realm today, not Suomi. You chose to give up the role of the savior for me, how could I be angry with you? Xiaozhou interrupted, stop saying such disgusting things. I gave up the role of the savior to investigate the conspiracy of the corporation and the cultivators. To be honest, I still don't fully trust you. Li Hanning leaned back, but do you have any other choices? Someone like you, without power, can't do anything. Your investigation means nothing except for manufacturing death. Xiaozhou challenged, hoping that teammates pay the price to gather intelligence. Are you proud of that? How does it feel watching your teammates trust you and suffer? What was your mood when Tao Ming died? Tao Ming was your friend too, wasn't he? Li Hanning replied, sure, by Jiang and Suizhen, I remember each of them. Old Tao is almost 70 now, yet instead of staying at home to play with his grandchildren, he comes to risk his life with us at the Baisong base, all to protect us. He volunteered to be bait. That day was his grandchild's birthday, and he said that as long as he was alive, the younger children wouldn't have to sacrifice themselves. Jiangyan, 16 years old, though a cultivator, was still in school and had a girl he liked, investigating the abnormalities of life forms. He had sneaked into the refuge of the Chenshur group, then never came out. Some of them came from the 4 major clans, others were disciples of smaller sects, or lone cultivators. There were also many ordinary people with no special abilities, collaborating with the group and the cultivators, conspiring with the demon beasts. We were truly too weak. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, I wouldn't have had to recruit cultivator assassins. These bounty hunters only care about profits like this. Xia Zhou said. In the end, he died. I remember you hired him for less than a month, right? Li Hanning slowly stood up. That's right, he was a madman. I sent him over. I originally planned to reconcile with Suomi, but who knew they would end up in conflict? Suomi is much stronger than I expected in reality. The refuge under the amusement park. I had other plans for it. It's all useless now, so I had no choice but to turn to you. 2 defeated dogs teaming up is still better than fighting alone. Xia Zhou crossed his arms and added my life to the equation. Li Hanning shrugged. Who knows? The next person to die might be you. He smiled. I won't apologize for the sacrifices made by my friends, and I won't regret anything I've done. If necessary, I would even give my own life. Xia Zhou responded, for now, I'll cooperate with you, but I'll be watching you. If one day you waver, or I find out you're the traitor to humanity, deliberately killing those people. Li Hanning pointed at Xia Zhou. Then it will be up to you to deal with me, and I won't hold any grudges. Alright, we should start our first mission. This is also why I urgently contacted you. The commander of the Beastmen Vanguard will visit Earth tomorrow. Xia Zhou asked in shock, how is that possible? With the secret realm shielding us, I didn't expect the Beastmen to be able to invade Earth earlier. Li Hanning replied, according to the intelligence I've received, a certain corporation possesses cross-border stones that can connect to other realms, and they can transport small numbers of Beastmen to Earth. The commander of the Beastmen is about to appear, and at least their strength will be comparable to that of Beastmen from 2,000 years ago on Earth. We need to confirm the target before those Beastmen can carry out their plan, or our world will be in danger. Xia Zhou interrupted. But we don't know where the demon beasts will appear. Li Hanning said decisively. In Donghai City, tomorrow the one who will greet the leader of the demon beasts will be Su Li Shou's brother. He might be planning to use the strength of the demon beasts to destroy Suomi, and we will follow him and give him a surprise. At Yutong's house, Suomi was sleeping when a sudden notification sounded from the vehicle. The system login reminded, 8 hours remaining, the pet will arrive, please wait patiently, host. The demon beast appeared inside the magnificent palace. An angry demon beast shouted, why? Why did the Divine Lord choose AI Air as the Vanguard commander? Why? The demon beast beside it responded, are you questioning the Divine Lord's decision? General AI Air, although born from a lowly, weak demon beast race, her strength and battle achievements are too clear to ignore. Hearing this, the demon beast grew even angrier. Don't joke around. A weak, bony little demon beast like her is only fit to be a pet wagging its tail to please its master. She only rose to her current position due to luck and flattering the higher-ups. The glory of the battlefield should belong to powerful demon beast races like ours. The other demon beast chuckled and replied, you're really not reconciled, huh? The assistant your father arranged for you has already sneaked into Earth. All the work has already been done for you. The result was once again stolen by AI Air, who seized the opportunity to make a move. The man stepped forward, aggressively grabbing the collar of the person opposite him. Damn it, if you don't know how to talk, then don't speak at all. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. He laughed even louder, sorry, you know I've always been honest, right? In the grand hall of the palace, Ngu called out, AI Air Lord, the interdimensional stone is about to activate. You can head to Earth now. AI Air Lord, it's already this time and you're still focusing on training combat skills. AI Air replied seriously, Ngu, for weak beast races like us, born small and fragile, we can't afford to waste a single moment. If we do, we'll just be bullied by higher level beasts. Ngu stammered, I am sorry, AI Air Lord. You've worked so hard to protect us, I shouldn't have said such things. AI Air continued, Ngu, what worries me most about coming to Earth to carry out this mission is actually you all. If I'm not here, you might face unfair treatment again. What I've done is still not enough. If I could be a little stronger, it would be so much better. Ngu, moved, responded, it's not like that, AI Air Lord. What you've done is more than enough. You've improved the cultivation methods of cultivators, making us weak beasts stronger. And you even snuck into Earth ahead of time to carry out this dangerous secret mission. AI Air Lord, this wasn't even a responsibility you had to bear. AI Air chuckled lightly after a moment, I have to go. Only by completing the task given by the Divine Lord can the value of weak races like ours be proven. The time has come, I must depart. Ngu reminded her, you must be careful. The demon beasts that sneak into Earth can only maintain their power for about 1,000 years. Those high-level demon beasts usually avoid humans. If you get surrounded, they will definitely just stand by and watch. AI Air walked toward the boulder and left a final word, don't worry about those scum. The Divine Lord chose me as the leader because even if I were alone, I could complete the mission before I return. Take care of yourself. With that, she vanished. Ngu silently thought, AI Air, my lord, you must return safely. Inside the spatial transfer stream, AI Air made a deduction, the power is dissipating, am I approaching Earth? I never expected the demon beast's power to last for nearly 3,000 years. Here on Earth, I am already the strongest. It seems this mission will go more smoothly than I thought. At Yutong's house, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. A notification appeared, and the system login reminder went off, your pet has arrived. It has been detected that your pet poses a certain level of danger. The pet has been neutralized for safety. Suomi rubbed his eyes, this is crazy, choosing express delivery early in the morning, and I don't even know where the system has placed the pet. I hope it's not asking me to go downstairs to get it, right? A small light appeared before Suomi's eyes. AI Air appeared, and she was surprised, saying, what's going on? This isn't the place I was supposed to land, is it? AI Air looked at herself in shock, wait, there's something even more important, my body has shrunk. Where's my demonic power? The demonic power from 3,000 years, where did it go? Did I lose it? Is there not a drop left? Suomi spoke up, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Whose child are you? How did you end up here? In his mind, he thought, not bad, the pet the system gave me surely isn't this little girl, right? Luring and selling people would be too much of a crime. AI Air shot him a glance and said, shut up, I'm annoyed right now. Don't talk to me. She thought to herself, this is troublesome. I originally thought this was the residence of ordinary humans, but I didn't expect there to be a cultivator sent here. She glanced around the room, but now that she had lost her demonic power, if a cultivator discovered her true identity, it would be a big problem. Pretending to be an ordinary human child won't work. I suddenly appeared here, it's really suspicious. There's only one way left. If this weak human is living with a cultivator, they must be closely connected. As long as I threaten this little human as a hostage, I can leave safely. The combat skills honed over time will not betray oneself. Although my body is that of a child, and I have lost all my strength, my fighting ability is beyond what ordinary people can compare to. AI Air threw a punch towards Suomi. Sorry, become my hostage. When she got very close, Suomi gently dodged to the side and grabbed AI Air, saying, little girl, if you act recklessly like this, you could get hurt. She struggled, thinking to herself, I'm definitely doomed. This kid is not weak at all. The door is tightly closed. Perhaps the earlier noise was loud enough for Yutong to open the door and check. Suomi, what's going on? I heard a sound coming from your room earlier. Upon seeing the scene before her, she asked in doubt, what is happening here? Why are you holding a little girl? In a house belonging to Yutong, under the warm lights, a little girl with an innocent expression and naive eyes spoke, I really don't know anything. I just woke up and found myself here. Then, she quickly turned around, pointed at Suomi, and yelled, moreover, this brother wants to do something strange to me. Suddenly, the system notification for the pet's introduction sounded, pet name, AI Air. Pet type, bone ferret. Species, weakest alien beast. Fur length, short fur. Food, anything, very easy to care for. The pet can switch between bone ferret and human forms at the host's will. After receiving the notification, Suomi, with an indifferent expression, spoke up, I wouldn't bother doing such a weird thing. Then he glanced and said, Yutong, this child is a demon beast. Yutong turned her head in surprise and asked, demon beast? This cute little child was actually a demon beast, but there was no trace of demonic power in her, and she seemed very weak. Upon hearing these words, AI Air, feeling angry, thought to herself, I can't believe someone like you, a mere cultivator, is calling me weak. What an insult! But right now, I can only play the fool. At that moment, AI Air put on an innocent, harmless expression and spoke, brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Demon beast? What's a demon beast? Can it be eaten? Suddenly, as if remembering something, AI Air realized that the pet could switch between a skeletal ferret form and a human form at its host's will. Suomi, with a cold gaze, spoke, transform for me. At that moment, AI Air, with a confused expression, suddenly sprouted 2 ears. Panicking, she reached up to touch her head and screamed, what's going on? My body won't obey. What have you done to my body? Suddenly, in front of Suomi, a cry was heard. AI Air instantly reverted to the form of a skeletal ferret. Seeing this form of a demon beast, Yutong widened her eyes in amazement and said, I can't believe it really is a demon beast, so soft, so cute. Suomi glanced at her and replied, although it seems I can control this demon beast, you shouldn't let your guard down. Yutong, holding the struggling demon beast in her hands, said with interest, so, can I keep it as a pet? Suomi looked at her, rested his hand on his chin and said, it has a human shape, maybe it's a 1,000-year-old demon beast, very dangerous. Hearing him, Yutong replied, thinking like that is indeed very dangerous. How about we just eliminate it? We haven't even had a chance to eat yet, and here we are, talking about the bone fox. Upon hearing this, he also said, that would be too cruel. I'll go look for a cookbook instead. Hearing their conversation, the bone fox was startled and broke into a cold sweat. It thought to itself, these humans want to threaten me, well, I'll play along with them. Shifting into human form, AI Air's eyes were misty as she appeared pitiful and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied. I'm just a small, weak bone fox. Because I can transform into a human, I was chosen for the vanguard, to be a shield for others. Though I don't want to fight, I have no way of resisting those powerful demon beasts. If you can spare me, I'll do anything you ask. Upon hearing this, Suomi looked at AI Air and said, as it happens, I need your help with something. As for what to do with you, I'll think about it after that. In a corner of the hallway in the house, they were heading towards a room with a gloomy atmosphere. Inside, Suomi led AI Air to a woman who was unconscious in bed. He spoke in a soft voice, she's been in a coma for months now. Can you save her? AI Air widened her eyes in shock and said, huh? Save her? But the structure of human bodies and demon beasts isn't the same, right? Besides, I'm not skilled in medicine. Suomi's face darkened, her sharp gaze fixed coldly on AI Air as she spoke, don't pretend to be stupid. The aura of the demon beast on her, you must be very familiar with it, right? That's the reason she fell into a coma. You're a demon beast, you should know how to save her, don't you? Hearing Suomi's words, AI Air frowned and responded, sorry, I really don't know what to do. We demon beasts don't know these convoluted methods of killing people. She stared back at him with a determined look, trying to explain. At that moment, AI Air suddenly remembered something. She propped herself up and thought for a moment before saying, right, I remember now. I've heard that before the secret realm appeared, there would be contact between human organizations and us. They were researching ways to merge human and demon beast cells in secret. It's possible that your sister's current condition is related to their experiments. If we can find them, we might be able to find a way to save her. Suomi looked at AI Air and asked, which organization? At this question, AI Air froze for a moment, then replied, an important matter like that, how would a pawn like me know? But there might be a way to find them. However, it's very dangerous. Suomi fell into deep thought, her gaze filled with complexity as she said, tell me, if anyone harmed my sister, I will never forgive them. If you can help me, I will protect you. Hearing what you said, she immediately responded, according to the arrangement, there was supposed to be someone from the corporation on Earth to greet me. As long as we can contact them, you'll be able to follow the trail and find the old acquaintance who harmed your sister. But that means fighting against the name of that terrifying character. After hearing AI Air's serious explanation, Suomi said, contact them as soon as possible. She quickly replied, got it. AI Air's expression was very profound, lost in thought. She still had an important mission to complete and no time to waste here. Using the corporation's power to eliminate these two ordinary cultivators was the best option. In a very modern room, a voice appeared, it's been 2 hours past the scheduled time. Then, a glowing green stone appeared, radiating a mystical light. Other voices followed, the research facility is still working normally, so why is this happening? Could the transport have failed? Then a voice responded, wait, the transport system has powered up. At that moment, 2 tall men dressed in black suits were talking to each other. One of them said, it's news from Beast King AI Air. Upon hearing this, the other replied, finally, we have news. So, what's going on now? At that time, Jiayu said the Beast King had arrived in Donghai City, but the location was off, so the transport system had designated a new meeting place. Li Xiu tilted his head and said, mentioning the new meeting location, you lead the people to greet the guest from another world. Hearing that, he responded, a mission like this is not suitable for someone of my status, right? Moreover, hosting Lord Air is a rare opportunity that you've only just secured. Hearing this, Li Xiu silently glanced at him and said, indeed, to have the chance to host the Beast Lord, I've paid a very heavy price. But compared to the current situation of having crossed the border, this is nothing. I must investigate the cause of the error thoroughly. Report to Lian Meng Group, you are the most trusted assistant I have. I am completely at ease with the mission of hosting Lord AI Air assigned to you. Below the bridge, the water flowed calmly, and the atmosphere was exceptionally still. Jiayu spoke solemnly, I will remind you all one last time. The beastmen that have appeared on Earth are all incredibly dangerous monsters, devoid of humanity. Although their appearances may resemble humans, they should never be treated as ordinary people. Cruelty and savagery are their true nature. Not long ago, a beast appeared, and just because its raw meat didn't have blood, it slaughtered hundreds of people without hesitation. If you wish to live peacefully, you must always maintain an attitude of respect. Upon hearing Jiayu's words, those standing nearby all spoke in unison, don't worry, Captain Jia, we understand. One person in the crowd shouted, who would dare to offend the beast? I still want to live a few more years. It would be pure trouble. Who would have thought that now we have to work for these savage monsters? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Savage monsters. What are you all talking about? AI Air slowly walked over from afar. Seeing AI Air approaching, Jiayu glared at the group angrily and shouted, hey, didn't I tell you to evacuate? What's with this little girl? How do you all work like this? A bunch of useless trash. He glanced at AI Air and said, "Little girl, it's late, walking around outside is dangerous. You should go home early." AI Air coldly and indifferently spoke, "Huh? You're from the Lee family group, right? Why aren't you welcoming me from Earth? Do you want me to go back?" Jiayu asked in shock, "You are AI Air Lord?" Upon hearing him, the group of people spoke up, "I apologize, we didn't recognize your identity." They quickly lowered their heads. Seeing them like this, AI Air was slightly taken aback and said, "There's no need to be so tense. I can feel the strange power on you all. Unlike cultivators, you are bounty hunters. Are there any other bounty hunters around? Bring a few more." Hearing AI Air's words, Jiayu responded, "Well, we are bounty hunters, but we are high-level ones. We each have different important missions. For now, only a few of us can be here." Outwardly calm, but internally panicked, he thought, "I've encountered a demon. This beast doesn't eat people, does it? And now it wants more new types of bounty hunters?" AI Air propped herself up and replied, "All right, this number should be enough for now." She quietly thought to herself that killing those two ordinary cultivators, Suomi and Yutong, shouldn't be a problem. Seeing AI Air's thoughtful expression, and the cold sweat of fear forming on his face, he thought to himself, "The number of them is enough. She's not planning to make a snack out of us, is she?" That's right, there was just the perfect excuse for her not to kill them. He spoke up, "AI Air Lord, actually, we have an important mission in Donghai City." He looked toward AI Air and said, "There's a cultivator who has already attained combat power equivalent to that of a 1,000-year-old magical beast in the secret realm. If we allow him to continue developing, he may very well complete all the missions in the secret realm and disrupt the merger plan. In both our worlds, he also possesses considerable strength in reality. To be honest, it would be very difficult for us to kill him alone, but we can guide you. If you take action, you will definitely be able to eliminate him with ease." At this moment, AI Air spoke, "Indeed, allowing a talented cultivator like that to survive would be a problem for the merger of our two worlds. Don't worry, I will personally deal with him later." AI Air fell silent, thinking to herself, "My power is restricted, it must be related to that cultivator, Suomi. Once these bounty hunters remove him, I will regain my strength. Cultivators on Earth are nothing at all." Jiayu respectfully lowered his head and spoke, "AI Air Lord, on behalf of the Li Family Consortium, I thank you for your assistance." Hearing that, she immediately replied, "No need to thank me, I'm just fulfilling the Divine Lord's mission. Tell me everything about that cultivator." A man stepped forward and handed Jiayu a tablet. He took it and said, "His name is Suomi." The tablet contained his personal information. AI Air spoke, "Suomi." AI Air's eyes widened, pointing and asking, "What does this Suomi you mentioned look like?" From a distance, Suomi gradually approached. Jiayu saw him and, feeling surprised, said, "I can't believe the coincidence, I didn't expect Suomi to just show up at the door." AI Air quickly rushed forward. Jiayu unexpectedly spoke up, "AI Air Lord, as expected of the Beastmaster, facing such a powerful cultivator, not a hint of fear, charging ahead by yourself." AI Air ran up to Suomi and proudly said, "Master, those people are all the hounds of the corporation. I've lured them here." The system displayed a notification, reminding that AI Air's affection towards the host had increased by 5, unlocking the pet affection function, and also granting rewards. Reward 1, Shared Injury. When the host is attacked, normal injuries will be transferred to the pet. Reward 2, Binding the pet. The host can sense the pet's attitude and emotional changes, helping the host to further increase the pet's affection. Increasing affection will unlock more functions. Very much looking forward to it. After hearing the announcement, Suomi was taken aback and thought, why has the affection level suddenly increased like this, and there are even 2 rewards? Is a 5-point affection level really that high? The system continued with its announcement, pet status, AI Air, species, bone ferret, affection level, 5. If you were to be run over by a truck, it would joyfully dance at your grave. AI Air spoke up, "Master, I've confirmed it. These hunters are all amateurs. Master can definitely deal with them easily. I always believe in Master. She appeared to be happily giving a thumbs up, but inwardly she thought, this is so annoying. Why is he so strong? It looks like I won't be able to get rid of Suomi this time. I can't give up, next time, for sure. Suddenly, Suomi seemed to have heard something and thought to himself, that voice. It's AI Air's inner thoughts, right? This is the binding function. The shared injury function is also very practical. If I raise AI Air's affection level, I might get better rewards. He then looked at her and spoke aloud, considering how useful you are, I won't kill you now. Upon hearing this, AI Air was startled and waved her hand, saying, how could I want to kill such a cute ferret? Suddenly, Jia Yu's subordinates were flustered and exclaimed, did I hear that right? That arrogant beast just called Suomi master. Isn't Suomi a cultivator? Why is he involved with a beast? They continued speaking, a beast that powerful yet so humble, like a dog before him. Could it be that his true identity is that of a great figure from another world? At this moment, Jia Yu's subordinate turned pale, trembling as he said, we're doomed. We actually spoke out loud about wanting to kill him. This is the end. Offending a major figure from another world. Do you think we can survive and make it back? Seeing the situation in front of him, Jia Yu frowned, breaking into a cold sweat, and said, Suo my lord, I deeply apologize. We didn't know your identity before. Our intention to kill you was part of a plan to merge the two worlds. It was all a misunderstanding. AI Air Lord, what exactly is Suo my lord's identity? AI Air aggressively stepped forward, shouting at Jia Yu. Shut up! You lowly hunters aren't even worthy to know the identity of our master. What's even more unforgivable is that you dared to incite me to join you in assassinating my master. This is a crime that can't be forgiven. Kneel down and beg for our master's forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Jia Yu and the others quickly knelt before Suomi. At that moment, Jia Yu thought to himself, resisting would be courting death. Running from these two monsters was nothing but a joke. All we can do now is wait for the judgment of this monstrous figure. Jia Yu knelt, bowed his head, and furrowed his brow, deep in thought. From the prior analysis, it was clear that Suomi was quite kind toward strangers. As long as they showed humility, he might offer them a way out. AI Air spoke proudly, Master, these hunters' apology seems quite sincere. Should we reduce their punishment? Hearing this, Suomi glanced at them and replied, Indeed. I thought they would fight me. Since they've apologized, forgive them. Upon hearing this, Jia Yu spoke up, Suomi Lord, thank you for your mercy. He lifted his gaze, feeling a sense of relief. Thank goodness, we were right, we survived. AI Air chimed in, you are truly fortunate to encounter such a kind master. AI Air felt anxious, fearing that these hunters might have discovered her true identity as the leader. To keep her secret, they must die. With a mysterious expression, she looked at Jia Yu and said, according to our principles, anyone who offends their superior must endure 3 days and nights of having golden needles inserted into their flesh and then be burned alive. However, since the master has pardoned you, you can choose a less painful way to die. Would you prefer to end your own life, or be devoured instead? Hearing this, Jia Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to being eaten, it seemed that killing himself would be a better option. Seeing ghosts, but in the end, we're all going to die anyway? What choice do I have? Suomi lifted AI Air and asked. AI Air, have I given you the order yet? He turned to the hunters and said, you don't need to be so nervous. I am just an ordinary person, not a monster, and I certainly don't eat humans. You are only doing your job, and I understand that. As long as you answer a few of my questions, I will let you leave safely. The first question is, who sent you to kill me? Jia Yu thought to himself, is the answer to such an easy question really that simple? All I need to do is come up with a random name, and that will be enough to fool them, without having to betray young Master Li Xiu. His gaze turned thoughtful, but then he realized, this is a trap. As the leader of the beasts, Air must know we belong to the Li family, so she definitely won't let Suomi off easily. Even Suomi might have known that we are subordinates of young Master Li Xiao. He is deliberately probing us, which means he could kill us openly. If we mention young Master Li Xiao, it would be considered disloyalty, and we would die. In Jia Yu's eyes, Suomi became extremely terrifying, and his heart grew more fearful. He thought to himself, if we don't mention young Master Li Xiao, we would be deceiving him, and that would also lead to our deaths, making us let down our guard. Suomi had deliberately portrayed himself as an ordinary person, but in truth, he was a major figure from another world, with top-tier combat abilities and scheming. A person as frightening as Suomi exceeded our imagination. Suomi, losing patience, spoke up, my patience has limits. Don't you want to answer my question? Hearing this, Jia Yu, terrified, replied, wait a moment, I'll speak. He hoped for a stroke of luck, thinking, I can only gamble on luck now. Jia Yu spoke up, our master is. He was interrupted midway by a sudden fit of coughing. Suddenly, Jia Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his coughing grew more intense. The group of hunters also coughed violently, spitting blood, and collapsed one by one. This was witnessed by someone through a surveillance screen. In a luxurious, spacious room, a voice suddenly rang out, what is going on here? Suomi was the master of the Beastmasters, and outside, he was a savior. Could it be that Suomi really was a major figure from another world? Li Xiao, sitting in the room with his eyes fixed on the screen, watched everything that had just unfolded, and anxiously said, if he is in love with the demon beast, everything makes sense. Why did he have no records of the immortal cultivation sect before, yet possess such great strength? Through deceiving the secret realm, he became the top of the rankings. Could the demon beast have another hidden agenda? He tightened his grip on the controller, his body tense. Li Xiao continued, or it could be worse, Suomi could be a cultivator, and his power might surpass our expectations, not only disturbing the rock-shattering waves across realms, but even causing the demon beast leader to rebel. No matter his identity, if we offend Suomi, the Li family group could be wiped out. Sweat poured down Li Xiao's face as he spoke in fear. Luckily, I managed to trigger the hidden poison inside the bodies of those hunters in time. It was lucky to gain even this little time, for that scoundrel Li Hanling never did anything productive and now had to provoke such a monster. At this moment, Li Hanling smiled and spoke, Boss, did you just call my name? I'm so touched. I didn't expect you to remember me like this. He walked over to Li Xiao. Li Xiao was startled and shouted, Li Hanling, where are the guards at my door? How did you get in here? Li Hanling smiled and looked at Li Xiao, why are there no guards for you? Only now do you feel uneasy. You leave the dirty, dangerous work to your subordinates, while you hide in safety watching the surveillance videos. Even beating me requires your protection to do it for you. No wonder you're such a brilliant heir of the Li family corporation. Li Xiao said irritably, staring intently at Li Hanling. Are you teaching me how to do my job? I think you don't understand anything. My foolish little brother, if I weren't dealing with the family business, do you think you could rest easy as a useless young master? Upon hearing this, Li Hanling grimaced and gritted his teeth, saying, oh really? My wonderful older brother, how are you planning to deal with the leader of the demon beasts? A useless person like you is going to ruin the Li family corporation with your own hands. What a huge responsibility. Li Xiao was stunned and asked, how do you know about the leader of the demon beasts? This building's security speed isn't something you could have figured out. How did you find me? Where's the guard at my door? What is someone as useless as you really trying to do? Li Xiao fumbled around with his hands, feeling extremely strange, thinking to himself that something was off. Li Hanling smiled and spoke up, are you looking for this? I saw this dangerous item on the desk, so I put it away. He pulled out a gun, spun it in his hand, and said, you're not planning to use this gun on your own brother, are you? That would really break my heart. Li Hanling aimed the gun at Li Xiao and said, I know how many demon beasts have snuck into Earth. And what's their purpose? Only now did he understand, replying in shock. Here is the translation you requested, is it you? You have always secretly sabotaged the plan to merge the two worlds. Everyone thinks you're a useless, good for nothing. But why are you doing this? Do you want to betray your family? Betray your own class? Li Xiu frowned and said, Li Han Ning, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you're doing? Stop it, put it down right now. Hearing this, Li Han Ning replied, stop testing my patience. No matter how much you try to stall, your bodyguards will never be able to get in here and save you. Answer me, what is the purpose of the beast sneaking into Earth? Choose, either die or tell me. Li Xiu, terrified by his threats, spoke up, wait, I'm not the mastermind. I don't know anything about the beasts. I'm just a pawn in the Lianmeng group. I did all this just to ensure that our Li family group could gain more benefits. But I can tell you where the dimensional stone is. Li Han Ning smiled and said, is that so? Then it seems you're no longer of any value to me. I've already followed you and found the location of the dimensional stone. After I get it, I'll have time to come here and talk with you. Li Xiu, in great fear, said, wait, Li Han Ning, we're family. Even though we're not born of the same mother, I'm still your biological brother. Li Han Ning sneered and responded, family. So what? My teammates sacrificed their lives to stop your wicked plan. They had families too, but their silent sacrifices didn't even earn a shred of respect or mourning. He expressed his anger and continued, but you're different. Your death will become the trigger for an all-out war between the Lianmeng group and Suomi. Are you happy now? Those outdated ideals, clouded by profit, will soon become your burial offerings. A gunshot rang out, and Li Xiu slowly fell. After shooting, Li Hanling made a phone call and said, Xiaozhou, I've taken care of things here. Li Xiu is dead, the plan has changed. Don't contact Suomi, just leave immediately. Xiaozhou, on the other end of the line, asked, you killed Li Xiu? Didn't you say it would be more useful to keep him alive? What do you mean the plan has changed? Li Hanning laughed and replied, no, Li Xiu's death is the most beneficial outcome. Suomi's strength far exceeds what we imagined, he's regarded as the master by the Beast King. Even if he's a major figure from another realm, he's still a cultivator, an extraordinarily powerful one. It's too dangerous for us to get involved with him right now. Li Xiu had come to Donghai City not only to welcome the Beast King but also to assassinate Suomi. Now that the plan is disrupted and Li Xiu is dead, all the resentment will focus on Suomi. Regardless of his identity, stirring up conflict between the group and Suomi is now the most beneficial choice for us. Xiaozhou coldly said, this is indeed a despicable way of doing things. I need to confirm whether Suomi subdued the Beast King to protect our world. If he really is a major figure from another realm, I will kill both Suomi and the Beast King here. Upon hearing this, Li Hanling was startled and shouted, are you serious? Do you think you can defeat Suomi and the Beast King? Hello? Hello? Damn it, don't hang up. At the foot of the bridge, where Suomi and AI Air were, AI Air spoke up, Master, these hunters are all dead. Do you want me to search them to see if they have anything useful? Suomi glanced at him and replied, don't bother searching, someone's coming. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Suomi, seeing me for the first time, said, Xiaozhou, it's hard to imagine that among young cultivators, someone as strong as you exists. Xiaozhou walked closer to Suomi and continued, at this close distance, I can feel that your combat strength in reality is no different from what it was in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Suomi responded, you're not weak either, but it seems you're not that strong either. Suomi calmly tilted his head to look at Xiaozhou and said, the strange thing is, the sense of threat you give me is even more intense than it was in the secret realm. You're from the organization, here to kill me. Hearing Suomi's words, Xiaozhou replied, no, on the contrary, I am a cultivator. The organization and the Beast King are my enemies. If you are my enemy, I will kill you. The little girl next to you is the leader of the demon beasts from another world. Why does she call you her master? Suomi? Who exactly are you? Why are you with the demon beasts? Hearing this, Suomi spoke up, you're talking about AI air. Today, it fell into my room and became my pet. As for me, I'm just an ordinary person. If you want to kill me, I will defend myself accordingly. Xiaozhou, surprised, asked, the leader of the demon beast sneaks into Earth, falls into your room for no reason, and becomes your pet. This nonsense, do you think I will believe it? He then thought to himself, I can't sense any power from the demon beast. Suomi is only at the level of a 1,000-year-old demon beast. Maybe they just came from Earth and are still weak. This is the best opportunity to destroy them. Suomi then turned to question Xiaozhou, aren't you suspicious? When I was interrogating, these hunters suddenly died, and then you appeared. It's hard for me not to suspect that you are the one behind it all. If you don't believe me, then I have nothing more to say. If you want to fight, I'm ready, otherwise, I'll just go home. At this moment, Xiaozhou calmly replied, sorry, you're right. I was a bit too hasty earlier. This is a matter concerning the survival of the world. Yeah. We temporarily set aside doubts and speak frankly. The demon sneaking into Earth and allying with the corporation is a serious threat. If you subdued the demon leader, then you must know the purpose of the demon sneaking into Earth, right? Suomi spoke up, responding, I understand now. He turned his head to glance at AI Air and asked, what's the purpose of your people coming to Earth? The sudden question left her at a loss for words. At that moment, AI Air widened her eyes and suddenly spoke, Master, I don't know the answer to that question either. Xiaozhou grew impatient and said, are you making fun of me? If Suomi hands over this demon to me, I will make it tell the truth. Suomi stepped forward and replied, it's telling the truth. Although it sounds a bit strange, I have a way to verify whether the demon is lying or not. Xiaozhou coldly responded, you're trying to cover for this demon. Demons are our enemies. Do you really believe the demon leader doesn't know what its subordinates are up to? Hearing such words, AI Air angrily shouted, stop looking down on others. I am still the demon leader. If I say I don't know, then I really don't know. I came to Earth because I need powerful demons to act as representatives to negotiate with the corporation. As for the tasks of other demons, I don't care what those small underlings are doing. But the reality is that AI Air comes from a low-level race and was overthrown by higher-level demons. Therefore, being blocked from information, AI Air's self-esteem did not allow her to show any weakness in front of the cultivator. After hearing AI Air's words, Suomi firmly said, I believe you, so. Xiaozhou quickly responded, so, there's nothing left for us to discuss. Without another word, he immediately rushed towards Suomi at incredible speed. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist directly towards Suomi. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Suomi pulled AI Air back and exclaimed, hey, are you sneak attacking? No martial virtue? Is this how a cultivator behaves? Xiaozhou's face grew serious as he responded in a low voice, my goal is only that demonic beast. Dealing with a beast doesn't require any talk of morality or martial ethics. If it knows nothing, then it should be killed. Allowing the beast to live would only bring future dangers. Hearing those words, Suomi replied, I refuse. I promised AI Air that if you spoke for me, I would protect it. Even if it's a demonic beast, I will keep my promise. AI Air was greatly surprised upon hearing such sincere words and exclaimed, Suomi, Master, there really are humans with such kind hearts. At that moment, a system notification rang out. The registration system displayed, AI Air's affection for the host increased by 5. Pet status board, AI Air, species, bone fox, affection level, 10. If you were to be hit by a truck and die, it would happily dance in joy. Then, place a small bun in front of your grave. Hearing the system's notification, Suomi turned and looked at AI Air, who was happily waving her hand and shouting, Master is the best. He then thought to himself, increasing affection, huh? But you still want to dance around my grave, or should I just kill it off? Seeing Suomai's attitude, Xiaozhou unleashed a tremendous force and said, "If you've chosen to protect the beast, then I won't hold back anymore." Xiaozhou clenched his fist, releasing two massive sources of power, intending to combine them. He then rushed towards Suomai to attack, but Suomai quickly used his power to create a shield for defense. After successfully deflecting Xiaozhou's attack, Suomai silently praised him, an interesting technique, two types of different elemental powers, combined very skillfully. "You're quite formidable." Seeing that Suomai was unharmed, Xiaozhou confirmed his guess and said, "As expected, ordinary techniques can't even scratch you. Let's see how you handle this." Reversing the 5 elements, from fire to metal through logic. With that, he unleashed his power, thinking to himself, the reversal of the 5 elements is classified as a forbidden secret technique. Each attack causes the attacking one's internal power to spiral out of control, ultimately exploding and leading to death. At this moment, strange patterns appeared on Xiaozhou's face. He thought, facing the internal destruction within his own body, no matter how powerful he became, it wouldn't make any difference. A terrifying heat radiated from his body. He called out, "So am I." Next comes the real battle. Upon hearing that, AI Air was taken aback, looking surprised. After the words were spoken, the two rushed toward each other, creating a scene of immense power colliding. Outside, AI Air was extremely surprised and happily shouted, "They're fighting, they're fighting." Finally, a cultivator capable of being a match for Suomai has appeared. I just need to wait for them to mutually exhaust each other. No, better yet, may they both perish together, and then I can safely escape. At that moment, a voice from the system rang out, reminding, the host has been struck by an unidentified attack. The movement functionality has been activated due to the injury. After the notification, AI Air suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking, "What's going on?" AI Air's face darkened in confusion, his heart full of worry, thinking, "Clearly, those two humans are fighting each other. Why am I the one throwing up blood?" Suomai stepped out from the smoke, sneering, "It's time to give up. Is this really the extent of your attack? Are you just scratching an itch for me?" Xiaozhou, hearing him say that, became furious and charged forward, shouting, "Shut up!" He rushed in quickly, swinging his fist at Suomai, only to have it blocked. The red light shot forward rapidly, creating a massive tremor. Suomai gradually became serious, his eyes turning a cold yellow as he said, "No matter how many times you try, I still find it amazing. Clearly, I blocked your attack, yet I'm still hit. What kind of martial art is this? How interesting." Xiaozhou's fist shot forward, enveloped in red light, looking incredibly powerful. This time, his punch landed directly on Suomai. He thought to himself, "This time, Suomai can't dodge it." Xiaozhou looked up, his expression filled with confusion, thinking, "Did he deliberately take my hit?" Suomai remained calm after taking the full force of the punch. He quickly assumed a defensive stance and said, "Now it's my turn." With that, Suomai swung his fist towards Xiaozhou, leaving him no chance to fight back. Immediately, Xiaozhou was sent flying several meters away, his body colliding with walls that shattered, the air thick with smoke. Xiaozhou coughed violently, his legs unsteady as he thought, "Luckily, the chaotic state of the 5 elements has enhanced my defense, or that punch would have killed me." But this punch didn't break through. Xiaozhou struggled to stand firm, thinking, "I hit Suomai 8 times. That should have been enough to make his internal energy go out of control. This is my victory." Seeing that Xiaozhou was still standing, Suomai was surprised and said, "You're still alive? I really underestimated you. Although your strength isn't much, your martial arts are still impressive." Xiaozhou was stunned, his mind racing with confusion, thinking, "How is this possible?" Then he shouted in frustration, "You're still not dead? Is it because I haven't attacked enough times?" On the other side, AI Air knelt in fear and spoke up, "Wait, you two idiots, stop fighting." With those words, she coughed up blood, choking as she continued, "If you keep going, I'm going to die for sure." Xiaozhou calmly considered, thinking to himself, "I've encountered a ghost, could it be that Suomai can transfer his injuries to his pet? What a vile trick. His combat skills are new, but his attack and defense are so powerful, it's almost perverse. If he hits me a few more times, I'll be done for. Using injuries to exchange for injuries, even if I kill the beast leader, I'll definitely not be able to kill Suomi. Then, he took a defensive stance, realizing that the time had finally come to use that move. After thinking it over, he quickly tried to flee. This was something Suomi didn't anticipate. Feeling helpless, he thought, this. His earlier posture looked like he was risking it all, but now he's running away. He rotated his shoulders and accepted the reality, thinking to himself, forget it, there's no need to fight to the death with this freak. If I keep fighting, I really might die. It still works on me now, and if we keep going, I might even end up in danger. Suomi spoke up, right now, my whole body aches, I can feel the strain in my lower back, and even the small dog in the secret realm didn't harm me this much. In a residential area of the city, Li Han Ning was helping Xiaozhou, scolding him, are you out of your mind? You want to fight Suomi? What am I supposed to do if you die? Where else am I going to find a useful opponent like you? Hearing these words, Xiaozhou fell silent and said, I was too confident. Suomi's strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Even if I don't consider the possibility that Suomi could transfer his injuries onto the monster, his physical capabilities far surpass those of a typical 1,000-year-old beast. The internal structure of the body is a very fragile spot, making it extremely difficult to train, but he is still able to resist the influence of the reversed 5 elements. Li Han Ning smiled and comforted, don't be so down. Why don't you say, I'm already surprised that I survived at Suomi's hands. Monsters should be dealt with by other monsters. There's no need for you to worry about Suomi anymore. Upon hearing him, Xiaozhou unexpectedly asked, has your plan succeeded? Li Han Ning smiled and, holding his phone, replied, just now, I was contacted by the family. The protective shield of Boss Li Xiu has been compromised. The Li family corporation will stop at nothing to eliminate the prime suspect who killed the heir of the Suomi corporation. In a large villa, the president of the Li family and 2 bodyguards approached a man. At that moment, the man nervously spoke, President Li, I'm just a small character, please don't make things difficult for me. This place is the estate of the great beasts, and even with your status, you shouldn't be here without an appointment. Please leave. The president of Li responded sternly, get out of the way. I won't leave until I meet Jia Lai. As he finished speaking, a low voice rang out. Come in. The door opened, and strange purple-black smoke poured out. President Li and his 2 bodyguards entered. One of his subordinates turned around and disdainfully said, just a gatekeeper, what are you pretending for? You dare to block our way. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of purple-black smoke darted toward his head in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a figure appeared, using magical powers to attack the 2 bodyguards beside President Li. Seeing this, he became terrified, broke out in a cold sweat, and anxiously asked, Lord Jia Lai, what is the meaning of this? If you invited us into your room, why are you killing my subordinates? Jia Lai's eyes, deep and arrogant, questioned, invite? I don't remember inviting your subordinates. I only killed those who dared to enter my territory uninvited. All right, it's your turn, old man. I'll give you another chance. If you can make me laugh, I'll let you live. Realizing he was surrounded by Jia Lai's enormous hands, he began to plead, my son, Li Shou, went to Donghai City to welcome the Beast Lord, but the Beast Lord's shipment failed, and his whereabouts are unknown. My son was brutally killed, and the dimensional stone belonging to the Lian Meng Corporation was also stolen by the murderer. Lord Jia Lai, I beg for your help to avenge my son. Jia Lai chuckled and said, the Beast Lord is missing, and you think you'd be spared today? Serves you right. The old man said, I know who the culprit is. I can help you seek revenge, but before that, the rights to the dimensional stone that belongs to the organization must be mine. We President Li, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly, the savior, Suomi. He then continued, Suomi killed the senior advisor of our organization and exposed the hideout underground. My son, Li Xiu, came to Donghai City precisely to eliminate Suomi. Although all the footage and materials have been erased, and there is no concrete evidence, I can confirm that the dimensional stone was stolen by the leader of the missing beast army. Suomi is the prime suspect. Upon hearing that name, Jialai's face grew helpless, and he refused, saying, Suomi? Then forget it, I don't want to engage in business without profit. You can leave now. Seeing Jialai's attitude, we presidently hurriedly said, Wait, Jialai, Suomi is just a cultivator from the body refining sect. His maximum combat strength can only reach 1,000 years, his potential has been exhausted. Moreover, he occasionally shows signs of foolish kindness. Jialai, it would be as easy as flipping your hand to kill him. Jialai immediately objected, saying, Foolish. Kindness? You almost made me laugh, those are not adjectives to describe Suomi. As the most prominent Ming emperor in the secret realm, after the first secret realm ended, we had thoroughly investigated all the materials about Suomi. His seemingly innocent exterior is cold, ruthless, and disciplined. Since Suomi's birth, there has never been any sign of abnormal behavior or physical changes, and no indication that he is a cultivator. Do you know what this means? He thought back to the image of Suomi when he was younger and spoke. If Suomi was a cultivator back then, it means he has always concealed his powerful abilities to live a normal life. In this age of information, he has never been discovered for his abnormalities. Even when his older sister fell seriously ill, his true identity remained hidden. If Suomi only discovered the way of cultivation after entering the secret realm, that would be even more terrifying. As he spoke, he imagined Suomi as an adult and continued his analysis. This means that within a single day, he had transformed from an ordinary person into the strongest cultivator on earth. A cultivator following the physical cultivation path indeed has limited potential, but this basic knowledge definitely does not apply to a monster like Suomi. After understanding the rules of the secret realm, he used every method to gain public attention and increase his influence. Jialai then listed a series of Suomi's activities: going to sleep, imagining him lying asleep on a chair. Then there was playing hide and seek with the demon beasts. Jialai recalled the time he and Yutong hid from the demon beasts. Jialai mentioned the moments when Suomi sat eating with a clueless look, and even when he ate while live streaming. He continued to describe Suomi's combat scenes and said, he used every foolish behavior to attract attention, creating a contrast with the swift display of defeating the beast, and thus earned a reward in the form of destiny tokens to increase his combat strength. Jialai thought of the image of the cultivator being killed, and spoke in a deep voice, Do you really think he is kind and foolish? To increase the effectiveness of the show and earn more destiny tokens, Suomi doesn't care about the life or death of other cultivators. Then, thinking of the image of the beasts killing people, he continued, Clearly, his strength is very strong, but saving people is a matter of choice, hidden patience, caution, holding back his trump card, and playing with the audience's psychology. In some sense, Suomi is even more like a beast than we are. Suomi is truly too dangerous, and starting a war with him now would cause great losses for us. President Li decisively tried to persuade Master Jialai, if Suomi is truly as dangerous as that, then he should not be allowed to live. He will become the greatest threat to the plan of merging the two worlds. Seeing his attitude, Jialai smiled, clapped his hands with a mocking tone and replied, All right, thank you for worrying about the plan of merging the two worlds. So, shall we leave it to you to kill Suomi? After all, your group doesn't mind paying any price. With just 1,000-year-old cultivator with battle strength, it should be easy to eliminate him. President Li fell silent upon hearing this, stammering, This. Seeing his attitude, Jialai spoke with a tone of contempt. What? Lost for words now? Facing the murderer who killed your son, and the only thing you can think about is your own interests? The old man's loss, we will definitely kill Suomi, but there are more important plans at the moment. However, you can choose some preparations beforehand, so when we kill Suomi, it'll be a bit easier on you. Hearing what he said, the man knew he couldn't argue back, so he lowered his head and said, Lord Jialai, you may give your orders in this luxurious, gleaming room. Jia Lai turned his head and laughed, saying, "The old man from the Li family is gone. Nai, you can come out now. You haven't changed your bad habit of eavesdropping." Nai appeared like a shadow and said, "It's only because my talent is invisibility. Why does everyone automatically think I'm a voyeur? I'm here to report. The trap for the second secret realm has been set." Hearing this, Jia Lai smiled and replied, "Well done, Nai. That means we won't have to share the credit with AI Air. Speaking of which, we should thank Suomi. I trust a worthless thing like AI Air wasn't eliminated by Suomi, right?" Nai said, "I hope so too, but AI Air has been on Earth for at least 1,000 years, maintaining combat strength. He should still be able to escape." Back at Yutong's house, Suomi had returned. In his hand, the book of AI Air had returned to its original form, looking quite dejected. He said, "Yutong, this bone fox seems to be depressed. Should we roast it?" Inside Yutong's house, the lights were on in every room. Yutong looked at Suomi and spoke sadly, "The hunters from the corporation, and those strange cultivators, it all sounds really dangerous. If only I were a little stronger, then I could help you instead of becoming a burden." Hearing this, he comforted her, "Don't say that. If it weren't for you protecting my sister, I wouldn't have been able to leave with peace of mind." Yutong turned her head and pointed ahead, saying, "Speaking of which, I just set up an invisibility array around the house. Only authorized people can come and go freely. The people from the corporation won't be able to find this place. That way, even if we enter the secret realm, we can be at ease." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Suomi went to open it, and a delivery person appeared, saying, "Mr. Suwa, here's the food you ordered." Suomi replied, "Thank you." Yutong saw the delivery person and suddenly shouted, "Wait, how could you find this place? Did you follow me?" The delivery person proudly laughed and said, "This place is indeed hard to find. Fortunately, our company recently upgraded to a new navigation system. Even if you're in a tree, I can still deliver it to your door. Long live high technology." Yutong chuckled wryly and thought, "Damn high technology. Looks like the array needs a little improvement." AI Air appeared in the form of a human, exuding a dignified aura, and was introduced in the world of monster beasts, clearly distinguishing her rank. AI Air started off small. Through her relentless effort, she gained power, status, influence, and dominated the battlefield. The undefeated female warrior, who never lost a battle, was the aspiration of low-level monster beasts, a revered idol, symbolizing solemn authority and respect. The scene shifted to a room. At this moment, AI Air's circumstances had changed. She had lost all her beastly powers and had become a pet of the cultivator, a mere meat shield taking the damage. AI Air was lying slouched on a couch, her face dejected, saying, "I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to go home." She pulled at her own ear, thinking to herself, "Wait, what am I thinking? Even though the high-level monster beasts on Earth are beneath me, even though the group is full of useless people who only care about short-term benefits, I still need to figure out how to survive and complete the Divine Lord's mission. If I give up, my teammates will end up as food or playthings for the high-level monsters." While AI Air was pondering, a door opened. Suomi walked in, holding a bag of food, and spoke, "AI Air, how's your injury? I've brought some food for you." Seeing him approach, AI Air shouted, "Demon, don't come closer. What are you up to now?" Suomi, noticing her avoidance, asked, "Are you still angry? Sorry for causing you harm, I truly didn't mean to. Besides, didn't you also hide your identity as the leader of the Beastmen? Let's just consider us friends, shall we? It's been so long, you must be hungry by now, right? I really only brought some food for you." Upon hearing this, Suomi grew even angrier and shouted, "I'm not some wild little animal, don't look down on me. Damn humans, do you think you can win me over with food?" A table of food was laid out before them, and it looked incredibly delicious. AI Air immediately changed her attitude, becoming very interested in the food and swallowing her saliva repeatedly. Soon, half of the food was gone. AI Air happily gnawed on a chicken leg, exclaiming, "This is so delicious." Seeing AI Air enjoying the food so much, Suomi remarked, "It seems like you really like fried chicken." Suddenly, AI Air froze, feeling that something was off. She quickly thought, "Wait, what just happened?" I suddenly lost consciousness, and when I regained my senses, half the food on the table was gone. Could it be? Could I have eaten all that fried chicken? As the leader of the beastmen, I was defeated by my own instincts. Her face darkened in disbelief, unwilling to accept the truth, and said, "No way, you must have added something strange to the food." Suomi glanced at her and reached out, saying, "I wouldn't do something like that. If you don't trust me, I'll just take the remaining fried chicken with me." Before he could even touch the chicken drumstick, AI Air quickly slammed her hand down on the table to stop him. At that moment, AI Air anxiously looked at the glowing food in front of her, silently thinking, "This is strange. Clearly, it's meat from a weak animal with no trace of spiritual energy, so why does it emit such an irresistibly enticing aroma?" The crispy skin of the fried chicken wraps around the tender flavor of the chicken meat, and there's even that strange spice with unusual colors. It's completely impossible to resist. This is the memory from earlier, truly food from a demon. Seeing her lost in thought and silent, Suomi asked, "AI Air, didn't you say you didn't want to eat? Why don't you want me to take the fried chicken away?" AI Air, irritated by her own emotions, shouted, "Shut up. I won't be charmed by food. I just want to prove that even if you poison the food, it won't affect me. See, no matter how much I eat, I won't be poisoned." She then continued to devour the chicken. Suomi thought to herself, "Well, as long as you're happy." At this moment, the system notification appeared, system reminder, AI Air's favorability towards host +1. Looking at the notification, he thought, it seems the information about AI Air on the system is accurate. She's so easy to please, just feeding her some fried chicken and pizza, and her favorability goes up. The death of the hunters is equivalent to completely cutting ties with the Lee family group. Their next move might be the real danger for both her and me. It's urgent to increase AI Air's favorability as quickly as possible, only then can we successfully unlock the new abilities. Suddenly, breaking the silence, Yutong entered and shattered the atmosphere, speaking up, "Suomi, he's dead, the Lee family group has made their move on him." Hearing this, Suomi was a bit surprised and asked, "So soon? What happened?" Yutong quickly pointed at the phone and said, "They've put you on the hot search." Suomi casually replied, "Is that all?" On a beautiful morning, with the sun shining brightly, its rays illuminated the entire building. At this time, the sound of passing pedestrians discussing could be heard. The introductory class on cultivating in the secret realm of magic was holding a presentation for new students today. "Can you come with me to pay respects to the master?" One person pointed at their phone and said, "Did you see the live stream above? This course seems untrustworthy from the start. It's just a scam to take money, like peeling garlic. Cultivators, magical beasts, those things are too far out of reach for us. I just want a peaceful, stable life." The other person responded, "I really hope that the savior Suomi can end the danger brought by the invasion from another realm soon." Hearing that name, the other person unexpectedly turned and said, "Suomi, that kid is completely untrustworthy." This morning, his background was also dug up. The human plans have collapsed without anyone noticing, and it even made it to the hot search. Upon hearing such words, the person next to him skeptically said, "This can't be true." They continued to discuss among themselves. The other person dropped their phone onto the table, and the hot search was flooded with the name Suomi. Then, there was a picture of two people standing face to face. The other person said, "If you don't believe it, check the hot search yourself." The data, video, and blackmail materials had already exploded. Just yesterday, before the opening of the secret realm, Suomi and his colleague, Xia Xiaomang, went up to the rooftop of their company. At that moment, a picture of a girl falling from a high floor appeared. They continued. A few minutes later, Xia Xiaomang fell to her death. Although there were no cameras on the rooftop, it's basically confirmed that Suomi had murdered her. Other employees from their company came forward with explosive accusations, claiming that Suomi had embezzled company funds, causing a huge deficit in the amusement park project. So, he pushed his innocent subordinate, Xia Xiaomeng, off the building, creating the illusion that she had committed suicide out of guilt. The friend was still doubtful and said, "You're using just one video to say Suomi is a murderer? Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" Seeing that attitude, the person beside him frowned and replied, "Hold on, there's another video." Then came an image of Suomi meeting with a man. He said, after the secret realm ended, Suomi returned to the company once again, using the identity of a savior to threaten the company's boss and try to blackmail him. Next was the image of the building exploding, burning fiercely. He continued, after being rejected, Suomi killed boss CI and blew up the company, destroying the evidence related to embezzlement and murder. These short video clips are from famous influencers who incited anger, aiming to expose Suomi's true nature. However, the evidence left him confused as the black-haired friend asked, "Incited anger?" The positive energy influencers always speak up for the disadvantaged community. Yet he said, "But Suomi isn't a cultivator. He's not supposed to be that greedy." His friend thought for a moment and replied, "Who knows? Maybe Suomi has a twisted mentality." Someone else, who knew the situation, said, "Before, Suomi's sister was seriously ill, and it was boss CI who helped cover her medical expenses. But even the medical expenses were greedily taken by Suomi, and now his sister's condition is still critical. Thinking of Suomi's sister lying in a coma, he said, this is so ridiculous. He's called a savior, but doesn't even care about his own sister's life or death. Even the kind help from boss CI ended with Suomi killing him. And now you still think Suomi is the hope to save the world?" His black-haired friend, hearing such words, angrily said, "I really didn't expect Suomi to be this kind of person. I misjudged him. I even gave him real money before." At this moment, in an office of a company, two girls were talking to each other. How disgusting. Before Suomi entered the secret realm, she used a fake name, pretending to be an ordinary person to perform, taking advantage of others' goodwill in order to cheat more rewards. The girl next to her agreed, replying, "Yes, that's right." Many analysis videos mentioned that Suomi intentionally caused the deaths of many cultivators to increase the effect of the show. The cultivators of the fifth secret realm were really pitiful, all played cruelly by Suomi. She had swindled so much reward money, but how many destiny tokens could the other cultivators share? At that moment, someone appeared for an interview. He said this was a direct interview, sharing his views on the savior Suomi. "For such scum, I have nothing to say." In a chat room, many people were discussing Suomi's win of the Best Actor of the Year award. Suomi is so twisted, pretending to be a poor ordinary person, a beggar for attention, it's unbearable to watch. They're all imposters, it's obvious they're just performing. I just texted Suomi's social account, telling him to go die. I'm a bit worried he might hack me from the Wii there. I'll be laughing my head off, let's see who will give him rewards in the future. Waiting for him to die, Suomi is trash. In a luxurious office, a middle-aged man placed a stack of documents in front of President Lee, saying, "Sir, it's all made public now." Now, all over the internet, there is negative news about Suomi, and his reputation has completely deteriorated. He continued to report seriously, but was this enough for such an old man? He was the murderer who killed young Master Li Xiao. The monsters crossing the border to Earth had even refused to assassinate Suomi, only tarnishing his name online. This could not avenge young Master Li Xiao. President Li glanced at him with satisfaction and replied, "This is enough. Although the monsters outside have refused my request, they are still secretly collecting spiritual energy to control the military. They thought they could hide it from our organization, but I wasn't mistaken. They will take action soon. They are hiding the information simply because they do not trust Lian Meng Group. Spreading negative news about Suomi is actually their request." He clenched his fist and continued, "The spirit is being damaged, and the cultivator's strength will weaken, which means they are ready to carry out their plan to kill Suomi. At that moment, in another house, Yutong struggled, angrily shouting, "It's so infuriating. Do these netizens have no brains? They blindly follow the crowd. You risked your life to save the world, but you're still being scolded. Is that fair?" Suomi calmly said, "Saving the world was never important to me. I only wanted to save my sister. A grand goal like saving the world was never something I considered." Seeing the indifferent attitude, Yutong, feeling uncomfortable, spoke up, "Aren't you angry? Clearly, those people don't know anything, and yet they can talk about poison in front of strangers without any hesitation." Suomi replied, completely unconcerned. At this moment, Suomi smiled as if not smiling, crushing his phone in his hand, and said, "Besides, seeing that you trust me so much, and getting angry because I'm misunderstood, I'm already very happy. Why would I care about the opinions of strangers?" Hearing this, she fell silent. Yutong helplessly said, "If you didn't crush the phone, it would be more convincing." "You're really angry, right?" Suomi, deep in thought, glanced at her and said, "The rumors about me this time must have been manipulated by Lian Meng Group behind the scenes. My anger towards them has already reached its peak, it can't get any worse. Treating my sister as an experiment, Lian Meng Group will pay for this. I've thought about it, and I'm starting with the biggest issue, Li Family Group." At that moment, a mysterious green light appeared in the room. The system displayed an urgent notification, reminding them, "The second secret realm will open in 10 minutes. Please prepare, saviors." This made Suomi exclaim in surprise, "Are we encountering a ghost? What kind of treacherous secret realm is this? Didn't we just enter a secret realm yesterday? Shouldn't we let the saviors rest for a few more days?" Yutong also exclaimed in surprise. "The first time in the secret realm only lasted a day, but I thought it had already been a long time." Upon thinking carefully, so many things really happened yesterday. Entering the secret realm, saving his finger from the hands of the leader of the organization. The demon AI heir suddenly descended to Earth, and there was even a battle with the Hunter group. It was truly a long day. If this was the mission of the secret realm, then there's no other choice. Suomi stood in front of the slowly opening secret realm, the wind rising, and then spoke, "Let's just consider them lucky that the Li family group survives for one more day." Yutong spoke up, "Everything ready?" She stood with her arms crossed, casting a glance at Suomi and said, "I've upgraded the new stealth formation. It works very well, I just ordered some takeout. The delivery guy couldn't find this place." Hearing that, he responded with satisfaction, AI Air, I've already made all the arrangements, let's set off." AI Air transformed back into the shape of a bone weasel, trapped in a cage, screaming pitifully. A blinding light appeared, and suddenly voices began to echo. "Why are we streaming the secret realm today as well? Wasn't it supposed to be different from before? Suddenly changing plans is messing up my schedule. I was supposed to have an important ad campaign today, becoming an ambassador. You guys are making me add more money for this." Asai answered, asking, "What are you talking about?" "The live stream has started." At this moment, Yi Yang appeared, smiling as he said, "Welcome to the Secret Realm livestream channel. Luli Xiang, don't be angry, what could be more important than live streaming Secret Realm, even if you're becoming an ambassador?" Li Xiang spoke up, "Sister Yi Yang, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm a VTuber, I can livestream both the promotional event and becoming an ambassador at the same time." Hearing this, Yi Yang happily said, "Really? Luli Xiang, you're amazing." At this moment, Gue Xing cleared his throat and said, "Well, let's first take a look at the cultivators entering the secret realm for the second time." The screen then showed Mayuyu cooking, and immediately, the comments section was buzzing. "Not bad, am I seeing this correctly? Is this cultivator really cooking hot pot in the secret realm? This is crazy, he's even putting the meat of a demon beast into the pot. Isn't he afraid of poison? The channel owner is too reckless, the likes are already piling up above. Cooking hot pot with demon beast meat is nothing. Go check out Li Haoyu's livestream next door. That's what you call eating and filming at the same time, it's insane." The scene switched to Li Haoyu's live stream room, where he was placing his hand on a giant egg and said, "This is a 50 kg demon beast egg I just dug up. The channel owner isn't joking, I'm going to eat it raw live today." The comments exploded rapidly. What in the world is this? Is there really an egg this big? This is a giant demon beast egg the channel owner just found. While fishing for seafood in the secret realm, the channel owner said he wants to eat this egg raw. Eat it raw? Indeed, powerful. Seeing these images, Li Xiang helplessly said, "I don't understand this, isn't this the secret realm livestream? Has it turned into a food channel?" Yi Yang was not surprised and calmly explained, "What's there to not understand? They're just imitating Suomi, recording themselves eating in the secret realm to gain more attention and rewards in the form of coins." After saying this, she asked again, "Gue Elder, do all the cultivators keep up with the times like this?" Gue Xing smiled and replied, "These people are all wandering cultivators from the fifth secret realm, their strength is weak, and they can only increase their combat power by recording themselves eating. Although this behavior is not to be encouraged, they have made efforts to fight and protect humanity. Of course, I believe that the cultivators from the major sects would never do such things based on eating while filming." Let's take a look at the first secret realm. When the livestream scene of the first area appeared, Jin Mingjie was shown preparing to eat and said, "But as you can see, this is the most common magical beast in the secret realm. The big-eyed, tentacled dung creature, which is said to have very good health benefits. Today, I will personally experience it." Seeing this, Gue Xing frowned and muttered in astonishment. The scene then switched to Shijin Chang's livestream, where he happily laughed and said, "Everyone, look. Guess what I just discovered? Suomi is Mr. Suomi. I think everyone must be quite curious about it. The impact of the hot news this morning on Suomi. Now, I'm going to interview Suomi for a bit, so stay tuned." He turned towards Suomi and Yutong, who were walking, and shouted loudly, "Suomi, can I bother you for a moment?" Hearing the call, Suomi stopped and asked, "Do you need something from me?" At this point, Shijin Cheng casually asked, "Suomi, before becoming a cultivator, I worked as a media personnel. Regarding the rumors that you attempted to murder your colleague and the boss this morning, I'm wondering if you'd be willing to give me an interview?" Suomi coldly responded, "Those rumors were spread by the Li Family Corporation because I discovered their conspiracy. Perhaps it's not only the Li family but also other corporations involved. They've been collaborating with the monsters from another realm. These monsters have secretly infiltrated Earth with the help of the corporation. Their motives are unclear, so I hope everyone remains vigilant." After hearing this, he appeared skeptical, laughing as he asked in return, "Monsters infiltrating Earth? This is truly astonishing news. How does this relate to the deaths of Xia Xiaomeng and President CI, and the video footage of you at the scene? How do you explain that?" Suomi then replied, "The surveillance video only captured a short segment. In reality, President CI wanted me to take the fall for the losses in this project. Should order Xia Xiaomeng to kill me." Hearing his explanation, Shijin Cheng unexpectedly said, "This is outrageous. Just two ordinary people who don't know their limits, and they want to kill a cultivator. For him, before entering the secret realm, I was just an ordinary person." This also made Shijin Cheng curious and speak up, "Could it be that in one day, Suomi, you have become this strong? Truly making cultivators like us ashamed." Seeing the conversation between Suomi and Shijin Chang, the viewers quickly commented, "This is nonsense, even beastmen sneaking into Earth for their own pleasure, and they dare to say anything. Could it be that someone really believes this? Entering the secret realm for one day and already becoming the strongest cultivator? If what Suomi says is true, with beastmen sneaking into Earth first, it would pose a great threat to our world." In a room in the real world, Yi Yang spoke up, "If what Suomi says is true, with beastmen sneaking into Earth first, it would pose a great threat to our world. Gue Elder, what do you think?" Hearing this, Gue Xing stroked his chin, thinking, and interrupted, "I will notify the sects to investigate the Li family group. But there's no need to worry too much. If beastmen had really sneaked into Earth, the four great sects of ours would certainly have noticed. Yang fell silent and, with a deep gaze, said, "Hearing you say that, I'm starting to worry now." Looking around the city and the secret realm, Yutong spoke up, "Your temperament is really quite good, huh?" The cultivator who had just interviewed him had only come to find him to increase his popularity and didn't actually believe what he said. If it had been me, I would have given him a piece of my mind by now. Suomi agreed, calmly responding, I know, I wasn't speaking those words to him. In real life, anything I say online will be deleted and silenced by the corporation. Only live streaming in the secret realm makes it difficult for them to control. I just want to do my best to ensure that even one more person watching the livestream knows the truth in advance, giving them a little more hope of survival. Suddenly, an earthquake shook them, leaving both of them dizzy, and they exclaimed, "Strange, the secret realm is shaking. What's going on?" A voice echoed, an announcement from the secret realm: "Due to the intervention of gods from another world, 5 secret realms will merge into one." At that moment, Suomi's system also appeared, showing the login notification, and the second secret realm was activated. With the unexpected event, the login reward doubled. Second day login, reward, legendary war god experience points. Rewards have been issued, Master, please check and claim. Yutong spoke, "The shaking is stopped, the merging of the secret realms is complete, but it doesn't seem much different from before." Suomi reminded, "Be careful, there's a strange monster over there. It could be from a different secret realm." A pink monster stepped out, and it was called Bomi. Yutong exclaimed, "So cute." "Bomi, what does it mean? Are you talking to me?" Bomi friendly approached Suomi and Yutong, calling out, "Bomi, Bomi, Bomi." Bomi suddenly flipped its face and immediately opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. Suomi waved his hand, using a move to blow Bomi away, and felt his body move on its own before he could even think. This was the legendary battle experience from the God of War login reward. He looked at his palm and thought to himself, even while attacking, he could feel the strength within him. The resonance was building up, bubbling with aggression, and then, 3 super-powered Bomi monsters, all with 6-pack abs, emerged. They all shouted in unison, "Bomi, Bomi." Yutong said, "Be careful, a lot more booms are coming, and they're the supersized versions." She looked at Suomi and asked, "Are you okay? You don't look right." Suomi unleashed his power and said, "Really? But I've never felt so good." Suomi wondered, happy, excited, and thrilled these feelings weren't enough to express his true mood. Suddenly, the image of the Bomi monster flashed in his mind. "That's it, I get it now." Suomi understood and was overjoyed. The immense joy overtook Suomi, a feeling of being filled with power. A surge of black energy was released. The Bomi monster was cleaved in half. The wave of power shot straight into the sky. Suomi charged straight towards the group of Bomi, silently thinking, "There is still anger." He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and fought, anger to the point of wanting to destroy this disgusting world. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, lighting up the entire area. The system appeared and reminded, "The system has detected a backlash from the martial gods will, restarting." During the restart, the legendary martial gods combat experience is being transmitted. Current progress 5%. Host should avoid combat until the restart is complete. Otherwise, excessive strain may cause harm to the host's body, and there is a probability of losing rationality. Yutong anxiously called out to Suomi. "Suomi, are you okay?" Suomi rubbed his forehead and asked, "Is it over?" Yutong replied, "All the Bomi are dead." Suomi's previous appearance was a little frightening. Suomi casually responded, "Sorry, I got a bit too excited earlier." He thought to himself, couldn't the system have given a reminder a bit earlier? If I hadn't woken up in time, Yutong might have died. Strange, the system said that strength and violence would harm the body, but I only feel sore muscles. The system reminded, host has been affected by the martial god's backlash, activating the healing function for mobility. AI air, bleeding profusely and on the brink of death, transmitted with a weak voice, Suomi, you're playing with me again. I'm really about to lose my temper, you'd better wait for me. Hearing this, Suomi thought, I nearly got killed by an ear-splitting strike earlier, didn't I? Looks like I have to avoid fighting until I finish rebooting. The scene shifts to another place. Yi Yang asked Gue Xing, Li Elder, what was that strange condition Suomi had earlier? Gue Xing replied, it's likely because of the influence of the black mist. Suomi's mind was shaken, causing his power to spiral out of control. He lost his rationality in the battle. In this state, not only does he risk injuring others, but his body and mind will continuously collapse as well. Frowning, he continued, I once witnessed a cultivator I greatly respected, fighting to the death in a state of uncontrollable madness. The truth about Suomi killing someone still needs to be confirmed from a safe distance, but to slander him as a savior fighting for humanity, this is wrong. The scene shifts to the street. The two cultivators panted as they spoke to each other, we should be safe now, right? What's up with that kid, Suomi? He blew up an entire street just by attacking a beast. If we hadn't run fast, we'd probably be dead by now. The other one responded, what else? It was because of the glass heart that exploded. Is he really the strongest savior? He can't even handle a few insults, his mentality is so weak. The black-haired cultivator raised an eyebrow and said, the strongest? His strength isn't even something he earned, it's just based on fooling people out of their coins. With that many coins, even a pig could become the strongest. He doesn't even consider that by using this method, he's stealing the coins that other saviors should have, causing countless lives to be lost. The other cultivator nodded and said, that's true. What's he going to do with so many coins? Body refining cultivators also have limits. Giving him all that is a complete waste. After 2 more secret realms, with more coins, maybe our strength will surpass Suomi's. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind the young cultivator, Suomi? Are you talking about Suomi? Did I hear that right? The young cultivator's back stiffened, and he thought in fear, this terrifying aura, could it be him? Turning around, he saw it was Udalala. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. How could something like this scare me? He looks so innocent, yet his voice is so strange. Just ignore it. The black-haired cultivator stopped him, saying, don't provoke him. He's the core disciple of Heavenly Flower Sect, the favored pet of the genius Tianyan. We can't afford to offend him. Udalala asked, what are you two mumbling about? Tell me, where is that scum Suomi? My master is absolutely furious now. So angry that he wanted to explode, Suomi, a wild cultivator in the 5th secret realm, was also worthy of being the strongest savior. On the enemy side, the assistant reported to the elder, your strategy has been extremely successful. He looked at the report and said, Suomi's spirit has collapsed, and his power has started to spiral out of control. By the time he leaves the secret realm, he'll be a cripple, unless someone helps him. President Li chuckled with satisfaction, no one will help him. He continued, if Suomi was still the powerful figure up high, everyone would respect him. But if Suomi falls, he'll be mocked and despised. Envy, anger, and resentment will turn him into something to be looked down upon. If someone truly wants to help Suomi, you know what to do. The assistant responded, yes, elder, the mercenary army I hired is ready to act at any moment. Anyone who tries to help Suomi will be smeared and insulted on live streams. President Li said, helping Suomi will only tarnish one's reputation. There's no reward for it, and it even risks being killed by Suomi's out-of-control power. Even though Suomi saved a life, the cultivator named Yutong will eventually leave him. This is human nature. Mocking comments appeared online, and yet, there are cultivators teaming up with Suomi. What trash! It seems like it's the same type. Everyone, don't reward her anymore. Who knows, someday Suomi might end up causing her death, it's all a waste anyway. In the livestream room of Yutong, the crowd was commenting enthusiastically, desperate for help. After watching the replay of the livestream, the channel owner was also part of the elimination team. In the first secret realm, all her teammates died, and she was the only one who survived. Besides relying on others, what else can she do? I suggest locking her and Suomi up. Don't let them harm others anymore. Sister Yutong, quickly leave Suomi. When he lost control earlier, he almost hurt you. Yutong read the comments and sighed. Did Suomi ask? Then Yutong turned and replied, I was thinking, since he caused such a big commotion earlier, it might attract other monsters here. We should leave before anything happens. Suomi mumbled in agreement and then thought to himself. Ever since earlier, Yutong's mental state hadn't been quite right, she kept zoning out. It was clear that the scene when his power erupted had frightened her. Now, he felt like a ticking time bomb, capable of harming those around him at any moment. Suomi observed Yutong's thoughtful expression and thought, but Yutong might have been considering his feelings, not wanting to directly say she wanted to separate and act alone. In the end, the matter of going separate ways should be something he should bring up himself. After all, it was his responsibility. Two people were walking down the street, and Suomi was lost in thought, thinking that it would be great if the right opportunity came along. No sooner had he thought this, the prey appeared. Suomi silently rejoiced this was the perfect opportunity, he had found it. He immediately said, Yutong, you go ahead, I'll keep this beast occupied. Yutong walked forward, and Suomi, surprised, asked, Wait, what are you going to do? Yutong replied, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize you earlier. With a somber expression, Yutong continued, even though I always pretend like nothing is happening on the outside, with millions, tens of millions of people continuously cursing and criticizing you, I can never fully understand the immense pressure you've been under. That's why your power exploded out of control. Suomi responded, actually, it's not as serious as that, but the power surge was real, which is why it's dangerous for you to stay here while I'm fighting. Upon hearing this, Yutong said, then let me fight. Suomi was momentarily stunned, and Yutong unleashed her power. She summoned her weapon. Yutong changed into her battle attire, grasped her sword, and said, this time, I'll protect you. The monster charged, and Yutong, weapon in hand, charged forward. She plunged into the fray, attacking the beast. Memories of the past flooded back. Yutong held the sword in her hand and asked, so this means the test is complete, right? The man replied, your strength and skills are more than enough to pass the examination. But I do not want to take you as my disciple. Yutong was confused, huh? But my father already paid the fee. The man said, Yutong, you were once a disciple of the Eastern Flower Heaven sect. Your abilities and talents are quite good. Aside from me, you can choose any senior practitioner from the White Elephant sect to be your master. I'm sure no one would refuse if you wanted me to take you as my disciple. Unless. Yutong asked further, unless you tell me the reason you left the Eastern Flower Heaven sect and why you chose me as your master. Based on your answer, I will decide whether to take you as my disciple. Yutong asked, I became a disciple of the Eastern Flower Heaven sect because I once believed the ultimate goal of a cultivator was to become an immortal. But do you really believe there are people who can become immortals? The man responded, interesting question. Since ancient times, there has been no evidence to prove the existence of immortals. Yutong questioned, then what is an immortal? Is it eternal life, the ability to control the laws of the world, even to create the forces of the world? Or is it pure intelligence, noble virtue, unaffected by the mundane world, living freely and independently? The man replied, heaven, earth, and I exist together. All things and I are one. You are not wrong. Regarding the description and speculation of the immortal, that is generally the case. I also believed so, until I came into contact with true cultivators and discovered that everything was completely different from what I had imagined. Powerful cultivators ally with high-ranking nobles, seeking wealth and benefits. Yutong spoke up, the disciples and apprentices compete, relying on the favor of their hot-headed masters to obtain more cultivation resources, gain greater magical power, and strengthen their positions. They oppress their peers and even lower generations, stealing men and prostituting women. They rely on mysterious magic to deceive ordinary people. Because of my inability to fit in, I ran out on my own, and my father scolded me severely for it. My father wholeheartedly supported me becoming a cultivator, hoping that I could help his career flourish and form more connections. She continued walking and speaking. To maintain my identity as a cultivator, I could no longer stay in the Eastern Flower Heaven sect. He brought me here, which is truly laughable. In this era of withered spiritual energy, do we still have the chance to cultivate into immortals? Are people like us even worthy of becoming immortals? The man responded, actually, most cultivators are content with their strength, which is greater than that of ordinary people, and even consider becoming an immortal to be a mere illusion. But no matter the era, whether they are called madmen or hopeless, there will always be those who do not forget their original desire to become a cultivator, relentlessly searching for a new path. Tianrun, have you ever heard of this name? Yutong asked curiously. Tianrun. I mean, Tianrun. Tianrun, I am for all beings, I am for heaven and earth. How could someone give such a trashy name like that? Aren't they afraid of getting killed? The man continued, altogether, there are 8 sects in the cultivation world with a long history and formidable power. Among them, 4 sects have had dealings with Tianrun, which is why now we only have the 4 great sects. Yutong sighed, damn, is there really such a terrifying person? How come I've never heard of them? The man replied, a lot of records and histories related to Tianrun have been erased. Here's my personal opinion, Tianrun has become an immortal, or at least has reached that legendary state. But since the records of the past were erased, finding the secret of Tianrun is extremely difficult. I can only continue to study people or things connected to Tianrun in history. Through these colored feathers, I hope to retrace Tianrun's cultivation path. If you wish, you can join my sect and study with me. Yutong was excited, so, you're agreeing to let me become your disciple? The man answered, that's right. But you still haven't told me why you chose me to be your master? Yutong replied, because I heard others say you're very weak, so it's easier to live by your side. The man sighed helplessly, I guess you don't need to be so honest right now. Yutong thought to herself, in the end, I successfully became a disciple, helping the master with whatever useless research he does on a daily basis. She recalled the place where she had once cultivated, however, the master was still very poor. After establishing his own sect, he could only use a small house in the outskirts as his cultivation abode. Though the master remained weak, his character and research spirit were pure, constantly attracting new followers. The number of disciples who came to learn grew, perhaps for another reason. Unlike other places, where everything was casual and free, the atmosphere here was serious and focused on cultivation. At this moment, everyone gathered around Yutong. Senior sister, here's the cold tofu I brought for you. Senior sister, this is the new comic, Field-Dwelling Man-Eater. As the senior sister who joined the sect first, I am respected by many. Yutong's memories bled from that moment until the day the master's cave abode was destroyed. Many people rushed to the cave. Yutong remembered the master of her master, the sect master of the White Elephant sect, along with the sect masters of many other sects and numerous disciples surrounding them. They claimed that Tianrun's cultivation method was a scam. They accused the master of using fabricated words to attract hundreds of cultivators, seeking personal gain, fame, and making unethical plans. Those people argued fiercely with Yutong's master, claiming that many cultivators had been deceived by his heretical and unorthodox teachings, delaying the work of the sect, causing great losses, and reducing the enterprise's quarterly target by 40%. They said they wanted to make the master take the blame and then impose severe punishment. The disciples and other followers just needed to admit their mistakes to be forgiven. Yutong rebutted, I told them, the master did not deceive anyone. They laughed. Yutong clearly remembered what those people had said, children are easy to deceive. Just look, apart from you, who else supports your master? The master's disciples, the followers, have all left. It's just me left now. I'm starting to feel scared. The master told me to admit the mistake, so I did. But the master refused to take responsibility. The master said, "This world needs people who don't apologize." Yutong's master held the sword in his hand. The memory of Yutong was stained with the smell of blood. The master was dead. They laughed loudly beside the master's corpse. Those people discussed, he even dared to claim he was researching the cultivation method of Yutianrun. He's too weak now. Indeed, shameless. He dares to say it, and there are people who believe him. Even if he really restored the method of Yutianrun, it's not something that ordinary people can learn. If he ruined things on his own, that's his problem. But to drag our disciples into this, wasting their time with him, he's truly a demon who harms others. While they laughed, I just stood there, watching helplessly. Do nothing at all. My father has changed my cultivation sect to a different one. I only live day by day. Though I live indifferently, I deeply regret it. I am filled with anger. Returning to the present, Yutong's eyes glimmered with sorrow. Yutong swiftly dealt with the monster. She made up her mind this time. I will not hesitate, I will not accept blame anymore. The system displayed a notification from the secret realm. Congratulations to the savior Yutong for killing the boss clone. The boss of the second secret realm will appear in 30 minutes. Difficulty level, 500-year-old demon beast. Yi Yang said with interest, the boss is coming out so early this time? Moreover, it's only a 500-year-old demon beast. Looks like we can finish work early today. Yutong, I believe that's the name of the cultivator next to Suomi. Gue Elder, is the difficulty of this secret realm lower because she killed the boss clone? Gue Xing responded, yes, the boss this time should be a demon beast in its combined form. If the fighting strength of the demon beast boss were 2,000 years, surpassing the limit of the secret realm would cause the realm to delete its operational mechanisms. But after the main body and clone of the demon beast separated, its fighting strength was only 500 years, which allows it to bypass the restrictions of the secret realm. Even though the fusion triggered a reminder from the secret realm, as long as the clone is separated in time, it can avoid the deletion. I guess the foreign world is joining in the fusion of the fifth secret realm this time to trap all the cultivators in one net with this monster. Thankfully, the beast's avatar was dealt with by Yutong earlier. Otherwise, our saviors might have had to face a 2,000-year-old beast. Luli Xiang hosted, let's thank Sister Yutong. The difficulty of the second secret realm has significantly decreased. The cultivators in the fifth secret realm are facing a 500-year-old beast. Doesn't that mean anyone could just casually hack away? Back at the secret realm, a purple beam of light appeared. Someone's voice announced, the light boss has appeared. The boss point is too far from us, we need to move faster. A cultivator replied, what's the rush? Don't we still have 30 minutes? Another group of cultivators quickly began to take action. After the fusion of the secret realms, the number of cultivators had increased. If we don't position ourselves in the front, we won't have an advantage. Who knows, by the time it's our turn, the boss might already be killed. The person beside him responded, that's true. Someone commented, oh my, look over there. Even the cultivator who's eating and recording, and the one out fishing for seafood, have rushed over to join in. Mayu saw Li Haoyuan exclaimed, oh, I remember you, weren't you the young man collecting clams earlier? Do you also want to go fight the boss? Li Haoyu sighed, there's only half an hour left. What's the point of clawing at clams anymore? There's barely enough time to pick up the scraps. Anyway, I did manage to grab a monster egg earlier. No air support, don't even talk to me. Didn't you stop doing the guild raids too? Ma Yu replied, no choice. We don't even have enough time to prepare a big meal. We might as well go after a boss. Even if we don't get any loot, at least we can watch the spectacle. By the way, the monster egg you picked up, can you sell it to me? I want to use it to make egg fried rice with tomatoes, Li Haoyu responded. You mean the monster egg? I ate it raw already, Mayu said. Mayu was stunned, ate it raw? Are you serious? That's impressive, my friend. You're the real food channel master, huh? You're so bold. Didn't it make you sick? Is it tasty when eaten raw? Li Haoyu stayed silent for a moment, holding the bucket in his hand, then said, I'm fine, nothing happened. Of course, it's edible. Let's go over there first. Stop chatting, or we'll miss the boss spawn. On top of a building, the dark figure observed everything below and said, everything is going according to plan. He chuckled with smug satisfaction. You fools really think the difficulty of the secret realm being reduced is just luck? Go ahead, enjoy the tomb I've prepared for you. The purple light pillar remained in place. Yutong gazed at it, pondering, did I really just kill a clone of the boss? Did I hear that right? Suomi said. Even if the secret realm made a mistake, this beam of light won't deceive anyone. Yutong, were you hurt just now? Yutong replied, I'm fine. That beast was extremely weak. I didn't even use much force, and it fell down. Suomi praised, that's because you've gotten stronger. With you protecting me, I feel very reassured. Yutong smiled and said, so, was I the one who said I wanted to protect you before? Who was the one giving the doubtful look? Suomi hurriedly denied, you must have misjudged. Suddenly, Udalala appeared from nowhere and spoke up, I didn't misjudge. It looked at Suomi and asked, you're Suomi, right? Suomi replied, who are you? Udalala answered, I am. Before it could finish, Yutong pinched its cheek. Udalala screamed, hey, what are you doing? Let go, let go. Yutong playfully said, are all new species of beasts so cute? Udalala fluffed up its fur and whined, Hohu, stop pinching me, let go. I'm not a beast. Master, you should come here. Suomi is here. Yutong wondered aloud, Master, someone's coming. The girl's voice rang out, Suomi, I've been looking for you for a long time. Suomi asked, who are you? The girl introduced herself, Eastern Flower Heaven Sect, Ution Xin. Suomi, it's me. Let's have a fight. Suomi was a bit surprised and asked, you want to fight me? Little girl, are you serious? Do we have any grudges? But I don't even know you. Ution Xin replied, on the contrary, I have great respect for you. The first secret realm. The scene where you used pure strength to defeat the 1,000-year-old monster beast made me incredibly excited. So, Mr. Suomi, I want to challenge you. Yutong, pinching Udala's face, spoke up, wait a minute, Ution Xin, I know you, you're the strongest in the second secret realm, the core disciple of the Eastern Flower Heaven Sect. In the secret realm, the monster beasts are our common enemies. Why are you fighting internally now? Are you out of your mind? Udala screamed loudly, be gentle, my head is about to explode. It was as if it had lost its soul, crying out, let go, you jerk. Ho-hoo. Yutong quickly apologized, sorry, I got too emotional earlier, I didn't control my strength and accidentally made its soul leave its body. Is little ghost spirit still alive? Is it all right? Wait, no, it's dead, that's why it became a ghost spirit. The soul of a ghost spirit leaving the body, that's the soul leaving the body twice over. Ution Xin shoved the soul back into Udala and said, it's fine, just put the soul back in, but answer my question first, Suomi. There are 2 reasons why I'm challenging you. She listed them, first, watching the battle between you, Suomi, and the monster beast in the video replay of the first secret realm lit a fire in me. The feeling of wanting to fight with Suomi is completely uncontrollable. Suomi is really suspicious? No matter what, her current expression has nothing to do with the intense passion. Ution Xin raised 2 fingers and continued, the second reason is that a rogue cultivator, without a sect, is showing more enthusiasm than the 4 great sects. Suomi is embarrassing the cultivators of the 4 great sects. the elders of our sect also feel very ashamed. Only by defeating you in front of an audience from all around the world can we remove this humiliation and prove that our Eastern Flower Heaven sect is the strongest sect. Yutong, hearing this, said, "Are those words something you can actually say? You're so honest, the elders of your sect are going to be very embarrassed." Yutong didn't care, replying, "Is that so? I don't really understand. They originally wanted me to get more money before challenging Suomi, but I think that's unfair. Besides, I'm very eager, so I want to fight him right now." Suomi looked at Yutong and said, "Thank you for your honesty, but right now, I have to refuse. During my battle with the demon beasts not long ago, I lost control of my power and almost lost my mind. Fighting you now would be dangerous for both of us." Yutong sympathized. "Is it because of the pressure from public opinion? I understand." Suomi made a pact with Yutong, and I agree to accept her challenge, but the timing can only be postponed until my strength stabilizes. Yutong said, "But postponing the battle is unfair to you." Suomi was somewhat confused. "Unfair? Why?" Yutong explained, "Suomi, you are a cultivator of the body refining sect, right? The maximum cultivation level of a body refining cultivator is equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demon beast. I can use money to enhance my strength, but you, Suomi, have already reached the limit of your power." Suomi said, "Indeed, coins can no longer increase my combat strength." "Is it true that the limit for a body refining cultivator is really only 1,000 years? Udalala smugly said, "That's right, you fool. I, the Great One, can easily lift you up with one hand and finish you off quickly." Yutong continued, "From what I understand, a cultivator of the body refining sect simulates the training methods of demon beasts to refine their own bodies. But the human body has limits, and the strength of a 1-year-old demon beast is the maximum that the human body can endure." She added that another factor limiting the physical cultivation school of cultivators is the Tao heart. To control powerful strength, the mind and will must also be pure enough. Even for orthodox immortal cultivation schools, one must constantly refine the spirit and resonate with the outside world in order to break through the limitations of the cultivator's level. Throughout history, due to the limitations of spiritual energy and finite resources, only a few individuals with exceptional talent could become cultivators, and the physical cultivation school is an exception. Yutong explained that, in theory, everyone can become a cultivator of the physical cultivation school, but the cultivation process is extremely painful, even self-destructive. The chance for an ordinary person to become a cultivator through physical cultivation is even lower than the chance of becoming a cultivator of the orthodox school. She continued, stating that according to the records from the previous invasion of the Otherworld, cultivators of the physical cultivation school were only effective during the early stages of the invasion. However, with the intensification of the war, cultivators of the physical cultivation school have been phased out. Udla said, "The difficulty is high, the maximum limit is low, and the later stages are just trash. Only someone with a problem in their brain would become a cultivator in the body training sect." In this era, there are still cultivators in the body training sect? I can't understand it. Yutong warned, "Little ghost spirit, do you still want to leave your soul outside your body again?" Udla quickly hid behind Yutong and said, "I'm telling the truth, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yutong said, "Suomi can become a body training sect cultivator in this era, and even achieve the highest combat power limit in the Secret Realm mission for the first time. I have great respect for him." Yutong affirmed, "Not a few cultivators just want to defeat Suomi after they have enough coins, to prove their own strength. So Suomi can only be defeated by me. I won't let those cowards who are afraid insult Suomi. If any other cultivator dares to challenge Suomi, I'll defeat them all." Yutong asked, "The little girl really thinks she's right. Do you think you're very noble?" Yutong retorted, "For the sake of the four great sects' dignity, there will indeed be cultivators who will come to challenge Suomi. Do you have a better solution?" Yutong frowned and said, "Of course, if even I can't defeat him, you guys have no right to fight against Suomi. All challenges will be accepted by me." She drew her sword towards Yutong. Starting with you. Yutong frowned and said, to confirm whether you have the strength to protect Suomi, I will use my full power. Udla arrogantly said, daring to provoke the master, let's see if my hammer will crush your dog head. The humiliation you've brought upon me, I will repay it tenfold. Yutong looked at the two of them and said, 2 against 1, and even your pet wants to join the fight? I don't mind. Yutong responded, Udla is a weapon, though a bit troublesome. Udla had turned into an axe. A large amount of energy was released. Yutong carried the axe on her shoulder and said, but very dangerous. It's not too late to surrender now. Yutong scoffed, you really like to go overboard, don't you? We are enemies now, you should worry about yourself more. Yutong gripped the axe and charged, then I won't hold back. The two sides clashed head-on, with energy sources colliding. Dust filled the air. Someone spoke up, I just arrived. What's going on? Have they already started fighting? Isn't it only been half an hour? Did the boss appear earlier than expected? The crowd gathered around. One person exclaimed, how can this be? This is more interesting than a boss fight. People discussed among themselves. I overheard others saying that Yutong and Yutong from Eastern Flower Heaven sect seemed to be fighting over a man. Ridiculous. There were even people daring to steal a man from the genius of Eastern Flower Heaven sect, Li Haoyu, wondering. Wait a minute, Yutong is the cultivator who killed the boss clone mentioned in the Secret Realm announcement earlier. She is also a core disciple of the 4 great sects. How come I never heard about her before? The green-haired cultivator laughed and replied, haha, you don't know? She's a cultivator from the 5th secret realm. The cultivators of the 4 great sects have always looked down on disciples from smaller sects like ours and even rogue cultivators. But now, we can't even compare to the 5th secret realm anymore. Li Haoyu sighed, I didn't expect that besides Suomi, there would be another powerhouse from our 5th secret realm. The secret realm truly is fair, cultivators like us, who are just ordinary, can also stand out if we find the right opportunity. The cultivator added, but it takes courage and risk-taking to do that. Look at Tai Xian sect. Ah, no. Sect leader Tai Song from the Tai Xian sect, during the first Secret Realms mission, even pretended to gather everyone to fight the boss. But when Suomi was fighting the beast, he just stood there, acting all self-centered, directly showing his cowardice. I watched the replay video, and almost died laughing because of him. Wu Xingjian yelled from afar, hey, what are you two mumbling about? Li Haoyu turned around and said, huh? Tai Xian sect? We're just chatting, didn't say anything. Wu Xingjian, furious, shot back, not talking now, huh? If you have the guts, try saying what you just said again. Luo Tiancheng stopped him. Wu Xingjian, forget it, don't argue with them. Wu Xingjian retorted, but, young master, Luo Tiancheng admitted they weren't wrong. My behavior before was truly that of a useless person, even my father was disappointed in me. Yesterday, when I returned, it was the first time I saw my father so angry. Wu Xingjian comforted him, young master, your father just has high expectations for you. Moreover, last night your father didn't sleep at all, purposely using rare materials to enhance Yu Lei Ping was his way of preparing for you. Luo Tiancheng understood, so that's why he took back Yu Lei Ping yesterday. Wu Xingjian continued, yes, your father still cares about you, he's just not good at expressing it. Luo Tiancheng looked at Yu Lei Ping in his hand and said, so that's how it is? There's something inside this vial, it seems like a dark wraith. Returning to the battle between Yutong and Yutong, dust was flying everywhere. Yutong gave a slight compliment, you're stronger than I thought, can't you just admit defeat? She swung her axe and said, either way, let's keep fighting, I'll win in the end. If I use Udla's true power, I might accidentally kill you, and Suomi would be very upset. Yutong responded, is that so? The true power of little ghost spirit. I want to see it, don't just talk. The two charged at each other. Something brushed by. Yution Xin didn't have time to blink, and her weapon disappeared. She wondered, what's going on? My weapon was taken away during the fight, how could this happen? Yution Xin looked astonished. Suomi held both their weapons in hand and stopped them. Hey, both of you calm down, just treat this like a normal match, don't actually risk your lives. The system notification appeared, reminding that the combat experience for Legend of the Martial God was being reloaded, with the progress currently at 50%. Yution Xin's face darkened. Suomi asked, "Are you angry?" I'll return Udala to her and explain. I only cancelled the match because I was thinking about your safety. Yution Xin spoke up, Suomi, I was too shallow. During the fight, you easily took my weapon, and I didn't even notice that your combat skills had already reached the peak. Back when we did the first mission in the secret realm, you were hiding your true strength. All of us were fooled by you. If I want to challenge you, I'm still far from being your match. Ha, Suomi responded, you flatter me. It's just that I got lucky. Udla had turned back into a wraith. Yution Xin said to Suomi, you really are too modest. In a similar situation, even the strongest members of the four great sects, those four on the path to enlightenment, might not have been able to easily stop our battle. Just like you didn't know. Can I follow you for a while and learn from you? Yutong asked with suspicion. Yution Xin, you're a core disciple of the Eastern Flower Heaven sect. Is it all right for you to say such things? You're not harboring any bad intentions, are you? Yution Xin answered bluntly. Of course not. I have great respect for you, Suomi. Moreover, whether you agree to accept me as a teammate or not is entirely up to you, Suomi. It has nothing to do with someone like you, a defeated subordinate. Yutong sneered, defeated subordinate? I don't recall us having a clear winner earlier. Yution Xin said confidently, if Suomi hadn't cancelled the match earlier, I would have definitely won. If you don't believe me, you can ask Suomi. I have complete faith in Suomi's judgment. Both Yutong and Yution Xin turned to Suomi and asked in unison, so, who really won earlier? Suomi looked embarrassed. Just then, someone approached. It was Jing Xian, and he spoke up. Yution Xin, you should really change that overbearing attitude of yours. Stop causing trouble for others all the time. Yution Xin replied irritably, TCH, it's you, Jing Xian, the disciple of the pill stage. You and your group always like to impose a bunch of rigid rules on yourselves, thinking you're trying to be exemplary students. Well, stop using your rules to control me. If you want to lecture me, beat me first, then talk. Udla spoke up, I hate hypocrites like you the most. If you're not satisfied, come and fight me. Jing Xian didn't pay much attention, saying, I have no interest in picking a fight with you. Jing Xian continued, Yutong, your innate talent and potential are unparalleled. I would like to invite you to join the pill platform Emerald Grotto. Yutong was taken aback and gasped. The others immediately followed with their invitations. Yutong, please join the Tai Fire Talisman. We will definitely provide you with the best treatment. Even I too, insist that you join our sect. Yution Xin whispered to Yutong, ignore those small sects. The conditions of the pill platform Emerald Grotto and Tai Fire Talisman both make you a core disciple, and you'll have the chance to become a Dao Seeker in the future. However, in recent years, the overall strength of Tai Fire Talisman has been declining. Furthermore, they have 16 core disciples, which is not the best option. But pill platform Emerald Grotto is different, they only have one core disciple. As long as you join pill platform Emerald Grotto, you'll surely be the next Dao-seeking successor of the sect, under the management of Jing Shan. Jing Xian walked closer and said, Yution Xin, your whispers are a bit too loud, I can hear everything. But there's one thing you're right about. Yutong, if you join pill platform Emerald Grotto, the resources we provide you will definitely be the best. Yutong declined, thank you for your invitations. I have made my decision, and for now, I have no intention of joining any sect. My talent and potential aren't really that outstanding. Yutong added, the current strength is powerful, but it's just that Suomi has given me so many coins. She thought to herself, it's still unclear whether the four great sects are colluding with the demon beasts or not. Moreover, I have the demon beast commander AI Air locked up at home, and there's also the aura of demon beasts on Suomi's sister. If I join the four great sects, it will only bring trouble to Suomi. Jing Xian, upon hearing this, said, you are being too modest. Even with many coins, without talent and hard work, they cannot be transformed into strength. If you change your mind later, you can contact me anytime. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Everyone, please leave. Let's disperse. I originally thought we could recruit a talent for our sect. What was I thinking? Even the four great sects couldn't invite her, how could a small sect like ours do anything? Suomi spoke up, wait a moment, don't leave yet. Since everyone is here, I want to announce some news. Jing Xian turned around and asked, is this about the strongest savior of the fifth secret realm, Suomi, what do you want to say? The purple gate from earlier had now turned green. Suomi said, here's the thing, I hope that cultivators with the capability can investigate the possible collusion of the group with the demon beasts. Audience comments began to appear, Suomi is starting again. Does he really think someone will believe this nonsense of his? Anyway, the wrongdoer is still a demon beast, and you, yourself, are just a white lotus? Even if the corporation colludes with the demon beasts, does that make you innocent? In Suomi's livestream room, a commenter said, first, show proof that you didn't kill anyone. Viewers watching the livestream wondered, the demon beasts have snuck into Earth? How is that possible? The secret realm is the absolute defense line built by the ancient cultivators. Before the savior fails, there shouldn't be any demon beasts appearing on Earth. Anyway, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ution Xin spoke up, Mr. Suomi, I believe you. Suomi let out a sound. Jing Xian, upon hearing this, said, that's an interesting viewpoint. While I don't think the chances are high, it's worth investigating. After the secret realm ends, I will report to the sect to investigate the corporation. Suomi replied, thank you. Jing Xian said, no need to thank me. It's our job to protect the world and guard against the dangers of demon beasts. As for the corporation issue, we should wait until we've defeated the boss of the secret realm before discussing it further. The gate grew brighter and brighter. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? The boss's light beam suddenly expanded. The boss is about to appear. No, the light beam was still spreading. The gate continued to expand. One person, astonished, looked at the gate and asked, what's really going on? The shadow stood atop the tall building, and the sound of its movement began. In just a moment, a gate opened in a strange place. Li Haoyu looked around, bewildered, and asked, where is this place? Beside him, the other person spoke, the light beam just now brought us here. Another person questioned, but wasn't the light beam supposed to be the appearance of the boss? But now, the boss hasn't appeared, and there's no announcement from the secret realm. This is strange. After observing the surroundings, Suomi reminded, be careful, there's something wrong here. It's very dangerous. Yutong replied cautiously, I know. The missions of the secret realm won't be that simple. He then muttered, the first mission of the secret realm said the final boss was a 500-year-old beast, but in the end, it turned out to be a 1,000-year-old beast. What will this one be like? At this moment, the green light was gradually shrinking, and suddenly, the system displayed the announcement from the secret realm, second mission, the final boss has appeared. Difficulty, 500-year-old beast. Mission location. Suddenly, a beast appeared. Its body was muscular, with blood-red eyes full of killing intent. Then, a voice, calm and indifferent, rang out, although I don't know what's going on, killing this 500-year-old beast should count as completing the mission, right? Thinking like that, it'll be much simpler. There's only one thing we need to do. As soon as the words were spoken, he drew his sword and rushed toward Nyonyo, swinging the blade. However, the beast remained unaffected, completely unharmed. A powerful push from the sword sent him flying far away. Hey, are you kidding me? No injuries? How could it be just a 500-year-old demon beast? Not only could it not be killed in one blow, but it didn't even get torn apart. His face turned pale as he suddenly realized something was wrong. His attack was infused with spiritual energy. The next moment, it retaliated with a punch straight to his head. In an instant, his vision turned completely black. Seeing the scene before them, all three of them panicked. The person with the bun spoke up, "It's a ghost. Wasn't that guy the core disciple of Tai Fire Talisman?" The one next to him was in a daze, directly killed by a single strike from the demon beast. Then, how you secret realm seemed to have fallen into a spiritual crisis. How could this be a 500-year-old demon beast? Seeing their fear, Jing Xian suddenly spoke up, "It's not that the opponent is too strong, but that we are weaker now. Don't you all realize it? The spiritual energy here is extremely barren. Our attacks can't unleash their full power." Suddenly, Bomi appeared with its adorable face. In the next moment, it revealed a massive, muscular body, accompanied by a giant snake and a large squid. Yution Xin suddenly spoke up, "Not only is this the final boss, but even the regular demon beasts of the secret realm have been transported here. This is truly hopeless. Not only are our powers restricted, but we're also surrounded by demon beasts. Does the secret realm want to kill all the saviors here?" The system transferred to a place that appeared solemn and cold. A voice suddenly exclaimed, "Secret realm, this is not the secret realm." Suddenly, a strange person appeared with horns on his head. Jialai arrogantly announced, "To all cultivators, all saviors, and others watching the livestream of the secret realm, welcome to Earth." Jing Xian was confused, and a voice rang out, "Who are you? You say this is Earth? The spiritual energy on Earth hasn't dwindled to this extent yet." The man replied, "No, this is indeed Earth. To be precise, it's the vacation resort of a small island somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. There is a large burial site nearby, filled with immense spiritual energy controlling the square." He sneered, his voice dripping with disdain, "This is a special trap prepared for you. As for my identity, hasn't the esteemed savior Suomi already told you? The demon beasts have already infiltrated Earth." The viewers watching the livestream commented, "Am I seeing this right? What Suomi said was true after all. Where are those who used to mock and doubt Mengshen? Where are they now? Come out and apologize to Mengshen." At this moment, everyone was observing Suomi's livestream room, putting the truth aside. Someone objected, "Stop making noise, the demon beasts are about to catch all the saviors in one net. At this point, what's the point of still debating whether Suomi is right or wrong? Does it even matter?" In the observation room, Li Xiang asked elderly, "What's the situation now?" Gue Xing replied, "I just received news, the small island where your saviors were captured has been located." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and ordered, "That's great, then quickly send people to rescue them." Elder Gue, his eyes filled with unease, responded, "The search and rescue team has already gone ahead, they've arrived. According to them, the island has disappeared without a trace. The location shown on the satellite map is now empty, and no reinforcements will be arriving." At that moment, the figure of Jia Lai appeared. Gue Xing's voice gradually lost hope, "There will be no hope left." A mocking smile appeared on his face as he spoke, "Fellow cultivators, enjoy your last moments of struggle for survival. You can watch the downfall of the Earth's protector on the livestream you love so much." Meanwhile, Suomi stood before a beast twice his size. He spoke, "If the rules of the secret realm still apply, eliminating you should allow me to return to reality, right?" Then, a surge of energy emanated from him, "Let's see if that's the case." The next moment, in the town within the secret realm, a loud sound echoed repeatedly. Bullets pierced through its head, quickly bringing it down. A woman with her hair tied up, still in the shooting stance, softly spoke to the beast. How does the bullet taste? Does it have the flavor of vitality? Then he approached the beast he had just defeated and sneered. Hi, I knew bringing a counterattack rifle was the right choice. Before entering Secret Realm Abin, you even laughed at me. At this point, he suddenly paused and called out a name. At that moment, a cultivator was crushed by another beast. Abin turned towards the loud noise and muttered softly, Bomi. Its towering figure stood before him, seemingly smiling at the man with the bun. He immediately grabbed his rifle and shouted, Damn it, I'm going to chop you down. The next moment, a piercing scream rang out as Bomi bent down and grabbed him tightly. It then effortlessly lifted one hand high, disregarding the desperate screams of the man with the bun. Let me go, let me go. After that, Bomi opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth dripping with saliva. The man screamed in vain, Please, don't. Meanwhile, inside, Suomi and Jialai were still battling each other. The former raised his hand, creating a sturdy shield while speaking calmly, Did you hear that? The pitiful screams of those cultivators are truly music to my ears. The boy blocking the way. Suomi chuckled. You think I'll just let you attack Nyo-Nyo? Jialai smirked, You're the most dangerous savior here. If I let you easily eliminate Nyo-Nyo, the slaughter game I set up will be a complete failure. Then, the man turned in another direction and gave an order. Ni, go to the grass patch and graze a bit, take up less time. At this moment, he fell into deep thought, This is troublesome. With this arrogant madman blocking me, I can't kill the final boss. I can't end this secret realm run early. Not only will it result in massive casualties for the cultivators, but my power might also spiral out of control again. Suddenly, Jialai charged forward with murderous intent. Suomi, standing there in a daze while fighting isn't a good habit. Just then, someone holding a fan stepped in to block him. I completely agree with your opinion. A light source behind flickered, causing Jialai to halt. The fan gently swished, and the space around Jing Xian blazed as if it were being scorched by fire. Flame Emperor's burning blood voice, As soon as you finished speaking, the fire immediately surged, beginning to burn the bones. The intense heat made Jialai slightly irritated, pathetic. Relying on you, you want to disturb my leisure time? TRCU Tian Xin used a staff to fly towards him. This isn't something you can just say and make happen. Jialai smirked, This kind of shallow attack is useless no matter how many times you try. At this moment, a sword emitting a purple light appeared, followed by a voice that was not yet finished. From behind him, Yutong raised the sword high in the air, then struck down with great force. The smoke slowly dispersed, but Jialai showed no signs of injury. Do you still not understand? With your strength, you can never harm me. Done, the man holding the gem in front of his chest continued. Only Suomi. Where did Suomi go? At this moment, Jing Xian spoke up, You must have guessed, right? He went to chase and kill the final boss. The man's eyes still showed a look of disdain as he asked, So that's how it is? Is this your strategy? Even if you risk your lives, how long do you think you can stop me? Tian Xin was ready to fight him to save the earth. Don't worry about it, Yutong feels the same. To save the hope of Earth, we've already prepared to sacrifice ourselves. At that moment, a ring of fire appeared around Jing Xian. Then, he used a fan to control the flames. Suddenly, the fire surged, enveloping Jialai's body, locking his movements. In the sky, a shadow was descending. It was Tian Xin. Her eyes were filled with determination, and at the same time, Yutong was also charging forward. Together, they struck the shadow, and in the next second, the shadow began to dissipate. Seeing this, Tian Xin softly said, We've won, that was too easy, wasn't it? Sensing something odd, Yutong spoke, That's not right. Based on the strength that beast showed earlier, we were never supposed to be its match. How could we have killed it in less than 10 seconds? Jing Xian guessed, It's likely that what we killed was just its avatar. If I'm not mistaken, the beast's original goal from the start was only Suomi. You've tried it already, haven't you? The barrier surrounded the grassy field. At this moment, the secret realm was surrounded by a circle of purple light. Jialai calmly passed through the barrier, knowing that even with your strength, you wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. At the same moment, a hand appeared, holding Nyo's head. It was Suomi who had deliberately lured me here, to have me kill the boss of the secret realm, to trap me here, right? You really went to a lot of trouble for this. Hearing this, the man suddenly smiled in a strange way. As expected of the most dangerous savior, even when trapped in a snare, you can still maintain your calm. Let me guess what you're thinking right now. You've clearly killed the boss of the secret realm, so why hasn't the secret realm disappeared yet? Because this barrier has cut off the secret realm's ability to observe and evaluate. So, even the secrets of the secret realm can't predict Nyo's death. He fell silent for a moment before asking, why bother explaining all this? What exactly is your goal? The man approached him, speaking with every word meant to entice. You, Suomi, are the most outstanding savior on earth. You're fighting to save the world, but you're misunderstood, cursed, and hated by those pitiful humans. Isn't it tragic? Don't you think your efforts are completely pointless? Join us, and you'll receive the most fair treatment. Your talent, your value, will never be buried. He kept talking. That's right, don't worry. The livestream barrier of the secret realm will be interrupted. Right now, no one on Earth can hear our conversation. The people watching the livestream commented, huh? Is this beast dumb? The livestream of Secret Realm clearly has no issues, it's the others interfering, you're the one who's stupid. It was clear that the beast had intentionally deceived Suomi, trying to make him betray humanity in front of the entire world. In Suomi's livestream room, comments from viewers continuously popped up. Suomi remained silent. Was he wavering now? Was he thinking of betraying humanity? Someone else rebutted, Mang Jun hasn't said anything, and you're already imagining things? If I were Mang Jun, I would release the demon beasts right away. People like you are not worth saving. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. System reminder, the game Legend of the Martial God is downloading, current progress 70%. He stood there, silent and thoughtful, thinking to himself that the download still hadn't completed. He had to find a way to delay more time. Even though Jialai had done his best to persuade Suomi, he still remained silent. Losing patience, Jialai spoke up, Suomi, my patience has limits, tell me your answer. Trust me, if you agree to cooperate and submit to us, we will not treat you unfairly. If you refuse my kindness, I'll have no choice but to kill you here. Finally, Suomi answered, cooperation? Our cooperation ended a long time ago. Controlling the spiritual energy from the precious essence of Izhou, you are collecting massive amounts of controlled spiritual energy. Do you really think you can hide from the Lian Mang group the trap that killed the saviors without warning us? Do you still have the audacity to talk about trust? Hearing this, he sneered. Ha, you say you're with the group? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Ignoring Jialai's mockery, Suomi continued asking, then where is the failure of the Beast Commander's appearance? Do you really think that was just a coincidence? His smile abruptly vanished. He looked down and spoke, human, what are you trying to say? Foolish. How could the appearance of an important figure like the Beast Commander be a mere accident? His gaze and smile were full of derision. Don't you get it yet? No wonder you're a brainless beast. If you wanted to hide the trap from us, we have no choice but to counterattack. The Beast Commander is a valuable experimental subject. That's right, we've been using the cells of the beasts for experiments for a long time now. You haven't figured that out yet? At once, Jialai's fury exploded. He screamed, despicable humans, it was originally the Lian Mang group that took the initiative to cooperate with us. Is this what you call sincerity? In his eyes was open contempt. You think our group would be willing to become the dogs of your savage beasts? Our cooperation ended long ago, you fool. Suddenly, he let out a loud laugh and shouted. Ha, earlier I said that the barrier could interrupt the livestream of Secret Realm, and that was you. Suomi, the true face of the Lian Mang group has been exposed to the whole world now, so who's the fool now? At this moment, a notification popped up, the system reminding him to update his Martial God Battle Legacy experience, with the current progress at 99.99%. Upon reading it, he suddenly stood frozen. Seeing this, Jia Lai let out a triumphant laugh. Suomi, speak up. Where's that calm attitude you had earlier? Are you frozen now? Is your great savior actually part of the scheme with the monster beasts like us? Then he continued without pause, not only that, but you also revealed the human experiment of your group. I only guessed about it before. Ha, betraying the person, and now betraying the group, there's no place left for you on this earth. For a moment, Suomi responded to his words. Such a pity, it seems you really don't know about the human experiment. But I still have to thank you. You just admitted out loud the connection between the monster beasts and your group, now I can completely clear my name. Jia Lai grimaced when he heard his reply. What did you say? Suddenly, he shouted furiously, how could that be? Now, Suomi's gaze toward him was filled with contempt. It seems you finally understand. The fool who exposed himself to the whole world was you. He kept grumbling, stop with the deception. If you're not from the company, how do you know so much? You must be trying to change your image because you know the livestream will expose everything, right? In contrast to his growing agitation, Suomi remained calm as he spoke. Isn't it normal for you to gather intelligence on your enemies? He then listed the evidence first, a man sitting on the floor in a dazed state, followed by a boy helplessly babysitting, and finally, a girl sitting in a wheelchair. Suomi then asked, do you still need more proof? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, causing Jia Lai's face to harden. After this secret realm ends, the first thing I'll do is destroy the Li family corporation. Of course, by then, you won't be able to see it. Jia Lai's expression darkened. How long have you known that the barrier can't stop the livestream? Suomi replied flatly, I knew from the start. As for the barrier surrounding me, you've already explained it away far too many times. Your precious barrier is hard to break, and it might even prevent the secret realm from confirming the boss's death. All of this was done to deepen my impression that the barrier could cut off everything. Later, you implied that the barrier could disrupt the livestream with me. Your subtle tricks are too clumsy. The announcement showed a comment, what just happened? Honestly, I don't even know how to describe it. It's such a surprise, all I can say is, Suomi is amazing. Another person quickly said, I knew it, the foolish image of Mang Jun was just a facade, this is his true face. In Suomi's livestream room, a comment notification appeared, Mang Jun, this title can be changed now. Not only is he strong, but he is also thoughtful. Let's call him the old demon of the Southern Kingdom. Someone else happily commented, although the saviors are all trapped by the beast, with Suomi here, I suddenly feel at ease. The system displayed a message, reminding, updating combat experience for Legend of the Martial God, current progress 100%. Then he looked down at the notification and thought, finally, the combat experience update has reached 100%. The timing is perfect. Wait a minute, why is the progress bar still increasing? At this moment, a new notification appeared, and the system reminded, updating combat experience for Legend of the Martial God, current progress 1001.5%. Suomi was stunned and confused. System, are you messing with me? Wasn't the progress bar full at 100%? What the hell is 101.5%? The beast in front of him seemed extremely angry, as if it was about to strike, but the progress bar was still not full. Was it possible that after fighting halfway, he would lose control? It hurriedly explained, system reminder, because the host's adaptation to the martial god has improved, progress exceeding 100% will grant the host new abilities. Once the progress bar reaches 100%, the battle will commence. This will not cause the host's strength to go out of control. Jia Lai looked at his hand, absorbing energy, and grinned wickedly. Suomi, I have underestimated your cunning and maliciousness. This was my mistake, but in the secret realm that I created. Then, he tightened his grip, charged towards the boy, and shouted, the fate of humanity, the determination of victory or defeat, is decided only by strength. He threw a powerful punch, but Suomi stood still, raising a shield to block it. Jia Lai was stunned, grinding his teeth as he thought to himself, my attack has been blocked. No, wait, I can't even feel the attack hitting the physical body. Suomi raised his hand to grab Jia Lai's, saying, down you go. As soon as he spoke, Suomi gently pulled Jia Lai up. When lifted, Jia Lai couldn't understand why his attack felt like a ragged piece of cloth, about to fall to the ground. Then, Jia Lai landed, and a loud sound echoed as fire engulfed his body. At that moment, in a room, Yang covered her face, blushing as she praised, Suomi's cold and harsh demeanor really lives up to the rumors. His IQ is overwhelming, his combat power is crushing, and he plays with magical beasts at will. This must be the second god. Li Xiang helplessly reminded, Ahem, Yang, please hold back. Suomi's title as the strongest savior is well deserved. At the same time, I want to say, many people watching the screen owe Suomi an apology. At the same time, a cloud of smoke appeared outside, and a voice rang out, you're still alive, you're really something. The wind blew lazily, ordering the beasts to stop attacking the cultivator and bringing an end to the current secret realm mission. Suomi stood in front of Jia Lai and continued, I might spare your life. The man collapsed after enduring numerous blows. Humans had already guessed that your strength could surpass my expectations, so I made preparations in advance. Suddenly, two dark figures full of murderous intent appeared, and the boy asked him, you called in two more dark beasts into the barrier to surround and attack me. Yet Suomi remained calm and asked, is this your plan? Jia Lai once again gathered a powerful force and said, no. They are my power batteries, they can store energy and transmit it to me, allowing me to be free from the restriction of spiritual energy, temporarily restoring all my combat power. The weakness he showed earlier was gone, replaced by an overwhelming pride. Your excellent combat skills earn my utmost respect. To show my admiration for you, I will use my strongest power to destroy you. At this moment, a hand suddenly struck the shield. Yutong is powerless, he's met his match, this shield is truly sturdy. Yution Xin spoke up, as long as we continue to attack the shield, sooner or later, we will be able to rescue Suomi. Hey, Jing Xian, keep waving your fan, don't stop. Jing Xian, behind the doubts and speculations, saw the demonic beasts suffering greatly, using the final boss as bait to trap Suomi inside. Why didn't they stop us from attacking the barrier? I think there are two reasons. The barrier is already very sturdy, and even Suomi would have a hard time breaking it. Our destruction is insignificant. Secondly, those demonic beasts are currently busy with something more important. Suddenly, a noise rang out. Everyone turned to look and said in unison. The sound of a bell, the whispers, and the panic mixed together in the air. A huge bell floated in midair. Stop looking, run quickly, or Bomi will catch up. Wait, when did that demonic beast appear? Then, a massive shadow holding the bell appeared. He spoke, shaking the bell, the time has come, human saviors, cultivators who have passed through thousands of years, gather here, the opportunity for the two worlds to merge is starting again. We are now in halftime, and I extend my sincere greetings to all from another realm. Everyone was stunned, and one person spoke, this is truly a gigantic demonic beast, it's completely on a different level from the others. Another person kept wondering, halftime? The demonic beasts around are all frozen, does this mean they want to stop the fight? How could that be? The shadowy figure smirked. The war that determines the fate of this world. You have already lost. We do not intend to pursue your destruction. He continued, abandon your identity as saviors, submit to us, the demon beasts, and I will ensure your safety. All humans on earth are the same. As long as you submit and become our subordinates, you can continue to live peacefully. Suddenly, Luo Tianchang spoke up, stop joking. We will never submit to you disgusting monsters. Don't believe him. The words of the demon beast were not to be trusted. Another person agreed and spoke up, young master of the Taishan sect is right. This demon beast only wants to separate us and shake our faith. Hearing this, the dark figure grew even more contemptuous. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Cultivators, you could be our food, or you could be our cherished allies. Many cultivators have already benefited from us. With their tokens, we were able to smoothly bring you all to this small island. Then, he spread his arms and continued, you possess the token, come to me first. I have prepared accommodations and food for you. For the cultivators marked, after the break in the arena ends, I will protect you. Luo Tianchang angrily shouted, stop deceiving us. We don't have your token on us, so why do we have the mark? Are you lying? He looked down at the boy and said, I remember now. The so-called torpedo launcher on you has an engraving used for teleportation. It was your father who gave this to you, right? Although it wasn't you who actively brought the token, he told me to take good care of you, so come to me. Hearing these words, he held the vial in his hand, unable to believe the truth. It can't be, how is that possible? My father has sought refuge with the demon beasts. The shadowy figure replied, because he is a wise man. Your world has already been infiltrated by our demon beasts once, and many people have secretly sided with us. Face the reality, Earth has become a playground for our kind, and humanity is destined to become our servants. At this moment, a cage was broken open, and a successful escape had been made. A girl clenched her fists, raising her voice, you didn't really think that such a pathetic force could trap me, did you? I am a grand commander of the demon beasts, with immense power. Then the girl scoffed. Who would want to be your pet? Do you think I could really be bribed with food? Demon Suomi, I will make you pay for your vile actions. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of cake. Despite her words, her strength had not yet fully recovered. She wasn't a match for that demon. Then, she savored the taste of the cake and the sweet drink. Could it be that I can only run away in frustration, without any strategy to retreat? Though my body is still weak, my mind is sharp. I'm sure I can come up with something to threaten Suomi. Suddenly, the girl stood up excitedly and said, I know. As long as I capture the one Suomi cares about the most. It may force the demon's name to obey. Even if I lose my strength, I can still complete the Divine Lord's mission and save the weak beast kin. She then went to Suomi's bedside. She imagined a large shadow threatening the tiny cat. I'm not sympathizing with humans, she muttered, lowering her head, then thought to herself, I just hate the act of bullying the weak. If I do something like this, how am I any different from those fallen high-level beasts and those despicable humans? She immediately sprang to her feet and dashed off. Now, retreat is the strategy. First, get away from the demon Suomi's territory. Suddenly, the system displayed a reminder. Host under attack detected. Activating injury transfer function, a crackling sound passed through, making her remember something. The girl collapsed face down on the ground, cursing, damn Suomi. The force of power concentrated towards the small figure in the distance. Jialai grinned maliciously, his hand radiating a purple power, and said, how long do you plan to run? This is a fair 1v1 match, right? Is that all you've got in terms of combat skills? As long as I stretch the distance, there's nothing to fear. Suomi, with swift movements, dodged the attacks. He quickly charged toward Jialai and, with great force, delivered a counterattack straight to his face. Jialai took the hit and was sent flying several meters away. Despite being knocked back, he grinned smugly and shouted, human, look up. At that moment, Suomi looked up, and a massive energy orb appeared. A loud explosion rang out, and the space was enveloped by thick smoke. Jialai slowly walked forward and said, seems like you're not lightly injured. This is the first time I've seen you spit out blood. Suomi, wincing as he clutched his wounds, replied, it's nothing. You probably don't feel that much better either. Upon hearing this, Jiao Lai let out a self-satisfied laugh and said, "What are you talking about? I'm in my prime. These minor injuries will recover easily. As for you, without spiritual energy to defend and heal yourself, you'll just keep accumulating injuries. Before my strength runs out, I'll turn you into pieces." Seeing his arrogance, Suomi sneered and said, "You still care about this battle? Is this what you call fairness?" Suddenly, a sound rang out, and the system reminded, "Host has been attacked, activating injury teleportation function." Jiao Lai prepared to strike again, saying, "As long as I can win, as long as I can survive, what does it matter if it's underhanded? Do you see it? The sparks in my hand. Do you know what they mean? They represent the number of cultivators who have abandoned their status as saviors and submitted to the beastfolk like us. Suomi, this is your last chance. Submit or die." Suomi coldly responded, "Thank you for your good intentions, but I refuse. What I hate most is receiving charity from others." In another space, with an incredibly strange atmosphere, shrouded in misty smoke, a group of people were discussing. "I didn't want to fight anymore, but as long as we enter there and voluntarily give up the identity of a savior, it's considered betrayal of humanity, betrayal of Earth. Let's just go in, it doesn't matter, staying outside will lead to death anyway. What does it matter if we're not the savior? We've already done too much." At this moment, Nai spoke, "The break is almost over, what are you still hesitating about? You are our honored guest." Luo Tianchang, with a darkened face, shouted angrily, "Shut up! I will never surrender to the demon beasts." Upon hearing that response, Nai said, "If you refuse, you will die right here. Not only that, but your father and your sect will also be completely destroyed by the enemy." He clicked his tongue and continued to persuade, "How ungrateful you are, your father worked hard to pave the way for you, yet you're willing to destroy everything of Taishan sect. Do you know what the right choice is?" Luo Tianchang, holding a mysterious vial of medicine in his hand, threw it to the ground, shattering the vial. A surge of power erupted from it. Luo Tianchang then shouted loudly, "This is my answer." The immense power rushed straight toward Nai, but he quickly used his strength to block it. Luo Tianchang stood frozen, stunned, and in disbelief. A deep, quiet voice rang out, "A wrong choice." Luo Tianchang was startled, and a giant hand with sharp claws appeared above his head. As the words were spoken, the hand descended directly toward where he was standing. Seeing this, the people outside panicked and spoke to each other, "To take such a heavy blow and remain unharmed, can we really fight back against that beast?" The deer and the other beasts laughed eerily and spoke, "The break is over, cultivators, are you ready to become our food?" A massive shield enveloped a corner of the city. Inside the shield, Suomi, holding onto his wounds, struggled to stand. A voice sounded, and the system reminded, "Battle experience progress updated to 150%, synchronization rate has reached the limit, skill acquired. Combat power in the battle technique is 3 times that of the normal Taiping state, active use of skills can increase strategy by 10 times, duration is 10 seconds. In the year 184 of Taiping, a slave rebellion broke out in the dynasty, which used this as an opportunity. The decaying empire began to fragment, and then the vassals fought in chaos, with the common people suffering. Cultivators ended the era of turmoil, sealing all ancient evil alien species, and then the great Luo celestial divine kingdom, the earthly authority of divine power, was born. Using the Supreme One Sifu to harmonize the Donghua Tian sect, the leading sect among the 8 great immortal sects, helped to dominate the great Luo heaven. Enduring hardship for the people has led to peace. This is the history they wrote in books. A hand holding a bag of money was extended. "This reward is 50 coins, take it." A man, holding the bag of money from the official, hesitated and said, "Sir, I wish to resign." The official asked, "Are you serious? You earn well and have safety. Can you find another job like this elsewhere?" The man replied, "I'm just a bit tired. Over the past few years, I've saved some money. I want to go home and open a small shop." The official did not press him, saying, I understand. One more trip, and you can leave. That man was me, a porter. I had been doing this job for 5 years. Monsters, called the Yao, appeared. They were terrifying creatures from another world. In preparation for the war with the other world, Great Luo Heaven was building the secret realm. Criminals with heinous crimes were to be imprisoned in Great Luo Heaven. They would become sacrifices for the secret realm. However, this sacrifice was a bit strange: men and women, old and young, dressed in rags, seemingly just ordinary people from a village. There was even an old, one-eyed man locked in a separate carriage. Next to a large fire, there was a carriage, and an old man was locked inside. He was blind in one eye. The old man asked, "Little brother, aren't you curious? The story related to us?" The man, sitting leisurely by the tree, replied slowly, "You are a criminal and a sacrifice. According to the rules, you, the sacrifice, cannot speak to the porters." The old man did not pay attention to what he said and began telling the story. Our village is located in a barren and remote mountain area, relying on the meager harvests from the mountains and reluctantly farming the land to survive day by day. Decades passed, and we managed to live, but the demon beasts appeared. That time, many people died, including my granddaughter and my son. The survivors in the village wanted to seek protection from cultivators, in case the demon beasts attacked again. The old man hesitated before continuing, "But we cannot bear the taxes." The man showed no concern, and instructed, "I don't want to know about this, go to sleep, we leave tomorrow." The old man did not stop talking and kept murmuring his story. In order to fight the demon beasts, we could only rely on ourselves, but ordinary weapons were ineffective against them. We also don't have the talent to become cultivators. Fortunately, I found the corpse of a demon beast. I am also a doctor. Those without talent cannot become cultivators. So I wanted to explore the great secrets of the demon beasts. I dissected that demon beast. The villagers agreed with my thinking and allowed me to experiment on them, hoping to gain strength by merging with the demon beasts. The only sound in the vast forest was the old man's voice telling the story. The regret is that, up until now, you, the one who survived the experiment, have not changed in the slightest. Only then did the man speak and ask, "Did you also lose your eyes during the experiment?" The old man answered, "Because of my research on the demon beasts, everyone in our village considers us criminals. They call me crazy and think everything is pointless. At first, they shouldn't have believed me. A villager pitted my eyes, so I was isolated." The man replied, "You are indeed crazy." A doctor from a distant place thought that his research could enable ordinary people to fight against cultivators and demon beasts. He chuckled and said, "Who says otherwise? I know it's crazy now, but we want to survive. I want to make it so that those without talent can also gain the strength to protect themselves." The next morning, a group of people was tied up and led down a forest path. A young man, chained and bound, suddenly shouted angrily, "Don't touch my younger sister." The man was pushed aside, and everyone was stunned. Some people wondered, what happened? Someone answered, "A child who was tied up not only killed a transporter but also caused a rock to explode." The old man, locked inside the cart, suddenly laughed loudly and said, "It worked. Haha, I succeeded. Please, let the child go, he is the fire seed, the hope for the future." One of them frowned and said, "That old man in the cart has gone mad again." "Right, the communication marker is with you, right? I want to report the anomaly from earlier to the officer." The man pressed the tip of his sword to his neck, making him stammer in fear. "Hey, are you joking?" he questioned. "You are already a madman, not just that child, but even the old man in the carriage. You let go of all the offerings, do you know what kind of end you'll meet?" The man replied calmly, "Perhaps I truly am mad, or maybe it's the world that's mad. To build the secret realm, sinners became offerings. I transported them in exchange for gold. I've transported many sinners, some deserved to die, some didn't." The man looked up at the sky and continued, "These offerings this time are the ones that shouldn't die, because perhaps they could stop this world from being so insane. 20 years later, in a small wooden house, the young man looked worried and said, "You're unconscious again." You were sitting on the ground, coughing a few times, then spoke with difficulty, "How much time do I have left?" The young man replied, "You merged with the blood and flesh of a demonic beast long ago, and it's continuously devouring your body. Probably, you have 2 more years to live. But we're considered heretics, constantly hunted, always in danger. With the situation like this, it's hard to say whether you'll survive even half a year." The young man with green hair smiled lightly and responded, "That's enough. For a cultivator like you to willingly help us get caught in danger, I really feel guilty." The young man angrily retorted, "Don't talk as if I volunteered for this, I was just tricked by you. You should have some self-awareness." The young man spoke casually, "Getting on the boat was also your fault. It was because of your curiosity that you were expelled from the sect." The teenager, holding his forehead in helplessness, said, "Humph, let's just say I brought this upon myself. A person can harness the power of a demon beast, and knowing this, how could I suppress my curiosity? But don't you feel resentful? With the help of a genius like me, you finally managed to figure out a way to grow stronger without using the flesh and blood of demon beasts. Yet, as the first person to hold the power of a demon beast, you can only suffer and die." The young man sitting on the ground sighed and responded, "To be honest, I'm extremely resentful." "Didn't you say you're a genius? Then hurry up and think of a way to keep me alive. I want to try the new cultivation method you've developed." The teenager angrily shouted, "Hey, there's no such thing as a good deal here. Due to the rejection response of the demon beast's flesh and blood, your lifespan has been greatly shortened. Where am I supposed to find more lifespan for you? If it weren't for a genius like me helping you recover, you'd already be done for." The young man looked at the boy sitting nearby and said, "I still want to live a bit longer to see if the cultivators of the body refining sects in the future can be recognized by the great Luo heaven. No longer treated as heretics, all of them were picked up by me. Before these children grow up, protecting them is my responsibility." After saying that, the two looked at each other without speaking. The two of them remained silent as a grave. Finally, the young man surrendered and said, "All right, I understand now, I agree with you. Those orphan children are the ones you took in, and after you're gone, I will take good care of them." On the fence, a few wind chimes rang out. The young man was startled and thought to himself, "It's over, the alarm spell I set has been triggered. It's a cultivator from Great Luo Heaven, 3 squads, a total of 60 people." The boy spoke to reassure him, "Brother, don't worry, didn't we once lead 5 squads before?" The young man responded, "After that battle, all the people you supported died, and you started to lose consciousness all the time. Now, it's just the 2 of us and those children. How do you expect me to fight?" The young man with the green hair spoke, "After that battle, my body reached its limit. I discovered something: no matter how much the flesh of the demonic beasts gnaws at my body, while my mind is in a state of madness, I can gain greater strength for a short period. Leave those cultivators to me, you take the children and go ahead." The young man, furious, cursed, "You will die." The green-haired boy remained calm and replied, "Maybe, but if I die, remember your promise." The young man called him back, cautiously asking, "Wait, do you have any last wishes?" The boy smiled faintly and said, "That's enough. The children of the next generation won't need to use the flesh and blood of demonic beasts anymore. Although the cultivation process is hard, they will be able to grow stronger safely. Unlike us, they can be mere humans who fight, mere humans who die, no longer food for the demonic beasts, no longer a burden for the cultivators, no longer fuel for the secret realm. Ordinary people can also make different choices. In fact, I am already quite content." Many years later, a voice rang out. "This is the last chance, it's still not too late to give up." The man curled his lips in a sneer. "The last chance? I thought Great Luo Heaven was going to directly execute me." Luo Tiancheng stepped forward and answered, "After all, you are now the strongest savior of the secret realm. Great Luo Heaven, considering the influence you have, has given you another chance. As long as you publicly admit that the terrible words you spoke earlier were under someone else's command, not the truth, your crimes will be annulled. If you refuse, you will have to duel with the spirit of light. The man looked at his hand and replied. I see. Aha, using a duel to replace execution, is it? I understand. You may leave now. Luo Tiancheng asked, confused. Have you gone mad? As long as you admit your mistake, everything can be forgiven. You've made the cultivator of the sex body training art be recognized by great Luo Heaven, even becoming the strongest savior of the secret realm. But now, you want to throw away your title and glory, and become a criminal? The man replied leisurely. I just want to do what is right. Moreover, what I say is not crazy. According to my investigation, decades ago, the spiritual energy began to deplete. This has shaken the foundation of the great Luo Heaven's dominance. They found the only way to reconcile the two worlds, which could potentially restore the spiritual energy. Therefore, great Luo Heaven took it upon themselves to cross into other worlds, summoning foreign beasts to disrupt villages, using that as an excuse to capture criminals as sacrifices, and creating the secret realm for inter-world warfare. Luo Tiancheng asked him, even if what you say is true, does it matter? Everything great Luo Heaven does is for the sake of protecting the interests of us cultivators. Your whole life has been dedicated to gaining recognition from great Luo Heaven. In the end, you became an immortal in our cultivator community. Now you want to throw everything away, you want to betray your entire life's effort? The man stood up, walking forward as he spoke. The efforts of all the cultivators in the body refining sect have always been to protect those ordinary people without talent. Perhaps I have betrayed myself, but I will not betray their efforts. He stood on the high wooden platform and said, I do not need the recognition of great Luo Heaven, nor the identity of a cultivator. From this moment on, I will be immortal and fight for the common people of this world. The man was resolute, and his battle had begun. Luo Tiancheng spoke, you are very strong, but your combat strength has reached its limit. Facing the spiritual radiance, you have no chance of winning. The man replied calmly. Perhaps so. Luo Tiancheng mocked him again, you are just throwing your life away for nothing. The man only smiled inwardly, thinking to himself, even if I die here, my battle will still inspire more people to resist. I want to place my hopes in the next generation, just like my predecessors did. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Suomi. The person opposite him felt a sense of dread and thought it was strange. Could this oppressive aura really be coming from Suomi? Suomi walked while asking, haven't you noticed yet? He cautiously asked in return, noticed what? Suomi, wiping his hands, coldly replied, you're already dead. The scene shifted to a desolate, uninhabited small island, where despair was spreading. Loud explosions continued to echo, and a great fire engulfed everything. Two people were hiding behind a wall. The man in yellow said to his companion, it's probably safe here for now. But in his mind, worrying thoughts kept arising. Those powerful cultivators were killed by the monster beasts so easily. The man in green was terrified, his eyes wide, thinking to himself, I think you understand now, right? Even if we keep fighting, we'll just end up as corpses, dying for nothing. Why? Why didn't we choose the main entrance of the hotel back then? Noticing the strange expression on his companion's face, the man in yellow darkened his expression and observed closely. Fearful, unable to speak aloud. What do you want to do? Hurry, stop, don't go outside, we'll get caught. The person directly stood in the middle of the road, smiling bitterly, surrendering in desperation. Hey, beast, I want to surrender, we can be friends, right? Behind him was a huge mouth, with green eyes and sharp teeth. And in just an instant, the mouth widened and snapped shut, killing him immediately. The man in yellow stood between two giant beasts, only able to lament his fate. That idiot, the beast had already been lured over by him. The green frog prepared to launch its long tongue toward the sweet prey. He couldn't react in time and thought to himself, I'm going to get killed by him. But just as the tongue was about to reach, a burst of deep purple light swept across the beast's mouth. Yutong severed the green frog's body in half with a single sword strike. The man looked over, quickly assessing, and eliminated the beast in an instant. So strong, I'm saved. But then he realized, no, it's not over yet. There's still a Bomi behind me. Turning around, he saw that it, too, was killed by Tian Xin with a single strike. The man frowned slightly, thinking to himself. This is good, the danger has been eliminated. Was it because he suddenly relaxed? His body became relaxed. So that's what happened. Another hidden green-colored monster had launched a fatal blow, piercing through his abdomen. Jing Xian stepped forward, seeing the scene, and could only sigh. Still too late. The deer slowly manifested before them, simultaneously sneering and speaking in a seductive tone. You three are truly different from ordinary people. Not only did you break free from the encirclement, but you also save people wherever you go. Talents like you shouldn't die so easily. How about I give you another chance? Surrender, there's no need to waste your lives. Tian Xin showed his displeasure and retorted sharply, if you want to laugh, then laugh now. Suomai will defeat you soon enough. He wasn't worried in the slightest and, with an even brighter smile, informed them, Suomai, huh? Are you still relying on Suomai? It's been so long, and he still hasn't managed to break through the barrier. If he's not dead, he's already turned against you. The scene shifted to another area where explosions continued to echo non-stop. Inside a hotel room, Hayu was complaining, still battling furiously, the sound of his agonizing cries becoming increasingly annoying. Lan Bing, sitting there, grumbled, let the beasts eat them quickly. This is such a waste of time. I just want to go home. Upon hearing this, he laughed heartily and replied, give them some respect. After all, they chose to be the saviors, fighting for humanity. Lan Bing indifferently scoffed, to me, they're just a bunch of fools. Even the strongest savior, Suomai, has been captured and is missing, unclear whether he's alive or dead. Even if they die here, what value does that have? Once humanity is defeated, no one will thank them. The scene shifts to Nai's area, where a beam of green light descends. He looks down at Jing Xian, who is kneeling there, and asks, can you still get up? Jing Xian remains silent, only coughing weakly a few times. Looking at the two girls lying there, Nai reminds him, by the way, your two teammates only have one breath left. He sneers coldly, threatening, refusing to repent, rejecting my kindness, now you'll pay the price. It's a pity, but it's a death sentence. At that moment, from inside the cage, a brilliant golden light flares up, and water stains appear. Nai looks over in slight concern, wondering, what was that sound? Jing Xian clutches his stomach. Though in pain, he is still sharp enough to recognize that the barrier has been broken. As the cage shatters, fragments fly up, revealing Suomai standing in the bright glow. Seeing this, Nai raises a hand to cover his face, feeling confused. It can't be. How is this possible? As he watches the figure of Suomai charging toward him with immense power, Nai wonders, has the barrier really been shattered? Did Suomai kill off all the Golden Era's power? He quickly uses a demon seal technique to turn invisible, reasoning that a direct confrontation would be futile. His only chance is to hide before Suomai gets too close. But at that moment, Suomai charges forward, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He unleashes a wide-range palm strike, shouting, don't even think about escaping. The body of the deer gradually dissolved, unable to say a word, only able to stare wide-eyed in terror, silently blaming, the body cultivation sect cultivator is using large area attacks, truly breaking the rules. Just like that, as he vanished, the sky became clearer and brighter. Jing Xian glanced over and sensed that the breath of the beast had completely disappeared, and it was all so effortless. Suomai stepped forward, looked at Yutong lying there, and asked him, do you know any healing magic? Jing Xian immediately responded, I know a bit, but I can only barely keep Yutong and Yu Tianyan alive. Upon hearing this, Suomai walked past and replied, that's enough. Please heal them here first. Once the secret realm mission is completed, their injuries will automatically heal. Suomi confidently and resolutely headed towards the hotel. It'll end soon, I'll kill all the remaining beasts. At the hotel, everything had become quiet. Inside, everyone had already noticed the sounds of the fighting outside the forest. Lan Bing sat there, mocking, so what if those fools outside have been struggling for half a day? The outcome was already determined. Mysterious green lights were flying into the back, and he was about to stand up and tell everyone, the beasts have won, we can go home now. The lingering shadows of the deer gathered faintly near Lan Bing, and he muttered to himself, the whole family died at Suomi's hands. Those beasts outside are probably all dead by now. If I die too, this secret realm experiment will fail. Luckily, I had prepared 8 identity tokens in advance. Nai furrowed his brows in realization. Oh, wait, that's not right. The young master of Taishan sect has already crushed Yu Lei Ping. There are only 7 left. As long as there's 1 token remaining, I won't die. The secret realm won't be able to succeed. On this island, drained of spiritual energy, being trapped for months, even Suomi would exhaust all his strength and die. Before this, I couldn't let Suomi find out. At that moment, his fist shot out, directly smashing the main door. The door was sent flying inward. They scrambled to their feet, anxiously asking one another, what was that sound? Could it be a demonic beast breaking its promise? Is it here to kill us all? Lan Bing grimaced and responded, it's worse than that. Outside the door, Suomi exuded an overwhelming aura, his face cold as he stepped inside. Hayu quickly approached, buttering him up while explaining, Suomi, no, Mengshin, you've already cleared out all the demonic beasts outside. Mengshin, we truly thank you. You've saved us all. Please forgive us. We were forced by the beasts. We were simply too weak and small to resist. At that moment, Lan Bing, feeling a flicker of concern, sympathetically added, yes, actually, we were pretending to surrender, waiting for an opportunity to take down the demonic beasts. Suomi scowled and scolded them, shut up. All the demonic beasts outside are dead, gone. But the mission of the secret realm is far from over. I have someone I must save, no matter the cost. I will kill the demon beast, and then complete the secret realm mission. He stood in the middle of the room, sensing the spiritual energy and spoke to them, I've searched the entire island, and only here remains the faintest trace of the demon beast's presence. The demon beast is among you, but I cannot distinguish it. Unfortunately, the only option left is to kill all suspicious individuals here. Lan Bing patted his chest in panic and asked, are you going to kill all of us? Mengshin, I'm innocent. Who's the bastard protecting the demon beast? Step forward now, or we'll all be doomed. Zhang Ping, holding a crystal stone in his hand, said anxiously, wait a second, I know now. No. The demon beast's token must be this. The demon beast's aura is definitely here. As for the rest of you, hurry and hand over the token the demon beast gave you before entering the secret realm to Mengshin. Hayu, panicking, clutched his stomach and cried out, no way. For safety, I swallowed the token. He immediately had the idea to go relieve himself and retrieve the token. However, dark gusts of aura began to appear beneath his feet. The spiritual energy from the seal began to surge out upon being detected, causing Hayu to cry out in pain, help. The crystal stone in Zhang Ping's hand reacted in the same way. He too cried out in fear, demon beast, don't come near. The shadowy remnants of souls within the seal's energy gradually gathered together. After taking shape, Nai looked at him and said, Suomi, you're really cruel. To find me, you're willing to kill your own kind without hesitation? He coldly replied, no matter how you put it, they are cultivators. The savior is an important teammate of mine. Suomi coldly stared at him with sharp eyes, continuing, earlier, when I threatened to kill them, it was just an act. I wanted to deliberately provoke you, make you reveal yourself. I didn't expect you to be easier to deceive than that mad fool. In the blink of an eye, I forced you to show up, but unfortunately, I didn't have time to save them. Nai loudly retorted, "Stop talking nonsense, your killing intent earlier was the real deal." As soon as he finished speaking, Nai's hand shot out and grabbed his face. Suomi directly crushed it, confirming, "Of course, I must avenge the cultivators you killed." From outside the hotel, the atmosphere was ominous, and 3 dark shadows flew out from within. Nai muttered to himself, "The moment I escaped the main hall, I destroyed 4 of my clones. I still have 3 left." But just a second later, he realized with a shock, "Damn, only 2 left." Nai desperately tried to move at full speed, mumbling in his mind, "There's not enough time, I must finish the final task." While he was lost in thought, Suomi had already appeared in front of him, and in despair, he muttered to himself, "I'm done for." Nai was terrified, his smile vanished, and he thought to himself, "Yugue, did this guy teleport here?" No matter what, escape was a must. She fought desperately to buy time, not giving him a chance to turn around. Suomi directly threw a punch, shattering it, and he continued to feel it and realized there was still another one. On this side, the remaining shadow of Nai was quickly fleeing the hotel. He was pushing himself to the limit, flying as fast as he could. Jing Xian stood in front of where Yutong lay, thinking to himself, "That beast, is it avoiding Suomi's pursuit?" For a moment, he felt uneasy, realizing that something was wrong. No, it was just running away, it didn't necessarily have to come here. Jing Xian continued to stand there observing, realizing that it was preparing to attack them. The weight had been divided into 3 parts, and it had concealed its true form, hiding its real target of attack. He thought, "To treat Yutong and Yutian Xan, I've almost exhausted all my strength." A dark, hopeless void appeared alongside his thoughts. "Even if I use all my power, I can only protect one person temporarily. If I lose the gamble, both of us could die." Yutong remained motionless, and a dark aura began to faintly appear. Immediately, a circle of fire surrounded her, halting its attack. In another part of its body, it transformed into a sharp form. When Jing Xian was attacked, he immediately used the remaining strength he had to swing the fan and block it. At that moment, he realized the target. "You're not Yutong, you're also pretending to attack me." It's unexpected that Jing Xian was wrong. The person Nai chose as his pawn was Yutian Xian. Nai used his powers to possess her, showing off with a smug expression. "I won the bet, Suomi. You're too late." At that moment, Suomi had already stepped forward, his entire body exuding a heavy pressure, and he coldly responded to Nai. "Oh, really? Killing you now wouldn't be too late." Nai loudly challenged him. "Go ahead, make your move. I won't resist. Right now, I'm controlling this girl. If you kill me, she'll die too." Nai then glanced at Yutong, smiling as he continued. "Seems like a win-win situation for me, but there's one flaw. If you want to save your teammate, you'll have to kill me in front of everyone. How will you choose?" Jing Xian spoke with a self-blaming tone. "Suomi, this is my fault. Let me handle the beast." He placed his hand on Tian Xian's shoulder and added, "No need. You can hardly stand, so don't worry, no one will die." Suomi immediately shook her with tremendous force, causing Nai's body to deform in the process. He stubbornly responded, "Are you being foolish? You really think this will throw me out? Wait, I was just joking earlier. I was wrong. Please, don't throw me anymore." After a while, the last breath left Tian Xian's body. Suomi softly spoke. "All right, everything's cleaned up." He clenched his fist and coldly declared, "Now, I will crush you to pieces." With those words, a powerful punch was thrown, and the remaining part of Na's body instantly shattered, along with the confirmation, "It's over, it's really over." Before disappearing completely, he still left behind a defiant smile. "What are you so proud of? Look around, how many cultivators are left in the secret realm? Our mission is complete. Your strength truly exceeded expectations, but that's only because you used techniques, or rather, because you gave up on simple physical combat. Being forced to rely on techniques as a cultivator of the body refining school means your battle power has reached its limit. The future victory will belong to the beast races. The system registered, host has completed the second secret realm mission, and has received a special reward, Perfect Dao Heart, unlocking battle power limit. Host can now increase battle power infinitely. Once the mission was completed, the surrounding space began to transform back to its original form due to the system's intervention. The hotel was now clear with a cloudless sky, everything had been restored. Inside a room, a voice echoed, "The statistics are in." After the second secret realm ended, only 706 saviors survived. Li Xiang said with sorrow, "The price of victory is truly too devastating." Yi Yang turned to ask Gui Elder, who quickly left. He stood up and replied, "Sorry, among the cultivators, there is a traitor who has caused a great deal of casualties. Take the Taishian sect as an example, I must attend the meeting to deal with the traitor." Hearing this, she understood the situation and responded, "I won't keep you any longer, let me and Li Xiang finish the livestream. Right now, those traitors are indeed the most concerning issue." Gue Xing had a thoughtful expression. At this moment, the most worrying issue for others might be the imminent conflict between Suomi and the Li family conglomerate. The scene shifted to the president's office of the Li family conglomerate. The assistant stood there reporting, "Boss, I've tried everything. All the cultivator sects that have close ties with us have cut off contact. Those people who used to benefit from us are now running faster than rabbits." Hearing this, the Li family president smiled and replied, "I never had high expectations for them, it was always a mutually beneficial relationship." At that moment, the sound of footsteps entered the room. A person stood there inside. "Not only have you offended Suomi, but your connection with the demon beasts has also been exposed, President Li. Yet, you can still maintain your composure so easily, it really makes people admire you. However, the security system in your house might need some upgrades." The assistant, upon seeing this, looked worried and turned back, infiltrated the private residence. "What do you want to do?" "Boss, please hide for a moment. Let me handle this freak." President Li calmly stroked his beard. "There's no need to exaggerate. This is the envoy from Lian Mang Group, here to help the Li family group through this crisis." He smiled and responded, "President Li, you're really confident. I'm here to inform you of Lian Mang Group's final decision regarding you. As you know, there are quite a few presidents from other groups who would love to see you vanish completely." After hearing this, he made his deduction, "I see now. Everyone's voting together to decide whether they'll help the Li family group overcome this difficulty or not. Let me guess. 20 votes in support, 4 votes against, and 1 abstention." The envoy, after hearing this, was visibly impressed. "I'm impressed. The vote count matches your thoughts exactly." Old Li smiled proudly. "Compared to getting rid of me, they can't forgive the existence of Suomi, who's cooperating with the demon beasts. We all have a part in this. They're more worried about Suomi making a bigger scene than I am. So, tell me, what are they planning to do?" The envoy smiled and replied, "They're inviting you to a safe place to take a break for a while. At the same time, they'll announce that you've gone missing. Additionally, the government will officially investigate the Li family group. As for sensitive and important documents, Lian Meng Group will help you destroy them in time. As for the incomplete records and delays in progress, the investigation into the Li family group will continue for quite some time." Old Li calmly responded, "Let's be clear. I don't want to end up rotting away on some nameless island prison forever." The messenger immediately reassured, "Of course, just delay the investigation for a few months, and the people will naturally forget about the Li family conglomerate. A year later, after the fusion of the other world and Earth, you'll be able to live outside peacefully and comfortably." He revealed a scheming smile and asked directly, "You're still missing the most important issue. How will Suomi handle the situation?" The messenger confirmed that the enemies of the conglomerate had only one path left: death. The scene shifted to that evening, at Suomi's villa, where a table full of food was laid out. He looked at AI Air and said, "So, all of this is to apologize." I'm sorry for causing you so much harm before. Please don't worry. Just enjoy the food. She immediately shouted, "You think these cheap dishes will make me satisfied? You almost got me killed. Is this all you've got for an apology? I want to eat lobster." Suomi quickly tried to calm her down. "I'm out of money. If you want lobster, you'll have to wait until Yutong wakes up and ask her to treat you. She's been asleep ever since coming back from the secret realm, so we need to wait a bit longer. Here's the video from the second time we recorded the secret realm. If you're interested, you can watch it to pass the time." AI Air took the iPad and, temporarily satisfied, said, "The secret realm footage? Fine, I'll watch it to kill time." Then she added, "But you'd better treat me to lobster later." Witnessing what had happened, she was slightly astonished and thought to herself, "What is this?" The traps they set were all easily blown away by Suomi. Wait, they've all been destroyed. The 12 remaining demon beasts on Earth are all useless, and I've also lost my strength. Doesn't that mean the espionage plan is completely ruined? Suomi also thought about the 12 demon beasts and smiled, actively suggesting, "AI Air, can you help me find the remaining 12 demon beasts?" Due to the pet binding function of the system, AI Air's thoughts have all been exposed. She panicked and wondered, how could Suomi know this? This guy is too scary. I dared to act so arrogantly in front of him, I really must be tired of living. He approached and asked, "Didn't you want to eat lobster?" She immediately dodged the question, "No need anymore, chicken legs are fine. I really like eating chicken legs." The system reminded her that AI Air's favorability toward the host had increased by 1, with the notification appearing twice. Yutong walked out of the room and said, "I can even smell the aroma from the room. Is it already time for dinner?" When Suomi saw Yutong approach, he asked her, "Yutong, aren't you going to rest a little longer?" Yutong answered him in a hurry, "Noticing the hot news about the Li family conglomerate, how could I sleep? The president of the Li family conglomerate is missing. Although the Li family is under investigation, it's clearly just dragging things out. They betrayed humanity and harmed so many saviors without facing any punishment. It's really infuriating." AI Air held a chicken drumstick in each hand, her eyes sparkling as she chewed and spoke, "My shrimp king isn't here." The room immediately fell silent. Suomi, seeing this, asked AI Air, "All your Beastman teammates are dead, but it seems like you're enjoying your meal." AI Air, hearing this, casually replied, "Huh? They're not my teammates. Those high-level beastmen were just trash. They did whatever they wanted, often bullying weaker species like us." Suomi responded to AI Air, "Yeah, I get that, but asking you to help me find the beasts from Earth, doesn't it weigh on you? If it's too hard, I won't force you." AI Air, hearing this, replied, "Really?" She suddenly paused, a thought flashing through her mind, "Wait, this is a test. Suomi is probing my loyalty to him. Since he returned from the secret realm, it was clear that the cage, which I had broken, was damaged, yet he said nothing about it and even bought me a pile of food." She recalled the past and made a conclusion in her mind, he just wanted me to drop the fake, cautious act. If I didn't comply, there would definitely be a very tragic consequence. AI Air firmly shouted, slapping her left hand against her chest, "Don't worry, Master, I will help you find all the magical beasts. I won't let down the trust and care you have for me." Yutong asked Suomi, "Do you want AI Air to help you find the magical beasts?" Suomi answered without hesitation, After all, only with solid evidence can we completely defeat the Li family corporation and uncover the truth behind my sister's coma." Yutong skeptically replied, "But once the relationship between you and AI Air is exposed, it will surely raise suspicions. As for the Li family corporation, we might as well let Yutian Xin or Jingshan take care of it," Suomi reassured Yutong. "I'd rather take the risk of letting AI Air out. To be honest, I don't trust the cultivators of the 4 great sects." After a pause, he continued, "Yutong, do you know about Great Luo Heaven?" Yutong replied upon hearing this, "I once heard the master say that Great Luo Heaven was once the strongest immortal sect and also established a dynasty for cultivators. After spiritual energy gradually weakened, cultivators gave up ruling the mundane world. Great Luo Heaven became the headquarters of the cultivators, but that was all in the past. Great Luo Heaven has been destroyed. Suomi felt somewhat disappointed and said, "Is that so?" But from what I know, the invasion of the 1,000-year-old demon beasts and the construction of the secret realm are both connected to Great Luo Heaven. The secret realm itself is very strange. It is clearly a stronghold for cultivators, yet it is easily susceptible to interference from otherworldly forces, almost as if it was deliberately designed for the savior to be killed. The previous secret realm mission deducted my destiny token, and for this current mission, I didn't even receive a single destiny token as a reward. Yutong suddenly asked Suomi, "What? You are the greatest hero who ruined the demon beast's plot and saved everyone, and you didn't get a single destiny token? That's outrageous." Suomi spoke, "Although I trust you Tian Xin and Jing Shan, I don't trust the four great ones, the immortal cultivation sect behind them. The suspicious points of the secret realm, I will figure out a way to investigate. But for now, we must prioritize taking down the Li family." In a luxurious kitchen somewhere, the chef, holding a tray of food that hadn't been opened, nervously asked, "Lord Demon Beast, is the food not to your liking?" The one known as Lord Demon Beast was gently rubbing his bulging stomach and replied, "I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, the chef panicked, and his hands holding the food tray began to shake. He stammered, "Lord Demon Beast, my apologies, I'll redo it immediately." Lord Demon Beast overlooked the chef's mistake. The altruist replied, "No need, you're quite tasty yourself." The kitchen staff, upon hearing this, nearly dropped the tray from their trembling hands, clearly terrified. A heavy black bag was placed on the floor. A staff member in a blue shirt picked up the bag and asked, "Is this the chef's body?" "It's rather light," another staff member in a white shirt remarked. "I advise you not to open the bag. I threw up once when we were cleaning up the body." The blue-shirted staff member's face darkened as he replied, "This is already the third body we've had today." The Beast Lord had just managed to stay calm for a few days after the two leaders died in the secret realm. And now it's starting to lose control again. The blue-shirted staff member sighed, "Where is President Li enjoying himself now? We're going to end up taking the blame for the Beast Lord." The white-shirted staff member turned his head and warned, "Stop complaining. Have you considered this? We're over 35 now, and after stepping down, it's hard to find any other good job. The Li family group pays us well and has leverage over us. We should just do our jobs honestly." The blue-shirted staff member nodded in agreement. "Yeah." He then carried the black bag and said, "I'm going to get rid of this bag first." As he exited, he bumped into someone and heard a voice say, "Excuse me, is the Beast Lord you were talking about in that room? This underground passage is so winding, it's like a maze." The blue-shirted staff member's patience was wearing thin. "Huh? Are you the new employee? Don't bother me, go to the marketing department and get the electronic map." After a moment, the staff member in the blue shirt realized who the young man in front of him was, and panic began to rise in his heart. "Wait, are you Suomi?" Knowing what the staff member in the blue shirt was thinking, the young man replied calmly, "I'm here to deliver food." At a luxury resort, a staff member with blonde hair and bunny ears spoke softly, "President, you've been waiting for a long time. As per your request, this is the best one, just airlifted from a wine cellar more than 1,000 kilometers away." Another blonde-haired, bunny-eared staff member, impatient, asked, "Can't you see we're busy serving the president?" The president, lounging comfortably, laughed and said, "No rush, no rush. Once you're done bringing the wine, will you be leaving?" The blonde staff member winked playfully and responded, "Of course not. I'm the gift that comes with the wine." The president's assistant, terrified, looked at the image on the tablet and shouted, "President, President." Seeing the assistant's panic, the president asked, "What's wrong? Please don't tell me there's another gift?" This time, the president's assistant screamed, "President, this is bad, Suomi is here." Upon hearing this, the president choked on his drink, his mind racing with disbelief. "What did you say?" From a room that looked like a storage closet, the sound of crisp footsteps could be heard. The exotic beast, upon hearing the footsteps, impatiently spoke up. Didn't I already say it? Don't come bother me an hour after eating, or do you want to make me a snack? Suomi stopped and replied, My meat isn't delicious, it seems you've eaten a lot of people already. The monster glanced at Suomi and answered, Do you have a problem? You lowly creatures, for you to become my food is an honor for you. Suomi sneered and responded, Is that so? I originally wanted to keep you as evidence, it would be more convincing that way. After a pause, he continued, But never mind, even without you, there are still 11 left. The monster's face showed clear fear, and it quickly realized who the person in front of it was. Suomi found me so quickly? While the bloated monster was still thinking, cursing under its breath, could the organization have betrayed me? Suomi kicked the monster, and its wide mouth flashed a bright yellow gleam. The monster with the big mouth angrily shouted, Let me finish, you bastard. Suomi turned his head inside before speaking, so there's still a second stage. After saying that, he struck the monster with one hand. Suomi raised the arm he had just used to hit the monster, helplessly saying, I got a bit too carried away in my anger, but fortunately, I still left some remains of the monster, it should be enough as evidence. Suddenly, explosions erupted in the room, and Suomi sighed, muttering, It looks like my infiltration has been discovered. Now they're blowing things up to cover up the evidence. Indeed, there was no creativity at all. The room was engulfed by explosions, big and small. At this moment, a reporter was standing outside, waiting. She held a microphone in her hand and said, Dear viewers, I am reporting to you from the site of the explosion in the western suburbs of Anong City. According to your feedback, the epicenter of the explosion occurred in the premises of the Lee family group. At this point, the specific cause of the explosion remains unclear. Suddenly, the reporter shouted loudly, Wait, the camera, shifted over there, someone is coming out from the debris. It's Suomi. Suomi was holding a mythical beast in his hand, walking out nonchalantly. The reporter immediately held out the microphone towards him and said, Hello, sir. As the respected savior, Suomi. May I ask for a brief interview? Did you launch the surprise attack on the Lee family group this time? The Lee family group is under investigation, and you seem to have eagerly provoked a dispute seemingly more out of anger than justice. Suomi gave the woman in front of him a scrutinizing look, then exposed her, You're a journalist. The explosion just happened, and you immediately rushed to the scene, as if you were prepared for it. It seems your actions were even faster than mine. You're working hard, the female reporter quickly defended herself, saying, You've misunderstood, sir. We were actually conducting an interview nearby and didn't expect this tragic explosion to occur. Do you think rushing into a dispute could harm innocent people? Just like the innocent employees of the Lee Family Corporation, right? Suomi made an innocent expression and replied to the female reporter. I was only trying to investigate the truth behind the disappearance of the president of Lee Family Corporation, which is why I wanted to have a friendly exchange with their staff. Unexpectedly, the magical beast in this base suddenly attacked me. I was really scared at that moment. Reluctantly, I had to defend myself. As a result, the base exploded. Actually, I'm just an ordinary victim in this situation. In a high-end shopping mall, the lights were dazzling. After the news about Lee Family Corporation was reported, it received many reactions from the online community. Ha! A subsidiary of Lee Family Corporation, Suomi blew it up, well done. Lee Family Corporation, hurry up and die. Always causing trouble, who would have thought they'd come to this? Isn't Lee Family Corporation under investigation for suspicious activities? After this comment, there were more comments mixed in. How can you believe that? They say it's an investigation, but they're actually deceiving people. Mang Jun is still the best, whenever something happens, he steps in. Mang Jun is the people's war god, a superhero. There are still 1 million people live streaming, didn't the Secret Realm event end today? All terms related to Lee Family Corporation have been removed from the internet, now we can only discuss it here. If you're so capable, why doesn't the company just shut down the Secret Realm livestream app? Has anyone seen Suomi give an interview to a reporter? I was just defending myself, Suomi said with a blank expression. I was really scared at that moment. In the video clip, there is an image of Suomi just stepping out of the Lee Family Corporation. A series of comments quickly filled the screen. Although Suomi's desire for revenge can be understood, such a rude act is too selfish and could hurt innocent, ordinary people. Who's left to defend that scoundrel? Betrayed and still helping them count money, they betrayed Earth and joined the beasts. I hope the beasts eat you. Keep working for that old man Lee on Earth. The Lee Family Corporation stock has dropped, it will probably go bankrupt in a few days. Two familiar images of the recent scandal, imagined by the online community, appeared on the bulletin board. President Lee asked Suomi, how much longer until the Lee Family Corporation goes bankrupt? Suomi replied, 5. He asked again, what do you mean by 5? 5 months. Suddenly, Suomi began counting down. 4. The story ended there. Comments once again surged to the main screen. I heard Mr. Lee is missing. Isn't he silenced? Ha ha. Serves him right. I heard his eldest son suddenly died not long ago. His youngest son is a playboy. This is karma. At the resort, the lights were dazzling. President Lee threw the glass he was holding onto the ground. He shouted at those around him, get out. The cute little rabbit-eared girls could only look at President Lee with regretful eyes, muttering. The president slammed the table, his breath ragged with anger, and shouted, shut up, get out of here now. President Lee's eyes were about to bleed, his teeth clenched as he vented his frustration. Damn it, these lowly dogs dare to scrutinize me even about Suomi. How could he have found the beast's hiding place so quickly? A spy. Is there someone in Lian who wants to play me like this? In the city, under the glittering lights and bustling streets, only the captured beast gazed thoughtfully at the world. AI Air sat on the chair, laughing loudly as she chatted with Suomi. These idiots like to bully the weak in our place, always causing trouble for their subordinates. They've gotten what they deserve. Seeing her laugh so joyfully, Suomi asked, AI Air, thanks to your help, we were able to find the beast's hiding place so quickly. Is there anything you want as a reward? AI Air, upon hearing this, brightened up and asked, anything I want? I want a Boston lobster. Suomi, with a helpless expression, replied, you really want that lobster, huh? Fine, I agree. AI Air was so happy that she jumped up. The system's voice sounded again, system reminder, AI Air's favorability towards the host has reached 30 points. Achievement reward unlocked, symbiotic evolution. The host can now share their power with their pet, and the pet's combat strength can be increased by up to half of the host's maximum power. On the deserted street, suddenly there was the sound of footsteps. Suomi turned to AI Air and said, AI Air, someone's coming, hide quickly. AI Air immediately transformed back into her original form and climbed onto Suomi's shoulders. Li Han Ning and Xia Zhou approached. Xia Zhou spoke first, laughing, Suomi, it's not easy to find you. Suomi glanced at the two of them and replied, white hair, I remember you. You ran away halfway through the fight yesterday, and now you've come back with someone else to help. Still want to fight me? Only then did Li Han Ning smile and say, I'm very sorry, Xia Zhou caused an unnecessary conflict with you yesterday. To have Lian Meng Group completely cancelled the partnership with the Beastmen, we want to cooperate with you. I'm Li Han Ning. I believe you've heard my name before. Suomi responded to Li Han Ning, I know you, the useless heir of the Li family group. Have you already betrayed your own class? Fine, then let's cooperate. Li Han Ning, taken aback by the unexpected reply, said, I know you probably won't easily trust me like this. He paused for a moment, realizing something felt off, and hastily added, huh? What did you say? You agreed to cooperate? I had even thought up a whole bunch of opening lines. Suomi responded without a hint of embarrassment. No, I don't trust you at all. If you lie to me, I'll treat you as a hostage. Just force the president of the Lee family group to come out. Maybe that will actually make things more comfortable. Lee Han-ning helplessly said, That's a good idea, but my father isn't someone you can easily threaten like that. He's never cared about a useless person like me. Your nature is truly despicable. Actually, I'm a loyal fan of yours, but I never expected that the first time we meet, my image of you would be shattered. Suomi extended his hand towards them and said, Is that so? I only believe that sincerity is the foundation for cooperation. In that case, let's cooperate happily. Xiaozhou interrupted, Wait a minute, Suomi. Before we proceed, I have one request. In the previous match, you intentionally concealed your true strength, didn't you? Suomi did not immediately answer the question, instead thinking to himself, Actually, I didn't. Xiaozhou, full of vigor, said, If we're going to cooperate, then competing against each other wouldn't be appropriate anymore. I want to fight you again. This time, I hope you can seriously give it your all. Upon hearing the challenge, Suomi reluctantly responded, Fine, if you're so determined to fight me, then I'll fight you. Come at me. After hearing this, Xiaozhou immediately rushed forward with a determined expression, his fist already charged with energy. However, what he received in return was a simple hook punch from Suomi, which sent him flying backward. Xiaozhou collapsed to the ground against the wall, feeling as if his soul had left his body. He staggered to his feet and asked, Han, are you all right? I controlled the force. It won't cause you too much harm. Han Ling stepped forward, braving the cold, and laughed loudly. This was the part that hurt him the most. In the past, he had been a cultivator who looked down on the four great sects, arrogantly so. He never expected to meet someone like him, a genius even more bizarre than himself. Xiaozhou's face turned pale as he muttered, I couldn't react in time, lost for no reason. Just one day, and the gap in strength has grown so large. Could it be that I've been hacked? You know, like what they often mention in those manga stories. Suomi glanced over and asked, What are you talking about? There's no such thing in reality. Han Ling interrupted, All right, let's get to the point. We can provide you with intelligence. For example, information about the movement of the group handling the transportation of the files. Suomi waved it off, no need. Right now, I only want to find the demon beast that the Lee family group is hiding. Upon hearing this request, he immediately responded, I can't be of much help in this regard. The security level of the Lee family's information about the demon beasts is very high. At most, I can help you identify the city where the demon beast is hiding. But didn't you say you could find the demon beast yourself? Suomi answered bluntly, That's just luck. I can only sense the presence of a demon beast within a certain range. Before taking down the Lee family group, I don't want to make too many enemies. So, I'm only preparing to ambush the demon beast that the Lee family has already captured. While other corporations loosen their grip, I hope you can investigate the list of Lian Meng Corporation colluding with the demon beasts. Han Ling smiled and replied, That's indeed a good idea. That way, my father will suspect that he was betrayed by Lian Meng Corporation. As long as he wavers, we can easily force him to hand over the entire list of Lian Meng Corporation. He glanced at his phone and added, I just killed a demon beast, and now the Lee family is urgently relocating other demon beasts to specific city locations. I'll contact you tomorrow. Suomi quickly interrupted. Wait, can I borrow some funds from you to take action? Han Ling, somewhat straightforwardly, answered. Indeed, I forgot to consider your financial situation. However, I'm a bit tight on cash myself right now. I can only give you 300 million for the time being. Upon hearing this, he felt a bit awkward, thinking, It's not like I don't have enough money to eat, I just wanted to borrow a few thousand yuan to buy a lobster. The system login reminded, AI Air's favorability towards the host increased by 1. The scene shifted 20 days later, in the mysterious city. The demon beast, hiding anxiously, thought to itself. What? My movements have been detected by Suomi? How do humans work like this? In the very next moment, a massive explosion occurred in a large building in the city, followed by an announcement. Please rest assured, the helicopter will arrive in 5 minutes. Suomi's figure appeared with a deadly gaze. Such a pity, demon beast, you won't be leaving now. I heard you've never killed a human. If you surrender, I can spare your life. He glanced at him before responding, what are you joking about? I would rather die on the battlefield than become a prisoner. Suomi, with a cold expression, raised his hand in approval, such courage. Then as you wish. In the Yell family's hiding place, President Lee felt somewhat uneasy. The fourth son had already lost 4 beasts to Suomi. He turned to the envoy and asked, how is it that we still haven't found out how he tracked down the whereabouts of the beasts? The envoy quickly scanned the report and replied, President Lee, we've found the cause. Someone within the organization leaked information to Suomi. President Lee, enraged, shouted, who is the bastard responsible? I'll kill him. The one-eyed envoy responded bluntly, it's your youngest son, Li Hanling. He's been playing his part well, and it's only now that we've discovered the clue. The one who infiltrated the underground base and secretly sabotaged the plan to merge the 2 worlds was also him. Upon hearing this, President Lee's face darkened, and he, unwilling to believe the words, asked again, what did you say? How could someone like Li Hanling be involved? The envoy added, it seems you don't understand him well. He's been quietly working against us with some malicious schemes. This file contains several records of his actions in the past few years. Please take a look. The president's voice faltered, unclear, why did it do that? He immediately made a point, this doesn't matter. If we've found the traitor, we can use him to strike back at Suomi. The scene shifted to another mysterious city, on the rooftop of a tall building. Suomi asked, the beast still hasn't appeared. Hanling replied, according to the intelligence I have, the 5th beast must pass through this city before reaching the new base. Immediately, he sensed the presence of the beast. It had appeared. Looking at the car below, Suomi felt something strange, the beast was heading toward the city center. Inside the car, the beast ordered the driver to stop and said, the purpose this time is not here. The driver responded, Beast Lord, this is your final destination. According to our plan, you will be killed by Suomi here. The beast lowered its voice and threatened, keep driving, and then tell me your plan. If not, I'll kill you right now. The driver raised a weapon to his head and replied, you don't need to worry, Beast Lord. According to the plan, I must end my life here, so my daughter can continue to live. The beast then stepped out of the car and sighed, I'm really pathetic. Those damn humans, they've probably figured out our plan by now. It entered the city, and when the people saw it, they scattered in all directions, simultaneously shouting loudly, monster. It bared its sharp teeth, muttering, indeed, this is a plan only a monster could come up with. If that's the case, I'll follow your plan and make it a big one. As soon as it finished speaking, it unleashed its skill. Its beastly body immediately shot out enormous sharp spines, along with long, thick vines, directly attacking the people, causing them to scream for help. The vines, with pointed tips, were launched. Just as they reached an approaching man, it suddenly stopped. He fell backward in fear, exclaiming, it stopped. It turned out that the beast had been subdued, lying flat at the feet of Suomi. He looked down, somewhat puzzled, and said, has the Lian Mang group gone insane? They actually let a beast like you kill people at will in the city center? The creature responded, killing those weak humans doesn't bring me any joy. At this moment, the beast spoke with hidden meaning, it's a pity, I won't be able to see the moment you are completely destroyed. Suomi, my mission is now complete. As soon as it finished speaking, it self-destructed. A huge explosion with a faint green light erupted. Suomi observed silently and assessed the situation, making no attempt to resist as it took its own life. The purpose was clear, at that moment, a wave of green air enveloped the city, accompanied by a dark, ominous presence that crept through every narrow street. The people who inhaled this toxic gas immediately grabbed their throats, foamed at the mouth, and then collapsed. Suomi continued to walk silently, with many questions running through her mind. On the television, reporter Chien Fong delivered the latest report. Suomi and the demon beast were fighting fiercely in the center of Ren City. After the demon beast died, it released toxic gas, causing the deaths of hundreds of people in the surrounding area. Let us express our condolences to those who have lost their lives. The scene shifted to the shore of an island. The latest news reported that the president of the Lee Family Corporation had finally appeared and publicly made a statement. He sat in a room facing the camera, ready to speak. I want to apologize to everyone. Over the past half year, I have been controlled by the demon beast and have done many unforgivable things. President Lee sat there, showing a pained expression as he explained, those monsters, they controlled my thoughts and reasoning. I betrayed humanity, betrayed the Lee Family Corporation, and betrayed the employees who trusted me. Only today, the demon beast's mental control over me has been completely eliminated. I have also gained my freedom. He lowered his head, holding his head in his hands as he expressed self-reproach. I'm not saying these things to seek forgiveness. I know that everything I've done over the past 6 months has caused harm to many people, but there is someone I need to meet. With the same agonized expression, President Lee looked at the screen and revealed his purpose. Suomi, I want to apologize to you in person, and then I will accept the judgment of the law. Suomi, I am waiting for you on Campbell Island. After President Lee's speech, there were streams of opinions online, with news saying that Suomi and the demon beasts were fighting fiercely in the city center, and several hundred people had died. You're not seriously believing the government's information, are you? I heard from someone in Ren City that 3,000 people have died. The images from Ren City show only 3,000. It's been downplayed. I'm a local from Ren City. Several neighborhoods in the city center have been destroyed. The death toll is at least over 10,000 people. Sympathy began to emerge. This is so tragic. Does Suomi have a brain problem? Why would he fight demon beasts in the city center? There were also criticisms. Does he ever care about the feelings of ordinary people? Every time he kills a demon beast, there's immense damage. It's just that before, fewer people died, and the news was suppressed. Clearly a murderer, pretending to be some superhero. A supervillain would be better. The truth isn't clear yet, and you're already spreading rumors? Mang Jun saves the world, and his feats of attacking the secret realm have all been stolen by you. Scene changed to a villa, and the negative comments continued. Did the cesspit explode, and now the flies are crawling all over the ground? There are still Suomi's fans? Now, when seeing the name Mang Jun, I feel irritated. Has anyone begged him to save us? Go to hell, murderer. Inside, the one-eyed envoy seemed pleased. Excellent. Right now, the world is against the tyrannical brutality of Suomi. Everything is unfolding according to our plan. President Lee immediately asked, have the 4 great sects of cultivators been restored? He smiled and replied, the cultivators are on our side. Imagine if there were a superhero, someone above the law, who could cause damage to any business, any city, at any time. What would the result be? Stock prices fall, unemployment rises, an entire industry freezes, and even large companies begin downsizing. The income of cultivators drops significantly. The envoy's tone grew serious as he spoke about the large number of deaths in the city center this time. Suomi has even ruined the positive image of cultivators in the eyes of ordinary people. For their own benefit, the cultivators will not allow Suomi to continue his madness. But Old Lee still seems somewhat worried. He said softly, you're about to meet Suomi, that old bastard who stitched me up tight. If Suomi wants to kill me, I don't think those useless cultivators will be able to stop him. The envoy immediately reassured him, no need to worry, your meeting with him is just a formality, meant to show Suomi the reality. If he harms you, even just a little, He would become the common enemy of both the corporation and the cultivators. No, to be more precise, he would be the enemy of the entire world. His only option was to resolve matters with our Lian Meng Corporation. Understanding the intention, he still replied reluctantly, "Not bad, so you and Suomi will live in peace, and I alone will bear the punishment of the law." The envoy frowned and asked again, "President Li, what else do you want me to say? Your good son, Han Ling, has caused us a lot of trouble, but letting him stay in prison for a few months is already a generous offer. Of course, the punishment for the Li family corporation won't stop there." Old Li snapped, "What are you saying? This isn't what we agreed upon before." He quickly added, "President Li, this is the final decision of the Lian Meng Corporation. You can survive, but the traitor, Li Hanling, must die. After all, you have so many other children, losing one rebellious son shouldn't be a big deal, right?" At this point, President Li seemed to understand the situation. He lowered his head slightly and, with a hint of displeasure, responded, "I understand. This is indeed a reasonable condition. The traitor of the Lian Meng Corporation deserves to die." The scene shifted to another city. From above, Suomi stood there, lost in thought as she looked at her phone. Ai Air, sitting beside her and nibbling on a chicken leg, asked, "Master Suomi, you're not still angry with those fools, are you?" She laughed loudly and continued, "It's just funny. If it weren't for Master Suomi timely dispelling the toxic mist, the death toll could have been tens of thousands. Although the final number of casualties was just over 100, people never seem to appreciate what you do." Suomi replied calmly, "I only do what I believe is right. As for what others think, it doesn't matter to me. The problem is that when I meet President Li, the head of Lian Meng Corporation, he must have already prepared thoroughly to deal with me. They might have even collaborated with the cultivators." Ai Air spoke with a hint of disdain, "The great hero who saved the world, yet still gets framed like this? It's truly shameless. Perhaps this is what they call bewitching people's hearts." Master Suomi said, "Or maybe you should join the beast faction with us." Those words made him darken his face, and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes as he looked at her and asked, "What did you say?" Ai Air, frightened, quickly explained, "Master Suomi, I was just joking." Then, she panicked, screaming, "Wait, it's my fault, please, don't do this to me." In the blink of an eye, her body reverted to its original form, stuffed into a rolled-up paper tube. The scene shifted to Cambio Island, where the meeting was to take place. Suomi's familiar footsteps echoed as he stepped down. He stood there, looking over and said, "What a surprise, I didn't expect to see you all on President Li's small island. Have the four great sects already teamed up with the Lian Meng Corporation?" Jingxian immediately replied, "Suomi, we are here to deliver a message from the four great sects to you, asking that you stop attacking the corporation. If the corporation has made mistakes, the law will punish them. If not, you will become an enemy of the four great sects." At the same time, Tian Xian spoke up in defense of him, "Clearly, Suomi has done nothing wrong." Suomi, upon hearing this, was somewhat displeased. "The four great sects know that the corporation is colluding with the demon beasts and still made this decision? It's truly disappointing." Jingxian continued to maintain his stance, "I'm sorry, but the decision of my sect cannot be changed. I also do not wish to become an enemy of someone who was once my comrade. Justice that does not follow protocol will destroy social stability. I hope you will consider the greater good." Suomi directly walked past him and coldly declared, "I am the greater good. Thank you for your concern, but I will take responsibility for my own actions." Afterward, Tian Xian quietly followed behind Jingxian for a while. Hesitantly, she asked, "Aren't we going in with Suomi? What if the Lian Meng Corporation tries to harm him?" Jingxian calmly explained, "On the contrary, it's the Lian Meng Corporation that needs to reconcile with Suomi the most. If they engage in a conflict with him now, even if they win, they will suffer heavy losses. They just hope that Suomi doesn't do something reckless." Tian Xian revealed a not-so-pleased expression and said, "Humph, are the old men in charge of the four great sects mentally sound? They have linked up with the group threatening Suomi. Now, Suomi is the strongest savior of the secret realm. The war between us and the alien world has already been lost. Jing Xian quickly responded, on this point, I had advised the master before. However, it seems that he completely disregarded it. He said even without Suomi, we would still have another way to handle things safely. The trump card to turn the tide in the secret realm war. Suomi's existence means nothing to the cultivators or to this world. The scene shifted to the office of President Li. When Suomi entered, he walked step by step, supporting himself with a cane, and stood in front of him. Li asked somewhat sarcastically, so we meet at last. Suomi, from a superhero to a supervillain, how does it feel? Suomi was hardly bothered by the attitude and replied, Hero, great knight, those are just titles others have given me. I'm just an ordinary man. President Li was not satisfied with Suomi's response and spoke up. An ordinary man wouldn't want to wipe out the Lian Mang group. For an ordinary man, your sense of justice is too strong. Suomi calmly replied, who told you that you concealed everything so well? I just want to make you face me. My sister was used as an experiment, and everything I do is to seek justice for her. I don't hold any grudge against you, I just want to find the mastermind who harmed my sister. Hui Zhangli, upon hearing this, let out a loud laugh. It's not because we collaborated with the demon beasts, it's simply because of your sister. The Lian Meng Corporation caused such a big stir because of you, and yet, it all seems to have been in vain. Suomi couldn't help but ask further. Who you choose to collaborate with has nothing to do with me. Can you tell me, though, if it's related to my sister's matter? At this point, he suddenly asked a question. Do you know Izhou? He quickly responded. Not really, I think it's an island that sank. Does it have anything to do with my sister? Hearing this, Hui Zhangli spoke again. That's understandable. After all, it's a part of history that has been deliberately erased. Over 100 years ago, a mysterious continent rose from beneath the sea, called Zhou. It has extremely dangerous prehistoric ruins. The secret treasure found there can grant ordinary people extraordinary abilities, along with strange mutated creatures. The scene shifts to a bright space, the sea sparkling under the sunlight, revealing an island ahead. On the island, two young men are happily holding bags filled with gold. During the Izhou expedition, the physical constitution of some people changed, granting them great strength. They are known as hunters. The scene then shifts to the top of a high-rise building, where a person with light blue hair appears. Below, on the street, stands a monster. According to our research, the strength that hunters possess is related to the monsters in the Ichi continent. These monsters are actually the transformed beasts from the later stages of beastification. The hunter's strength is far from perfect. The stronger the hunter, the shorter their lifespan, and some hunters even gradually transform into monsters. Over the course of more than a century, only one person has been able to fully integrate the power of a monster, even having the ability to freely control all the beasts on the island. She is Qing Haiyi. We have collected her queen cells for cultivation. Therefore, even after Izhou sank, our organization was still able to produce hunters. However, the greatest flaw of the hunters remains unchanged: their lifespan is still short. President Li further explained, but after the true beasts appeared, one organization saw hope and began to unite other organizations to cooperate with the beasts. If we use queen cells, and fuse them with the cells of the beasts, could we possibly create hunters without flaws? This way, those of us in power in organizations like ours could also possess great power safely, and moreover, live long lives. After hearing this, Suomi began to understand. He asked, so they carried out human experiments and sought out my sister? Tell me the name of this organization. President Li smiled slightly and slowly said, that cannot be revealed. Next, there will be a fee for such information. I am, after all, a businessman, and such valuable information comes at a price. How can I speak to you without reason? Suomi said gruffly. Old man, what do you want? President Li responded briefly. End my life, Suomi said, surprised and suspicious. Hey, are you serious? Seeing the doubt on his face, President Lee was forced to explain further. That unruly son of mine, Lee Han-ling, is working with you against the corporation, right? Suo-mai quickly intervened. Even if my son is going through a rebellious phase, it doesn't necessarily mean he has to resort to death. President Lee continued without hesitation, after this meeting with you, the legal judgment on me will just be a few months of luxury behind bars. But Li Han-shing won't survive as a member of the corporation. This is the price for betrayal. I won't accept such an outcome. He went on, Suo-mai, I can't see through you. I don't know how many of the words you said earlier were true. I don't know if, after seeking revenge, you'll still protect my son. But as long as you're sure to end my life, you will completely stand against the corporation before toppling the Lian Meng Group. My son still has value for you, and moreover, the Lian Meng Group will prioritize seeing you as an enemy first, so that Li Han-ling will be safe. He answered wearily, Is this what you're trying to say? How troublesome. If you don't want to talk, then I will go find someone else to ask. President Lee refused to give up, continuing, only a few high-ranking members of the Lian Meng Corporation know about the human experiment intelligence. You came to me because you couldn't find anyone else, didn't you? The list is in my desk drawer, I've already prepared it. There's no need to feel burdened, the law cannot prosecute me. I've done so many bad things that even being sentenced to death 50 times wouldn't be too much. He had successfully convinced Suo-mai. At that moment, Suo-mai's body emitted a brilliant golden energy. He asked him one last time, I understand now. Do you have anything to say to Li Han-ning? President Lee calmly said a few words, I don't know my son well enough, but Li Han-ling is truly a son I can be proud of. Although our choices are different, I'm happy to see that he can live the way he wants. That's all. After speaking, he raised his head and looked at Suo-mai seriously, saying, Now, end it for me, and then become a true hero. From outside, the golden energy could clearly be seen spreading from the room where the two were, slowly expanding. The entire building suddenly collapsed into a pile of rubble. Yu-gue, witnessing the scene, asked in shock, Suo-mai, what have you done? Where is President Lee? Suo-mai stood before him and replied, I'm afraid President Lee believed that he had colluded with the monstrous beasts in an unforgivable crime, and asked me to end his life. Yu-gue did not believe those words, and he spoke up, Stop talking nonsense. Is this madman really planning to officially declare war on the Lian Meng Corporation and the four great sects? Suo-mai, unwilling to turn his back and leave, replied, The truth is, there's nothing to explain. If you want war, then I will fight you. Yu-gue sneered, muttering, The cultivators, so this is Suo-mai's final attitude. Go ahead and tell the four great sects about his crimes. Jing Xian and Yutian Xian, who had been standing behind, overheard everything. Both of them felt uncomfortable hearing Yu-gue's words. Suddenly, Jing Xian spoke up to warn him, This is an internal matter of the cultivators. It's not for you to command us. Yutian Xian then turned to leave. She shot a glance at Yu-gue and nodded, saying, All right, let's change the scene to another high-rise building. Li Han-shing stood at the top and asked, Is this something that my proud son really said? Suo-mai stood before Li Han-shing and replied, Under the pressure from the corporation, your father chose to let you live, but it was I who ended his life. If you wish to terminate our cooperation, I can understand. Li Han-shing resolutely answered, I have no hatred towards you. He continued, As long as I can stop the evil plans of the Lian Meng Corporation and halt the invasion of the demon beasts, I will accept any price. Many comrades have lost their lives, as well as important loved ones. Now, it is simply my turn. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Now, you have become a common enemy of both the corporation and the cultivators. Suo-mai spoke fearlessly, declaring clearly, I am mentally prepared. You must have investigated the locations of the 7 remaining magical beasts on Earth, right? Li Han-shing answered softly. Of course. I won't make the same mistake as last time. The intelligence has been verified this time. Suomi was satisfied. That's good. The war has already started. I won't give them any more time to prepare. The scene shifted to a small conference room, where Yugue was approaching the podium. Below, there were reporters and professional cameras. He stood before everyone and began his speech. Welcome, media friends, and thank you for attending. I invited everyone here to announce some sad news. During what was supposed to be a friendly meeting, Suomi ruthlessly attacked the president of the Lee family corporation. Through communication with the four great sects of cultivation, we have reached a consensus. Although Suomi has been a savior with outstanding achievements, Yugue's voice grew louder. Recently, Suomi's actions, his ruthless behavior and arrogance have exceeded our tolerance. The group of reporters in the East Cold listened intently to his words. Therefore, 16 corporations and the four great sects will launch a new operation to eliminate Suomi. One day later, we will combine the reward announcement for Suomi. His face appeared on the wanted poster with a bounty of 5.5 billion VND. His voice remained steady as ever. Today, we invited one of the four great sects cultivators, sect leader of Pill Platform Emerald Grotto, Chu Tianxan, to this event. Chu sect leader, please say a few words. After speaking, Yugue stepped up beside Chu Tianxan, and the reporters surrounded the two of them. Chu Tianxan spoke softly. Suomi, this is my final advice to you: surrender immediately and accept our punishment in management. Considering your past achievements, we will show leniency. If we do not receive a response from you today, we will spare no effort in eliminating you. The crowd below suddenly grew noisy, with people whispering, seriously? He's really daring. How ridiculous. Upon hearing these comments, Yugue shouted, silence. Chu's sect leader continued speaking, what are you whispering about? Are you tired of living? Suddenly, a male reporter loudly announced, Suomi has responded. He's doing a live interview. The scene shifted to a chaotic environment. Suomi stood amidst piles of animal bones scattered on the ground, flames burning everywhere, with thick white smoke filling the air. He calmly stated, the 7 remaining beasts hidden by the organization are here, and they're all gone now. In addition to collaborating with the beasts to invade Earth, the organization has also used the beast cells to conduct human experiments. Therefore, they deceived many ordinary people into becoming test subjects. As a result, the test subjects suffered greatly. Among them was my sister. Suomi stared directly at the cold face and continued, everything was done for the higher-ups of the corporation to gain longevity and strengthen their positions. Now that the main task is complete, I can begin my revenge. The one who initiated the human experiment, the president of the Quan Corporation, Mang Jun, are you watching live? This is a declaration of war. From today onward, we will be enemies, fighting to the last breath. And all the other corporations, along with the cultivators, should listen closely. Suomi's gaze showed clear determination. He warned, I will crush all obstacles in my path to vengeance ruthlessly. I will say it only once, stay out of my way. In the dark cave, the faint glow from the scattered small lights created an eerie and mystical atmosphere. Jing Xian trailed behind Chu Tianxan, chattering, Master, please reconsider the situation with Suomi. Suomi is an indispensable force in the Secret Realm War. Cooperating with the corporations to surround and eliminate him would bring us no benefit. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxan complained, Jing Xian, your flaw is that you're too soft-hearted. Do you know why I brought you to this cave? Jing Xian lightly touched the cave wall, hesitating before he said, this cave? It's strange, the concentration of spiritual energy here is already incredibly high, isn't it? Especially deep inside the cave, where the concentration is even close to the levels found in the secret realm. The further in we go, the more we realize just how vast this cave is. He asked aloud, where exactly are we? Chu Tianxan calmly explained, 20 years ago, when I sensed that the space between the other world and Earth was fluctuating, I predicted that the other world would soon invade. The sect leader of the four great sects took a portion of space from the secret realm one by one. I fused it into this cave, which serves as the training ground for the Dao Child sect. Jing Xian asked curiously, Dao child, what is that? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxian turned to look at Jing Xian and explained, there are 4 Dao children in total. They are the true inheritors of the sect leader positions in the 4 great sects, and they are the real saviors we have chosen. Surprised? Jing Xian was taken aback. He hurriedly said, then what about disciples like me? What role do these saviors play? What did the cultivators who sacrificed their lives in the secret realm actually fight for? Chu Tianxian responded nonchalantly, the last time the otherworld invaded, the demonic beasts sneaked into Earth first to assassinate the potential saviors. So this time, we were prepared with bait. That means the 10,000 selected immortals in the secret realm. This is an unavoidable price to ensure victory. As he spoke, the figures of the 4 Dao children gradually began to appear. Jing Xian quickly interjected, countering, so, doesn't that mean we should thank Suomi instead? He not only destroyed the demonic beast's trap, but also find and eliminate all the beasts that have sneaked into Earth. Chu Tianxian coldly said, but he is no longer of any use. He continued, the essence of the destiny token is to collect trust, spiritual power, and the catalyst from the audience watching the livestream. Therefore, the destiny token can enhance the power of a cultivator. From our observations, in the case of the secret realm, the destiny token can no longer increase Suomi's combat strength. His potential has been depleted, which is why we stopped giving him the destiny token when the secret realm started last time. Jing Xian, however, was not one to easily yield, and he continued to counter. It's not just Suomi, the destiny tokens for the other saviors have also been reduced. If they could have used the destiny token to increase their combat strength, perhaps more saviors would have survived in the last secret realm. Chu Tianxian added, Jing Xian, you really are a disciple I can be proud of, your instincts are truly sharp. 70% of the destiny tokens in the secret realm were given to the 4 Dao disciples, providing them with a better cultivation environment. Now, the combat strength of the 4 Dao disciples in the secret realm is no longer weaker than Suomi's, and they will surpass him soon. He said smugly, therefore, we no longer need Suomi. To us, he is simply an unstable factor now. The next time he appears, the sect leaders of the 4 great sects will join forces to deal with Suomi. Jing Xian was disappointed, his voice hesitant, why? Why tell me these things? You could have kept it hidden from me. Chu Tianxian's face showed clear malice as he continued, after 2 battles in the secret realm, both your potential and you Tianxians have been recognized. After discussions among the sect leaders of the 4 great sects, both of you will receive treatment on par with Dao children. Jing Xian fell silent, his expression darkening. He questioned, what are you hesitating for? Don't you want to become stronger? Jing Xian lowered his head, his tone grim as he replied, I will never accept power gained through the sacrifice of others. I will not fight against the person who saved my life. And master, you really are disappointing. The scene shifted to another place, where the sun was shining brightly. From Li Hanning's phone, the image of Qian Lianshan appeared, his voice steady as he spoke, so am I am the president of the Mang Jun Corporation, Qian Lianshan. I am just a businessman, a law-abiding citizen. The cells of the demonic beasts and human experiments are utterly meaningless. I don't know why you've come up with such lies, but if you want to start a war and challenge the dignity of the Mang Jun Corporation, I won't back down. I will be waiting for you tomorrow in the outskirts of Qishan City. Li Hanning, holding his phone, listened to those words and chuckled, almost as if mocking them. Suomi is quite something, offending both the Lian Meng group and the cultivators of the 4 Great Ones sect at the same time. Only he would dare to do such a thing, even the president of the Mang Jun group was forced to step forward because of him. Taking advantage of the fact that the Lian Meng group and the cultivators of the 4 Great Ones sect are focused on the personnel side of President Qian, you must have another plan, right? Suomi stood before him and casually replied. No, my plan is to crush them outright. Li Hanning, stunned, asked. Ha? Are you serious? He opened his mouth in shock and added. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the Four Great Ones sect has at least 2 sect leaders and more than 20 elders present. The Lian Meng group has prepared more than 10 S-ranked hunters. Li Han Ning stood up abruptly, trying to advise him. Weren't you always so cautious before? Why are you being so reckless this time? Suomai explained. Because we no longer have time. We must resolve humanity's internal problems quickly. He elaborated. The secret realm under the control of the Four Great Ones sect seems to have encountered a major issue. There are many gaps, which is why foreign deities have been able to continuously disrupt the secret realm, causing significant casualties among the saviors. Suomai expressed his concern. If this continues, I'm afraid the secret realm could fall at any moment. Moreover, after fighting over this period, I've come to realize that the cultivators and the group are very weak. Crushing them completely is not a problem. Li Han Ning could not shake off his worry. In his heart, he spoke up again. I know you're very strong, your peak combat power is comparable to that of an 1800-year-old demon beast, but facing the Lian Meng Corporation and the Four Great Sects, you're at a disadvantage. The sect leaders of the Four Great Sects, each of their combat powers is equivalent to that of a 1,000 to 13-year-old demon beast. The S-level hunters of the corporation don't have high combat power, but the secret treasures in their possession have eerie abilities, and their actual combat skills are very strong. A few hunters are close to the combat strength of the 4 sect leaders, not to mention the elders of the 4 great sects. The elite hunting squad of Lian Meng Corporation, just with their large numbers, could pose a threat to you. Suomai stood silently, half in disdain, half as if calculating something, then he said, Your assessment has been wrong from the very beginning. I've never fought at full strength. Night fell, and the yellow light from the small house amid the still shadows of the trees created a tranquil yet mysterious scene. Sua Yun was lying quietly on the bed. Suomai glanced around before asking, Has my sister not woken up yet? Yutong replied, Her physical strength has recovered. However, the demon beast's aura on her body cannot be completely removed. This is also the reason she fell unconscious. It's because my healing skills are insufficient. Suomai gently comforted her, You've done very well, really, thank you so much. I'll get the research materials from the Mang Jun Corporation, they should help with my sister's treatment. She heard that and quickly responded, Are you really planning to go to war with the Lian Meng clan and the 4 great sects? If so, I'll go with you. He immediately stopped her. No, that's too dangerous. If I fight with all my strength, this whole area will be flattened, and you could get hurt. Yutong, very worried, continued, But if you go alone and something unexpected happens, what will you do if you need help? He thought for a moment, then took a bite of the cake in his hand, laughing loudly as he said, What's wrong with you? Suomai, the master, seems to have declared war on the whole world. With our strength, we wouldn't be able to help even if we went. All we need to do is stay home and wait for him to come back. Suomai smiled and gently patted her head, speaking slowly, Yutong, you make a good point. If things get dangerous, I'll take AI Air with me. Upon hearing those words, AI Air looked extremely confused and exclaimed, Huh? But she quickly changed her expression, showing a smug look as she said, Master Suomai, have you forgotten? Since coming to Earth, I've lost all my powers. Now, I'm just a very weak snow fox and can't help at all. He spoke, Then let's do a test first. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful golden energy enveloped Suomai, spiraling outwards. When AI Air's affection reaches 30, the system will unlock a new reward. Symbiotic evolution can give AI Air half of its combat power. First came the reward for logging in on the first day, the power of a 1,000-year-old monster. A strong source of energy surrounded her. AI Air thought, What is this? My strength is starting to recover. Then came the reward for logging in on the second day, the passive state of the battle victory law, tripling her combat power compared to her usual Taiping state. That energy continued to envelop AI Air. She couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, what is this? This kind of explosive power is like a hack. Finally, there was the active skill of the battle holy law, which increased her combat power by 10 times. At this moment, a massive tail appeared. She silently thought, strange, who said that spiritual energy on Earth is scarce? Isn't it easy for me to break through 1,000-year combat power here? And yet, this can grant me such great strength? How powerful must Suomi, the master, be? After witnessing AI Air's transformation, Suomi was pleased and praised her. Very good results. With the normal enhancement from the Battle Holy Law, AI Air was equivalent to a 1,400-year-old monster. After using the active skill, her combat power reached 50,000, equivalent to a 2,000-year-old monster. The situation looked promising. AI Air could already defeat the Lian Meng group and the four great sects. The next day, the scene shifted to a laboratory room. Xian Lianshan said to Yugue, Suomi is coming. Can I leave now? He immediately spoke up to stop him. President Xian, don't be in a hurry. He added, the intelligence source beside Suomi Li Hanling is a very formidable talent. If you leave now, he will definitely detect you. If that happens, our plan to capture Suomi will fail. Today is the best opportunity for us to eliminate Suomi, and we cannot let it go to waste. Xian Lianshan angrily shouted, you bastard, you clearly said something different before. How much have I contributed to the Lian Meng group? Surely, you know that. Do you want me to end up like that old man Li and become a scapegoat? Yugue smirked, calmly explaining, you are completely different from sect leader Li's situation at that time. The sect leader of the four great sects has already arrived. Lian Meng group has also sent more than half of the S-rank hunters, including the most elite assassination team. Right now, this base can be said to be the safest place in the world. No one can harm you here. Xian Lianshan felt a little reassured and asked, has the hunting team arrived? Yugue quickly answered, yes, that's the special hunting team newly formed to carry out the operation against the sect leader of the four great sects in Lian Meng group's past. You control light, can manipulate light, create illusions, and use light beams with temperatures close to the surface of the sun to attack. Yugue continued to introduce further. Sound of destruction, using the power of ultrasound and infrasound, can seal the enemy's hearing and directly attack their internal organs. He introduced each person one by one. Then, Yugue spoke about the giant and Xiao. The giant, though short in stature, can control gravity and is considered the most powerful force of destruction, a violent being of immense strength. Xiao holds the power of curses and can cause the opponent to fall into various negative states without even needing to make contact. In no time, they reached the last person, and Yugue continued, no, the S-rank hunter is said to be strange, terrifying, and holds the power of space. He sneered, Suomi, let me briefly commend your courage for daring to single-handedly challenge the Lian Meng group. What a pity, the strongest savior is about to meet their end at our hands. The scene shifted to another place, where the 5 people Yugue had just introduced were facing Suomi. He looked at them and mocked, is that so? I think you guys couldn't even beat the ferret I raised. One day prior, the one who wielded the light stood in front of him and made a request, for the first attack, the most dangerous one, leave it to me. Not hearing this, responded, your close combat skills can only be described as tragic. If I don't move your position in 0.1 seconds, Suomi will tear you apart. The one who wielded the light firmly declared, I've already mentally prepared myself. Moreover, you will definitely be able to save me in time, right? No, he replied with absolute confidence. Of course, it's the time to return to reality. You, who hold the light, rushed straight into Suomi. His entire body was enveloped in green energy, and in his hand was a sword made from blue light. Suomi showed no signs of hesitation and looked straight ahead. You, holding the light, suddenly displayed an expression of fear. At this moment, Suomi coldly stared at him, his hand gripping a powerful golden energy that was blazing. The two were now facing each other. Suomi unleashed a move, and suddenly the one who held the light disappeared. He said, the enemy has vanished, leaving behind the light sword. Suomi thought to himself, interesting ability. The light sword now blazed brightly, with green rays of light continuously radiating outward. Then, a huge burst of light occurred, an explosion so powerful it seemed capable of destroying everything. The blinding light burst forced the beam of light into wild, chaotic turmoil. The first release, after condensing, was the strongest attack of the light controller. Suomi was completely unaffected, still standing firm amidst the thick clouds of smoke and dust. The hunters did not expect that the effects of the light beam would cause harm to Suomi in any fundamental way. Their target was the side effects of the light explosion, a lightning strike of extreme intensity. Suomi remained motionless in his place. Even for Suomi, after the light explosion, he would at least lose his sight temporarily. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, or even less. Therefore, there was absolutely no time to waste, the chance to attack had to be seized, betting one's life on the light that had been created. The moment the explosion of light occurred, there was no hesitation whatsoever. The giant charged into the center of the explosion, closely followed by Kong and Xiao. The narrow exit of light and the sound of destruction moved with Kong towards the building near Suomi, providing support from a distance. She supported him. However, a serious mistake occurred. The giant, the first to charge into the battlefield, hesitated for a moment. His face showed a slight trace of fear. In front of him, Suomi's eyes were open, as though the earlier explosion of light had no effect on him. Suomi's eyes were wide open, his face filled with murderous intent, a mix of emotions swirling in the giant's heart. He thought to himself, "It's over, the plan has failed, it's over, how do I report this to my teammates? This is really bad." After 0.5 seconds, the next emotion that followed was an unparalleled regret. The giant realized that Suomi's gaze was not directed at him, his eyes were merely open, pretending as if his vision had not been affected. Suddenly, the giant stepped on something, and in fear, he thought, "It's over, the sound, what did I just step on?" While the giant was still thinking, Suomi's attack pierced through the illusion of the giant. On the roof of a building, the sound of destruction caused the direction of sound to distort, while the light created an illusion of the giant, giving the giant a second chance. He charged forward, the fiery red energy spreading out, breaking the speed of sound, violently crushing gravity at 30 times its normal force, temporarily losing his vision, and even the sound could no longer be trusted. Suomi was deep in thought. The attack must be faster than sound. The only thing he could rely on was the last line of defense in his body, and his intuition won out. The moment the giant was knocked back by Suomi, the giant thought to himself, "You've already used your last line of defense on me." As Suomi sent the giant flying, Xiao de Kong moved behind him, placing a hand on Suomi's back. Dark energy continued to radiate. In order to cast dozens of curses on Suomi in just 0.1 seconds, direct contact with his body was necessary to complete the ritual. After completing the curses within 0.1 seconds, Xiao de Kong would move with Suomi away from the battlefield. They appeared at the building where the holder of light and the sound of destruction were standing. From the moment the light explosion occurred, after a long, agonizing second, the plan had succeeded. Curse of stagnation, curse of aging, curse of illness, curse of misfortune, curse of fatigue. Under the dozens of curses cast upon him, Suomi hadn't felt his neck being strained in a long time. Calmly, he raised his hand and massaged his neck. At this moment, there was no sound on the rooftop of the building. "Alright, now that Suomi is cursed, let's launch the next attack." Xiao stood to one side, trembling all over. Noticing this, he immediately asked her, "Xiao, are you alright?" Xiao's face was filled with fear as she spoke, "Stop dreaming, you don't understand. The moment I cursed Suomi, I came into contact with his power, which is deep and terrifying. His strength is unpredictable." She recalled the image of Suomi, his body radiating with killing intent, and continued in fear, "How can we possibly fight against a monster like Suomi?" He gently patted her shoulder, softly reassuring her, and Xiao managed to pull herself together. The difference in strength doesn't determine the final outcome. Haven't we faced many strong enemies with unknown power before? He thought about the members of their team and added, "At the brink of life and death, we fought with everything we had, and that's how we gained our position and strength today. Have you forgotten that?" Xiao responded to him, her voice soft yet firm, "Really? It's so easy to say such things. Suomi has spatial abilities. He can just hide in a safe place and attack from a distance. His power is convenient, his position is advantageous. After all that, will you still fight the enemy head-on? His words stung, leaving him speechless. The giant, sensing that the situation was escalating, spoke up to mediate. That's enough, Shio, this matter is off limits for our team. We've already agreed not to bring it up again. If you don't want to fight, you can stay here, we'll cover your part. With that, he swiftly jumped off the building, leaving the other four awkwardly exchanging glances. The one who held the light was trying to comfort Shio after the recent blow. Shio remained silent, her expression serious, and she said nothing more. The second wave of attack was led by the giant. He used all his strength to charge forward, swinging his hammer, which weighed 1,000 pounds. The hammer was made of a specially crafted alloy. After increasing the gravity 30 times, and using 3 times the speed of sound, it shattered Suomi. The hammer flew with incredible speed, seemingly capable of destroying everything, and dust filled the air. After Suomi blocked the hammer, the giant's main task was complete. Suomi easily deflected the hammer with one hand. His hand ran along the hammer. The giant's mission was not to attack, but to create a perimeter and mark the area. His approach was different from his usual fighting style. When the giant's hammer made contact with the enemy, the gravity collapsed inward, generating a powerful gravitational pull, solidifying the area around the enemy. Before the battle began, the one who held the light and sound of destruction had already marked the location on the talisman. With the target area marked, the dazzling light could now condense into a single point, achieving the greatest destructive power theoretically. In all previous battles, no matter how solid the material, it would be completely destroyed in one dimension. The sound of destruction can use a hammer to strike infrasonic waves at the enemy. The infrasonic waves and the most fragile internal organs of the enemy will resonate, shattering them from the inside. Powerful attacks are unleashed, creating dazzling energy waves that penetrate space, resulting in a large explosion at the moment the attack finishes. According to the original plan, there was no need to move the sound of destruction and the giant out of the battlefield in order to restore the state before starting the third wave of attack. That's right, it was supposed to be like that. But an unexpected situation has arisen. Don't gape, you appear in front of me. Could it be Suomi? How did he dodge the gravity hammer? This doubt lingered briefly in Kong's mind. Suomi lunged forward, preparing to strike him. Fear compelled Kong to teleport himself to a height more than 1,000 meters above Suomi. When Kong regained his composure, he realized he had made a huge mistake. It was too late now, there wasn't enough time to teleport his teammates anymore. To have them fight Suomi head-on would be like a newborn trying to challenge a fully grown lion. He was extremely worried. Time seemed to freeze, and the scene in the distance looked like slow motion in Kong's eyes. Suomi was gathering strength, preparing to use a wide-range attack. The killing intent enveloped the area, and Suomi had no more doubts. After Suomi's attack, he would lose 3 of his friends forever. Until he no longer saw anyone before him, Shio, who had given up on fighting, appeared on the battlefield. Shio was driving a ceremonial sword into his chest, using a talisman to bind himself. The origin of evil thunder was approaching, and in reality, it was transforming Shio into an evil spirit. After that, Shio no longer changed his previous thoughts. I have lost 4 friends forever. 13 years ago, a tragic murder occurred in an ordinary residential building in the Donghai market. Hundreds of people perished at once. A 20-member rescue team moved toward the mansion to conduct a search and rescue operation, but they only found 1 survivor. In the next 3 days, 32 members of the rescue team and 50 others lost their lives due to various accidents. 18 people went mad and took their own lives. Cultivators got involved in the investigation, and the cause of the tragedy was traced back to the sole survivor, Shio. Shio, the heir of Tongyu Pavilion. Before being destroyed by Yutianren, Tongyu Pavilion had been a powerful sect in the cultivation world, famous for controlling evil spirits, on par with the 4 great sects. Currently, the surviving disciples of Tongyu Pavilion, who had narrowly escaped, had adopted a child with a special constitution to restore the former glory of the sect. They poured all their efforts into transferring thousands of evil spirits into Shio's body during the inheritance ritual, passing on the last of their legacy. Shio was in immense pain. The ritual had failed, and the evil spirits within Shio's body had fused into one, transforming into an uncontrollable monster. The ambitions of the disciples of the Tongyu Pavilion vanished along with their lives. As a result, Shio became the final heir to the Tongyu Pavilion's evil spirit, turning Shio into a star that fell from the sky. Anyone who came into contact with Shio would face disaster, and no cultivator was willing to take Shio in. In fact, many wanted to eliminate Shio to prevent future calamity. Shio was taken by the organization, who sought to exploit him, causing him to awaken as a hunter. The only fortunate thing was that Shio had been deceived into joining a hunter team, not being the first to reach out to her. The organization's specially made cloak could block part of the evil spirit's power, but it still brought misfortune to those around Shio. However, none of the team members abandoned him because of it. The entire hunter team was made up of orphans who had been abandoned, yet they were all family. Thus, Shio became a hunter. Driven by the word spirit ability, Shio began to suppress the evil spirit within him. After years of companionship, the evil spirit had become a part of Shio's body. Suppressing the evil spirit brought Shio excruciating pain, but he endured it. Shio had done his best to bring misfortune to his enemies, not his friends. Until today, Shio had never clarified what it meant to actively use the power of the evil spirit on himself. It was not a power that a human could control. Perhaps the first thing evil spirit wanted to do after breaking the seal was to end its own existence. It might completely vanish, becoming a slave to the evil spirit. But none of this mattered. Shio screamed in despair, "Hey evil spirit, if you're truly as powerful as you say, just take my body and save my friends, this is my only plea." Suomi barely cared, walking step by step toward her, the golden energy in his hands incredibly strong. Shio looked at the scene before her, silently thinking that as long as she could defeat this monster, Suomi's power would only continue to spread. At this moment, she shouted loudly, "Swallow me whole." All of Suomi's attacks were launched. Shio executed her technique, her soul appeared behind her, looking eerie and unsettling. A strange wave of energy emerged, and a spherical shield materialized out of nowhere, completely protecting her from Suomi's assault. While the person holding the light was stunned by the scene before him, the sound of destruction and the giant. What was even more astonishing was that because of Suomi's attack, Shio seemed to shed her strength and gained the ability to freely control her own evil spirit. The body of the evil spirit was surrounded by this strange, eerie energy, and it was unclear whether it was due to the years of suffering or the will to help her teammates that earned the acknowledgement of the evil spirit. The plan to control the monstrous creature formed by thousands of evil spirits was the original illusionary strategy of the disciples. Today, it's done. Suomi chuckled lightly, saying, "You really have some unexpected tricks up your sleeve, I'm all excited now." This statement from Suomi wasn't just directed at Shio, it also seemed like a compliment for the person who wasn't about to appear before him. He didn't unexpectedly appear in midair, he was now in the middle of a tidal wave. The dimensional slash could sever space and was the most powerful attack of Kong, but for Kong, it was also the most dangerous skill. The dimensional slash had to be used with Kong's hand. Only when one set aside their own life and tried to approach the enemy could they deliver a lethal blow. Therefore, Kong hadn't used this technique in a long time. After the battle began, the first time Suomi stepped back was to dodge an attack from the enemy. This was also the first time Suomi felt a slight sense of threat, a powerful blow coming down before him. Suomi thought to himself, the opponent's dimensional slash might even be able to tear my clothes. This coat is something I really like. At this moment, evil spirit expanded. On Earth, where spiritual energy was depleted, the strength of humankind had its limits, but within Shio's body, it had fused with thousands of evil spirit monsters. Even the founding Grandmaster of the Tongyu Pavilion couldn't comprehend where its limits lay. It was equivalent to a 3,000-year-old or 5,000-year-old demon beast. Even a beast of 10,000 years, as long as Shio's body can endure, the thousands of evil spirits that have fused together will continue to grow stronger. Xiao was preparing to unleash his move. As long as he could defeat Suomi in this battle, it wouldn't matter if his body collapsed afterward. A drop of red blood fell, marking the beginning of the blood prison, which immediately spread to where Suomi was standing. This was entirely a mental attack, indifferent to the strength of the opponent, pulling the enemy's will into a prison specifically designed for evil spirits without any discrimination. Suomi stood tall in a vast space, initially surrounded by an endless expanse of white. Then, countless evil spirits gathered. Horrifying evil spirits emerged. Any enemy who let their guard down for even a moment would be devoured until their soul was completely drained. But these evil spirits were illusory. Even if destroyed, they would immediately regenerate. Moreover, the blood prison had no boundaries, there was no way to launch an attack even if one wanted to. Inside the blood prison, the mental assault of the evil spirits had continued for 3 days and nights. The first thing to be drained was Xiao's mental and physical strength, which the blood prison had already exhausted. Xiao collapsed to the ground, completely drained. In contrast, Suomi's spirit had barely been affected. But this was all according to Xiao's plan. In the real world, the blood prison only lasted 0.5 seconds. This was the time Xiao had bought. Suomi remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. When he regained his focus, the massive weight of the giant and the blinding light that surrounded him had trapped him, rendering him immobilized. Everything was set up to prevent the dimensional strike from hitting Suomi accurately. The dimensional strike simultaneously created the giant and caused the chaotic collapse of the dazzling skill. Simply put, it was a fatal explosion. Therefore, before the explosion occurred, he had already moved himself and his companions to his own space, shifting the scene to another room. Xianlian Shan witnessed everything unfold. He watched the explosion unfold before his eyes, then, satisfied, said, "They still have some value." It wasn't a waste of the many resources the corporation has provided these hunters over the years. Yugue, standing behind, immediately responded, "The hunter squad has gotten stronger." "I didn't expect this either," he continued. "They seem to have broken through their own limits while fighting Suomi." Xianlian Shan excitedly shouted, "Whatever, just finish Suomi off for me quickly." He laughed loudly. "Who would have thought that the so-called greatest savior would dare openly challenge me? Now doesn't it look like a dead dog being beaten?" Suddenly, Yugue spotted something. He looked shocked and stammered, "President Qian, look over there." Hearing this, Xianlian Shan followed Yugue's gaze, and his expression instantly changed. Shocked, he exclaimed, "What? You've got to be kidding. With such an attack, not even Suomi's belongings are harmed?" Suomi walked out from the rubble, his body completely unscathed, without even the smallest injury. Xianlian Shan, seeing this, became even more enraged and shouted, "Hey, where did the hunting team go? Why are they taking so long? They're not running away, are they?" At that moment, within the private space, there was a small island floating in mid-air. The giant's voice trembled as he spoke, "This isn't right, this shouldn't be happening." He muttered, "I don't believe it." In front of him is a space lying on the ground, his body covered in wounds large and small. Sound of Destruction was also shocked, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face as she hopelessly said, "No, it can't end like this. Come back to life. Don't we still have so much left to do?" At this moment, Xiao spoke up to comfort her, "Stop saying foolish things, he's already gone, probably when he took us away. He was struck back by Suomi, and there's only one thing left for us to do: revenge on Suomi." Hearing this, the giant agreed and shouted, "Xiao is right, cheer up, stop crying, we must destroy that bastard." Suddenly, the one who held the final light spoke up. He seemed to have realized something and, in a moment of panic, said, "Wait a minute, it seems you've all forgotten something very important. This is the private space of no one else but him, and only he could come and go freely. Now that he's no longer alive, we may never be able to leave here again." 4 months later, in the private space of nothingness, the one who held the light looked at what lay before him, then joyfully spoke. We've succeeded, we've done it. Standing in the middle of the garden, self-satisfied, he continued. All our efforts haven't been in vain. We've finally grown corn. Sound of Destruction responded excitedly. That's amazing. We won't starve anymore. On the contrary, the giant, somewhat displeased, reminded them. Hey, what's with the celebration? We still need to figure out how to escape this space and take revenge on Suomi. A year later, the giant sat idly on a chair, looking dejected, mumbling. Tonight's dinner is corn again. Can't we have something else, like popcorn or something? The one who held the light, holding a thick stack of papers, stood before him and seriously explained. We can make popcorn and white sugar. Although the sugarcane we planted has been harvested and we can make sugar, butter is an issue. The plant-based butter made from corn has sharp fatty acids, which aren't good for health. The dairy cow at the farm won't start producing milk until next year. By then, we'll be able to use cow's milk to make healthy butter. At that point, we'll be able to live a happy life. In this peaceful, war-free, and fertile place, they lived a happy life. The wedding also took place. The one who held the light and Sound of Destruction were one couple, while the other pair was Shio and the giant. After that, it was the first major event worth celebrating. The first child born in the village was the child of the one who held the light and the Sound of Destruction. Many years later, before the grave of Kong, Shio stood there, supporting herself with a cane. Beside her was a small child, toddling along behind. The child asked, Shio Grandma, tell me another story about Earth. A line of text appeared, achieved world achievement, only Kong was injured. Time shifted back to reality, transitioning to the previous house. A group of people, armed with all sorts of weapons, charged towards Suomi, shouting, Charge, let's destroy him. He still stood as boldly as ever. With a slight wave of his hand, the energy gathered in Suomi's palm grew more and more intense. It created a massive explosion, lighting up the sky. The energy engulfed everything. In another corner, where the ground troops of the Destroyer Corps were stationed, an announcement suddenly rang out, Attention, ground destroyer troops. Suomi has broken through the defenses and entered the base. Everyone, stay alert. Suomi continued to march into the base, defeating countless enemies along the way. The scene shifted to the interior of the base. A demon, looking wary, reported, President Qian, all the hunter squads have lost contact. Xian Lianshan, upon hearing this, became furious, cursing, a bunch of useless fools. Where are those cultivators? Didn't they run away too? We should retreat now. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them, Sorry, but you can't go anywhere now. He fearfully turned around and saw Suomi standing there. At some point, Suomi was entirely surrounded by an aura of killing intent. He spoke, President Qian, it's finally our turn to meet. Shen Lianshan's face turned pale in an instant. He stammered, pleading, Suomi, wait. I surrender. We can negotiate. Suddenly, bubbles appeared out of nowhere, floating around the room. Suomi, suspicious, carefully observed everything around him. Then, a bubble floated toward him and gently tapped his shoulder. He glanced over. Before he could react, the bubble engulfed Suomi, and he disappeared. Qian Lianshan was equally startled, exclaiming, Huh? He stared blankly and asked, Suomi. Disappeared? Chu Tian Xin appeared. The bubbles just now were created by him. Seeing Qian Lianshan's confused expression, Chu Tian Xin spoke, President Qian, you surrendered too quickly. Qian Lianshan hastily replied, CHC sect leader, I was just about to ask you. The hunter squads have all been taken down. Your cultivators have just been standing by, watching the show. Why did you only arrive now? And Suomi? Where did he go? Chu Tian Xin heard those words of resentment and immediately began to explain, you misunderstood. To prevent Suomi from escaping during the battle, thousands of cultivators set up a formation around him, so he couldn't move. As for Suomi, I've already sealed him. It was so easy that I couldn't believe how unnecessary the prior preparations were. The power of space has a special effect on Suomi, but unfortunately, that so-called hunter of nothingness has too crude a grasp of space manipulation techniques. Suddenly, Chu Tianxian paused, a look of disbelief and fear crossed his face, thinking to himself. What? Behind Chu Tianxian, an explosion erupted, and a beam of brilliant golden energy flew past him. Suomi had shattered the space that had imprisoned him, standing in mid-air and indifferently saying, "Out of energy?" It seems your space ability is indeed a bit weaker than his, but not by much. Xianlian Shan stood at a corner, complaining, "Cultivators are all the same, just talk big, but they're of no use." Yu Gue, somewhat worried, asked, "Chu sect leader, do you need help?" Chu Tianxian, unafraid, replied while using his power, "No need. You'll only be a hindrance if you stay here. Leave." With that, his colorful energy enveloped the two of them, teleporting them outside the building. After they were teleported out, Chen Lianshan clutched his stomach, frowning, "That bastard, he takes us out without even warning us." My blood's still boiling. It's a bit nauseating too, space movement is so uncomfortable. On this side, Yu Gue was completely unharmed, and he spoke up to remind, "President Qian, don't blame me. It's already good enough that we survived. I hope the cultivators have a way to deal with Suomi." Suddenly, there was an explosion at the building earlier. Chu Tianxian narrowly avoided the blast and murmured, "Too slow, the formation isn't complete yet?" Chu Tianxian hovered in mid-air, his cloak billowing in the brilliant light, surrounded by countless glowing bubbles. Suomi was behind him, hands in his pockets, looking nonchalant as he said, "I'm already used to your defensive methods. Besides the childish embrace moves you like, do you have anything else?" Chu Tianxian refused to be outdone, quickly retorting, "You are truly arrogant, let me show you the inner workings of a cultivator." The secret technique of the heavenly net formation was activated, and the surrounding space became a little strange, transitioning to another building. Inside, cultivators were deploying a formation. The cultivators stood in rows amidst the mystical space of the formation they were casting, creating powerful currents of air. It was a concentration of energy taking form, with a stream of air shooting straight up into the sky, forming a peculiar circle. Suomi stood inside the circle, and he spoke, "I was wondering what kind of terrifying skill you'd use, with so many cultivators secretly arranged around us. In the end, is this just to trap us in this circle? Are they just sitting outside watching?" Chu Tianxian smirked and said self-satisfied, "Don't worry, your only opponent here is me. The aperture you see is a formation released simultaneously by thousands of cultivators. This formation is a pact that restricts your escape, it can only be broken when one side is dead." Suomi laughed upon hearing this, replying, "Sounds like they're helping you end yourself. There are still 3 sect leaders, right? Call them out here. Only then will it be a fair fight." He responded, "This isn't a hunt, it's about the moral righteousness of executing you. Therefore, only I will take action, a fair one-on-one duel." Chu Tianxian added, casually, "This battle is being broadcast live worldwide. Suomi, your glorious hero's journey begins with this livestream. And it will end with the livestream as well." Their scene appeared on the live broadcast screen. Countless comments flooded in, "The corporation's hunter is hilarious, his aura is as fierce as a box. Just looking at it, the score's 0-5. Is the corporation here to make a joke? And they still want to destroy Suomi?" The debate became heated, with one comment saying, "Is the person above seriously ill? Do you enjoy seeing a twisted killer like Suomi win? The corporation is no better. I can only say it's good to eliminate them. Time to pop the champagne." There were many more comments, like, "This is hilarious, they've already turned into ghosts, and that cultivator dares to put on a show in front of them. I bet he won't survive more than 10 seconds, or at least, up until now, only the cultivator from the 4 Great Ones sect seems a bit righteous. I hope they can win." Xianlian Shan hid in another place, holding his phone to watch the live stream and cursing, "This is strange. How dare these cultivators do this? How dare they secretly livestream the battle situation? Our entire corporation's reputation is ruined. Yugue quickly spoke up to explain, although they are doing something underhanded, we never actually forbade live streaming before, so they might just be enduring it as best as they can. That's a clever plan, making our corporation and Suomi serve as stepping stones, and in the end, they themselves step forward as the good guys. He shouted angrily, but they need to win for that to happen. That useless Chu sect leader, do you really think he can win one-on-one against Suomi? Yugue looked up at the circle that was holding both of them and smiled lightly, the fair one-on-one duel, that's just a story to fool outsiders. My eyes can see the energy signatures of everything except Chu sect leader. The other 3 sect leaders have already hidden themselves in the formation. The figures of the 3 sect leaders gradually became visible. Suomi glanced at Chu Tianxin and then asked, before we begin the fight, I have one question. Is the secret realm controlled by your sect leader from the 4 Great Ones sect? He explained without any doubt, you don't know this? Secret realm is a frontline defense against the otherworld, created by ancient cultivators. The secret realm operates according to its own rules, and even we can only intervene to a small extent. Suomi smiled lightly and responded, thank you for clearing up my doubts. Now, I can rest easy. Chu Tianxin, somewhat surprised, asked, huh? Rest easy about what? Suomi smugly said, even if I were to eliminate the 4 of you, this world would remain unaffected. That is what makes me feel at ease. In the city of Danmiao, 200 kilometers away from the battlefield between Suomi and the corporation, a peaceful city stood far from the conflict but potentially harboring hidden turmoil. A deep red bus was parked by the side of the road, standing out. Under the sunlight, a cheerful voice spoke up. Hello, did everyone get forcibly evacuated too? A man inside responded, of course. Today, everyone in our city was forcibly evacuated. A group of big men took us onto the bus and brought us here. The rescue management staff told us to wait here, saying they would arrange accommodations for us later. After hearing the man's words, the other person angrily cursed, damn it, what is this rescue management? A bunch of bloodsuckers from the corporation. I'm from Chishan City. Yesterday, our city was forcibly evacuated. I slept with hundreds of others in the stadium last night. If you want a better place to stay, just pay for a hotel. As for the meal, the boxed lunch they provided us still required us to pay out of our own pockets. The man with the blue hair suddenly let out a sound of surprise. That's too much, isn't it? When will we finally be able to go home? The man wearing glasses responded blankly. We have to wait until the battle between Suomi and the conglomerate is over. Hopefully, they don't destroy my house. I haven't finished paying the rent yet. The man with the blue hair reassured him. Don't worry, the battle is taking place at the outskirts of Chishan City, at least 15 kilometers from the city center. Your house will be fine. He sighed. I really don't understand. Our city, Gudian, is 100 kilometers from Chishan, yet we're still being forced to evacuate. It's ridiculous, it's not even a world war. A blackbird flew across the sky, scattering a few feathers that fell to the ground. The scene signaled that something unusual was approaching. The sky was a deep blue, yet the black hue of the bird created an ominous sense of hidden danger. Suddenly, the man with the glasses asked the other one. Did you hear that? It seemed like there was some kind of sound. A nearby boy pointed to the sky. Birds, so many birds. In the outskirts of Chishan City, at Ziyu Mountain, raindrops hurriedly fell onto the great peaks, accompanied by flashes of green light from the sky. Strange crystal shards fell from the heavens like ice. Amidst the stormy rain, a courageous individual clutched a tree, holding a phone to livestream. He shouted to everyone watching through their phones. Right now, the city of Chishan has been completely submerged by landslides. The city of Chishan is experiencing a terrifying landslide. High-rise buildings are being crushed by rocks, and strong winds are blowing everything away. It feels like we are witnessing the apocalypse live through a livestream. He stood in the wind and rain, with objects flying everywhere, hitting his face. This is absurd. You all saw it, didn't you? Right in front of me, that mountain suddenly disappeared. A massive tornado formed, sweeping away rocks and debris, destroying everything in its path. You can see its terrifying power with the naked eye. Today, for the first time, the whole world understood what the so-called implication of the greatest power on Earth truly means. Everything was nearly destroyed, all starting from a once thriving green city. Now, all that remains are metal scraps and thick, swirling smoke. The aftermath of the battle between Suomi and the cultivators, the catastrophic scene caused by it, is relentlessly transmitted across the internet to the eyes of everyone. Every viewer sweats in terror as they watch. The whole world is silent. This is the most quiet moment the world has experienced since the invention of the internet. Everyone just remains silent, watching the scene in the video. All the respect, the hope, and the fear are all disasters caused by one person. The city is submerged in flames, with black smoke rising everywhere, creating a vivid picture. This is what happened in a minute of battle between Suomi and the sect leaders of the Four Great Ones sect. Chutian stood inside a bubble cage, with Suomi standing before him. He spoke with a tone of disdain. It's easy to change the weather and terrain. Your skills aren't bad either. They'd be quite useful for farming, I suppose. One of the three hidden sect leaders executed a move, and violet lightning crackled around him, looking extremely dangerous. Innate Violet Azure Divine Lightning, the technique name was announced. Every bolt of lightning aimed at Suomi and struck toward him. He reacted swiftly, easily dodging the deadly bolts. On the other side, another hidden sect leader conjured massive blocks of green fire, the 9 nether calamity flames. The attack erupted violently, a strike falling from the sky at incredible speed. But Suomi was faster, dodging the blow just in front of Chutian. He was taken aback, beads of sweat appearing on his temples. Suomi executed a strike toward the ground, his movement powerful and decisive, his gaze calm and unwavering. The blow aimed at the bubble shield protecting Chutian. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. This attack actually pierced through my defensive space. Someone stepped forward, surrounded by a blinding green light, with 16 bones broken, and 2 internal organs severely hemorrhaging. The price is too steep, eternal defiance, the person said before raising a magic wand to heal Chutian's injuries. In the dimly lit city, a light appeared, casting shadows on the buildings and the sky. Suomi looked on but did nothing, his gaze slightly surprised. Not only had his injuries completely healed, even his clothes had returned to their original state. Truly, it was a power that resembled cheating. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Chutian, now restored to his original appearance, say, "This is something I should say. After being attacked so many times, you still haven't been injured at all. I must admit, we really underestimated you." Suomi murmured, "You're not planning to surrender, are you?" Chutian looked at him, his eyes lowering sadly as he said, "The previous sect leaders of the Four Great Ones sect were known as Seekers of the Tao because they pursued forbidden techniques derived from magic. The inheritance of the Seeker of the Tao is both a blessing and a curse. We have inherited the Seeker of the Tao's power, which can rapidly enhance our combat abilities and allow for the endless transformation of magic. However, as soon as we believe we are fully prepared to ascend to immortality and begin cultivating the Tao, disaster strikes. All the seekers of the Tao who sought the truth died tragically." Chutian continued, "But the weakest seeker of the Tao in the history of the Tai Fire Talisman discovered a different way of using the Tao. He continued speaking, then created rainbow energy orbs around himself, his gaze distant as he focused on one of them. His name was Tsong Wu. In order to strengthen his own power and live up to the title of Seeker of the Tao, he had discovered the method to transform lifespan into combat power, forcing the cessation of the Tao path and entering the semi-warrior state. The 3 sect leaders, who had been in hiding, now appeared before him, exuding great authority. Chutian cleared his throat. "Suomi, you should feel honored. This is the post-Chutian era, and for the first time, a seeker of the Tao is using the semi-warrior state to eliminate all enemies. To be more precise, it's 4 seekers of the Tao simultaneously using the semi-warrior state. Suomi calmly replied, "You're willing to sacrifice your lifespan just to deal with me? Then let me see," Shu Tianxian boasted loudly, without a hint of shame, "if you can surprise me after paying such a steep price. I'll deal with you now." Suddenly, a system notification appeared, with an urgent reminder: the 3rd secret realm will activate in 5 seconds. All saviors, please prepare. Shu Tianxian was stunned, helpless, unable to do anything. The 3 sect leaders also froze for 5 seconds, disgruntled. Suomi, his hands in his pockets, spoke with a tone of disappointment, "Such a pity. You're slowly fading away. Wait for me to return and then I'll annihilate all of you." Shu Tianxian yelled angrily, "Suomi cannot leave, or we will all suffer the backlash of the formation." He and the 3 sect leaders quickly formed a formation, launching attacks aimed at Suomi. He shouted, "Suomi, come out here." Suomi calmly looked at them. "You can stop the movements of the secret realm, but it seems like you're really straining yourselves, aren't you?" Shu Yanxian's face turned dark, his teeth gritted tightly as the path was about to close. "Come out here, our battle isn't over yet. You don't plan to run away, do you?" Suomi's voice was laced with disdain. "Run away? What are you talking about? If we fail in the secret realm battlefield, the beasts will invade Earth. Do you really think that our victory or defeat matters more than the danger to humanity?" With a snap of his fingers, he mocked, "Someone like you is considered the sect leader of the 4 Great Ones sect? How shameful." In the blink of an eye, Suomi vanished. Zhu Manxian, furious, yelled, "Scum, I must destroy you." In the cold square, he stood tall, his long cloak fluttering lightly in the wind. From beneath his feet, intense blue light erupted, spreading like a frost-covered network that tore apart the ground. The blinding light enveloped everything, freezing the space itself. A voice shouted, "It's over, the backlash of the formation has begun. Quickly resolve the formation." The tone was filled with fear, as strange objects emerged from the black smoke. "Not good, the formation's pact is a death battle. Suomi left the battlefield early, we must pay the price." A panicked voice cried out. The black smoke entered Shu Yanxian's body, causing him to scream in agony. His eyes turned bloodshot, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, "Luckily, I can transfer the damage from the formation's backlash to the disciples who activated the formation." Strangely, the damage from the backlash was not as severe as expected. He suddenly realized, it's over, the 3 of them had also shared the damage. The dark smoke loomed like a whirlwind, engulfing the entire area. The 3 hidden sect leaders were also surrounded by it. The true nature of the battle was about to be revealed. Looking at the screen, the comments began to flood in. "Has everyone seen this?" In the sky, besides the Chu sect leader, there are 3 more figures. Another comment appeared, laughing hysterically. "What's this? It's supposed to be a one-on-one duel, but it's 4 against 1. How cowardly." On the screen, all that could be seen was the dark smoke enveloping everything. "Wait, where did Mang Jun go?" One comment replied. "Hey, bro, the livestream got cut off. What's going on? Did Mang Jun enter the secret realm?" In the livestream, Mang Jun was nowhere to be seen in the secret realm. What had happened? After entering the secret realm, Suomi arrived at a desolate place, surrounded by dirt and rocks. He suspected that this place might not actually be the secret realm. Suddenly, one day, someone rushed over in a hurry. "Master Suomi, this is the Great Hall of Azure White. We're doomed. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Why did I even come here to join the fun? Wouldn't eating chicken legs at home be better?" Suomi asked. "Great Hall of Azure White, is it that dangerous?" She was terrified, to say the least, extremely terrified. This is an area where the fabric of time and space is disturbed. Powerful beasts once explored the Great Hall of Azure White, but the entire force was annihilated. They completely disappeared. Even the divine lord of our world, without the transcendence stone, wouldn't dare to step into this place. Suomi exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the entrance to the moving secret realm had been interfered with, causing the error in bringing them here. 3 large stars of different colors appeared above his head. He asked her, "Then these 3 stars above my head must represent our world and the secret realm, right? As long as we can reach them, we'll be able to return." AI Air's tears streamed down her face. The red one represented the world of the beastly creatures, and the blue one was the world of humans. In the middle was the secret realm, but all of that was just an illusion, a projection from a past time and space. We had to find the entrance to the real space if we were to return. She said, "The Great Hall of Azure White has many entrances leading to other dimensions, but 99% of the entrances are traps that lead to a deep, dangerous world. Furthermore, there is only a 1 in a trillion chance that we could find the true entrance back to our world." As she was speaking, the system appeared, 3rd day of the secret realm, login unlocked, checking. Failed, login reward. Then another message appeared, 3rd day login reward, golden eyes of the stone monkey. The stone monkey was born from the magma, condensing the essence of the earth and sky. From the moment it was born, the golden light in its eyes pierced through the heavens and earth, shocking the gods. Suomi stared at the system screen, while AI Air continued to cry. The system continues to display the unnamed stone monkey, which can see through the essence of all things with its golden eyes. It introduces the golden eye ability of the stone monkey. First, it can see through the weaknesses of enemies. Second, it can assess the information of everything in the world. Suomi's face was grim. AI Air, stop crying, let's leave this place. AI Air timidly grasped the sleeve of Suomi. "Suomi Lord, please don't go off recklessly. The danger in the Great Hall of Azure White isn't just the entrance to the otherworldly space." He reassured AI Air, "Don't worry, follow me, it's very safe." AI Air grew even more anxious. He originally did not understand the true danger of the Great Hall of Azure White. Monsters from the depths of the world, along with powerful beings from the otherworldly space, might come here. Even the weakest monsters from the depths have at least 5 million combat power. We would be annihilated in an instant. Even powerful beasts entering the Great Hall of Azure White must be cautious before choosing a direction. Who else would act so recklessly like him and randomly pick a direction to go? Suomi continued walking, his voice cold. "If you don't trust me, then stay here." AI Air was stunned. "Are you really going to just leave? When you encounter the monsters from the depths, you'll realize just how foolish your current confidence is." She suddenly realized something was off. "Wait, if I stay here alone, wouldn't that be even more dangerous?" AI Air hurriedly ran after Suomi. "Master, wait for me, don't leave me alone." Suomi looked at the large rock in front of her, already having to take a detour so soon. AI Air pointed ahead, "Master, my instincts tell me that the path to the right doesn't seem right. There's not a single speck of dust or any rubble, it's unusually clean, which definitely means there's a trap. The left path feels much safer." Suddenly, the system displayed, the monster deep inside is Karami. Its combat power is 5 million, and it is currently in a deep sleep. Its self-defense color is the path that devours any intruding creatures. Seeing this, Suomi said, "No, we'll go right." An hour later, AI Air was in disbelief. It was strange. They had been walking for so long but hadn't encountered any danger at all. Where were the monsters? Where were the experts from the alternate space? Where were the terrifying corpses and relics? Had she been tricked? Suomi looked at AI Air helplessly. "This place is very dangerous. Keep your voice down or you'll attract the deep monster here." Hadn't she been so cautious before? She had warned about the danger, but there was no deep monster at all. If they had a little more food, this would have just been a normal stroll. A chicken leg suddenly appeared from nowhere, releasing an enticing fragrance. AI Air nearly fainted. A chicken leg. Why is there a chicken leg here? This is suspicious, but it smells so good. The aroma spread everywhere, and AI Air couldn't resist. It smells so good, I really want to eat it. She was completely entranced. She headed towards the chicken drumstick, but for some reason, she couldn't find the drumstick. Instead, a scent wafted from the bone fragments. AI Air continued walking forward, muttering to herself. Chicken drumstick. Then a hand grabbed her back. Suddenly, the bone flew into the air, releasing a dense aroma. It was so overpowering it felt as though it could swallow you whole at any moment. Fortunately, Suomi managed to pull AI Air away just in time. After coming to her senses, AI Air was so terrified she started to tear up. What? What is this? I almost got eaten. The system appeared again. The item information read, the remains of Baigu Madam. This is the body of Baigu Madam after being struck dead by an unnamed stone monkey, leaving only a single bone. Despite it being just a bone, it still retained powerful strength and a soul. Suomi was slightly surprised. This is Baigu Madam's body. AI Air, have you ever heard of her? AI Air gasped, and Suomi's question was like a thunderclap. Baigu Madam? She's a legend in our world. Second only to the strongest ancient beast of the Divine Lord. She disappeared after entering the Great Hall of Azure White. She's a 70,000-year-old beast. In her prime, her combat strength exceeded 60,000. What kind of monster could possibly have destroyed her? Suomi calmly responded. What killed her wasn't some deep-sea monster. She was struck dead by a stone monkey with a single blow. AI Air widened her eyes, liar. I don't believe it. Even our Divine Lord, when fighting Baigu Madam, seemed incredibly insignificant. How could a stone monkey just casually knock someone unconscious? The faint, smoky fragrance suddenly spoke, Snow Weasel, he's not lying to you. A woman appeared from that bone. I was indeed knocked unconscious by a damn monkey, but that was 5,000 years ago. I never expected someone would still remember this secret. Human, I'm quite curious about your identity now. Suomi, confused, asked, I'm just an ordinary person, who happened to learn about your past. Is the current you resurrected? She responded with some disappointment, resurrected? Not quite yet. She continued, over the years, I've been devouring passing lives to regain my strength. If I eat 2 more people, I'll fully recover. Suomi, unafraid, provocatively said, then if that's the case, I'll just have to destroy you again. Under the faint, swirling light, the two stood facing each other, creating a moment both tense and mystical. Baigu Madam spoke, I've lost track of how long it's been since any of your kind dared speak to me with such arrogance. Suomi retorted, when I was knocked unconscious with one strike, it's already been thousands of years. You're getting old, so forgetfulness is normal. Don't worry too much. Baigu Madam's expression darkened, old? You dare say I'm old? I originally wanted to roast you alive, so you could sleep a bit more peacefully, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to skin you alive instead. Upon hearing this, AI Air's hair stood on end, and she trembled as she tried to persuade, Baigu Lord, that bastard is insulting you, but it has nothing to do with me. I'm also a magical beast, and magical beasts don't harm other magical beasts. I'm really not that tasty. Baigu Madam smiled craftily. After all these years at the Great Hall of Azure White, I've finally met a teammate. It really feels quite familiar. Though there's not much meat, you're still quite delicious. Little Snow Fox, you'll become my nourishment. A great contribution to the rejuvenation of magical beasts. AI Air helplessly collapsed onto the ground. So, you still want to eat me, huh? Suomi looked at her speechless, and even Baigu Madam was puzzled. Why are you suddenly lying down? At least resist a little. AI Air glared with wide eyes, tears already trickling down her cheeks. She shouted loudly, don't think I can't tell. Even if you're reduced to just a bone, you still have at least 300,000 combat power now. You're just waiting to mess with us before we die. Watch me in this human beggar fight for our lives. I will never let you get what you want. AI Air, continue. Surprised, huh? This is my way of resisting. Non-violent defiance, breaking the game. Suomi pointed at AI Air lying on the ground, speechless. I'm really curious, are all magical beasts like her? Baigu Madam clutched her head in helplessness, throwing a punch at the two of them with one hand. Shut up, go to sleep now. A massive bone segment, with sharp claws aimed directly at Suomi's head, appeared. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but smile lightly, his golden pupils narrowing. Amidst the golden-hued sky, as if stained with golden sunlight, a giant eye emerged in the air. Baigu Madam stood beneath this eye of golden copper, shattering illusions with a force that made the earth and sky tremble. The bone she had created shattered instantly, and her gaze was filled with disbelief. Baigu Madam gritted her teeth. Why? Why do you have the eyes of that damned monkey? The system appeared once again. Baigu Madam, impersonating Baigu Lord through the transformation of shattered bones, had the flaw that once Baigu Lord's illusion was broken, she would fall into a weakened state. She was injured, coughing, and leaning forward. I've waited for thousands of years, gathering enough power to be reborn. The two stood facing each other, the silence between them was terrifying. Then, she suddenly spoke. My luck really is terrible. Suomi replied. After dying, you can still gasp for breath for thousands of years, you should know when to be content. Baigu Madam smiled faintly. I won't die. After I feed on you and replenish my strength, I will sleep for 100 years, then awaken once again. AI Air, who had been watching the drama unfold from the side, suddenly jumped up. Suomi, Master, don't waste words with her. Take this opportunity to attack her bones, that is her true form. Her gaze turned fierce. Go ahead and try. Even a 1,000-year-old demon beast couldn't harm me. What could you do, with just the two of you? Suddenly, Suomi lunged forward, her arm piercing through the woman's body, grasping a fragment of her shattered bone. Actually, it's right here. Though it's disguised well, the bone fragments on the ground are nothing more than an illusion you created. Baigu Madam was no longer as fierce as before, and indeed, she couldn't hide those eyes. Suomi exerted pressure on the bone in her hand, and it shattered into pieces. The system reappeared, analyzing the weak points of Baigu Madam's broken bones. Her body began to break apart into smaller pieces, and the corruption was bound to dissipate. At this moment, AI Air felt a twinge of fear in her heart, thinking to herself, those are the bones of Baigu Lord. You crushed them again. Humans are truly terrifying. Do I really have the ability to defeat him and complete the Divine Lord's task? She couldn't believe it was possible. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind. Wait a minute, the monkey Baigu Lord mentioned earlier. Isn't that actually Suomi? Could the true master be some powerful ancient demon beast? Taking human form must have some significant purpose. So, I'm following the master, which means I'm definitely not a traitor to the demon beasts. She thought to herself, with certainty, yes, that must be it. At the same time, on the secret realm battlefield, a massive beast stood tall, while someone kicked it with a sword. Another person with white hair struck it with a punch using their staff. Comments were flooding the screen. That was too fast, right? It's only been an hour, and all the beasts in the secret realm have been killed. It seems the saviors are getting stronger. Another person waved a fan, and the beast was burned in agony. Comments continued, but where is Suomi? Why hasn't Mang Jun shown up yet? His livestream has just been a black screen in a room. Yi Yang stepped in, so where exactly has Suomi gone? It's really worrying. Gui Xing replied, while the secret realm was shifting, Ju sect leader from the Pill faction caused some disturbances, using spatial powers to draw Suomi in. It may have affected the realms shifting, and it's possible that Suomai disappeared into the chaotic space. Lu Xiang, full of rage, said, "You're still shamelessly streaming? Isn't it you're the Four Great Ones sect who caused all the trouble? The sect leader of the Four Great Ones sect and others ganged up together, and yet you dare to say it was a fair fight? Well done, really well done." Gue Xing responded coldly, "I do not approve of their methods, they are shameful and disappointing. However, I cannot deny their positions or the actions they've taken. I hold great respect for the cultivator who recently joined Tai Fire Talisman. After today, I will resign as elder and leave Tai Fire Talisman." Yi Yang quickly eased the tension in the air. Lu Xiang, is it really necessary to be this angry? If Elder Li had real power, he wouldn't be here broadcasting live with us. Moreover, Mang Jun is so powerful that even a chaotic space can't trap him. The rescuers are stronger now, and even if Suomai isn't here, the magical beasts will be wiped out. It's possible that once the secret realm ends, Suomai will be able to return. Gue Xing spoke up, "Haven't you noticed? This time, there's no announcement from the secret realm. All the magical beasts inside have been wiped out, but the secret realm hasn't ended yet. The real danger might just be starting." In the city within the secret realm, Yutong asked, "You all feel it too, don't you?" An uncertain, pervasive breath covered the entire secret realm. The three of them stood in a corner, observing the city before them. Perhaps this time, it really would be a battle. They sighed, wishing Suomai were here. Suddenly, something rushed past them, a magical beast from hundreds of years ago, its blood exuding a sweet scent. "Have you dealt with the minions of the army already? Impressive." It hovered in the air, launching a massive attack at the three. Chen Fan swiftly dodged the strike. The power behind it was at least from a 1500-year-old magical beast. Yution Xin turned with difficulty, "Are you blind? This is clearly the battle strength of a 2000-year-old magical beast." The magical beast grinned savagely, "All you know how to do is run away? I've heard there's a cultivator named Suomai who's incredibly powerful. He hasn't arrived yet? It seems today will just be a boring, brief battle." Someone's technique suddenly brushed through his hair. The technique of that cultivator. Reading the technique of the bitch Mong Dao child Nan Henju, the beast gritted its teeth. "It actually managed to injure me. Perhaps your strength is no weaker than that Suomai. Why has he never spoken of you?" Nan Henju waved his hand. "Because I have never appeared in the secret realm." The beast suddenly understood. "So that's why. A coward with no power. I'll devour you first, then tear Suomai apart." Suddenly, his voice rang out. "You've run out of chances. In the secret realm, I've surpassed Suomai's realm by far." Then, a powerful punch lightly struck the beast. He was confident. "I am the true savior." At Suomai's location, a spatial portal opened, with a shimmering crystal in front of it. "Do you think asking Suomai's master about this is the gateway to the secret realm?" Suomai replied, "We'll be able to return soon. You should hide in my belongings for now, but before we leave, there's one more important matter I must take care of." The sparkling crystal before them, and the system suddenly displayed a room with space-frozen equipment that the gods had paid a high price to create. It could transport beasts from the world into the secret realm. For now, it could transport beasts of up to 3,000 years old. The beast collapsed in the secret realm. Humans returning here only succeeded in a single raid. "Do you think that's the end?" Nan Henju said. "A raid, you think so? My attack is over. My only sincere advice, stop being playful, that way you'll die a bit more comfortably," the beast growled. "Tiny humans think they can give me orders. What is this?" The blood is boiling. Suddenly, the 2,000-year-old beast exploded, turning into black mud. Nan Henju glanced at it. "If you hadn't been so playful, at least you'd have kept your entire body." Someone stepped forward gently. It was Yution Xin. She skillfully avoided the black mud and asked, "How disgusting, it's all black mud. Does the Jingshan sect still have such powerful magic? I've never seen you use the Jing Xian body fixation technique. This is a spell used to punish disciples who just joined and are too playful. If they're meditating and practicing static cultivation, any unnecessary movement will make them feel the pain of a whip strike. That's it. This is just a minor spell, with no offensive power." Yutian Xin felt a bit disappointed. As expected, these Dao children were extraordinary talents. Jing Xian looked at her and said, "Didn't your master tell you the origin of the fate coins of the Dao children?" Yutian Xin felt a little embarrassed. "No, what is that?" Nan Henzhu spoke up. 70% of the fate coins obtained by the saviors in the secret realm are secretly deducted and transferred to the four Dao children. This is my great secret. Jing Xian silently cursed. When did this guy get so close? He spoke aloud. You really have no shame, confessing to the whole world. Don't you feel embarrassed? Nan Henzhu gave him a sidelong glance. Is that so? I don't see anything to hide. When the secret realm ended last time, the master treated both you and us equally. Jing Shan, why did you refuse the master's offer? Jing Xian's face darkened. I hate injustice. Nan Henzhu replied, children want to defeat the other world, but what they need is an absolute powerhouse, not fairness. He continued, quietly seizing resources and gaining strength from the sacrifices of others. What does that even mean? Jing Xian sneered, I despise you all. Nan Henzhu turned and walked away. The result is everything only the mist from earlier remained. The enemy is coming soon, and even the small fry are no use as bait. Get out of my way, don't interfere with my fight. The mist enveloped the city, as though some beast were hiding behind the fog. Passers-by who inhaled it immediately found it hard to breathe. Some clutched their heads, others clutched their hearts racing uncontrollably, feeling suffocated, as if they could no longer breathe. Yutong sighed in relief, is everyone all right? Over here, Jing Xian reluctantly told Yutian Xin, no, I can't fight anymore. This time, the enemy is at least a 5,000-year-old demon beast, and just the psychological pressure alone is enough to make many cultivators collapse. She replied, didn't that Dao child Nan Henzhu say we're in his way? The enemy should be left to him. A deep purple whirlwind rose, and a figure with white hair appeared. It spoke, interesting, you are the last backup plan for the cultivators, huh? Being able to quickly take down a snake person, your strength isn't bad. Nan Henzhu was taken aback, strange, how could a demon beast with your power show up this early? Is she a he-lord? She spoke, kneel, then call your 3 teammates out here. Nan Henzhu was surrounded by swirling toxic purple air, and he screamed. The he-lord said, a 10,000-year-old demon beast? You're mistaken, it's a 30,000-year-old demon beast. Back in the room, a voice shouted, what is this? Lu Lixiang was horrified, a 30,000-year-old demon beast? Is it really a 30,000-year-old demon beast? Gue Xing responded, I'm not sure. From the expression on the livestream, it seemed she wasn't lying. Li Xiang was stunned, we still have 4 Dao children, and there's also Suomi, there's still hope. Gue Xing answered, if that demon beast isn't lying, a 30,000-year-old demon beast, my combat power must be over 1,000. Even the 4 Dao children, with the most optimistic calculations, are only equivalent to a 3,000-year-old demon beast, with a combat power around 100,000 at most. 10,100,000, this is no longer a battle of strength. Even Suomi and the 4 Dao children cannot turn the tide. Yi Yang expressed some fear, humanity is about to perish. What can we do now, what else can be done? Gue Xing responded, everything happening in the secret realm cannot be interfered with, we can't do anything, we can only witness the final outcome. Back in the city within the secret realm, spatial gates appeared. He-lord stood with arms crossed, looking at Nan Henzhu with disdain. It seems your teammates can't wait any longer, they're ready to step in. How wonderful, let them quickly end this boring secret realm war. Nan Henju growled angrily, "Shut up, you lot, go back. It's not your turn to make a move yet." He Lord casually responded, "If those 3 teammates of yours don't show up, you won't have even a sliver of a chance. Or are you hoping those saviors I scared into submission will come to help you?" Nan Henju's face darkened, thinking to himself, "Help me? Do I need help?" Insulting others has its limits. He Lord was surprised. "Want to fight me alone?" There's some courage in that, but under the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength, you won't even be able to stand before me. Don't you find that laughable? Nan Henju sneered, "I'm different from those cowardly weaklings who've lost the will to fight." After sensing the mental pressure from the other, and standing close, Nan Henju spoke, "I understand now. Perhaps you truly are a 30,000-year-old demon beast, but this is not your true form," he said in a deep voice, continuing, "No, even if your true form were here, I would not yield. Secret realm, the savior, the 4 great one sect, the otherworld, the gods, you are all stepping stones for me." He stood upright, clenched his fist tightly, and mysterious black smoke began to swirl around him. The strongest stepping stone. Then he pointed to Tianya, rushing toward him like a bolt of lightning, delivering the blow to Lord. The city was shrouded in a haze of dust. Nan Henju stopped. "Illusion, dispel." As expected, that was merely your mental reflection cast into the secret realm. He Lord had already transformed into an ethereal mist. "Interesting, I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. I thought only that man, Suomi, would be worthy of attention. The path to the secret realm has been completed. We will meet soon enough." Nan Henju growled, "I've had enough of your deceit." Suddenly, he Lord reverted to his previous form. "Although the shortcut still cannot withstand my power, moving a 5,000-year-old demon beast is no problem." "Is it deceit?" "Use your eyes to confirm." A giant clown appeared behind her. "Before I truly make my appearance, try your best to struggle and survive. Heroes like to boast." Nan Henju was stunned. So it really was a 5,000-year-old demon beast after all. He Lord was puzzled. "Strange, it hasn't arrived yet, it's stuck. What's going on?" At the same time, in the Great Hall of Azure White, Suomi held onto a part of the space door that was connecting. He realized this was a moving beast. It looked strange, but for now, he just had to pull it out. The 5,000-year-old beast growled, then was pulled into the space door. Nan Henju was stunned. What is happening? What's the beast resisting? Could it be a failed teleportation? Suomi and Yutong witnessed this scene. The beast seemed to be stuck in the teleportation door. It was being sucked in forcefully. He Lord was shocked. How did this happen? The teleportation of the Nama snake had clearly succeeded before. The comments are still flooding in. "Oh my god, it's Mang Jun again." Could it be that Mang Jun interfered with the teleportation of the beast? Looking at Suomi on the large screen, comments continued to flood in, and the useless ones doubted if Mang Jun would dare to speak up again. Let's see what the real savior is. Dao Child or whatever is just useless, secretly hoarding so many fate coins with no effect. In a moment, he kneeled before the beast, and still had to rely on Mang Jun returning to the room. Luli Xiang exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is really unexpected. Didn't Suomi go missing in the disrupted time-space? How could he suddenly appear?" The obstruction of the beast's movement. Guixing was terrified. "Great Hall of Azure White, that's the Great Hall of Azure White, how could this be? How could Suomi make it there? That's a forbidden place, even highly skilled beings would find it extremely dangerous. Breaking through the encirclement of deep-sea monsters, finding the exact point of movement for the secret realm, and even coincidentally obstructing the movement of the beast, could be considered a miracle." Yi Yang was just as surprised. Perhaps there was still another possibility that this wasn't really a miracle at all. Maybe everything was part of Suomi's plan. Perhaps even the spatial power of the Chu sect leader was used by Suomi, helping him reach the Great Hall of Azure White. Even if the whole world opposed him, he was still the Suomi I liked the most. Guixing responded, perhaps your guess is correct. Suomi has given us too many surprises. The schemes of the Four Great Ones sect and Lian Mang group are nothing compared to Suomi's, they seem like trivial tricks. Within the secret realm, the 5,000-year-old beast growled as it was sucked inside. He Lord spoke up, "You fool, stop struggling." She clenched her fist. "I won't let you show such a foolish appearance in front of humanity." Looking at the beast in front of her, she thought her mission was to enter the secret realm and eliminate the cultivators. He Lord spoke again, "The plan has changed. Since he wants to obstruct movement, then you should go to the Great Hall of Azure White. Eliminate Suomi. Hope, the final hope to destroy humanity." The beast roared and then disappeared. "On this side," Suomi pulled hard, "take me there." The clown dashed forward, causing Suomi's voice to echo. Through the screen, it charged towards Suomi. He Lord watched the scene with confidence. Suomi pulled the clown closer. "The White Belt Earth disaster was your greatest mistake. You cannot deny that your strength and talent have exceeded our expectations. But your power is not enough to oppose a 5,000-year-old beast. You saved those useless people, but you couldn't even save yourself." The scene switched to Suomi, who said, "How interesting. Are there no other beasts from this world? Even the circus has moved here now." The clown, eyes fierce, advanced. "Suomi, die. Now I will deal with you." Suomi sneered in contempt. "Clown, when I threw you out earlier, I intentionally chose a suitable landing spot for you." The system popped up, Demon KPI, Combat Strength Unknown. The demon is from an unknown world, born from the most basic fear of mankind, possessing absolute strength, control laws, and the KPI domain. Any creature entering the domain will be forced to complete a random task. Failure to complete the task will result in optimization. Finally, the system added, "Useless trash, not worth living." Suomi looked at the beast in front of him. "Clown, you can no longer reach me." The 5,000-year-old beast watched the papers fluttering before it. He was confused and didn't understand what was happening. The papers were flying everywhere, swirling past the eerie statues that looked somewhat gloomy. Those papers seemed to invade the whole world. Somewhere, a creature with a human-shaped body and a head resembling a small television, with the words "mission accomplished" or "sleep" written on it, appeared to be mysterious and dangerous. The beast felt a bit of fear. Mission? What mission? Suomi picked up a falling piece of paper and looked at it. Something this important, and you didn't accept it? The giant clown stood within the steel shield, shouting, "Give it to me, hurry up and give me the mission." Suomi looked at the beast in front of him. "Didn't I already say? Clown, you and I are no longer in the same world. You can't approach me anymore." He continued calmly, "But who says I'm a good person with a kind heart? Your mission, within 1 minute, is to do 10,000 push-ups." "Wrong, only 5 seconds left." The clown exclaimed in shock, "Push-ups? Are you joking?" Suomi looked at him challengingly. 49, 48, 47, 46, 45. Through the mirror, he Lord saw it collapse, sitting on the ground, growling. She didn't ask, stunned. What exactly had Suomi done? Why was the clown so terrified? She then wondered, strangely, as she saw nothing unusual in the mirror. The giant clown was doing push-ups in front of Suomi. The comments from everyone are non-stop. Am I seeing this right? That terrifying 5,000-year-old beast is doing push-ups right in front of Mang Jun? Jingxian and Yutian Xian were both stunned by the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. More comments coming in. It seems like the clown is undergoing military training by Mang Jun. What strange moves. Mang Jun is incredible. The passers-by who witnessed the scene also couldn't hold back their tears. Although it's strange, the 5,000-year-old beast is under control now. We're safe. He Lord spoke up to address them. What are you humans so happy about? I think I understand now. Suomi must have used an item from the Great Hall of Azure White, or perhaps the demon had set a trap earlier. This is clearly a trap, restricting the clown's movements in 2 dimensions, and Suomi can't harm him. At that moment, the clown was struggling to do push-ups, and the sound of Suomi counting was pushing it to its limits. 38, 37, 36 seconds, 35, 34, 33. He swung his fist in the air. That's 4,763. Faster, faster. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. The beast was exhausted, gasping for breath. Suomi smiled as he watched, and it had really done 10,000 push-ups now. Good job. The clown, utterly drained, collapsed to the ground. Awesome, we're going to make it. Suddenly, a voice echoed. The time limit has been reached. The task of running 10,000 meters in 1 minute has not been completed. Starting to erase. The beast, its face full of fury, ran a long distance, running a long distance. Suomi, I must deal with you, you bastard. Suomi's voice remained calm, without any fear, and replied. Clown, calm down. The task description says push-ups. I didn't misread it, or did you make a deal with Mani? A strong beam of bright energy shone down, starting to erase it. The viewers watching through the screen were stunned. Wait, what's happening? On the screen was the figure of Suomi with a haze of dust before her. The comments continued. I can't see clearly either. A second ago, the clown was still doing push-ups, and in the next second, he's gone, not even a fragment left. The Lord was even more surprised. Did the clown fall asleep just like that? But so what if a 5,000-year-old beast falls asleep? The material of the glass layer is second only to the transcendent stone, and even a 10,000-year-old beast couldn't easily break it, let alone Suomi. She summoned techniques from the space gate. As long as the glass layer was still intact, I would be able to continuously mobilize forces. But she didn't expect Suomi to destroy it. The glass shattered and scattered onto the ground. That was the scene shown in the mirror. Jing Xian said. I have to admit, I'm starting to understand his reasoning. To save the world, maybe we really do need an absolute powerhouse. Nan Hanju beside him also spoke. Is this your conclusion now? Jing Shan, like an outsider offering a calm comment, said, You've lost the will to fight me, and to surpass Suomi. Looking at Suomi in the mirror, he continued, dealing with the clown and destroying the glass floor. Suomi is likely using props from the Great Hall of Azure White or is an evil demon. Of course, if he relied on his own strength to directly defeat the beast, I would also find a way to surpass him. Nan Hanju spoke without pause. Only when one reaches their limit do humans truly become themselves. When faced with the incomprehensible, they give up. When confronted by an opponent so strong it seems hopeless, they give up the fight. You've done your best, so give up. After all, there are others to rely on. Only ordinary people console themselves like that. That's why the master chose me as the Tao child, not you. Jing Xian was left speechless by his words, then turned back to the secret realm. Suomi emerged from the Great Hall of Azure White and faced He Lord. She looked at him with a hint of mockery. Free to roam in the Great Hall of Azure White, deal with the clown, destroy the glass floor. Suomi, we underestimated you, He Lord gritted her teeth. Next time, no matter the cost, we will deal with you. Suomi coldly stared at her, realizing that she had been scheming, constantly transferring beasts into the secret realm. I'm going to deal with you now, He Lord challenged confidently. Oh really? I'm a 30,000-year-old beast, Suomi retorted. If you want to deal with me, use everything you've got. Suddenly, a voice rang out, wait. It was unclear where Nan Hanju had appeared from, but he spoke, Suomi, don't be fooled by the fire. That one is a spirit form, just a projection from another realm. Even if you break the water spirit form, it won't harm the main body. Absolutely do not take action, don't reveal your true strength and trump card in front of the demon beasts. Suomi replied seriously, I understand, but I still want to deal with her. Nan Hanju sighed helplessly, I think you completely don't understand. Is there only flesh in your mind? Suomi said cheerfully, thanks for your good intentions and advice, but I don't need it. The lord beside her responded, you know full well I am a spirit form, and you still want to take action? Suomi looked at her sharply, I have confidence. Suddenly, the system, as if on cue, announced, the purple-robed succubus is a 30,000-year-old spirit form demon beast. A naturally born demon spirit in the purple light, skilled in illusion and mental magic. Her weakness lies in her incomplete memory, unstable mental structure, and the frequency of spiritual energy attacks. Both spirit form and physical attacks can inflict fatal wounds on her main body. Suomi immediately launched a punch. The lord on this side also summoned her skill, and the two seemed evenly matched. She sneered, what an idiot, actually attacking his own spirit form. Come on, show me your weakest attack. This way, next time, we'll have a better chance of dealing with you. Lord looked at the fist coming straight at her, and suddenly she felt something was wrong. This was her heartbeat, the feeling of fear was overwhelming. This was a warning from her instincts she was going to die. The next attack from Suomi would kill her. A surge of power spiraled upwards like a lightning bolt, heading straight for the high-rise building. A lord was thrown off the beams. On top of another building, Suomi dove down at an incredible speed, clenching his fist tightly and shouting, don't even think about escaping. Below, her face tightened with anxiety, thinking to herself that it was over, she was about to be caught. Lord quickly turned around, her hands forming a seal, and a purple magic array erupted around her. She gritted her teeth and immediately shouted, reverse the world. Immediately, the sky darkened, and columns of black energy like tentacles from the void surged down, enveloping the entire city space. Suomi stood alone beneath the enormous black energy beam, ready to devour everything in an instant. He found himself engulfed by a pitch-black darkness, silently thinking, is this darkness? Has the space frozen? In the distorted space, her eyes shone brightly, as though she were an entity from another dimension. Her cold voice rang out, reverse the world. This is the real method to swallow the boundary. Farewell, Suomi. Then, without hesitation, she concluded, leaving the task of killing to her game. The night fell suddenly, swiftly covering the city's sky, as all light was swallowed up. Only the spread of deep dark energy remained, a moment of death engulfing the space. Shouts echoed. Captain, Captain, please wake up. The worried calls echoed into the void, digging deep into the minds, sinking into unconsciousness. The scene slowly shifted to an ancient place, a serene landscape like a painting, everything peaceful, in stark contrast to the chaos and destruction that had just occurred. Suomi's gaze was distant as he silently thought, reverse the world, what did that beast do to the secret realm? Luotian quickly said, Captain, you nearly scared me to death. He swayed suddenly, no matter how much he called, the captain wouldn't wake up, still lost in his thoughts. The wall was genuine emotion. Had Yutong, Jingshan, Yutian Xin, and the other cultivators also arrived in this world? The information displayed was just too little to see. Suddenly, the system showed an announcement about the land filling up, a forgotten piece of history, and the illusory beast was about to appear. Seeing that the captain didn't respond, Luotian called again, Captain, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? He then added, should I go back and report to the chief constable? Maybe we should switch patrol captains. Suomi pondered for a moment before replying, I must have gotten a bit dizzy from the heat earlier. I'm fine now, don't delay, let's head to the storage area. In the modern world, Yang anxiously asked, what happened? Why did the livestream of the secret realm suddenly change? Then they wondered about the context of the ancient city. Where is this? A town resembling ancient Japan, with the dimming light gradually illuminating each row of verandas. The people are full of vigor, but the image seems a bit distorted. Li Xiang shouted loudly, what happened to the saviors? It's as if everyone has lost their minds. Have they all turned into characters from ancient times? Doctor, merchant, waiter, patrol officer, is this some kind of real-life role-playing game? He continued to call out, Luoyan City, this is Luoyan City, how can this be? Guoxing said, the first contact between the otherworldly beasts and our world began right here in Luoyuan City, but didn't Luoyuan City disappear years ago? The scene immediately shifted to a more peaceful place. From a high vantage point, one could see a gigantic black vortex at the very center of the ancient city area. A voice rang out. Within the southern region, all the saviors had been assimilated into the residents of this city. The player with blonde hair was sitting cross-legged in mid-air, surrounded by glowing communication devices connecting the players. His voice echoed, "What's the situation on your side?" One of the communication devices replied, "Same here, it seems like the cultivators who were brought here have all lost their minds." It continued, "I found Nan Henju, he's also lost his mind, and right now he's selling coffins in a coffin shop." The player with blonde hair laughed loudly. "Being a Dao child too, yet he looks down on us. Wanting to attract attention and ending up like this, it's something he brought upon himself." The communication device between players reminded him not to slack off. Even Suomi has lost his mind and become a patrol officer. This place is truly strange. The blonde-haired player continued nonchalantly, "There's nothing to worry about. As long as we don't leave the hideout, the rules of this world won't affect us. Next, it's up to us to save the world and show those foolish ordinary people who the real savior is." There was silence in response. When he saw no one reply, he spoke again, "Hey, why aren't you guys talking? Is the communication device malfunctioning?" Suddenly, streams of eerie black and red gas, like fire snakes, appeared. He thought to himself, his expression turning serious, "Strange, has the hideout been breached?" A strange red-black energy suddenly erupted, enveloping the surrounding space. At the Lu mansion, Luotian reached out toward the door. "Captain, we've arrived. This is the Lu family, where the murder took place this morning." The system chimed in with a notification, indicating they had entered the main clue in the history. "The illusionary love is staring at you, the love beast of the illusion, 50,000 years old. Strategy for question marks, weakness for question marks." Lunyan covered his face and cried, "Please, official, uphold justice for this humble one and punish the murderer, Yen." The old man continued, "That poor child of mine, he's only 6 years old. This time, I've truly lost everything." Suomi asked, "Could it be that your son has died more than once?" Luotian replied softly, "Captain, Lunyan's eldest son drowned 2 days ago. This time, the one who died is his youngest son, Lu Xiangwan." Upon hearing this, he expressed his condolences, "Lunyan, please tell me the truth. How did your youngest son die? Recently, has anyone made enemies with your family?" Lunyan sobbed, Xiangwan was beheaded. "I've always been on good terms with everyone, I've never had any enemies. I don't know who could be so cruel, to harm a 6-year-old child." Then, he pleaded, "Your Honor, please help me. You must find the killer." Suomi replied casually, I will try my best." He then asked Lunyan, "Where is Lu Xiangwen's body?" Lunyan unfolded the cloth beside him, "Your Honor, it's under this white cloth." But when the cloth was lifted, there was nothing beneath it. He asked, "Lunyan, where is your son's body?" "I don't see anything." Lunyan panicked and cried out, "How can this be? It's right here. Don't you see?" He pointed at the cloth and shouted, Look, my Xiangwan is right here." Luotian calmly said, "Lunyan, calm down. There's nothing here. Next time, don't report false cases." Hearing this, the old man, furious, rushed forward and grabbed his collar. Then he laughed loudly, "I know, you are all a bunch of people, not only did you kill my son, but now you want to kill me as well." Lunyan growled, his face vicious, "Why? Why did you have to kill my son? What wrong did he do?" Luotian pushed his hand aside, sending him crashing to the ground. Lunyan let go of his hand. "False report, false case, mistaken attack, do you want to go to jail?" Lunyan laughed loudly, "No more pretending, huh? Not only did you deal with my son, but now you want to deal with me." Suddenly, Lunyan's wife ran out, calling, "Head of the household, why are you going mad?" Head of the household, Lu Nian growled, "Don't come over here, these two officials are in cahoots with the villain who tried Xiangwan. Quickly go out and find someone to help, I'll hold them off." She gently persuaded, "Head of the household, stop talking, Xiangwan has returned." Then, holding a boy in her arms, she came over. "Xiangwan is with me, he's fine now." He continued to scream wildly, "There's clearly nothing next to you. You're also lying to me." Xiangwen's face was expressionless, his eyes slightly lowered. Lu Nian's wife apologetically said, "Your Excellencies, I'm sorry, after Xiao Wu died, the head of the household was deeply affected. Today, Xiangwen went out to play, and he started going crazy again, thinking that Xiangwen had been dealt with." After a pause, she continued, "I thought his delusions would have passed when Xiangwen came back. I didn't expect he's still like this." The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly, casting rays of light through the window frame. Luoshan walked on, speaking non-stop and sighing. "What a waste to make this trip. Captain, why are you so serious? Are you still angry? Aren't we both people with misfortune? It's not worth it." The system announced the conclusion of the main historical event, and illusory demon's vision faded. There was an additional reminder. Please quickly disrupt the main historical event, find and deal with the incarnation of illusory demon, and stop him from ascending. Otherwise, the host and Luoyun city will be assimilated and lost completely in the cycle of history. At the Lu family, each ray of sunlight glimmered in the air and within the courtyard of the houses. The voice of Lu Nian's wife rose. "Head of the household, he's gone, stop pretending." Lu Nian patted Xiangwen's head and said, "It's good he's gone. Xiangwen's fine now, you weren't scared by father earlier, were you?" She reprimanded him, "Head of the household, don't blame me for saying this, but how can you be so reckless in your actions? Didn't I tell you not to report it? If Master Coffin's plan is discovered, we're done for." He replied, "At that moment, Xiangwen's head had already fallen, and I was frightened too. Who would have thought Xiangwen would come back to life? How was I supposed to know Master Coffin had such great abilities?" He muttered quietly to himself, "No matter what, as long as Xiangwen is fine." Then, seeing the boy pointing at the wall, he asked, "Is Xiangwen on the wall?" Suomi stood there silently, giving a brief glance before coldly asking, "Old Lu, are you out of your mind? There's a coffin placed across the yard." Suomi looked at the coffin and sighed. "As expected, it's here." Then he asked Lu Nian, "This is the coffin of your eldest son, isn't it?" Lu Nian's wife rushed forward in a panic. "Your Excellency, the case has already been concluded, what more do you want?" He answered leisurely. "What more? Of course, I want to save someone." She stood in front of the coffin, shouting, "Get out of the way, no one here needs your help. If you want to touch Xiao Wu's corpse, you'll have to deal with me first." Unfazed by her threat, Suomi responded, "As you wish, if you obstruct me, I'll deal with you." With that, he swiftly passed her and reached the coffin. Suomi kicked the coffin. It tipped over, and two people, one man and one woman, fell out. He stopped near the woman, whose eyes were blindfolded and hands tightly bound, and raised his hand to check her breathing. "Fortunately, there's still a breath left. You are truly heartless, to bury a little girl with your son, using her for a living marriage. This is the first time I've encountered something like this." Lu Nian's wife and the old man were panicked. The coffin had been opened. A loud explosion seemed to echo in their minds. "It's over." Suomi gave a sharp, cold glance at the two of them. "You should be scared. Kidnapping a woman and attempting murder, this is a serious crime." Lu Nian scolded. "You fool, you don't know anything." Master Coffin said it clearly, absolutely no one is allowed to open the coffin. She retorted, "Head of the household, why didn't you stop him earlier?" The old man growled in response, "Are you blaming me now? Wasn't it you who stood in front of the coffin earlier?" But then he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Wait. It's over. Xiangwan. Xiangwen is gone. A streak of red and black light appeared in the yard. Above their heads, a red and black vortex surrounded them. How unjust, how unjust. The voice echoed, then continued, why must I be the one to die? In the gloomy red and black vortex, a white shadow appeared. My wife is no more. Lu Nian's wife anxiously asked, Xiao Wu, is that you? The white shadow seemed to be casting a spell. Suomi flew forward and struck it, shouting, get out of the way. She kept calling out, Xiao Wu, I'm your mother, don't you recognize me? Suomi turned back and said to her, stop being foolish, that's no longer your son. It will take care of all of us. You Gue, I don't know what you did with them, quickly tell me what you've done. Maybe we can still find a way to undo it and save your youngest son. Upon hearing this, Lu Nian immediately responded, it was Master Coffin, the owner of the coffin shop that just opened in the East City. He told our uncle to do it after Xiao Wu passed. In the evening, strange sounds began to appear. On the second day, all the chickens kept in the house were gone. Bloodstains appeared in front of Xiangwen's bed. We were terrified. We had to call Master Coffin for help. He said, Xiao Wu's resentment is too heavy, he wants to take Xiangwen away for a ghost marriage. The bride and the coffin are both arranged by him for us. Around the old man, the swirling vortices that had been present gradually disappeared. He continued, that's all I know. Please, I beg you, save Xiangwen. The air was filled with tiny, sparkling rays of light. Lu Nian, his face filled with fear, was at a loss for words. Has it disappeared? Xiao Wu's vengeful spirit, has it really disappeared? Suomi, retracting the spell into his palm, asked Lu Nian, Old Lu, do you really think that was Xiao Wu's vengeful spirit? I didn't expect you to spill everything after just a little scare. Then he spoke to someone else, alright, the show's over, you can come out now. His acting just now wasn't bad. Under the white cloth, Luoshan stepped out with Xiangwen. Captain, too much praise, your magic is truly impressive, it's not inferior to those old immortals. Lu Nian's wife rushed over when she saw this. Xiangwen, give me back Xiangwen. She rushed to embrace the boy. It's alright now, it's alright, no one will harm you anymore. Luoshan laughed beside her, I wasn't planning on taking your son. Suddenly, Xiangwen vanished, and in her arms, only his clothes were left. The clothes and shoes lay on the ground, abandoned. Lu Nian's wife turned pale, fearfully saying, Xiangwen, where has Xiangwen gone? Master, I know I've wronged, please bring my son back. Suomi turned her back, her expression full of regret. Her little son had never existed to begin with. She pointed in one direction. From the start, what you were seeing was nothing but an illusion created by that monster using its enchantment. The ghostly official, climbing up the wall in an attempt to escape, still heard Suomi's words echoing in the air. It had dispelled the illusion now, but only to take the chance to flee. A loud explosion rang out from the courtyard of the Lu residence. Suomi had already defeated it. She said, I know where the one who created you is. What is your purpose? This is your last chance. From within the ghostly official came a series of cracking sounds. The system announced that the spectral ghost, driven by a desire for vanity, collected the greed and fear of humans. Suomi looked at it with disdain. Still not going to speak? Then you're useless. She kicked it hard, causing it to break in half. The ghostly official exploded into pieces. Lu Nian clasped his hands in sincerity. Master, you've avenged Xiangwen. I remember everything now. It was that monster in the coffin that devoured Xiangwen. You've avenged him. This money is a small token from us, please accept it. Lu Nian's wife then said, perhaps Xiao Wu has also been harmed by them. This monster that devours people was sold to us by Master Coffin. It's all his doing. You must capture him. Suomi crossed her arms and replied, I understand. Luoshan stopped the Lu Nian couple and led them back to question them. Luotian obeyed the order. Yes, Captain. The old man panicked and said, Your Excellency, what are you talking about? We are the victims here. We've both been deceived by that master coffin. He pointed towards the girl from earlier. Victims? You still dare to call yourselves victims? Human trafficking, bringing a living girl to serve as a sacrificial bride, and bribing officials to evade punishment. If I don't arrest you, then who should I arrest? Lu Nian hastily knelt and replied, We did it out of fear. Our 2 children were also killed. Your Excellency, please have mercy and spare us. Suomi casually said, Luotian. Take the Lu Nian couple away, lock them up for interrogation. Bring the unconscious girl too. Once she wakes up, help her find her family. Is that all right? He replied, No problem, Captain. Then he asked, Captain, aren't you coming with me? With such a strange occurrence, it might be necessary to report to the cultivator officials. He then proceeded, leaving the task of reporting to him while he went to find Master Coffin. Luotian hurriedly called after the captain that Master Coffin might be more dangerous than this monster. We don't have much in our allowances, we don't need to risk our lives like this. Suomi replied, If we let Master Coffin escape, he will harm many more people. He reassured Luotian, Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. He called after your figure. Captain, don't act hastily when you get there. Observe first, I'll go back to the magistrate's office to call for reinforcements. You must wait for me. The system notification, the historical event of the main official ghost has been tampered with, increasing the alert level of the void demon. Current alert level, 1. When the alert level reaches 10, the void demon will locate your position. Suomi arrived at a small house late at night, the surrounding atmosphere somewhat eerie. He kept calling out, Master Coffin, are you home? Henju came out and asked, Master, are you here for a funeral? We're open for business now, 20% off on coffins. After a brief silence, Suomi asked, Are you Master Coffin? He smiled and replied, Master, you're looking for the boss? How coincidental, he just came to the shop this afternoon. I work here, and I can handle sales, but if you're looking for the boss, I'd suggest coming back in the evening. Suomi stepped closer and said, I think I remember you. You're a cultivator. Henju continued to smile and replied, Master, stop joking with me. If I were really a cultivator, why would I be in such a state? We're selling coffins here, aren't we? Suomi firmly insisted, No, you are a cultivator. We've met in the secret realm. Henju grimaced and responded, Secret realm, cultivator, master, stop messing with me. I'm just an ordinary person. I am Sure Xin. Sure Xin sells coffins, Sure Xin. Suddenly, Henju rolled his eyes back and screamed, as a voice echoed in his mind, I am Dao Child. Nan Henju, he turned and asked. Are you awake? Henju clutched his head and asked again, Suomi, are our feet shackled? Suomi replied, It seems so. The cultivators in the secret realm, like us, have been granted new identities and memories in this city. He continued, To leave here, we must find the monster controlling this city. But the tricky part is that we cannot act out of character, or else the monster will notice and retreat deeper. Hearing this, he said, I didn't expect something could actually stump you. Holding the communication device between players, he added, Don't underestimate the Four Great Ones sect, we still have insiders. The 3 Dao children hiding in the stillness could not be detected by the monster. They weren't given new identities, and they might be able to help us. Suomi asked Henju, What's wrong? Seeing his face pale, Henju finally replied, The signal of the token is gone. Those 3 Dao children are all dead. In front of the house, Henju sat in a daze. Suomi stood beside him, saying, Offer condolences first, then ask, Were you very close to those 3 Dao children? He recalled, I had many conflicts with them before, but with their strength, they met an untimely death here. We are still a bit reluctant to accept it. To find the hidden monster in the city, we still need assistance. Suomi crossed his arms, leaning against a pillar as he spoke. Yutong, Jingshan, Yutianyan are all very worried, but right now, I can't find them. Henju asked again, is that so for you as well? My sensing ability is also blocked. This city is truly too strange. Not only is my sensing ability affected, but my strength has also diminished significantly. He paused for a moment, then asked, is there only this little left? Forget it, this place is too dangerous, you should find a place to hide. Upon hearing this, he immediately retorted, even though my strength is only a little left, I can still help. Don't go too far, Suomi. Fine. Suomi replied, if you insist, there is indeed one place where you can be of help. The house in the dead of night looked eerie and strange, with only 2 lanterns hanging at the door still glowing. Master Coffin stumbled back drunk. Sure Xin. Sure Xin, where are you? Come out here. As he spoke, the old man grabbed a wine jug. This brat hasn't been lazy and sneaked off to play again, has he? I just went out to attend a banquet, came back a little late. Didn't you know how to keep an eye on the shop? The old man's gaze was hazy, his face flushed from too much drinking. In front of Master Coffin, Henju was suspended, hanging from a rope, and the old man's thoughts began to stir. Sure Xin, is he gone? Master Coffin threw the wine bottle down and shouted, YZ, come out here. I know you did it. What are you playing at? Hanging my employee to death in this shop, putting eye drops in my drink? Security, is that all you care about? I was just a little late coming back, do you really have to deal with my janitor? He doesn't know anything. The old man walked off, and Master Coffin turned around sharply, shouting, who's there? Come out. Suomi laughed coldly, Master Coffin, why don't you tell me, who is YZ? And what about your secret business? The old man quickly softened his tone, who are you? Then he exclaimed, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was drunk and spoke carelessly, I don't know anything. Didn't I just come back from a banquet? I found one of my employees hanging in the shop, so I was a bit frightened and confused. With a determined stride, the young man pressed on, did I ask you about Sure Xin? The Lu family, Lu Nian and his wife, do you remember them? Master Coffin hurriedly replied, yes, Your Honor, I remember them. A few days ago, Lu Nian bought a coffin from me. Suomi asked again, what happened after that? The old man, flustered, responded, after selling the coffin, I had no more contact with Lu Nian. The young man moved closer to him, saying, Lu Nian and his wife confessed that they bought a girl from you, for a proxy marriage. Master Coffin continued to deny, Your Honor, I really don't know what you're talking about. Suomi replied coldly. Oh? You're also involved in the attempted murder of Lu Nian's 2 sons, and on top of that, Sure Xin, one of your employees, ended up dead hanging in your own shop. He clicked his tongue. Don't tell me you plan to shoulder all these crimes yourself? Trading your own death for your accomplice's freedom truly touching. Master Coffin blurted out, Official, I'll tell you everything. Not long ago, someone nicknamed YZ came to me. He seemed to have a syndicate behind him that specialized in human trafficking and wanted to cooperate with me. I was blinded by greed and agreed to work with him, but I never actually harmed anyone. The Lu Nian family lost a child and came to buy a coffin from me. YZ taught me to test Lu Nian, he continued. Near Lu Nian's house, I made strange noises, stole one of his chickens, then smeared the chicken's blood on the doorstep of his youngest son's bedroom. He leaned back away from Suomi and went on, Lu Nian was terrified, so I seized the chance to suggest a ghost marriage to him. But the girl came from YZ, and burying her alive was something Lu Nian did himself. I merely handled the transaction. Suomi crossed her arms and asked, what else? You haven't told me the most important thing. What's this about the coffin monster eating Lu Nian's youngest son? Master Coffin stammered, monster? What monster? Official, I truly don't know about that. In the dark prison, only the dim light from the ceiling and the faint glow before each cell offered any illumination. The girl from the ghost marriage still lay unconscious in her cell. Sitting in a corner, Lu Nian's wife frowned and said, "Head of the household, what do you think those officials are thinking, locking Xiaowu's bride in with us?" Lu Nian replied irritably, "Bride? Do you still consider her Xiaowu's bride? It's all because you told me to arrange a public wedding for Xiaowu. Now even Xiangwen is involved, and we're sitting here in jail." She scolded, "That girl was bought by you, and now you're blaming me, head of the household. What expression is that on your face?" Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared, followed by strange purple light. Lu Nian's face turned pale, and he screamed, "Monster!" The girl's body abruptly shifted, her head turning completely to one side. Around her were eerie purple flashes. Lu Nian and his wife panicked and fled, screaming for help, "Help, help, someone, anyone?" Master Coffin was in a panic, unable to believe that the Coffin Master had taken action, even consuming Lu Nian's youngest son. If the old man truly had that kind of power, he wouldn't need to run a small shop like this, and no one would take him seriously in business. The coffin was sold by him, and now he claimed not to know anything? The captain asked Master Coffin. Master Coffin repeatedly denied it, insisting that it was Guizi's doing. "He killed my servant and then came to kill me. Guizi wants to silence me." As he spoke, he pointed to the rope. Master Coffin was startled when he realized Xian had disappeared from the rope. Xian stood behind him, a sinister expression on his face, mocking him. Old Master Coffin, unable to deny his involvement, knew well that debts have a master, and he refused to admit that Xian's killer was him. He immediately stopped playing around with the old man and, in a serious tone, told him to calm down. Suddenly, he was startled. Master Coffin suddenly screamed uncontrollably. Xian looked at him, and the old man fainted. The team leader thought, could it be that Xian scared him to death? All he needed to do was lie still and obediently hang from the rope. Xian furrowed his brow, complaining about the team leader, and said softly, "Why don't you try it? Hanging there for a long time makes your neck sore." Besides, Master Coffin's reaction is clearly not just because he was scared. A thin purple smoke was swirling around the coffin next to him. One person lifted the coffin lid, preparing to step out. Someone who resembled Master Coffin muttered something. Enlightened demon Xian was stunned because the monster was absent. It stood on the coffin, still muttering, "The language world is still level 10. Xian cautiously watched the monster as it tried to approach Master Coffin's body. He rushed forward and threw a punch at it, but unexpectedly, his fist passed right through its body. The monster grabbed Master Coffin's body, its mouth opened, sucking something green from him. It opened its mouth and said, "Welcome. I am the late-night master of the coffin shop. Master Coffin, tonight I invite two fortunate people to witness my ascension ritual." The team leader asked sternly, "If that is Master Coffin, then who is that person?" The monster began to recount, "A month ago, I was in trouble in the mountains. When I was about to die, I met an immortal who taught me how to nourish a corpse. Then, it immediately split its soul into two. The soul was hidden in the coffin to cultivate, only active at night. The phantasm maintained its original body, functioning during the day. As it spoke, its hand pressed against its face, and its belly contained the body of Master Coffin. The person that Xian and the captain had seen earlier was the phantasm within its body. They were both discarded remnants of immortality, no longer needed, but to form an immortal structure, they still had to consume, absorbing the last nutrients. This was something the creature did not want, because if it ate the phantasm, its appearance would return to what it once was. It scraped its hand across its face, continuously muttering, "This body is so ugly, so filthy. An immortal shouldn't look like this. This part, here, smaller, this one, a bit too much." When it pulled its hand away from its face, Master Coffin's once human form now only had one large eye in the center, no nose, and ears growing haphazardly. Now, it truly resembled an immortal. The captain looked at Xian, whose real name was Nan Henju, and said, "Is this the kind of immortal you want to become?" He certainly rejected the idea. Who would want to cultivate this kind of immortality? No matter how you look at it, it's more like a monster. The creature became furious, veins bulging in its enormous eyes. It growled, pounding the ground with both hands, its mouth shouting, "It is a corpse immortal." The force of its roar sent Xin flying far away. The captain instructed him to retreat, then turned back to address the corpse immortal. "His little brother has gone. He and it are talking." It stared at the person in front of it. He looked at it with sharp eyes and said, "Why did it sell the coffin to the Liu family? And who taught it this method of becoming an immortal cultivator?" It angrily shouted, "It is immortal." The immortal did not deceive it. The method of corpse cultivation is correct. They must be jealous of it. It has seen an immortal with its own eyes. The immortal looks just like this. While Corpse Immortal was speaking with the team leader, over here, Nanhenju appeared after the beast's powerful roar. He clutched his stomach, feeling he had been careless. He didn't expect its strength to be like that, neither resembling a beast nor a cultivator. The roar earlier had directly broken the protective spell on him. He nearly had his bones shattered. It was truly frustrating to fight such a monster. Those cultivating the body must have the greatest advantage. He thought to himself as he spoke with doubt, noticing there was no movement ahead. Could Suomi be that strong, or was the situation worse than he thought? He shouted loudly towards Master Coffin's house, asking if he was still alive. A voice rang out from the house, saying that Nanhenju was fine and was just complaining. He was surprised. Could it be that Suomi had already defeated it? Suomi's doubtful voice came again, "What monster? Just tell him to come in and see for himself." Nanhenju stepped inside, and before him sat two people discussing something. Seeing him still dazed, Suomi told him to come in and sit down. Seeing Suomi call Corpse Immortal intimately his old friend, Nanhenju was surprised that the two weren't fighting but were sitting and talking instead. Suomi smiled at him. "Everything is a misunderstanding." He had always admired Immortal, and knowing that Corpse Immortal used a singular achievement of a true immortal made him envious, opening his mind. After a while, Suomi apologized, gently stroking Corpse Immortal's hooves, hoping for forgiveness. Corpse Immortal, with a delighted expression, told Suomi, "If one can see the demonic turmoil within themselves, it means they possess a spiritual root becoming immortal, which is highly promising." Nanhenju also sat down and apologized to Corpse Immortal for what happened earlier. Corpse Immortal looked at the two with satisfaction and said, "With wisdom becomes immortal, we are fellow cultivators, no need to hold grudges." Suomi sincerely said, "If it weren't for it waking me up, I would still be on the wrong path to becoming an immortal." He hoped Corpse Immortal could recommend him to meet the immortal who had taught it the immortal techniques. Corpse Immortal waved his hands repeatedly. "It's difficult to find. Wait until it becomes an immortal, and then after meeting its master, it might be able to help you." But it also said, "Meeting is fate, and it intends to pass on the young technique it received to Suomi." Nanhenju, sitting beside them, found it strange. Isn't the way to become an immortal supposed to be extremely rare? Yet, it's so easy for it to pass on. As far as I know, cultivation sects have very strict conditions for accepting disciples. After entering, disciples are even required to provide money, land, or make substantial contributions to the sect before having the chance to learn the true techniques. If the immortal cultivation method were to spread widely, wouldn't everyone become immortal? The Corpse Immortal sneered. He laughed loudly and said, 10,000 taels of gold can't buy the Tao. The roadsides and street corners can give it away to passers-by. How could the path to immortality be measured by worldly value? Moreover, if those people all became immortals, would they truly be immortal? If it had attained the true immortal achievement, then naturally it should spread the immortal method widely, helping the world and guiding others. The Corpse Immortal always said, in these times of turmoil, with foreign races in rebellion and chaos reigning, the battles between immortals and mortals occur every few years. After each war, my 2 sons and daughters died of starvation. My wife died fleeing from the disaster. Even if I were to cultivate immortality and become an emperor, how much better would this world be? The officials have become even more depraved than before, and those cultivating immortality only chase after power. With more territory and greater authority, they care little about the lives of mortals. Do they deserve to be immortals? Once it becomes an immortal, perhaps it would not stay in this world for long. It wanted to pass on the way to immortality to Suomi, so that he could teach those suffering, those enduring hardships, so they would no longer be oppressed, and could live freely. Suomi looked at him, showing signs of disbelief, but he still said, "I am also an official." "Do you think they would trust me?" The corpse immortal only smiled and pointed at him, saying, "As an official, your reputation in Yunchang is that of a good person. It is because of your fairness and incorruptibility that you do not flow with the corrupt bureaucrats. That is why they trust you." As for the cultivator next to Nan Henju, Corpse Immortal said that achieving immortality was difficult, which is why he asked him to transmit the immortal technique. To save the world and guide people, he still had to rely on Suomi. Nan Henju then disdainfully said, "Corpse Immortal, if you're talking about saving the world and guiding people, then what about the deaths of the 2 children from the Lu family and the bride in the arranged marriage? What do you call that?" It jumped up angrily, stomping its foot on the ground. "Isn't the Lu family unworthy? The couple from the Lu family, cruel and heartless, colluded with the officials, causing so many innocent people to lose their homes and families. And in return, they live in luxury. Such people should have been punished long ago. It's just that I'm fulfilling the will of heaven by dealing with them." As it spoke, Corpse Immortal walked over to the coffin containing the bride of the arranged marriage, a crucial element in the Yangji ritual. Her soul was hidden within this coffin. Once her soul matched the structure of the immortal body, she would become his Tao companion. Corpse Immortal approached the coffin and lifted the lid to reveal a young woman in bridal attire lying inside. In this eerie scene, it said, when both yin and yang exist, and the 2 immortal bodies are completed, the final step of the Yangji ritual will allow it to truly become an immortal. If not, it will die, and the girl in the coffin won't survive for long. It turned around to look at the 2, she will become one with it and ascend to immortality. How could such joy be harmful to others? The ritual time is almost here. Her body will soon be ready as well. In a certain dungeon, a girl with milky white eyes kept banging her head against the iron bars of the prison. The Lu couple couldn't sleep because of her actions, and had to tie her up. But Mr. Lu was terrified, not knowing what that monster would do if she were bound. Corpse Immortal sat down and began teaching Suomi about using the low-level spell, the Enlightened Demon Seal, for the coffin. Suomi complimented him continuously, but he had a question. In the nurturing the chi method, the wedding night of the bride was the most important, and the day of birth also had special requirements. What was important was that, among the vast sea of people, Corpse Immortal had found this special person and even transformed her into his Tao companion. It wasn't an easy task. How could he have found a suitable Tao companion in just 1 month? Corpse Immortal laughed and said, "In Lu Yunchang, there's a human trafficking group. Their customers are sometimes demons, gods, mutants, or those on the verge of becoming immortals. They also provide Tao companions." Nan Henju pondered and asked, "Then where did he go to find that group?" Corpse Immortal scratched his head and replied, "They only go out to find customers who are destined for them, and it's rare to encounter them. If you 2 wait at the coffin shop, they might show up, and you'll be able to see them. If not, you'll have to wait until fate brings them." As he spoke, Corpse Immortal suddenly realized that his Tao companion hadn't returned yet. Switching to the jail, where the Lu couple was being held, a sound echoed in the room. It was still the Blade Manual. They were startled, unable to comprehend why the girl in the wedding dress kept banging her head rapidly against the bars. Corpse Immortal rushed out of the coffin shop in a panic, repeatedly asking, "Why? Could it be that his bride was locked up? Just a little more, and it could have become an immortal." Suomi appeared behind it, expressing condolences, not expecting such a situation to arise. "You suddenly said that becoming an immortal is a rebellious act and would bring numerous calamities. Perhaps this is its fate?" Corpse Immortal still wouldn't accept it, pointing towards Nan Henju, signaling that he was its backup plan. "You will be its Tao companion." Nan Henju gritted his teeth. You're a man, how can you be its Tao companion? Isn't the fixed birthdate requirement very special? It angrily stepped forward, grabbing him. To become an immortal, perfection is required, so the conditions are complicated. But for now, we can't be too picky. A little deception can make one half immortal. Men and women are the same when the lights go out. Nan Henju was furious, clenching his fists as he asked, "Why not choose Suomi?" Corpse Immortal replied confidently, "Suomi will be its successor, inheriting its teachings of immortal arts to become renowned throughout the world. Naturally, it must stay in the mortal realm for now, and cannot go to the immortal realm yet, so only you are left." Nan Henju was unhappy. Corpse Immortal, looking embarrassed, said, "Wait until you both become immortals, crossing over the mortal world you will find endless joy." As it spoke, it looked at Nan Henju and then fell silent. He noticed its silence and grew irritated. "I hate when people say half and then stop." Corpse Immortal covered its face and looked at Nan Henju, increasingly feeling that he was looking worse by the day. "If I have to stay with you, I might die from anger, maybe it's better to die first." Corpse Immortal's face grew serious, and it turned to Suomi. "It seems its future as an immortal can only end here. The inheritance of the corpse cultivation method will be handed over to you." Suomi saw that its mind was made up, so he let it go. The Corpse Immortal walked away, and a purple glow flashed, causing its figure to vanish. Suomi watched the Corpse Immortal leave, feeling a bit regretful and sighing, "It's a bit strange, but it's sincere with people. If you really wanted to kill it, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to do it." Nan Henju said, "Good thing you're here, it ended up taking care of itself." A purple mist swirled around the coffin shop. System notification, main historical milestone master coffin has been destroyed. The alert level of the illusory demon has increased. Current alert level is 3. When the alert level reaches 10, illusory demon will lock Suomi's location. Nan Henju didn't expect Master Coffin to die so easily. He turned and asked, "What's Suomi's next move?" Suomi looked ahead and sighed. The immortal that Master Coffin met in the mountains might be the demon beast controlling this city. But the clue has been cut off. The only remaining lead is the group of human traffickers providing brides for Master Coffin, those Guizi. Nan Henju recalled, at that time, the Corpse Immortal said the sword was given to the Guizi by fate. The immortals in the secret realm must have been brought here as well. It's better to find them first and work together. Suomi thought, there's no time. The demon beast won't let the two of you act freely forever. He instructed Nan Henju, stay at the coffin shop. If you come across the Guizi, let me know. Suomi's identity in Lu Yunchang was constable. Wait until he returns, use the power of the magistrate's office to search the city. If Guizi continues to traffic in women and children, there will be clues left behind. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning in the city, when suddenly a soldier's loud voice echoed, chasing after a thief. It turned out to be a mischievous beggar child, holding a steamed bun while running, then hiding behind a wall of some house, panting heavily. For just a steamed bun, the chase had gone on for so long it was quite reckless. Looking around at the surroundings, the child felt a bit strange. From a distance, something shiny appeared before its eyes. It turned out to be a sugar blower, crafting small, intricate animal shapes out of malt candy. Upon seeing the child, the sugar blower asked, "Would you like to try making sugar animals?" The child's eyes sparkled with curiosity, asking, "Do you shape those animals with your hands?" The sugar blower rolled the malt candy and replied, "Other places may shape them with their hands, but mine is different." The sugar blower gave a sinister smile and coaxed, "My sugar isn't malt candy, but table sugar. This is a rare and fine treat." As he spoke, the man took some table sugar from a jar and shaped it with his hands, saying to the child, "Just blow into this little nozzle made of table sugar, and this piece of sugar will turn into whatever you desire most." Eagerly, the child approached, eager to try. It blew into the small nozzle shaped by the sugar blower. Slowly, the table sugar transformed into shapes of hot dog buns, fried chicken, and Coca-Cola. The sugar blower was stunned, having never seen anything like this before. The more the child blew, the more its head ached, and its face turned purple. It asked the sugar blower, "What have you done to me?" At this moment, his malicious face became fully visible. This was a normal phenomenon. It took quite a bit of effort for table sugar to transform, and of course, it would feel exhausted. Falling into a coma, to let the table sugar transform to this extent, this little girl was the most suitable to become the bride of the river deity. She couldn't believe it and fainted. The words of the sugar blower echoed in the darkness, "Once she wakes up, she will welcome a bright future." At this time, in the prison, the couple, Lu, was being led away by the guard. Earlier, they had bribed him with a large sum of money to be allowed out, but they were still stuck here. The guard said to Lu Nian, "This is the order of the chief constable, Suomi, to bring you and your wife here. Don't you want to take revenge on him?" Lu Nian's face turned pale, and he fearfully replied, "Suomi is a colleague of the constable, how could I dare to offend him?" He gave a bitter smile. "Tell me, isn't Suomi pretending to be different from us, acting high and mighty, arguing with his superiors? The chief constable has long wanted to get rid of him, but because of Suomi's background, he couldn't make a move. Now, hearing about the new recruit under his command, Luoshin, leading your couple here, loudly spreading rumors that the coffin has turned into a monster that kills people, and there's a coffin shop selling monsters, such lies can't be forgiven. Suomi is finished this time." Lu Nian was horrified and trembled, saying, "The coffin monster is real, I saw it with my own eyes." The person smiled cruelly and said, "What does it have to do with you?" The chief constable has sent someone to invite the immortal cultivator to take the opportunity to eliminate Suomi. If the Liu couple causes trouble, then the two people who will disappear are them. At this moment, someone in the system commented, Mang Jun asked him not to find the demon beast, but to just wipe out the entire flowing cloud city. After all, it's not full of living people inside. Or if the secret realm fails, then the ones who will die are them. Or someone asked, the channel behind Ing Yang stopped broadcasting the secret realm livestream, didn't they? Why did the time skip so quickly after watching for just a while? Lu Lixiang appeared in a panic, telling everyone to remain calm. Although most of the saviors were caught in the situation, Suomi was thinking of a way out. As for the disordered live stream time, it was because Lu Yunchang was currently in the Lost Land, where the flow of time was different from reality. Gue Elder would explain everything clearly to everyone. While speaking, Li Xiang introduced Gue Elder, but did not know where the person had gone. With red eyes, Luli was frantic as she couldn't find a trace of him. At this point, Yi Yang appeared and said, "Earlier, Gue Elder told you he had something to do and left first, but you might feel like he ran off on his own, moving to some corner on the upper floor." Someone yelled angrily. The person was Qian Lianshan, cursing someone for being treacherous and ungrateful. A messenger from the Lian Meng group, who stood behind, seeing the former president so enraged, asked, "Did all the immortal cultivators leave already?" They all said they would deal with Suomi together, but those guys ran off. What should they do when he returns from the secret realm? The messenger replied, "I've already asked Lian Meng group to send reinforcements." He continued, "The departure of the immortals was also within our expectations. After all, the Secret Realm's live broadcast is currently showing Lu Yunchang. The truth behind Lu Yunchang's secret is the ultimate limit of the Four Great Ones sect, and it absolutely cannot be touched. For that reason, they've killed many people." Lian Meng Group once wanted to investigate Lu Yunchang, but it nearly sparked an all-out war between the immortals and Lian Meng Group. To conceal this truth, the Four Great Ones sect will go to any lengths to make sure Lu Yunchang disappears forever. In a certain cave, two people were walking forward. One, with long hair, was the pavilion master of Dam Tai Jade Grotto, Chu Tian Xian, while the other, who was checking his injuries, was the sect leader of Tai Harmony Talisman sect, Xiang Song. Chu Tian Xian said, "The backlash from using the semi-martial state is very severe. Right now, he's only recovered half of his strength." Xiang Song, slightly angry, replied, "We should have called the other two sect leaders here. Destroying the secret realm like this is something that must be done with great caution." Chu Tian Xin realized that this was a critical moment for survival. The two of them were heading to the bottom of the sea to awaken that being. Moreover, they themselves were already capable of destroying the secret realm, so there was no need to worry. As he spoke, Chu Tianxin raised his hand. Now, we're at the core of the secret realm. His hand gathered a faint stream of energy, shimmering with 7 colors. At the moment core appeared, Xiang Song was to use lightning magic in conjunction with him to destroy the secret realm. Core gradually materialized, and a tremendous force surged in the sky. Chu Tianxin, protect Xiang Song, take action. Turning back to Xiang Song, he snapped his fingers to erect a barrier, then used the innate violet azure divine lightning. The bolts of lightning, along with the energy spheres, shot rapidly toward Core. The two combined forces caused a massive explosion, but it seemed Core was still there. At that moment, from somewhere nearby, a barrier was formed, and someone cast the Lianshan Phantom Seal to surround them. Chu Tianxin was surprised that someone had blocked their attack, while Xiang Song appeared to have anticipated it. It turned out that the one intercepting their attack was Gue Elder. He had appeared to stop them. If the secret realm is destroyed, all the cultivators inside will perish, and Earth will lose its final protective barrier. How many innocent people will die when the demon beasts invade? The two of them were unfazed and still dared to proceed. Xiang Song mockingly said, if the war fails, Earth's protective barrier will become a stepping stone for the demon beasts' invasion, leading to even greater casualties. Right now, the 3 Dao children in the Nanhenju formation have significantly weakened, and other cultivators have lost themselves, becoming puppets in Lu Yunchang. Though Suomi can still act freely, this war in the secret realm is already doomed to fail. Destroying the secret realm first is the best option. Gue Elder bluntly stated that they only wanted to hide the truth behind Lu Yunchang's disappearance. The whole group simply didn't want the world to know that, 1,000 years ago, the demon beast had originally been summoned by the cultivators of the Four Great Ones sect. Xiang Song's sharp eyes flashed with sudden killing intent when he realized that Gue Elder knew the secret of the Four Great Ones sect. Could it have been that Shangwu or Yu Tianren told him? Gue Elder was so enraged by Xiang Song's audacity in even mentioning those two that he could hardly contain himself. What had they done for this world? He, of all people, knew best. Gue Elder challenged, is the reputation of the Four Great Ones sect really more important than saving the world? As the current sect leader of Tai Harmony Talisman, all he has done is bring shame to the people. Chu Tianxin, finding Gue Elder's incessant ranting unbearable, signaled to Xiang Song to stop talking nonsense. For him, as long as the flow of time in the Lost Land remained chaotic, the truth behind Lu Yunchang could be revealed at any moment. If Gue Elder continued to obstruct them, eliminating him would solve everything. Xiang Song prepared to strike, saying, the secret realm war is sure to fail. Destroying the secret realm now is to save more lives. Don't force them to kill you. Gue Elder shouted in anger at their absurd words, using such an illogical excuse to justify their actions under the guise of protecting the world. If they want to destroy the secret realm, they'll have to step over my body first. His gaze was resolute, fully confident that Suomi could achieve what they could not. He will bring the opportunity to change the fate of humanity. He absolutely will not allow the two of them to obstruct him. At this moment, in the magistrate's office, Chief Constable Lu Fei-shing pointed at Suomi and said that he had misjudged the person. Usually, you hang righteousness and justice on your lips, but now he's committing such an act that humiliates the common people. Lu Fei-shing folded his hands and said, not only that, but Suomi also claimed that monsters have appeared in the city, talking nonsense about them, a crime worthy of death. This time, no one will protect him. After finishing, he smiled with satisfaction, not realizing that it was all part of a rehearsed speech he had prepared to deliver in front of Suomi. The official standing next to him stroked his horse's mane, praising the chief constable for his excellent insults. Suomi, with his pretentious nobility, looked down on everyone. The brothers had long been displeased with him, and now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Below, a person was shackled and kneeling on the floor. The person cursed Lu Fei-shing, calling him inhuman. Captain Suomi is risking his life to track down the monsters, yet you stab him in the back and frame him. Lu Fei-shing is unworthy of being the chief constable of Lu Yunchang. Lu Fei Xing hummed. Luotian, do you know how many people Suomi has offended in Liyun City? If it weren't for his uncle holding an official position in the court, he would have been dead by now. You should thank Luotian for providing the evidence of Suomi's nonsense about the monsters. The one who will kill Suomi is you, not me. Luotian angrily retorted, the coffin monster is real. And there may be more than one monster in the city. He spoke while questioning, not caring at all about the monsters that could kill even more people. Didn't they care at all? Lu Fei Xing scoffed, pursing his lips and said, how could there be monsters in Flowing Cloud City? He looked into the distance, where the Lu couple asked Lu Nian to answer whether there were monsters inside the city. Lu Nian persistently denied, claiming that Suomi had tricked them. When he failed to deceive them, he and his accomplices locked them up in a prison, and even asked him to mediate and bring justice. Luotian angrily turned around and scolded the two of them, it was Suomi who saved you both from the hands of the monster, and now you open your eyes and lie like this? Lu Fei Xing continued to support the idea that there were cultivators from Lotus Cave overseeing the city, so how could there be monsters? They were immortal cultivators tasked with guarding the city to ensure peace. If monsters truly killed people within the city, it would affect the reputation and achievements of the cultivators. Luotian still refused to believe it and insisted on inviting someone from Lotus Cave to verify. They would know at a glance whether there were monsters or not. Lu Fei Xing, unable to hold back any longer due to Luotian's disrespectful actions, thought to himself, did they think that just because a cultivator was present, it could protect Suomi's life? The people of Lotus Cave wanted him dead even more than he did because Suomi had broken the rules, interfered with the cultivators' matters, revealed the existence of monsters, and slapped the face of the cultivators. Lu Fei Xing's gaze turned cold as he spoke with a cold, calculated tone, outlining the precious treasures, good lands, and resources of the various sects. Each immortal cultivation sect maintained a system of merit and division. No matter if there's a monster, they can only deny its existence. Luotian still couldn't understand why the people didn't send someone to deal with the ungovernable officials, it was nothing but a way of maintaining peace. El Bing couldn't believe what he had just heard with his own ears, the coldness in the words. Lu Fei Xing mocked Luotian for being too young and naive. Suomi understood, but honestly didn't know why he was so foolish. So why bother offending others and risking your own life? Compared to mountain bandits, droughts, famine, and monsters who only kill a few people, what's the big deal? Suddenly, the door of the mansion opened. Suomi walked in from outside, his footsteps firm. At that moment, he saw Luotian tied up. He shouted for Suomi to run immediately. They want to frame you, the immortal cultivators are coming. Lu Fei Xing was overjoyed that Suomi had arrived. But even if they tried to run, it was already too late. He yelled for everyone to capture him. Suomi glanced at the people flying in front of him, not surprised in the least. After a brief exchange of martial arts, everyone from Lu Fei Xing's group, including Lu Fei Xing himself, collapsed onto the floor. He threatened him, daring to attack your fellow senior officer? That's an additional crime. Suomi coldly responded, you're in a hurry to ask where the chief constable is, aren't you? He's looking for him. Lu Fei Xing widened his eyes in fury, thinking that Suomi was mocking him. I am the chief constable, Lu Fei Xing of Luyun Chang. Suomi naturally smiled and said, that's great, Flowing Cloud City is about to face an unprecedented crisis. From now on, you are his dog, including yourself. All the subordinates of the county office must obey his orders unconditionally. Lu Fei Xing's voice trembled as he scolded him, calling him a demon, saying that Suomi must be crazy to act this way. He continued, no matter how powerful Suomi's martial arts are, he is still just a mortal. If he acts on his own, the cultivators from Lotus Cave will not let him off. Suomi also seemed to be thinking for a moment, oh, the cultivators from Flowing Cloud City. I almost forgot about them. After dealing with the matters at the county office, Lu Fei Xing would lead him to find them. As a local, he would certainly be useful in locating them. At that moment, Lu Fei Xing smiled smugly and told Suomi not to worry, the cultivators from Lotus Cave are on their way. Let's see if you'll still be smiling then. Suomi remained unfazed and said, as for protecting them, you don't need to waste your time running around. At that moment, a soldier pushed the door open, panicked, and reported. Before Lu Fei-shing could feel pleased, the soldier spoke. He, with a shiver, said that the cultivators have all left. They abandoned them. Outside Flowing Cloud City, a long river suddenly appeared, surrounding the city. Anyone, whether human or beast, who touches the river will turn into a corpse. Outside the city, common people who came into contact with the strange water began to melt away. People are screaming for help, running away, but no one can get out. It seems that everyone might die in Flowing Cloud City. Lu Fei-shing walked outside, his face showing an expression of disbelief and shock. The soldier reported, "This is the sea current surrounding Luyanchang, there is no breakthrough point to escape." He looked at the strange water flow, which was causing people's bodies to evaporate. He asked, "Where are the cultivators?" The soldier was equally stunned and replied, "They've passed through Lotus Cave, but the cave is completely empty, no one is there. The cultivators abandoned them." Lu Fei-shing broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "That's not right. The current may dissolve ordinary people, but it shouldn't affect cultivators. I still believe they will find a way to save them." Suomi walked toward the current, his voice calmly narrating a terrifying possibility. What if this current was caused by a cultivator? Lu Fei-shing refused to believe him and replied, "If Flowing Cloud City is in danger, the cultivators who defend the city would be punished. This isn't something that can be covered up by just the death of a few people." One of Suomi's eyes glowed with a mysterious yellow hue. He thought this could be the reason for their downfall. The system appeared, revealing that it was because he was using the Jin Hulu, an important plot device. The Lotus Cave, originally used for refining pills, had now been altered. If someone were placed inside the gourd, it would turn to dust in an instant. After modification, with a magnification spell, Lu Yunchang was placed inside the gourd. Breaking the gourd would immediately attract the attention of the illusory demon. Suomi spoke to everyone, his tone firm, "We are inside a gourd." Lu Fei-shing, still confused about what was happening, followed him and asked, "Why did you say they were in the gourd?" As he spoke, he was surprised to see Suomi reach his hand into the water. A golden light pierced through the stream, revealing a small snake sleeping peacefully beneath the ground. The system displayed, "Juvenile river deity is asleep, possesses the ability to control the flow of water. If attacked, part of the river deity's instinct will be awakened, seizing control of the entire flowing current." Suomi withdrew his hand and turned to Lu Fei-shing, saying, "Take me to Pill Lotus Cave, let's see if we've missed anything." Lu Fei-shing couldn't believe it. Suomi had put his hand into the water, but nothing had happened. Suomi, not wanting to say much, simply told him, "Shut up." Though terrified, Lu Fei-shing angrily retorted, "You're dreaming. Do whatever you want, but you only have so much ability. Don't even think about giving me orders." At that moment, Suomi entered the cave, with Lu Fei-shing's battered face following behind. Inside the Lotus Cave, Suomi was astonished by how thoroughly the cultivator had cleaned out the place, leaving nothing behind. He ordered the chief constable to search around and see if anything had been overlooked. Lu Fei-shing, turning to his subordinates, said, "Listen to Suomi's orders and get to work." The group began searching, and after a while, one of the soldiers found a mirror whose purpose was unclear. Lu Fei-shing took it and said, "This is a magical tool used by cultivators for communication." He saw them use this. Suomi asked, "Do you know how to use this mirror?" Lu Fei-shing was unsure, only remembering to press the floral edge of the mirror like this. Suddenly, waves rippled across the surface of the mirror. A figure appeared within it. The figure said, "This is a signal from Lu Yunchang. Has a communication mirror fallen there?" The person guessed. Lu Fei-shing suddenly realized that it was Jin sect leader Jin Jiao. He begged the person to save them and explained how Flowing Cloud City was surrounded by a strange current of water, melting people's bodies. But unexpectedly, in the mirror, the cold voice of Jin sect leader rang out, "It was you who caused this." Lu Fei-shing froze in shock, fear evident on his face, and asked again. Jin Jiao stroked his beard and said, "You said the demonic beasts from beyond the realm are plotting to infiltrate Lu Yunchang, turning ordinary people into monsters as their point of entry. As long as the mutated monster is alive, the demonic beasts can descend. If the monster comes, it will be a threat to the whole world. Therefore, we can only make a small sacrifice." Jin Jiao's eyes were cold and filled with disdain. "In order to eliminate the mutated monsters in the city and prevent them from escaping, I could only use a magical artifact to envelop Lu Yunchang, turning it into a dead swamp, slowly sinking the city. I can only do this as a favor to you, Lu Feixing, and the common people, burying them together." Lu Feixing knelt down, his face full of fear, his hand trembling as he held the mirror and cried for help. He agreed with Jin Jiao's decision to submerge Lu Yunchang, but they had to save him, for he was certain that he was not a monster. "Out of respect for our past relationship," Jin Jiao said, "Lu Feixing indeed helped you earn quite a bit of money, but unfortunately, he cannot save Lu Feixing." Before he could finish his words, Jin Jiao continued, "The magic to relieve Lu Yunchang, even if only for a moment, is likely to allow the monsters to escape the city. At that time, more than 100,000, perhaps even millions, will die as a result." Hearing Jin Jiao's hypocritical words, Suomi responded, "If you can eliminate all the monsters in the city, can you stop their plan to destroy Lu Yunchang?" Lu Feixing, hearing Suomi's words, saw it as a last hope and nodded repeatedly. "They've found a clue. There's a group of human traffickers named Guizi, they are likely the source of the mutated monsters. If we find them, we can trace all the mutated monsters. Please, Jin Jiao, give us some time." Jin Jiao replied, 3 days. "I can only give you 3 days to solve this. If, after 3 days, you cannot eliminate the mutated monsters, I will have no choice but to destroy the city." With that, Jin Jiao vanished from the mirror. Lu Feixing couldn't believe it. They had to resolve the monsters within 3 days, such a short time. He kept calling Jin Jiao back, but the figure had already disappeared. Suomi, seeing Lu Feixing standing there in a daze, assigned him the task of searching the city for Guizi. Lu Feixing trembled, muttering, "We won't find them." To investigate all the human traffickers in Flowing Cloud City, even if all the constables act together, 3 days is too short. Suomi, with a clear and determined expression, said, "If the constables are not enough, then mobilize the entire judicial office of Flowing Cloud City. Silver Private Envoy City Lord, if you are not capable enough, bring the Lord's concubine out to work. If you wish to keep your life, no price is too great, you must find Guizi." Lu Feixing was startled and, following Suomi's command, sent someone to search. At this moment, outside, a disciple of Jin Jiao, following his instructions, had adjusted the Zijin Hulu to its optimal state. "Is it true that Jin Jiao wants to give Flowing Cloud City 3 more days?" Jin Jiao crossed his arms and, still speaking, said, "Now, destroy Flowing Cloud City immediately. I just want them to die in their beautiful illusion. This is my final pity for those poor worms." As he spoke, Jin Jiao summoned the Zijin Hulu. When the safety of the entire world was at stake, he would not risk it for the insignificant Lu Yunchang. What mattered more was maintaining the spell, and the Zijin Hulu consumed an enormous amount of spirit stones. Those lowly mortals were not worth wasting such resources on. Saying that, he shouted. Zijin Hulu responded to the command, devouring Flowing Cloud City entirely. A torrent of water surged into the Zijin Hulu. The small juvenile river deity glowed at the riverbed. The massive waves were about to strike the city. Suddenly, without warning, it vanished. Outside, the surrounding waters engulfed the Zijin Hulu. The disciple next to Jin Jiao asked, "Have you succeeded?" Jin Jiao angrily turned his head. What should have caused a storm, suddenly returned to calm. Everyone obeyed his command, gathered, increased their magical power, and prepared to strike once more. They channeled their spiritual energy into the Zijin Hulu, and Jin Jiao shouted out orders. Time passed, and Jin Jiao had tried 6 times, all of which had failed. Enraged, he took out the contact mirror and shouted Lu Feixing's name. He said, "Stop all investigations along the river and check if there are any abnormalities for me." At that moment, Suomi's image appeared through the mirror. He said, "The chief constable has gone to chase after Guizi, so I cannot answer." Suomi looked at him through the mirror, smiling as he spoke. "Unfortunately, it seems that Jin Jiao's Jin Hulu has lost its spiritual power." Jin Jiao screamed in anger, "Who are you? How do you know?" Before he could finish, Suomi continued, "In order to mobilize the chief constable's full power to chase after the Bagua child, you are now of no use to me." After saying that, Suomi forcefully shattered the mirror into pieces. "Jin Jiao, do not contact me again," was the last message Suomi left for him. Jin Jiao's eyes widened, his body trembling with fury. A mere constable like Suomi dared to speak out. He ordered his men to take out all the spirit stones as fuel to burn the Jin Hulu. By any means, they had to destroy Flowing Cloud City, erase all the evidence, and ensure that the arrogant constable would die with no place to be buried. The disciple standing behind him, holding the contact mirror, trembled in fear. It turned out that the contact mirror had a new request to connect. Jin Jiao, now even more enraged, said, "What is this nonsense about contacting me at a time like this? If we don't destroy the evidence quickly, the great Luo heaven will discover what happened in Lu Yun." The disciple stopped Jin Jiao's words and said that the contact came from great Luo heaven. At that moment, Jin Jiao's face turned pale. Was it really a coincidence? Great Luo heaven contacted him now? They surely couldn't have known so quickly. Jin Jiao asked the disciple to hand him the mirror, taking the communication mirror. A figure appeared in the mirror, the person greeting Jin Jiao, saying it had been a long time since they last met and inquiring about the condition of Lu Yunchang. Jin Jiao recognized the person as Ming Guang, a deacon, and respectfully asked about his well-being, expressing his concern for the long journey and the effort it took. Flowing Cloud City is doing well, the people are settled and building their livelihoods, and currently, there are no disturbances. Jin Jiao lied without blinking. The person in the mirror looked serious and seemed to understand the situation. It had been so long, yet Jin Jiao had not yet destroyed Flowing Cloud City. Jin Jiao was confused. He didn't understand why the deacon would say such a thing. Flowing Cloud City and Lotus Cave City were their strongholds, why would they need to destroy Flowing Cloud City? Ming Guang smiled strangely, recounting the events of 10 years ago. In order to resurrect Jin Jiao's daughter, he had begun experimenting with connecting to alternate dimensions, stealing energy from the beast world. From that moment on, their people had started paying attention to Jin Jiao, noticing that something was wrong. Jin Jiao said he didn't understand. Isn't the connection to alternate dimensions forbidden by the Great Luo Heaven? If the deacon's side knew this early on, why didn't they stop him? Ming Guang sneered. Because of the large number of mortal deaths, Great Luo Heaven specifically issued this prohibition to console the people. But rules are just props used to deceive the weak, to make them feel a false sense of security. Jin Jiao must be able to sense this. In the past few decades, the spiritual energy in their world has started to deplete, which is why extracting energy from the world of demon beasts has become a crucial research topic for them. And the results of Jin Jiao's research have outshone even the pill platform Emerald Grotto's mastery of spatial transformation, one of the 8 great sects. Even Lu Yunchang served as a test subject, and his boldness and imagination deserve praise. Jin Jiao scratched his head anxiously and said, "Flowing Cloud City has lost control now. With your strength, it may not be possible to destroy Flowing Cloud City." They told him that they would send someone to inform Jin Jiao, "You can rest assured to handle this matter, they are very experienced." Shifting to Suomi, he and Luoshan were standing in front of the Black Dragon Gang's territory. Luoshan said, "Aside from the imperial government, they are the local organization with the most manpower at their disposal." Suomi turned around and asked, "Have you ever had dealings with the people from Black Dragon Gang before?" Luoshan hesitated and said, "In the past, my people repeatedly sabotaged Black Dragon Gang's criminal activities. Most of their members have severed ties with us. Especially the gang leader of Black Dragon Gang, who has a strange obsession with Suomi." Luoshan feared that the Black Dragon Gang would not offer any assistance. Suomi comforted Luoshin, when it comes to the survival of Flowing Cloud City, the leader of Black Dragon Gang will make the right decision. If not, I wouldn't mind stepping in on behalf of the gang leader of Black Dragon Gang. Entering the lobby of the Black Dragon Gang, at the front, a girl with great presence sat on a chair. She looked up in surprise, wondering who the guest in front of her was. Suomi looked at the girl before him and asked, "Are you the leader of the Black Dragon Gang?" "Yutong, I need your help with something," Yutong said with a gentle smile as she looked at Suomi. "Didn't you always pride yourself on your noble character? I never thought there would be a day when you'd come to me for help." At that moment, Yutong Xin appeared. She said that Suomi must have come to their territory to stir up trouble, to disrespect the face of the Black Dragon Gang. Suomi saw the situation unfolding and told them to focus on the main issue. "Right now, I am the representative from the Imperial Court, requesting Black Dragon Gang's cooperation to save Flowing Cloud City." Yutong, excited, replied, "No need for more words. Just order your men to capture him." A group of thugs appeared behind Yutong Xin, and she smiled teasingly. "This time, no one will be able to save you." Suomi, looking serious, said to Yutong, "Flowing Cloud City is now isolated, without any help. I don't want to fight this pointless battle." Yutong, unfazed by the chaos, knew this was the moment she had been waiting for. No one could stop what she wanted to do to Suomi. With a serious face, she asked Suomi, "Would you like to become my gangmaster's wife?" At that moment, Suomi's mind was filled with countless question marks. Yutong Xin, surprised, asked, "Yutong, are you serious? Marrying Suomi?" The underlings begged her to reconsider. "Why do you have to do this? Suomi is not their enemy?" Yutong pondered deeply. She had been thinking for a long time about how to inflict the greatest humiliation on him. Should she hang him on the city wall for 7 days and 7 nights to starve him to death, or frame and slander him, or give him the title of a criminal? Or perhaps, be more straightforward and chop him into minced meat in a back alley? Yutong stood up, sighing, and said, "Suomi has a good uncle who is an imperial advisor, so these tricks will work on him." She continued, "Isn't it true that right now, you're still haunting her, trying to throw her into the prison? And now you're giving this opportunity to Suomi?" Yutong approached, speaking in a suggestive tone. "One is that the two of you get married, and you get a chance to gather evidence of the Black Dragon Gang's collusion with corrupt officials. Will you try to pull Suomi down with you, or will Suomi send you to prison first? Do you dare?" Suomi remained serious and said, "Time is pressing. Saving people is the most important thing. You don't have time to play games with her right now." Yutong looked straight at Suomi. It was him who had said he wanted to save Lu Yunshang, punish the criminals, and uphold justice, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He had said that if she married him, she would help. Seeing Suomi speechless, Yutong teased, "Could it be that, compared to the lives of the people in the city, you care more about your own chastity and virtue? Is this the extent of your beliefs?" He gazed at her in confusion, but Suomi remained indifferent. Whether they married or not, it didn't matter. She would help him. Yutong looked at Suomi with a hint of anger. His attitude made her feel that she had achieved nothing. Suomi seriously said, "The wedding must wait until the danger is eliminated. There is a group of human traffickers called Guizi in Flowing Cloud City, and you help me find them." Yutong casually draped her arm over Suomi's shoulder and said, "Agreed. No matter when, you always put work first. I don't know when you'll ever fix this bad habit. I can put up with you, it's just finding people, after all." Yutong's tone became serious. "The Black Dragon Gang, listen up. Today, deploy all our people. Use any means necessary. Even if we have to turn Flowing Cloud City upside down, we will find Guizi." She even joked, "Tonight, I want to spend my wedding night with Suomi." The subordinates carried out the mission. Yutong looked at Suomi and asked, "Does that reassure you? As for other matters, let's not talk about them. But on this one, the Black Dragon Gang's eyes and ears are much stronger than the Imperial Court's. Suomi thanked her and said that he had to go look for Guizi, and took his leave. Yutong brushed her hair and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Just wait for me to arrange for the gang members to get started. For now, you and I should focus on tonight's wedding." Yutong asked, "Do you want to wear a white wedding dress or a red ceremonial robe?" Suomi avoided the question, saying he needed to check on Lu Fei-shing's situation before deciding. Yutong replied, "Forget about that useless man. The kind of problem your gang can handle." Suddenly, the door was pushed open. "Brother, we report that we have found Guizi." They each brought along a beggar and said this. All of them were Guizi. Yutong looked at her foolish subordinates, who had gone out and immediately caught Guizi. "Could it be that you randomly picked a few people from the street to lure her?" The scar-faced man solemnly replied, "What you said is true. Everyone in the city has joined Guizi. They are capturing high-ranking officials, aristocrats, wealthy men, and even people from the black gang like us. Many of our brothers have already been captured." Yutong was astonished. She said, "The whole city has gone mad. How can they dare to resist the black gang?" One of the beggars shouted, "They are not mad, they just want to live. They haven't done anything wrong, they are only trying to work to sustain their lives. Why do they deserve to die? Why do cultivators destroy their homes and want to kill them?" The beggar grasped his hair in despair and asked, "Does the black gang not see? That river can turn people into corpses, it will swallow us all. If it weren't for the river deity manifestation stopping the big waves, we would all have died." Suomi picked up on the important words and asked, "How does he know about the existence of the river deity?" The beggar's eyes were wild as he replied, "It was a true immortal who told them. To awaken the river deity, many sacrifices are needed. Before, those people bullied them, oppressed them in every way, took their money and food. High-ranking officials, the rich, and the black gang. Now it was their turn to sacrifice their lives to save others." Turning towards the inner part of the city, Lu Fei-shing was now bound by the beggars. He kept muttering, questioning whether they were planning a rebellion, daring to tie up a government official. In the distance, an old man sat in front, with a giant snake behind him, its eyes glowing red with a sinister aura. The old man asked Lu Fei-shing, "Do you know what Guizi is?" "Guizi is Guizi. If you want to catch Guizi, you cannot blame the old man for doing so," Lu Fei-shing laughed. "You don't believe the old man. Is it possible that everyone in this city is his criminal?" "The old man is simply the street vendor who blows his flute, and he says that Guizi could be farmers, baozi sellers, tofu vendors, courtesans, beggars, or anyone oppressed by the elite. After the great flood surrounded the city, they became Guizi, still clinging to life. To survive, they can knock the high and mighty down into the dirt, from the previous city lord to now the chief constable." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the giant snake lunged forward, opening its wide mouth, ready to strike at the bound Lu Fei-shing. Once it captured the chief constable, the snake grew even larger. The group of Guizi cheered continuously, shouting, "The river deity has grown again." The street vendor still felt it wasn't enough and instructed, "Bring more tributes for the river deity. Once the river deity awakens, we can marry off the new bride, and at that point, Flowing Cloud City will be saved." At the old man's feet was a beggar girl, the one he had lured into the trap earlier. The entire city seemed to be submerged in a thick gray fog. The leader of Guizi, enraged, exuded a wave of deadly aura and said, "Not enough, still not enough. Where is the sacrificial offering? We need more offerings. Is that all the evil tyrants in the city can muster?" One of his subordinates pointed towards the Black Dragon Gang and said, "There is also the Black Dragon Gang, with hundreds of people still not captured." Upon hearing this, he immediately gave the order, "Subordinate, bring them here." His subordinate's voice trembled suddenly, but the Black Dragon Gang was heavily fortified. "You have many men, but it will be difficult for us to break through at once." The leader of Guizi shouted loudly, giving an order to Four-Limbed, "Fine, I understand. Four-Limbed, go with them and capture all the members of the Black Dragon Gang. They are just a bunch of ordinary people, it shouldn't be difficult for you." Verlimd, hearing his master's command, responded with a yes, but before he could act, another subordinate rushed in, panting, and reported to the leader, Black Dragon Gang, someone is coming. The leader of Guizi's face showed a smug expression, and he stroked his beard, saying, "Ha, could it be that the Black Dragon Gang has sent an envoy to negotiate? How foolish. But since the offering has come to the door, let him through." Suomi stepped forward and asked, "Are you the leader of Guizi? You even specially came out yourself, saving me the time of searching for you?" He looked up, pointing arrogantly and said, "Suomi, Junior Constable of Flowing Cloud City, I know you disrupted the ascension of Master Coffin's immortal path. The power of the Imperial Court is now closing in on the entire city, and all of this is your doing. Why are you now working with the Black Dragon Gang?" Suomi responded briefly, "Of course, it's to stop you from destroying Flowing Cloud City." The leader of the Guizi gang laughed loudly, mocking him, "Destroy Flowing Cloud City? You don't understand anything." His eyes were bloodshot, and he pointed directly at Suomi, shouting, "Now that it's too late, there's no saving it. The cultivators from the Imperial Court are madly devouring the last scraps of this world. Only the gods from other realms, our divine lord, can save us, save Flowing Cloud City, save this world of mistakes. If you want to stop me, you're too late." Mr. Zhao spoke with a smug tone, "Look, with just a few more offerings, the river deity will recover its true form. Once it marries in the river deity, after the wedding, the true gods will come to lead this world." The leader of the Guizi gang grew more and more insane, sneering as he said that Suomi would become nourishment for the river deity and ordered it to eat him. The river deity obeyed and let out a roar, its claws lunging straight at Suomi. He simply crossed his arms and said, "Ai Air, wake up and get to work." Ai Air, bound tightly, slowly opened her eyes and woke up. It seemed the river deity sensed she had awoken. It quickly turned around, shouting, "Bride, my bride." It changed its target and charged at Ai Air. She longed to merge as one with her. A surge of green flames suddenly erupted, enveloping Ai Air's body and lifting her into the air. The river deity tightened its grip on her, while the old leader laughed uproariously. "Ha, it's begun. The river deity's wedding has begun. You should count yourself lucky that you're still alive, but you can't change anything. Come, witness the descent of the divine." Suomi remained silent, watching. The system login notification confirmed, initiating the sharing of combat power for the familiar and transmitting the energy flow. A blue light appeared. The river deity was caught off guard. The bride in its arms had transformed into a clump of white fur. It shouted in panic. "The bride! The wedding!" The power surged, causing Ai Air to break free from her restraints and escape from its grasp. The leader of Guizi sighed. "Marvelous, truly marvelous. The river deity's wedding has taken such a turn, even I hadn't anticipated this. The serpent is but a facade, the bride should have swallowed it to reveal the true river deity. Well, this aligns with the changes that should occur in this world. River deity, please lead the divine beings from another realm to descend upon our corrupt world." Ai Air paid no heed to his words, heading straight for Suomi. She knelt and said, "Master, I am late." The people of Flowing Cloud City witnessed the events unfold and collectively shouted in thunderous excitement. Suomi, the divine being who had descended, was celebrated as their savior. Verlimd and the remaining immortals also knelt down, bowing their heads and chanting the two words Divine Lord. The leader, Guizi, sweated profusely and trembled as he asked, "Why? Why can that person be the Divine Lord?" Suomi lowered his hand and commanded, "Silence. You are ordered by me, the chosen immortals, to obey my command." The immortals clearly heard his order. With a serious expression, Suomi said, "You are the privileged ones I have chosen. The evolved ones who have transcended the limitations of your race. The first command, exterminate all mortals. The blood sacrifice of Lu Yunchang, the blood of mortals, will open a passage for my army of demon beasts. A new order will be reborn in this decaying world. Immortals and demon beasts will dominate this world together. Those watching from the outside world were all shocked, unable to believe that Suomi was the divine lord from another world. Some even claimed he was acting. On the battle screen, AI Air stood beside him, pushing up a series of questions that needed explanations about why she was next to him. People said Suomi was not a good person, that Suomi was about to turn everything to ruin. A green-clad immortal in the crowd trembled and said, "This shouldn't be. We became immortals to save weak mortals, to correct the mistakes of this world. Why must we kill them? Have we been deceived?" Seeing this immortal's strange actions, Four-Limbed moved forward to inquire. But before he could speak, the immortal exploded into 100 pieces, without any warning. The people of Flowing Cloud City fled in panic. The awe turned into a bone-chilling terror. They feared and wondered why the gods did not come to their rescue. A few immortals rushed forward to stop them, but this only made the people more frightened. They explained that they only wanted to protect them, and one of them pointed in a direction and said, "Go over there, risk everything, we must also stop the evil gods from the other world." Suomi looked at the scene and slightly curled his lips. "How interesting, I granted you the power and the right to continue living, and yet all of you chose to betray me?" Right after this remark, a number of immortals charged forward, shouting loudly, "We are immortals, immortals should slay monsters and banish demons, stand for righteousness." But before a sacred golden flame erupted around Suomi, all their attacks became useless. He sneered, "Foolish, then let me send you on your way." All the immortals charged to attack Suomi, but none could injure him. On the pile of immortal corpses, Suomi grabbed the leader Gwizi, lifting him into the air, and a blinding light shot out from his hand. In the blink of an eye, the old man turned into a shapeless, slimy puddle. Nanhenju stepped forward, and Suomi turned to him and said, "Nanhenju, what are you doing? I can sense hostility in your heart, do you want to kill me as well?" Nanhenju did not answer the question. Instead, he asked Suomi, "What exactly are you? Why do the demon beasts call you their master? Are you truly a god from another world?" Suomi replied, "Who would think that the demon descending on earth was subdued by me first? Just now, I only used a trick to deceive all the immortals, like Master Coffin. They were all pitiable people who were deceived. To prevent the illusory demon's descent, they had to sacrifice their lives. Let them fade away in the guise of saviors, that's the final respect I can give them. Do you believe me when I say this?" Nanhenju responded briefly, "I believe you." Suomi smiled faintly in thanks and then said, "It's strange. The immortals from the entire city should be here by now, yet why isn't it over yet?" "Ah, the immortals from Lotus Cave left the city earlier. Perhaps they've already sabotaged 99% of the main historical mission notification system. There's still 1% left." Nanhenju said with concern, "Suomi, take a rest for a moment, adjust your condition. The purging earlier must have been tough on you." AI Air also wore a worried expression. Suomi refused, saying, "No need, there's no time left. You and AI Air stay in the city and be on guard for any unexpected situations. I'll go look for the cultivators of Lotus Cave." At Lotus Cave at this moment, it was calmer than ever. Guang Ming, the deacon, said to Jin Zhao, Jin sect leader, "Don't worry. The magic we use can directly turn Flowing Cloud City into a lost land. That way, the demon beasts won't be able to descend through Lu Yun. Once this is done, you can transfer the experimental materials to De Luo Xian. Do you have any objections?" Jin Zhao declined to comment, a faint smile curling his lips, and his eyes gleamed with a red glow. "Under the command of De Luo Xian, I will naturally comply." Guang Ming, the deacon, summoned the voidless star pearl. A pearl radiated a faint purple mist, eerie and otherworldly, causing Jin Zhao to sigh in admiration. "Guang Ming deacon, is this simple magical item enough to send Lu Yun Chang to the Lost Lands?" Upon hearing Jin Zhao's words, Guang Ming sneered. "Simple? This voidless star pearl was obtained by the great Luo Heaven at an enormous cost in exchange for the innate spirit pearl. It took 10 years and the accumulation of 3,000 intricate formations to complete this rare artifact. Though powerful, even such a magical item requires a hefty price to transfer to a city. Guang Ming gazed at the voidless star pearl with confidence and said, "Fortunately, Gene Sect leader, you placed Flowing Cloud City within the Z Gene Hulu, saving us quite a bit of time. We only need to count for 10 seconds." As soon as he finished speaking, the Z Gene Hulu suddenly trembled, cracking in multiple places. In an instant, it shattered into pieces. Guang Ming paused for a moment, his voice turning cold and suspicious as he asked, "Gene Sect leader, what is the meaning of this?" The gorge shattered for no reason. Could it be that you're allied with the demon beasts? This is a crime punishable by death. Hearing the hidden threat in his words, Jin Zhao shuddered and hurriedly waved his hand. I truly have no idea why this happened. How could I dare to do such a thing? After hearing his explanation, Guang Ming inquired about the situation at Flowing Cloud City. Jin Zhao replied, "The barrier has been broken, and perhaps the mutated monsters have escaped into the city." Upon hearing this, Guang Ming's face darkened, his teeth gritting as he growled, "Damn it! If mutated monsters have escaped and attracted otherworldly beasts, even I will be held accountable. I'll contact the cultivation sect. Within 100 miles, we must wipe out all the mortals in the 3 cities, leaving no living thing behind. Gene Sect leader, you should also go and help." Jin Zhao broke into a cold sweat, bowing his head and stammering an apology, vowing to atone for his mistake. Standing on a high rooftop, Suomi chuckled softly, "A small disturbance in the city, blood flowing for miles, treating human lives like weeds, and you dare to call yourselves cultivators?" Guang Ming turned and said, "The great Luo Heaven ruling cultivation sect has its own methods. Demonic beasts are a great plague to the world, and we must deal with them to pass the calamity." "And what about you?" he asked, turning to Suomi, "Who are you?" "I am a law enforcer of the great Luo Heaven," Suomi replied. "I follow the laws of the sect. Even if some things seem unreasonable, it's not for you to criticize." Recognizing the person standing there, Jin Zhao pointed and shouted, "This man is just a junior constable from Flowing Cloud City. He has never shown respect to anyone, and now he even dares to ignore the great Luo Heaven. It's highly suspicious that he arrived immediately after the Gene Hulu was shattered." Suomi glanced down, his voice tinged with disdain, "Are you done talking? All the monsters in Flowing Cloud City have already been sent to the underworld by me. But the cultivators of Lotus Cave also include one monster. I came here to stop the demon beasts from descending, and as for you, some deacon or whatever, you're not one of Lotus Cave's people, so you can leave." Guang Ming provocatively said, "What if I don't leave? Do you think I can't tell you're a practitioner of the body refinement sect, an outsider? Allowing your kind to exist here is already a great favor, and yet you dare to attack great Luo Heaven?" Jin Zhao clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, "A mutated monster, hidden carefully. Wiping out all the monsters in half a day is impossible. The destruction of the Z Gene Hulu must have been caused by this person. His main goal is to stop us from relocating Flowing Cloud City to the Lost Lands. This person definitely has his own agenda, and perhaps has even surrendered to the demon beasts." Guang Ming's face darkened. It makes sense. Body refinement sects, outsider cultivation techniques are indeed linked to demon beasts. Therefore, in the past decade, Great Luo Heaven has pursued and exterminated tens of thousands of body refinement sect outsiders, only recently accepting their position as cultivators. But a 10-year-old blood feud and hatred towards Great Luo Heaven can't be wiped out in a single day. It's not impossible that he has joined the demon beasts. Suomi spoke up, "If reasoning doesn't work, then let's just eliminate him." Jin Zhang ordered his subordinates to attack Suomi. His subordinates rushed forward, but with a simple move, Suomi effortlessly defeated them all. Guang Ming used the power of the voidless star pearl on Suomi. A dark purple aura enveloped him. It caused him to suddenly vanish into thin air. Guang Ming smugly said, "Those who practice body refinement without focusing on their inner cultivation have a bloodthirsty courage. Without any special techniques, they are filled with the anger of an outsider. Their blood spills for 5 steps, they care nothing for the greater situation, and their conscience is lost. They can be said to be like invaders. Who would be foolish enough to fight you head-on? Truly, a fool, sending you to a place lost between life and death, where you will endlessly cycle through reincarnation. But what he didn't expect was that, at that moment, a cold voice rang out behind him. It was Suomi, that so-called deacon. I'm back. He turned around in surprise, panic overtaking him as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? There's no way to survive in the lost land." Suomi laughed in disbelief. You mortals always think everything is under your control. It's a pity you're just wasting your efforts. This place is the lost land from 1,000 years ago, where you failed and perished. The deacon Guangming's whole body began to distort in a strange manner. He urgently shouted, "Is the teleportation ineffective? This is the lost land? Are you joking? I don't believe it. I am a deacon of Great Luo Heaven. If I fall into the lost land, Great Luo Heaven will certainly come to rescue me." Suomi calmly crossed his arms. Perhaps it is because of your incompetence that Great Luo Heaven had to strengthen the spatial relocation range, and you were also pulled into this endless cycle of reincarnation in the Lost Land, along with Flowing Cloud City. 1,000 years later, only 4 of the 8 great sects remain. Great Luo Heaven no longer exists, and the power of the mortal world now belongs to the common people. The Great Luo Heaven you were hoping for never arrived, not even at the moment of destruction, to save anyone. He kneeled down, his eyes wide, staring at his hand as it gradually became transparent, inch by inch, disappearing into the void. You speak nonsense, am I fake? Have I already perished? The system reported the story of his fate. His soul was torn apart, half remained in the lost land, while the other half returned to the present reality. Due to the incomplete soul, every day, for half the time, the soul in reality relived the torment of being torn apart. Suomi quickly reacted to Guangming's attack, saying, "Should I say you're lucky or not? You only have half your soul in the lost land, endlessly reincarnating." Hearing Suomi's words, he furiously shouted. Suomi sneered, "The other half of your soul managed to return to reality in time, but every day it suffers. Maybe it's better to go meet your ancestors and end it once and for all." Guangming was furious, his face contorted. "Stop talking nonsense." I didn't let him finish his sentence, and Guangming's body was torn in half like a thin sheet of paper. Finally, his body completely disintegrated, and all his subordinates wore expressions of helplessness, each of them gradually vanishing. Jin Jiao screamed, his voice filled with absolute fear. He ordered his remaining subordinates, "Don't let them get enchanted. It's all a fabrication, even the part about killing him, avenging the Guangming deacon." Suomi said coldly, "No one can help you. The final mutated monster of Flowing Cloud City." Jin Jiao was startled and uneasy, quickly denying it. "At the cost of tens of thousands of mortals from Luyan Chang, my experiment has made a breakthrough. This achievement deserves recognition, even from the Great Luo Heaven. Is it really necessary to turn oneself into a monster just for a bit of trivial power?" Suomi crossed his arms and calmly asked, "Why did you start the experiment?" Jin Jiao laughed, his laugh twisted like that of a madman, and began to transform. "Why even ask? Of course, it's because..." His emotions were mixed, laughing, crying. He couldn't answer why he began the experiment. His face shifted from rage to agony, his body began to mutate, bones and flesh twisting, his belly swelling. From his stomach, a little demon slowly emerged, glowing red. "I am sect leader Jin Jiao of Lotus Cave. I do whatever I want. There's no need for hesitation. Why was this happening?" The storyline revealed that it was because of the resurrection of Jin Jiao's daughter, Yin Jiao, who had been seduced by the illusory demon and opened a gateway between the foreign realm and Earth. Suomi appeared directly above him, his eyes cold as ice. "Have you forgotten? You would sacrifice tens of thousands of people just to save your daughter." He suddenly blurted out 2 words, "Daughter." The little demon inside him suddenly began to glow, and a pleasant sensation spread through his body. Jin Jiao suddenly cried out, mentioning her daughter's name, Yin Jiao. Suomi simply replied, "That's right." He gently waved his hand, and with a single move unadorned, without flourish, Jin Jiao vanished like dust in the stillness of the air. In the midst of the swirling haze, Suomai's figure stood firm like an unshakable mountain. His presence caused those outside to gasp in awe. At that moment, the screen suddenly went dark, raising their confusion, as a warning appeared on the system. In the mist, the silhouette of a man emerged. Luotian. The system issued a warning: illusory demon has descended. Luotian knelt behind Suomai. Suomai asked, "Why is he here?" Luotian replied, "Illusory demon Luotian pays respects to the Divine Lord. Under your command, the grand plan to seize the human world has been completed. You should awaken now." The sky above Flowing Cloud City turned a muted shade of purple, as an old man, excited, twisted his body, his eyes full of longing. "Reborn after 20 years, my memories have finally returned. What is this world? Why is it so thick with magical energy?" Then, the old man deluded himself into thinking he would become a legendary mage, or even a semi-immortal. Others, in tears, recognized familiar faces, but his delusion made him mistake a corncob for something else. Meanwhile, the factions were at each other's throats, and another person, holding their face, muttered, "This is madness." He fantasizes that he is the true red dragon brave, but he is speaking to a mouse. Witnessing the chaotic scene in the city, Nan Henju and AI Air were at a loss for words. AI Air, panicked, said, "What are these creatures? Has the entire Flowing Cloud City temple fallen? Why is everyone babbling nonsense?" Nan Henju coldly replied, "This is the power of the illusory demon. Even before it manifests, the entire city has fallen into chaos. I wonder if Suomai will be able to stop it." Mentioning their master, AI Air's face brightened. "Don't worry, our master is so powerful, there's no way anything could go wrong. If, however, an enemy appears that our master can't defeat and we can't help him, then we'll just surrender and quietly descend to the Yellow Springs." At that moment, in Lotus Cave, Suomai coldly said, "I never expected the illusory demon was always by my side." Luotian laughed, placing a hand on his chest with an arrogant tone. "The body I use carries no power of mine, so of course, it can't develop anything abnormal." Suomai asked, "You really are bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Luotian calmly and confidently responded, "Why should I be afraid? Divine Lord, I am your most loyal subordinate, why would you want to kill me?" A cold glint flashed across Suomai's face, and he said, "Enough, stop the act. When I called myself Divine Lord before, it was to lure all the mutated monsters in Flowing Cloud City. This kind of matter, surely you can see through it. Now that you're standing in front of me, what exactly is your purpose?" Luotian was startled. "Divine Lord, are you perhaps mistaken? Do you really think you're Suomai? A mere mortal from the human world who wandered into the secret realm 1,000 years later? Think carefully, how could a mortal wander into a battlefield meant only for cultivators? Not only did they survive, but they even gained immense power." Suomai's sharp intuition detected a flaw in Luotian's words. He asked why someone who had been continuously reincarnating in the Lost Land could know about events 1,000 years later. Luotian explained that this was part of Suomai's original plan. To achieve the final victory, he had started his preparations 1,000 years ago, using the identity of a human to enter the secret realm and recover part of his strength. Such strange phenomena, and yet Suomai didn't suspect or come up with a reasonable explanation? Suomai remained silent, listening to him continue. Luotian said, "You once told me that in the previous secret realms, you would lead cultivators to victory, but you would also deliberately reduce the number of cultivators in the secret realm. How many saviors are left in the current secret realm? 200, or less than 100? Suomai crossed his arms and calmly said, "Illusory demon, your ability is deception. Do you think this alone is enough to sway me?" Exposed for lying, Luotian's face darkened. He spoke in a threatening tone, "So what? Lord Divine, the user with the identity of Suomai is participating in the secret realm, and the objective is to protect his sister. So, do you still remember your sister's name?" Suomai smiled, "Such a simple question, why can't you answer it?" Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he searched his mind. "What is her name?" Luoshan clapped his hands and laughed. It's no surprise you can't remember, because your sister is a fake. She doesn't exist at all. Lord Divine, do you believe me now? Suomi gritted his teeth in anger, his face turning pale. Illusory demon, this must be your magic, messing with my mind. Suomi used his skill to read information, but the result for illusory demon was hidden, unable to be accessed. The system then asked, Lord Divine, do you remember your sister's name? It displayed the words, Suomi's entire life is a lie, as the teleportation light of the demon beast shot down from the sky directly onto Flowing Cloud City. Houses were destroyed one by one in its wake. Nanhenju remained firm despite the powerful shock. He recognized this as the teleportation pillar of the demon beast, an aura filled with chaos and destruction, and he feared that the illusory demon was about to rise, jeopardizing Suomi's survival. AI Air turned pale, seemingly sensing something. She said, the energy in the master's body is chaotic right now, it's over. It seems the master's actions are being restricted. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Nanhenju said, I know you want to help Suomi. But you must stay here. Upon hearing this, AI Air wore a worried expression, but she refused, leaving Nanhenju somewhat confused. AI Air frantically said, I don't want to go help the master, it's too terrifying. This is the first time the master has encountered such a fierce battle. If I go there, it's like offering my life. Staying in Flowing Cloud City to prevent the teleportation array from being activated is the best way to help. At Lotus Cave at this moment, the voidless star pearl was violently shifting. Luoshan, proudly holding it in his hand, said, the cultivators from Great Luo Heaven and Lotus Cave foolishly believe that the mutated creatures in the city are coordinates I set up, and that I, the illusory demon, can use these coordinates to infiltrate the human world. That's why they rushed to use the voidless star pearl, intending to teleport Lu Yuncheng to the Lost Land. But this is just a lie I deliberately made them believe. Suomi remained still, his eyes vacant as if he had lost his soul. He didn't respond. Luoshan continued, even if I opened the portal, no matter how powerful the 1,000-year-old demon beasts are, they would still be unable to pass. What meaning would such a portal have? My original plan was to use the cultivators. When they used the voidless star pearl to open the portal to the beast world, the collision of the spatial forces from both worlds would distort everything, and then I could use the opportunity perfectly. The full strength of the 50,000-year-old beasts would come into the human world. Unfortunately, the plan went awry at that moment. Both I and Flowing Cloud City ended up trapped in the Lost Land. The more he spoke, the more he became emboldened. 1,000 years of reincarnation, history constantly reappearing. All I can do is keep reminiscing about the pain of failure. Only when you arrived, becoming a variable, could I break free from the shackles of history's logic? Now, the plan I set 1,000 years ago is finally coming to fruition. Using the power of the unyielding star, I will directly reach Earth. I long to share my joy with you, but unfortunately, you have fallen into an illusion from which you cannot escape. Suomi stood there in silence. He raised his hand, preparing to strike the fatal blow, but suddenly, he froze. His smile vanished, no longer full of self-satisfaction. At this moment, Luoshan realized that he had used his innate ability on Suomi, allowing him to catch fragments of information from his consciousness. He became anxious, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. He continued, I have manipulated these pieces of information to drive the enemy into madness, but I alone hold the true knowledge, not a lie. Luoshan went on, this means that, initially, he was indeed a mortal who stumbled into the secret realm, but each time he entered, he gained immense power. Meanwhile, Suomi remained motionless, which only heightened his fear. After only 3 times entering the secret realm, the number of cultivators in the secret realm dropped from 10,000 to less than 200, and Suomi's past was entirely blank. He didn't even remember his own sister's name. Luoshan bit his finger, trembling continuously. Yugue, so many strange secrets like this, could this person really be the incarnation of the Divine Lord? No way, this is just something I made up, it can't be true. At this moment, Luoshan's mind was in chaos. No matter how he looked at it, this didn't seem like the incarnation of the Divine Lord. It's over, he clutched his face in his hands, terrified, hoping that if the Divine Lord truly descended to earth, he wouldn't be punished too harshly. The gem behind him continued to emit a purple light. In Flowing Cloud City, it was still being devastated, the light striking Nan Henju and AI Air. Henju squinted his eyes, surprised that the gem could even attack on its own. AI Air realized there was no more time, the teleportation was almost complete. Nan Henju asked her for support, to form a defensive line so he could attack the light beam. AI Air was stunned by the request. She said, "You want to rush into the light beam? The teleportation is almost finished, it's the moment of the strongest energy. If you get too close to the light beam now, you'll be doomed." Standing in front of the attacking light beam, Henju was even more certain of his thoughts. He looked back at the past, at the countless cultivators who had fought and died, whose sacrifices had built the privileges and status of their sects. I am the Tao child of the pill stage, blessed by the sect, receiving their resources and training. I cannot avoid this battle to the death. This is the rule of the cultivation sect, and also the pact with this world. The light beam had now descended upon the Lotus Cave. Luotian seemed to regain his confidence and shouted loudly, "The light beam transmission has pierced through the secret realm, it is about to reach Earth. The cycle of reincarnation has lasted 1,000 years, and time is about to start flowing again. Surrounding Suomi is a black energy. The system is checking the secret realm, and the reward will be given for the 4th day of the attendance." Nan Henju charged towards the bright light to allow AI Air to defend. AI Air shouted, "Got it, those annoying tentacles, disappear." She used her magic to unleash a barrier of golden light that enveloped her body. The defensive shield blocked all attacks from the light beam. Seeing the solid defense, Nan Henju clenched his fists, casting aside all hesitation. He accelerated to the limit and charged straight into the core of the light beam. As soon as he reached the teleportation core, a blinding light erupted. The light beam was capable of containing the illusory demon, strong enough to house a 50,000-year-old beast. Its center held energy so intense and violent that even though Nan Henju had mentally prepared for the danger of this action, the reality was far more desperate than he had imagined. At this moment, the calf muscles in his legs had ruptured, his left arm was broken, his internal organs were bleeding, and most seriously, large areas of his body were burned. Nan Henju was in agonizing pain, even just standing within the light beam had pushed his body to the brink of collapse. He wondered how much the body would deteriorate when confronted with the energy of the light axis, but that thought did not frighten him into retreat. Nan Henju clenched his fists, a surge of dark power emanating from him. It merged with the light pillar's strength, witnessing the spectacle. Luotian sneered at Henju's actions, mocking him with a smirk, "Even if I drain all my life force, it won't stop my true form from descending. What difference does delaying for a few seconds make?" Gradually, a green flame moved toward him. Luotian sensed its presence, but by the time he turned around, it was too late. When the green flame enveloped him, the notification system reached its 4th day, awarding the 3 dusts of true fire. The flame spread like a plague, engulfing Lotus Cave and expanding across the Lost Lands. Then, it continued to spread. At the coffin shop, an immortal was consumed by the flames. He screamed in agony, his cries growing frantic and confused, unable to comprehend why he was being pulled from the underworld back into the mortal realm. In Flowing Cloud City, other immortals were also resurrected. They wept miserably, their nightmare finally coming to an end. The leader of Guizi clutched his chest in despair, while the villagers screamed for the pain to end. At Lotus Cave, the flames still raged fiercely. Luotian suddenly sensed something and asked, "Why have the mindless puppets suddenly awakened? What is happening? What is this flame? The flame surrounding Suomi? The system displays information about that green flame." Luotian changed his tone, flattering Suomi, "Why are you stopping me? My body is about to reach Flowing Cloud City, and then we can borrow the power of the dozens of beams of light descending from the secret realm to reach Earth." Suomi replied, "I am not your divine lord. Besides, haven't you noticed? Your traditional light beam has disappeared. Hearing that the light beam had disappeared, Luoshan hastily turned around. He realized that awakening the useless puppets meant that the light beam would vanish. Suomi looked up at the sky and said, "What I have awakened is not just an ordinary person from Flowing Cloud City, the area encompasses the small world of Flowing Cloud City. Even in the endless cycle of reincarnation, it has its own consciousness, though its consciousness is too weak, so it has always been lost in the cycle, even you didn't notice it." He smiled contentedly. "Earlier, I awakened the consciousness of this world and made a deal. I will take all the beings of this world away from the lost land. Except for you. You will stay in the lost land, forever repeating your ridiculous play. This world will become your eternal prison." At this moment, Luoshan trembled in fear, unable to believe what Suomi was saying. He still thought that Suomi was deceiving him, but Suomi merely crossed his arms, his voice calm as though reading a predetermined sentence. "Whether it's a lie or not, you'll have to experience it for yourself. Farewell, illusory demon." The light was like a gigantic blade, sending Luoshan flying backward. He screamed, raising his hand to shield his face from the force. The light spread out in all directions, like an explosion of sunlight. Flowing Cloud City was now more peaceful than ever before. Luoshan appeared. He woke up as if nothing had happened, calling out, "Captain." He walked into the void. He whispered, "Captain." But no answer came. Luoshan's hand trembled. He punched himself. At this moment, he was fully awake, his anger rising. "Finally, I'm awake. Another cycle of historical reincarnation, huh? Suomi isn't here, there's no one in the sky. Looks like what he said was true. Now I'm the only one trapped in Flowing Cloud City." Luoshan's face twisted with malice. "You think you can trap me here? If you've opened a way out, there must be traces left behind. As long as I investigate, I can immediately escape this damned place." Another beam of light shone through, and the scene returned to the original corner of Flowing Cloud City. Luoshan woke up once again, repeating the words from earlier. In a panic, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The world reset once more, with the VF time setting only allowing 10 seconds. Time was about to reset again, leaving Luoshan with no time to search for clues. That light appeared once again. Luoshan became helpless, collapsing to the ground, unsure if he had returned for the 2785th or 2786th time. He went mad, no longer caring. The system notification, Reincarnation 2787. Chu Tian Xin panted, exhausted. Ahead of him, Guixing and Xiang Song were still locked in a fierce struggle. Guixing was faster, countering with a strike to Xiang Song's chin. Chu Tian Xin, attacking from behind, yelled loudly, "Why won't you just fall down?" He feared that his strength was nearly depleted. The Tai Harmony Talisman, the pill platform Emerald Grotto of the two sects, were again engaged in such a ridiculous battle. Although the opponent was merely an elder of the sect. Guixing trembled with exhaustion, coughing up blood. Chu Tian Xin shouted loudly, "Guixing, stop being stubborn. The demon beasts can invade the secret realm at any time and descend upon Earth. You keep blocking us from destroying the secret realm, you are cutting off all hope for humanity. Step aside." Guixing didn't care, frowning as he said, "I've told you many times, don't even think about it." The red emergency communication talisman kept beeping urgently. The pill platform Emerald Grotto exclaimed in shock, "Only in extremely urgent situations is communication initiated." Xiang Song yelled, "It's over, it's the red emergency communication talisman." Chu Tian Xin was agitated, "Guixing, did you see that? Is this the result you wanted? The secret realm is about to end, and the demon beasts are about to invade Earth. Damn human traitor." The emergency communication talisman hurriedly explained, "Xiang sect leader, Chu sect leader, can you hear me? The secret realm has ended, the savior is about to return, humanity has won. System notification, the secret realm has completed its third cycle in 10 minutes, the savior returns to the real world. Everyone has returned to the present world. Yutong looked around with a dazed expression and asked, when was the third secret realm mission completed? Yutong felt a bit dizzy, his memory was too vague, it seemed like he had just woken up from a very long dream, arriving at a strange place. Yutong suddenly furrowed his brow, remembering they had arrived at Flowing Cloud City, but what had happened there he couldn't recall at all. Yutong realized and felt a sense of familiarity, no longer surprised. The mission was completed because Suomi had slaughtered all the demon beasts, completing the task. Yutong was unwilling to accept it, trembling with anger as she said, I can't accept this, I was so close to catching up with him, yet now he's left me far behind like this, and I couldn't do anything. Yutong spoke calmly, Mr. Suomi is beyond a genius, a monster that exceeds the ordinary. Don't let hesitation consume you. The advice is to focus on what you can do. Forcing yourself to compare with a monster only leads to self-destruction. On the road below, a pool of blood had dried up. That blood belonged to Nanhenju, and now, all that remained was a cold, lifeless body. The people who had returned were filled with joy, and some recognized Nanhenju's corpse. Those who had once been looked down upon by him, called useless, now sneered and whispered to each other. Jing Xian shouted, Shut up, aren't you ashamed? The wounds on his body, he died fighting. He continued, When we were trapped by the beast in Flowing Cloud City, what did you do? I was lost in chaotic memories and couldn't do anything. He lowered his head, his voice choked, maybe now we are alive because of his special fight. On top of the tall building, Suomi silently observed everything. Air stood beside him, her voice tinged with reproach as she criticized Nanhenju, why bother? He was so weak, what a fool. Suomi sighed in regret, another person who believed in me is gone. He continued, Nanhenju, you helped me buy time. I owe you a favor. If the sect leaders of the Four Great Ones sect behaved themselves a bit, I wouldn't have to destroy them. Yutong shouted loudly, unable to believe that the secret realm had been cleared. Suomi had survived and returned. Guixing laughed heartily because Suomi had won. In the moment when Guixing was off guard, Yutong suddenly launched a sneak attack. The strike was like thunder, smashing him into a large rock. Guixing coughed up blood, his eyes turning white, still not enraged enough, he was preparing to launch another move. Xiangsong intervened, enough, the secret realm is over, there's no need for any more fighting. Yutong shouted, Xiang sect leader, do you still want to cover for your elder? It's all because of that man, Lu Yun, the city general, being exposed, and you even let Suomi survive and return. Guixing, you're only getting more agitated now. What are you pretending to be? Both of you, come at me. I'm still full of energy. All those provocative words only made Yutong even more enraged. Xiang sect leader, you're provoking me, so why are you still standing there, unmoved? Xiangsong let go of his grip and said, What's done is done, it can't be changed now. Don't waste time on Guixing. I need to go to the deep sea with the other two sect leaders to awaken that person. Yutong became even more agitated, speaking in a frenzy, that's right, as long as that prince returns, Suomi will be nothing. Guixing, you'd better be grateful that you managed to save your pathetic life. Guixing was startled, the deep sea, are you all out of your minds? That was the location designated by Great Luo Heaven for the seal. The emergency communication talisman loudly transmitted, Xiang sect leader, Chu sect leader has just received the latest information regarding the financial group. The Lian Meng Group has installed several large energy bombs in the diplomatic zone of Qishan City. Yutong held the emergency communication talisman and laughed heartily, the Qishan diplomatic zone, that's where Suomi will return from the secret realm to the real world. It seems that the Lian Meng Group has made up its mind. We won't have to deal with any trouble, Gui Elder. The true savior in the hearts of the people will soon be reduced to a pile of meat fragments in the bomb blasts. Scene change. Shenlian Shan tightly gripped his phone, panicking, this is insane. In 5 minutes, Suomi will emerge from the secret realm, how long do you intend to keep me locked up? The Lian Meng Group envoy was somewhat smug. President Qian, right now we are 5,000 kilometers below the city of Qishan, in a very secure underground location. You're not thinking of escaping to somewhere else, are you? Qian Lianshan smashed his phone and screamed frantically, right. I'm planning to escape, so what? The S-class hunters you sent are nothing in front of Suomi. Even the sect leaders of the four great ones sect combined are no match for him. What else can I do? The Lian Meng Group envoy suggested using a bomb to eliminate Suomi. Qian Lianshan hesitated, his eyes wavering at the thought of dealing with Suomi. Using bombs in a civilian area? The envoy of Lian Meng continued, President Qian, apart from you, all 15 leaders of the financial group have agreed to use the bomb in the outskirts of Qishan City. The current headquarters of the financial group has already evacuated all of its staff. The civilians inside have been relocated to the Dan Miao market, over 200 kilometers away. If anyone is accidentally killed there, just consider it bad luck. Qian Lianshan thought for a moment, but if the bomb were dropped to attack Suomi, he might very well escape the blast radius, and that could potentially prevent significant harm to him. As though reading his thoughts, the envoy leaned in, speaking in a tone full of persuasion, President Qian, are you still hesitating? This is the best opportunity. Suomi entered the secret realm while fighting the sect leader of the Four Great Ones sect. When he returns to reality, it will certainly be at a corresponding position. Thus, the Lian Meng Group had installed 7 large bombs around the teleportation area where Suomi would return. The moment Suomi returns to reality, we won't give him any time to react. I'll set them all off. The envoy of the Lian Meng Group then turned toward the black bag and continued, this black document bag contains the detonation button for the bombs. President Qian, the chance to handle Suomi is yours. Seeing through their plan, Qian Lianshan glared, shouting angrily, is this your plan? To make me bear all the consequences after the explosion? The envoy of the Lian Meng Group held the bag threateningly, Captain, do you think you have any other choices? Don't forget that he used Suomi's sister as a new experiment, which led to a major conflict between Suomi and the Lian Meng Group. After all that he has done, does he really think Suomi will forgive him? At this moment, Qian Lianshan stood frozen. After a long pause, like a well-behaved dog on a leash, he reached out to take the bag. The secret realm notification system closed, and the savior began to return. Suomi was transported to the Qishan diplomatic zone. Did he sense something unusual? At that moment, Suomi felt like he was standing in front of a dangerous force. Qian Lianshan pressed the red button, and a deafening explosion tore apart the space, the ground shook violently, and the buildings collapsed like paper. Qian Lianshan went frantic, repeatedly pressing the button, and explosions started erupting everywhere, as though the entire city was being swallowed by the blast. The messenger from the Lian Meng Group stood by and crossed his arms, saying, President Qian, that's enough. I forgot to mention earlier that the detonation button only needs to be pressed once. Qian Lianshan panted, his eyes wild with frantic questions. He asked if Suomi had already gone to the afterlife. The messenger from the Lian Meng Group calmly replied, this is the pinnacle of human scientific technology. Theoretically, no cultivator could survive such destructive power. But Suomi's performance has often exceeded our expectations. To ensure safety, the hunters will arrive at the explosion's center to investigate. Given the direct attack from the 7 bombs, even if he is still alive, he will certainly be severely wounded and on the brink of death. I will not give him any chance of survival. In the city burning like hell, amidst the debris and fading flames, a beam of blue light suddenly erupted. In the blue flame stood Suomi, untouched and unharmed. The system's attendance notification was struck by a violent shock from the outside world, warning that the thermal energy level had reached its limit. AI Air transformed into a ferret, standing on Suomi's shoulder, asking with concern, Master, are you alright? The system notification continued, host is in rest mode. Excess energy is starting to enhance the host's body. Outside, on the street, people were both checking their phones and discussing. Oh my god, there was a nuclear explosion in the diplomatic district of Qishan City, is this real? I'm in Danmiao City, I just saw the black smoke online, and there's a video. The Lian Meng group dropped the bomb, how dare they? Does it need to be said? Of course, it's to kill Suomi. These lunatics don't even care about their reputation anymore. Xianlian Shan, watching the news, angrily said, it's just as well, streaming directly from the secret realm. This time, a long-tailed beast appeared next to Suomi. He might have betrayed Earth. At the final moment of the livestream in the secret realm, the screen went black. Nan Henju, the only one still conscious, died as well. What happened in the secret realm this time, only Suomi knew. People were reading in fear. Could it be that Suomi had massacred Nan Henju to silence him? In the office, he was talking to Qianlian Shan. He said, as expected of President Qian, in such a short time, the Navy is almost fully arranged. The hot topic on social media is gradually shifting towards doubts about the identity of Suomi. He frowned and replied, this is nothing. What matters is whether Suomi is alive or dead. Only when that person is dead can I sleep peacefully. He confidently said, a total of 600 hunters, divided into 10 reconnaissance teams, have entered the explosion area and will have results soon. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Qishan City, where thick smoke was rising and everything was in ruins. Suddenly, the footsteps of reconnaissance teams were heard. Huan said, is this the nuclear explosion? It's devastating. Just the outer area has caused this much destruction. Another member asked, is it true that we can find the target's remains? 7 nuclear warheads. Suomi may have been vaporized in the blast, Huan replied. Please, don't talk about such unlucky things. I didn't come here for the small reward for this investigation. If we can find Suomi's body, we'll strike it rich. Even if he's still alive, he's definitely badly injured. Taking him out would bring in even more rewards. The team's intercom crackled with the voice of the captain, attention, all units. We are about to enter the core danger zone of the explosion. The remaining time on your protective gear is 30 minutes. If no target is found within 15 minutes, we will withdraw immediately. The team responded, understood, Captain. All right, let's split up and move out. Meanwhile, AI Air, still wanting to go home and eat roasted chicken drumsticks, asked, Master, how much longer do you want to sleep? The system reported, True Samadhi Fire Body Modification Progress 50%. Exceeded the body's tolerance limit, currently damaged. She looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, the system's damage transfer function was activated upon detecting that he was under attack. Her face shifted from a stunned expression to one of anger as she said, I knew it. From the very beginning, I wanted to ask what kind of strange ability is this? All the suffering falls on me, I have to bear it, right? But it's always like this, it's just too much. The captain of the 3rd squad reported, target detected outside, target unharmed, suspected to be in a coma, unresponsive. The monster beside the target is kneeling on the ground, displaying signs of great pain, suspected to have sustained injuries from an explosion. Current coordinates have been synced, requesting backup. Huan ran ahead, shouting, let the backup go meet their doom. The captain turned back, are you disobeying orders? He responded, one target is in a coma, the other critically injured. I don't want to miss this opportunity. I want Suomi dead so I can take all the rewards. Others in the team also rushed forward. Sorry, Captain, but we don't want to miss this opportunity either. The captain, feeling helpless, said, unbelievable, you bunch of bastards, blinded by money, fine, just go together. Huan chuckled, as expected, Captain, you can't resist either. They charged forward while AI Air was still kneeling in pain, clutching her chest. The enemy. She kept repeating, pain, pain, the enemy, pain, right on time, she screamed. You bunch of free punching bags. Come and feel my pain too. A flash of light flickered, and the noise it created was deafening, with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. From a distance, a member of another team angrily said, "Those bastards from the third team promised to surround and capture Suomi together, but instead, they went ahead and attacked first." Another person replied, "It's definitely because Suomi is seriously injured, and they want to seize the opportunity. We need to speed up, we can't let them take the reward all for themselves." The scene shifted to the basement, where a messenger from Lian Meng Group was listening to the report coming through the walkie-talkie. The third team has lost signal, no signs of life. The second team has lost contact, and then the fourth and fifth teams as well. After hearing this, Shan Lianshan said angrily, "Enough is enough, your worthless hunters have all been killed by Suomi, the invincible one." "Is that what you mean?" He was still listening to the seventh team's report. "This is Hua Si, captain of the seventh team, reporting to headquarters. We have arrived at the third team's designated location. There are signs of battle on the ground, but we have not found any trace of Suomi, nor any human remains. It's as if a dozen or so hunter teams have just vanished." Xian Lianshan asked suspiciously, "Vanished? Could it be that they all died along with Suomi, or has Suomi, heavily injured, fled?" He angrily said, "President Qian, it's rare to see you this optimistic. To wipe out a dozen hunter teams in an instant, it's very likely that Suomi wasn't injured at all. Even humanity's most powerful weapon, nuclear ammunition, means nothing to him?" He frowned. If he's not injured, why would he leave? Having the remaining hunter squad die with him would be a trivial matter for him. He turned and walked away. Who knows, perhaps compared to chasing after those hunters, he had something more important to do. The man hesitated and asked again, "What did you say?" The envoy stopped, turned back, and replied, "For example, he might have already prepared to eliminate the leaders of the Lian Meng Group, or maybe he's dealing with someone who's been causing trouble for him like me. Of course, the most likely scenario is that he's going after the one who hurt his sister. After all, who told you to use her as an experimental subject?" Xian Lianshan was filled with fear. "Wait, are you leaving? Didn't you say you were going to protect me? If you leave, what am I supposed to do?" He turned around and said, "You can try praying, but not to the gods. Try praying to Suomi instead." Cutting to the ground level, passers-by were discussing. "Did you see that? There was a ghost. The subway stopped running, and the streets are jammed. What's going on?" Another person responded, "Hey, don't you watch the news? The Lian Meng Group dropped 7 nuclear bombs and still couldn't do anything to Suomi. Who told us we're too close to Qishan City? Now, all the financial groups around Qishan City are retreating like crazy, or else they'll be caught in chaos. We're still okay, but there are places with power and water outages, and no one knows when it'll be restored." The person sighed. "What's going to happen next in this crazy world? Are we already in a civil war before the demon beasts even attack?" Others said, "Is the civil war with Suomi really a pleasure for them?" The stock price of Lian Meng Group has also dropped to rock bottom. The Four Great Ones cultivation sect is like dead dogs, not daring to say a word, just pretending to be dead. They are truly useless. The financial group, the Four Great Ones sect, and even Suomi are all no good. I've heard that Suomi has colluded with the demon beasts, planning to betray our world." The uncle replied, "Your information is outdated. It's been rumored online that Suomi is the president of the Guangming Association. The Guangming Association has always been secretly undermining the world's economy and finance. It wasn't until the apocalyptic disaster, like the invasion of demon beasts, that Suomi finally took the stage to clean up the mess caused by the financial group and cultivators." Someone else responded, "You're talking nonsense. I have exclusive news proving that Suomi is a cultivator, coming from deep within the universe. Cultivators have always quietly infiltrated the human world, becoming famous politicians and businessmen. The star cultivator, with Suomi leading the way, has long considered our world as their property, which is why they stood up to fight against the demon beasts." The girl didn't believe it. "Isn't Suomi a mutant?" She is also a member of the Animal Protection Organization, and after being bitten by a spider, she gained powers that surpassed those of ordinary humans. Everyone laughs at her. How can you believe such a thing? The girl didn't listen. You talk as if your information is so trustworthy. The scene shifts to a remote city. Han Ning said to Suomi, across the entire Earth, everyone is paying attention to your movements, as well as your next plan for the financial group. Who could have guessed that you'd come to this remote city? You look at your phone and read about the Guangming Society, a group of cultivators who organize animal protection efforts. It seems like your soldiers are writing something interesting. You're laughing, and some even change their ways. Han Ning replied, don't blame me. The Lian Meng group is currently making a fuss about the relationship between you and the mythical beasts. To prevent ordinary people from believing their rumors, I had no choice but to spread more counter-information. Suomi said seriously, alright, enough jokes. Have you finished the investigation I asked you to look into? He replied, do you think I, Han Ning, am someone who can't get the information I want? Suomi, this is the origin of you and your sister. The scene shifted to the orphanage, where you walked into the bewildered stares of the children. Is this the place? The children screamed, it's Suomi. We can actually meet him, so cool. Their faces were full of excitement and joy. Can we take a photo together? I want to hang the photo on the wall. We all watch your live streams. No matter what the bad people online say, we support you. You were flustered, well. Everyone, calm down, they said, each speaking one after another. The kids asked, do you have any secrets to become as strong as you? I really like your windbreaker. Can I touch it? Suomi smiled, you like my windbreaker? You have good taste. If you want to touch it, go ahead. Everyone rushed to touch it, it's amazing. I want to touch it too, it feels so great. While the children were still excited, Headmaster Sure walked over and coughed lightly. It's already break time, why are you all still not back in your rooms? The mischievous pink-haired girl said, old geezer, your admirer is here, I don't want to sleep. He called out to Suomi. The boy stood up, looked at him, and replied, Headmaster Sure, it's been a long time. The two of them entered the headmaster's office to talk. He began, I never expected that this small orphanage of ours would raise a great hero, such a remarkable person like you. Recently, you've become the focal point of the world. Suddenly visiting this poor orphanage of ours, you must have something important to discuss, right? Suomi said, Headmaster Sure, I'll just ask a few questions and leave. I won't cause any trouble. I want to know about my background. He started to think, then answered, on a rainy night, over 10 years ago, you were abandoned at the door of this orphanage. It's been so long now, finding your parents is even harder. Suomi said, if I can't find them, then so be it. To be honest, I don't care much. What do you know about my sister? Headmaster Sure's tone became more anxious. You're talking about Suayun? You probably know more about her than I do. Has something happened to her? Suomi looked at him and said, the less you know, the safer it is for you. Just tell me what you know. He began to recount, because of a fire, her entire family was lost. Only Suayun was fortunate enough to survive and was brought to this orphanage. Though she faced great disaster, she still maintained her optimistic personality and had strong leadership abilities. Since she was little, she had been respected by other children, but what made everyone suspicious was that she cared a lot about him. He had a solitary personality, and he was also very strange, not rejecting Suayun's closeness. Later, I roughly guessed that perhaps she saw the image of her younger brother, who died in the fire, in him. She regarded him as her little brother, but her demands were very intense. If she wanted to adopt him, she insisted on adopting him together with him. However, at that time, his personality was somewhat vicious, and he had a strong rebellious mentality, so in the end, the adopting families all gave up, until that criminal family appeared. He looked at him and continued, a family that is supposed to be a safe haven, and yet you could entrust 2 children to this kind of criminal. Director Sure, crying, said, I'm sorry, after that day, I have lived with regret for not seeing the true nature of that adopting family. The cruel madman murdered a dozen children. It wasn't until the news reported the case that I discovered the truth. I tried to find the two of them, but there was no clue at all. Thank God, both of you are fine. He stood up excitedly. Is Soo-yun okay now? He replied, she's been sick for the past 2 years, but I've found a way to treat her. She will be fine. Definitely. The scene shifted to a remote city at night. Xiaozhou asked Han Ning, is it over now? He replied, Suomai left long ago. What? After Suomai beat you up, you don't want to see him anymore? Your personality is really twisted. Xiaozhou asked about Suomai's situation. What are you talking about? I didn't intentionally avoid him. How is he doing now? Han Ning replied, how is Suomai now? He talked to the director for half an hour, then the orphanage kids surrounded him and kept playing. When Suomai left, he looked very tired and said, I don't want to see kids for a while. He laughed. It was surprising that a man like him, with such a stiff face, couldn't handle children. It was a pleasant surprise to discover Suomai's weakness. Then he turned and asked, was it really that fun? That orphanage shut down 10 years ago after they started selling kids as products. Director Sure of the orphanage also ended his life here. No one was willing to rehabilitate this notorious place, so it's been abandoned until now. There couldn't be any children left here. The two of them pushed open the door to the orphanage, and the dust immediately hit their noses. Han Ning asked him, can you feel anything strange? Like spiritual energy, magic, or anything else? He pinched his nose and said, nothing at all. This is just an ordinary orphanage that's been abandoned for a long time. Why would Suomai lie? He wiped his hand on a table and found a thick layer of dust before replying, lie? I don't think Suomai is lying. At least, he didn't need to lie to me with something that could be easily exposed. Xiaozhou, following behind, asked, so you mean he really saw the director dead and the orphanage no longer exists? Han Ning said, I have a rough idea, but it still needs to be confirmed. Compared to Suomai, her sister, Soo-yun, has more issues. In the orphanage's classroom, Han Ning continued, we cannot confirm the location of Soo-yun's dormitory at that time, so we'll have to use this classroom instead. She must have stayed here for a long enough period. He asked, did you bring the red dust fragrance? Han Ning took something out and replied, this is the red dust fragrance. After applying it for 5 minutes, it will allow us to see Soo-yun's past image in this room, but we need something she loved to serve as the conduit. He took a wooden horse out of his pocket, something rare to find, and placed it down, saying, this is the toy Soo-yun loved the most before she came to the orphanage. Light the red dust fragrance. Xiaozhou lit it, and smoke began to rise from the corner of the classroom. A little girl was sitting and drawing. Han Ning saw her and said, it seems that Soo-yun was still alive at that time. Xiaozhou was astonished, you had me use the precious red dust fragrance just for something like this? He propped his chin and said, I think next, we'll need to go to the man-eating demon house to collect Suomai, and also revisit her childhood home, using the red dust fragrance twice more. Do we have enough red dust fragrance? Han Ning answered, there's enough red dust fragrance, but it can't be used. The red dust fragrance can only work if the place it's used in remains intact. The man-eating demon house, where Suomai fled that night, has been destroyed, and Suomai's childhood home has already been thoroughly investigated by Lian Meng Group and cultivators, severely damaged. Is Soo-yun, the unconscious patient on the bed, really that important? Han Ning smiled, so everything has been cancelled, huh? What a coincidence. I looked into Soo-yun a while ago, and there were many traces left behind from her time in the orphanage, like crafts, paintings, and diaries. Her relatives also have quite clear memories of her. But after she was adopted by the real demon, her image started to fade. There are no school records, no work records, and it seems like she had to rely on odd jobs and setting up stalls to support herself and raise Suomai. I asked people who used to set up stalls with Soo-yun, and their impressions of her are very vague. The old woman who sold fruit said, Suayun, I remember her as a very hard-working girl. Every day, she'd come before 6 a.m. to set up her stall and sell little things, not knowing how to beautify herself, so her hair was short. Wait, was it short hair? I'm not really sure. The old man also had a fuzzy memory of Suayun. She set up a stall in our market for 2 or 3 years, selling. What was it again? Han Ning picked up a wooden horse and continued, Do you realize how strange this is? Clearly, she had a tragic background and an image of determination. No matter where Suayun was, she should have been someone people noticed, but no one can really describe who she was. Including Suomai, it seems like she's lost most of her memories of Suayun, which is why she asked me to investigate her background and yours. Xiaozhou asked, Have you shared this information with Suomai? Han Ning smiled, How could that be? Have you forgotten? Previously, when Suomai declared war against the Liangmang group, she said that her sister was the reason she fought in the secret realm to save the world. After Suomai learned the truth, we got a savior who was devastated, disappointed, and even on the verge of madness. So, who will save the world next? Xiaozhou crossed his arms and shared his guess. So, you think Suomai has gone mad? Han Ning handed him an iPad, urging him to take it. This is the police record related to the man-eating demon house. On the night the real demon was destroyed, a rescue worker found a child who was too terrified to speak. The rescue worker initially planned to keep the child to investigate further, but the child managed to escape in the chaos. That child was the only one found alive by the police at the man-eating demon house. Next is my speculation. That night, Suomai's beloved sister fell while trying to save her. Perhaps Suomai disguised herself as her sister, working to survive. Maybe her obsession was so intense that she turned her sister into an illusion, a very real one. Xiaozhou asked in doubt, She created a real illusion? Given Suomai's strength and talent, it's not impossible. Never mind, no need to think too much. At least keeping this secret, whether for Suomai, for us, or for the world, is a good thing. Han Ning mocked him, You really are too naive. What I just said was merely the most harmless hypothesis. Assuming that Suayun indeed died that night, Suomai's mind would also be normal. Then, who is the sister of Suomai who is now in a coma? The scene shifts to a house that is still lit. Inside, Yutong is treating Suayun. She speaks up, That's strange. Suomai immediately asks, Yutong, has my sister's condition worsened? She replies, No, quite the opposite. Earlier, I mentioned that your sister's body had fully recovered. The cause of her coma was the inability to dispel the aura of the beast. However, my previous diagnosis was wrong. It's not that the aura of the beast couldn't be dispelled, but rather that her body is continuously producing the aura of the beast, which creates the illusion that it cannot be dispelled. Suomai asks again, So my sister isn't being eroded by the aura of the beast, but is instead producing it. Doesn't that make things worse? She replies, Not necessarily. Comparing her current state to previous treatments, the rate of the production of the beast aura has decreased by about 30% to 40%. The change occurred after the third pass through the secret realm. Suomai says, So, this means that if we win the final victory in the secret realm war, my sister could fully recover and awaken from her coma? Yutong responds, Each victory in the secret realm gradually weakens the connection between our world and the other world. If we achieve the final victory and sever the connection with the other world, your sister should be able to wake up. Perhaps it won't take that long, I already have a treatment plan. If we can find more victims of the human experiment from the Liangmang group, and study the transformations that happen to them, we might be able to cure your sister. Suomai turned and walked away. I understand, I'll go find them now. She said. I know you care about your sister, but this is a bit too much. Where are you going to find people at this hour? As they reached the living room, he replied. Han Ning just sent me President Qian's address. Once we capture President Qian and hang him up, we can quickly force him to reveal the details of the other victims. AI Air, sitting and looking at the computer, said. Master, smooth sailing. Only then did he look up and ask her, "When do you think you'll wake up? Is your body feeling better?" She answered, "Master, thank you for your concern. I only sustained injuries in 6 explosions and there's nothing serious. I woke up 3 hours ago. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly, it really moved me." Suomi said, "Seeing you in such good spirits puts my mind at ease. Since you're awake and free, how about helping me deliver a package at midnight tonight?" AI Air, looking bored, responded sarcastically, "After helping someone who was injured in the explosion, I went on to slay over 100 hunters from the Lian Meng group, not even having time for a chicken drumstick. Now I'm being given a new task as a reward. How wonderful." Yutong patted her head and said, "All right, I'll take care of the delivery task. Xiao Ai Air has tried her best, now go home and rest. Wait for me to come back and bring you the roasted chicken drumstick you like the most." "What are you watching?" AI Air replied, "Livestream of Secret Realm in Flowing Cloud City. I lost consciousness for a long time. I need to check if I said anything inappropriate during the livestream." "Oh, it's just about to show your part. Do you want to watch it?" Then AI Air turned the iPad towards Yutong. At that moment, she was the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. She said, "Stop talking nonsense, catch Suomi for me. Captain Suomi, I must make you my gang leader's wife." She blushed, embarrassed, and shouted, "Did I really say that? And do such things?" AI Air pretended to be surprised, complimenting her, "Impressive." Then she did something even more outrageous than the owner. Yutong was furious, her face turning red as she said, "Enough, stop it now, don't stream anymore." AI Air said, "I don't want to stop. I still need to watch the rest and make sure I didn't say anything forbidden." She jumped to grab the iPad, but AI Air dodged. The two of them kept teasing each other. Suomi, seeing this, hurriedly said, "That. I'll head out first, remember to deliver the package for me when it's time." The scene shifted to the Mang Jun Corporation. Suddenly, the wall was blasted open, and Qianlian Shan stood there, seemingly waiting for him. "Suomi, you've finally arrived. The hard drive on the desk contains all the human body experiment documents of Mang Jun under the directive of Lian Meng Group, including all the data on your sister. I think you'll need it." He walked confidently and said, "Not even a security guard is here, and you still think I'll let you off just because you're cooperating in handing over the documents I need?" Qianlian Shan laughed maniacally, "You want me to forgive you? I've never thought about that. After all, I'm the one in charge of carrying out the experiment. I'm the enemy who harmed your sister. Suomi, I hate you, but I hate those idiots from the Lian Meng Group even more. The Love Beast fusion experiment is a plan that everyone in the Lian Meng Group is pushing forward, but they ignored me, deliberately exposing my whereabouts. When you came to find me, the Lian Meng Group's hunters had already arrived in Donghai City. They didn't have the courage to confront you directly, so they wanted to kidnap your sister and the cultivator, Yutong, to use them as hostages. I can die, but if I help you, then you also need to do one thing for me. Suomi, bring everyone from the Lian Meng Group down to meet me." The scene shifts to Donghai City. Lei Zhai and a line of bodyguards stand behind him, angrily saying, "Over 100 hunters have entered Donghai City at the same time. Does the Lian Meng Group want to start a war with us? I'll say it again, tell them to leave and go back from where they came." The Lian Meng Group's envoy replied, "President Lei Zhai, you must be joking. We have always respected the Dong Yun Group, and we are not willing to have a conflict with you. But you must also know the purpose of our visit. Our only enemy is Suomi." Lei Zhai said solemnly to him, "The combat personnel of the Lian Meng Group will never set foot in Donghai City. This is the agreement between the Lian Meng Group and our Dong Yun Group." The envoy smiled and said, "To be precise, this is a treaty between the Lian Meng Group and the strongest hunter, Zhao Shi, but Zhao Shi is already dead. Without Zhao Shi, does the Dong Yun Group still have the right to speak to us on equal terms?" Lei Zhai folded his arms and retorted, What a waste of time. After all this talk, you still want to fight? He replied, no, you misunderstood. At least we won't turn against the Dong Yun group. After all, until now, Zhao Shi is still a hero and idol in the hearts of many hunters. Lei Zhai looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. What's this? Are you going to fight or not? Can you make that clear? If you don't want to go to war, then you dalala, get out of here. I believe I've said that before, right? One of the hunters on the team said, don't you understand? Our job, along with these other hunters, is just to keep you here. As long as we don't do anything, we can maintain the surface peace. He continued, even though thousands of hunters have quietly entered Donghai City at the same time, it has nothing to do with the Lian Meng group. Don't worry, we used President Qian as bait to lure Suomi away. All that's left here is Suomi's sister and the cultivator who always assists him. There might also be the magical beast beside him. The level of destruction in Donghai City will be kept to a minimum. Lei Zhai was speechless. If they couldn't defeat him head-on, they resorted to taking hostages. This guy truly was out of ideas. He roared, it's you who are too naive, President Lei Zhai. The Lian Meng group will never forget Zhao Shi. That monster has destroyed the balance of the entire world by relying on its own strength, and thus we will not allow such an uncontrollable creature like him to exist. Switching scenes to another location in Donghai City, Yutong placed the package that Suomi had handed over to him on the ground, then muttered, according to the note left by Suomi, I should be fine. This package is strange, though. It's midnight, and nothing has happened after I left this stone here. Could I have placed it in the wrong spot? Suddenly, a flash of purple light streaked across the sky. Was it Lei Zhai? He said, great, I've finally found you. She looked confused and asked, who are you? Do we know each other? Oh, wait, are you here to pick up the package? He, both angry and frustrated, replied, package? No, never mind the package. The scum are about to arrive. Not just you, but also Suomi's sister is a target of their attack. Is Suomi's sister at your house right now? But it seems there's a magical barrier preventing entry. I'm not sure if those scum will resort to brutal methods to directly destroy your house. If that happens, Suomi's sister will be in great danger. This place isn't safe. Come with me. She, still confused, said, wait, you're speaking too fast and barely taking a breath. I can't understand a word you're saying. At this, he placed a hand on his chest and said, sorry, it's a side effect of my power. I need a moment to recover from the accelerated state. My body's condition will be in disarray, and my speaking speed will increase rapidly. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the president of Dongwon Group, Lei Zhai. Yutong's face darkened. Financial Group, taking advantage of Suomi's absence, is now coming to me and wants me to hand over Suomi's sister? Dream on. He tried to explain, Ms. Yutong, please calm down. Our Dong Yun Group is not allied with Lian Meng Group. Have you forgotten? After the first Secret Realm event ended, Suomi's sister was kidnapped, and we helped find her. Tonight, the hunters from Lian Meng Group are invading Donghai City, and their targets are you and Suomi's sister. Please let me take you to Suayun, I will provide protection for both of you. She prepared to make a move as she spoke. I remember the Dong Yun Group did help back then, but the situation now is completely different from before. I can't fully trust you, and besides, the hunters from Financial Group cannot harm Suomi's sister. Lei Zhai anxiously explained, I know there is a beast by Suomi's side, probably protecting Suayun, but this time there are at least over 1,000 hunters entering Donghai City. Even if that beast is strong enough, it will be very difficult to protect Suayun under such a large-scale attack. Suddenly, the stone emitted a light. Lei Zhai wondered, what is this? Monsters crawled out, laughing as they said, this must be the immortal realm. Finally, I've ascended to this place. The leader of the monsters, an old one, responded with a smile, no, this is Flowing Cloud City. Flowing Cloud City, 1,000 years later. Suddenly, people dressed as if they were from 1,000 years ago appeared. They anxiously said, "The last thing I remember is the terrifying white light engulfing Lu Yun Chang." One person, frightened, asked, "Are we dead?" Another replied, "Do you mean to say we've become ghosts? That can't be true. I can still feel my body and breath." Ancient figures appeared again, wandering through the human city. They muttered, "I want to go home." "Where is home?" Yutong asked, both worried and confused. As those monsters walked away, another group of ancients arrived. How many people had been hidden in the Suomi stone? Lei Zhai said, "Normally, weapons from the secret realm can't be brought into reality, and neither can humans or monsters from Flowing Cloud City. This has violated the rules of the secret realm." She asked, "You mean they came from Flowing Cloud City?" He explained, "Don't you have any impression?" Well, it's true. Except for Suomi, nearly all of the saviors lost consciousness in the secret realm this time. These ancients are common citizens of Flowing Cloud City from thousands of years ago. These monsters are pitiful, deceived by the illusory demon into thinking they become immortals. As Lei Zhai was explaining, the river deity appeared. He added, "It looks like I worried for nothing. Suomi must have anticipated the financial group's ambush and summoned these monsters to deal with them. Suomi truly is the strongest savior." The people were terrified when they saw the monster. The monsters searched and cursed Suomi. That cunning deceiver, is Suomi, the evil god of the other world, really in this city? Dealing with him even 100 times wouldn't be enough for that scoundrel. Not only did he deceive us and turn us into monsters, but he also forced us to kill the humans of Flowing Cloud City. Everyone panicked, running and shouting for help. "There's a monster, help!" It's madness. How did the monster from the livestream end up here? For Limd asked, "Choi Tangran, stop hiding, tell us where we can find Suomi." The old man standing beside river deity said, "The city has the scent of Suomi, but it's faint. He's not here right now, but I'm sure you all remember the white-haired little girl-like beast that was always with Suomi, right?" The monster laughed, clutching its stomach. "Of course we remember. That river deity, that foolish dreamer, even wanted to marry her as his bride. In the end, the river deity was shattered by the beast. It's so funny, I could die laughing." River deity screamed, "That was my mistake. Who would have guessed that little girl suddenly erupted with such overwhelming power? I will never lose again." Choi Tangran said, "Your chance will come soon. That beast is on the street up ahead. I can feel many people gathering around it, and they too have the corrupt power of monstrous beasts." The monster screamed, "What are those damn beasts trying to do to our world?" "No, this isn't our world. Does this world even need us anymore?" He said, "Don't think too much, just focus on holding the position. Although the Flowing Cloud City we wanted to protect is no longer there, the monsters are still around. The monsters are still wreaking havoc on our world. There's only one thing we need to do, take revenge on the monsters and the evil god Suomi." The monsters all said in unison, "Take revenge on the monsters and the evil god Suomi." Fires started to break out inside the city. Lei Zhai's security team was standing by, and someone asked, "We're done for, the battle inside the city has already started. Do we need to go back and assist President Lei Zhai?" The other person answered, "No. President Lei Zhai ordered us to stay here and hold off these hunters, we can't disobey the order." Elsewhere, a hunter asked the messenger, "Commander, the president of the Ting Jun group is dead. The pipeline can be returned at any time. President Lei Zhai of the Dong Yun group is also preparing to block our actions. Do we really have to wait here for the result?" He replied, "What's the rush? Suomi's sister's location has been confirmed. Over 1,000 hunters will launch the attack together. Even if President Lei Zhai is faster, he's alone, he can't do anything. The overall situation is already in our favor." Suddenly, something was thrown over. It was a person impaled by a column. Two people asked in panic, what happened to the captain of Team 13? He replied, the monster live-streamed from the secret realm. The monsters from Flowing Cloud City are all here. They are attacking us. This is a trap. A trap set by Suomi. The scene shifted to Yutong's house. Han Ning said to Xia Zhou, the hunters from the Lian Meng group are almost here. Are you ready? He replied. More than 1,000 high-level hunters. Even if the beast tamer Suomi raised is here, I still can't guarantee Suomi's safety, he said with a laugh. Look at what you're saying. Your task is only to assist the beast tamer that Suomi raised. Do you really think you can deal with 1,000 hunters? In a battle this dangerous, just surviving would be an impressive feat. Xia Zhou asked, can't we take Suomi's sister away now? There were too many secrets hidden in Suayun, so it was better to avoid any unforeseen circumstances before confirming the truth. Han Ning explained, if we took Suomi's sister away a few hours earlier, it would only increase Suomi's suspicion of us. Why did we predict Lian Meng Group's actions but not tell him? Taking Suayun now wouldn't make any difference. In a siege of 1,000 people, running anywhere would be a battle to the death. What matters more is that helping at the right time is far more moving than an act of showy kindness. It was then that he realized, a few hours earlier, so you knew about it all along? Wait, did he intentionally arrange for Lian Meng Group's hunters to ambush Suayun? If Suomi knew it was all his plan, wouldn't that be disastrous? He explained, to gain Suomi's trust, it's only natural to take some risks. Only when we risk everything to save Suomi will he allow us to get close to Suayun. Only then can we investigate Suayun's secrets. Xia Zhou said, even so, there are too many high-level hunters, can't you reduce their numbers a bit? Han Ning replied, what? Do you really think Lian Meng Group will listen to my orders? The location of President Qian's hideout, this information was too easily obtained, so I suspect it's a bait to kidnap Suayun over 1,000 high-level hunters. Lian Meng Tai's guess was indeed a risk. This is all the assets we could use, but even with this number of people, it's still within my estimated range. He pulled out his phone and said, they're here. He responded, got it. I'll take it from here. Han Ning panicked and said, wait a minute. Xia Zhou grumbled, what now? Can't you just say everything in one go? He saw River Deity and the monsters walking past in front of them, heading toward Yutong's house. Panicking, he exclaimed, monsters from Flowing Cloud City, why are they here? He worriedly said, we've encountered ghosts. You never mentioned that these monsters would show up. I remember in the Secret Realm livestream, those monsters had a very unfriendly attitude toward Suomi. What if the hunters and these monsters attack Suomi together? He asked, Han Ning, tell me, this is all part of your plan, right? Han Ning's face darkened, who could have planned for monsters from the Secret Realm to appear in reality? This is all my fault, I messed up. If something unexpected happens to Suayun and Suomi collapses, then this world is finished. The monsters and hunters fighting each other makes Xia Zhou confused. What's going on here? The hunters and monsters are fighting. Han Ning said, it seems like this isn't our business anymore. He replied, probably. The captain and Huida fled. He asked, Captain, is it fine if we charge directly into Donghai City like this? Won't we break the tacit agreement between Dong Yun Group and Lian Meng Group? He answered, it doesn't matter anymore. The operation to capture Suayun absolutely cannot be hindered. While fighting, he said, hurry up, Huida, we're almost there. He turned around, calling Huida in disbelief. He was being held in the mouth of River Deity down below. Shui Tangran asked again, Huida, are you talking about this one? The captain gritted his teeth and said, disgusting monsters like you should just quietly die in the dust of history. Why come and stop me? He pointed at him and asked, stop you? Let me ask you instead, why do you humans have to flow along the same path as the beasts, becoming dogs for the evil god Suomi? He looked stunned, dogs of Suomi? Could it be that your goal is also Suomi? Did you come here for revenge against Suomi? Choi Tangran laughed. Do you mean to say that you're preparing to launch an attack on Suomi as well? Do you think I would believe you? I can already smell the evil beast power on you from several thousand meters away. The envoy tried to explain, no, we are your allies, we truly are your allies, we just need to join forces. Suddenly, a beam of yellow light appeared. He clutched his throat, speaking in broken gasps, I can't breathe, stop your power, we don't need to fight, please let me explain. The elder said, what are you talking about? I haven't done anything. At that moment, the light passed, and all the hunters were sprawled on the ground, calling for help, unable to understand what had just happened. Their bodies were immobilized. Suomi appeared and said, you all are having quite the fun, who allowed you to disturb my sister's rest? In another corner, a hunter was activating his power, the barrier was already up. He stared at Suomi, thinking, perfect, just one more step, if I capture the target, the reward will be mine. Move for me. He muttered in his mind, why isn't my body obeying? The boy appeared behind him, startling him. I've restrained myself for the sake of stabilizing the world. Suomi swiftly killed him and continued in front of the frightened hunters. It seems that this has caused some misunderstanding between us, even giving you the courage to ambush my sister. He used his power and said, from now on, this world will follow only one voice. The entire city fell silent, the hunters trembling in fear. Without even starting to fight, nearly 1,000 hunters had already lost all will to fight, paralyzed by fear and unable to act. One of the hunters tried to use his power but failed. He thought, I've encountered a monster, my abilities are nearly suppressed to their limit, it's completely unimaginable how strong Suomi must be right now. Eugene tried to use his telepathic link to connect with the team leader. Team leader, can you hear me? He stood up, seemingly having heard the telepathic connection. Is that you, Eugene? Eugene replied, it's me, team leader. What should we do now? He said to use your ability to notify all the reckless hunters to launch their final assault. Unless Suomi completely disregards the lives of ordinary people and uses a large-scale attack, otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for all of us to die at the same time. Moreover, if we can just capture Suomi's sister, we win. This is the only way out. Eugene still trembled as he responded, team leader, but the hunters are all affected by fear and can't act. He activated his ability and said, use your telepathic link to resonate my power and the collective explosion for 1,000 hunters. Eugene, you can do it. Eugene replied anxiously, in theory, yes, but team leader, your body can't handle linking so many people. You might die before the collective explosion takes effect. He roared, shut up and follow the orders. Eugene reluctantly complied, yes, I'll proceed with the link. Under the burning power of the team leader, they stood up and screamed. He clenched his fist and said, the collective explosion. At that moment, Suomi's footsteps approached, and he mocked. Struggling, huh? He laughed maniacally. You're too late. My power has already been activated. Suomi, in this world without gods, do you want to become the god of humanity? Lian Mang Group won't allow it, humans won't allow it, and this world won't allow it. He gave an order. All hunters, heed my command no matter if the next string of traps will snap, continue acting on my orders. He turned towards the river deity and the man Choi Tangran, continuing to issue commands. And you, the spirits of Flowing Cloud City, listen well. If you still seek revenge on Suomi, then assist us. Our target is Suomi's sister. He spoke, fell silent, and then raised his hand, snapping his fingers. The captain who had commanded the hunters to advance met the same fate as him. Suomi raised a finger to his lips, signaling, keep the noise down, it'll disturb my sister. Before Choi Tangran could comprehend the situation, he was struck with the realization what had happened just now. They were dead. The old man gazed at the hunters scattered on the ground in terror. They're all dead. Those human traitors, with the power of demonic beasts, were killed in ways I can't even fathom by Suomi. Weren't they the dogs of the dark god Suomi? Why did he strike down his own subordinates? Suomi replied. This is Donghai City, built upon a heap of ruins. In your time, those ruins were once Flowing Cloud City. You see those purple streams of energy around you? They are surrounding the monsters. Flowing Cloud City in the Lost Land not only experienced the cycle of time but also developed its own consciousness. Because the Lost Land had returned, I and Flowing Cloud City had communicated. This city, full of love, cares for the beings born here, so it wants to save you, to bring you back to the world that originally belonged to you. Old Shui Tangran was terrified. Are we crazy? How dare we challenge beyond our capability? It's no longer at the level of a single dimension. Suomi stood before him, saying, as per the agreement with Flowing Cloud City, I have brought you back to the real world, fulfilling the covenant. The old man looked at him. You are the one who saved us. He looked back at the old man. Out of pity for your miserable lives, I originally planned to let you go, but you dared to join forces with the hunters from the financial group, disturbing my sister's peace. The old man turned pale with fear and knelt, saying, Hunters? You mean those people with the fierce power of demonic transformation? We were just passing through, we have no connection with them. Not only that, we even fought against them. We absolutely did not intend to be hostile to you. Suomi looked at him. No, you're lying. Do you want to die again? The scene shifted to the classroom of the Lian Mang group. President Shur slammed his hand on the table, shouting loudly, useless, a bunch of useless fools. It's been a whole day since the attack on Donghai City. Can anyone tell me where Suomi is? What does he plan to do? They used a new type of projector equipment for the meeting. President Ma spoke first. At that time, President Shur, you were the temporary leader of the Lian Mang group. You must have something to say to us, right? Under your command, more than half of the senior hunters of the Lian Mang group had no objections when they went to Donghai City to sacrifice their lives in order to capture Suomi's sister. Yet, no results were achieved. President Shur replied, President Ma, weren't you hoping to become the new leader? Now, what we're facing is the greatest threat since the establishment of the Lian Mang group. Suomi's counterattack could cause severe damage to us. President Su agreed. President Shur is right. This is not the time to investigate the internal conflict. We need to unite and cooperate to come up with the best defense plan. I'll share the intelligence I have. As for the monsters in Flowing Cloud City, they're moving around Donghai City. They live peacefully with the citizens of Donghai, even actively helping the locals who are in trouble. However, once someone tries to investigate information about Suomi or approaches her residence, they will be ambushed by the monsters. The spies I sent have almost all been captured by the monsters, and we've lost contact. These monsters are incredibly strong and fully obey Suomi's orders. Donghai City has completely turned into Suomi's backyard. President Lin spoke up. President Su, stop babbling. Launch the nukes, fire as many as we have. Flatten Donghai City. He darkened and analyzed. Please stop joking. We've already checked. Nuclear bombs won't have much effect on Suomi. Even if we destroy Donghai City and annihilate the monster army, we will not escape danger. Bullets will kill Suomi's sister, and we will face a Suomi who will no longer hesitate, one who is determined to seek revenge. President Lin laughed. President Su, are you still seriously thinking about how to deal with Suomi? It's too late. What I want to do is make the people Suomi cares about die before he kills us. Suddenly, something malfunctioned on President Lin's end. He shouted, Who are you? Why are you here? Get out! President Su called and asked, President Lin, what's happening on your side? Do you need help? The projector had not yet shown the image, but there was a voice that spoke, apologizing that the person couldn't answer right now. The image was still unclear. It was evident that this was the latest model of a projector, yet it was so difficult to use. The image appeared, showing Han Ning. He said, Finally, the image is up. I don't think I need to introduce myself anymore. President Shur spoke up. Han Ning, the traitor of financial group, causing trouble for others. You have a good father, who used his life to clear your sins. Are you in such a hurry to die? Han Ning replied, no need to get so worked up. I'm just here to deliver a message from Suomi to all of you. Within 3 days, surrender to Suomi. Obey his orders, or if you refuse, the Lian Meng group will cease to exist. Elsewhere, two shadows were conversing. Facing him directly would only result in a meaningless death. We must pretend to submit to Suomi in order to find a chance to kill that evil god. He wore a look of disdain, pointing at the old candy seller and saying, you said that last night, didn't you? The old man, hearing the criticism, broke into a sweat, pretending to stroke his beard and replied, ahem, it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Didn't you watch the replay of the Secret Realm livestream? Suomi Lord is devoted to saving the world, exerting all his efforts, he is a great savior. The creature looked at him suspiciously and said, Suomi Lord, such a quick change of address. He clicked his tongue, no wonder you didn't hesitate to sell us out. Now, not only do we patrol the entire Donghai city every day, but we also have to cooperate with dangerous health checks. The old man, hearing him speak of Suomi like that, shouted, don't talk nonsense. Suomi Lord cares about our health, that's why he provides us with health check benefits. What do you have to complain about? At least we're still alive. As long as we work for Suomi for 3 years, whether we stay or leave. He turned around and continued, if you have an issue, go find Suomi himself. Suomi Lord has a generous heart and definitely won't hold a grudge. Hearing the old man suggest resigning by going to Suomi, he immediately wore a look of grievance and said with a pitiful tone, you want me to die, don't you? I don't want to face him alone. He's terrifying. The scene shifts to Suomi, who is looking at the 3D model of the research headquarters, then turns to speak to the butler of Dongyun Group. This research headquarters is so large, and you plan to sell it to me for a single coin? I thought you were going to give it to me as a gift. He replies, a gift naturally comes with unreasonable demands. Therefore, this is a fair and voluntary exchange between Dongyun Group and you, Mr. Suomi. Suomi responds, a fair exchange, no expectation of repayment, you really thought this through. He confidently says, in the research headquarters, the entire salaries of the research staff have already been paid for 30 years. You don't need to worry about the cost of equipment or resources either. Our full support for you, Mr. Suomi, in saving the world is currently the most important mission of Dongyun Group. Suomi is suspicious, then says with a tone of disdain, so, talking to me here, it should be President Lei Zhai of Dongyun Group, right? He becomes awkward, waving his hand dismissively and saying evasively, President Lei Zhai is temporarily unavailable, it's absolutely not a matter of disrespect. Most of Dongyun Group's regular affairs are handled by me, I'm essentially the head butler, so it's more appropriate for me to assist you with your work. Seeing him stammering like this, Suomi becomes irritated, enough, no need to explain, I don't care about the information I got from President Qian. I've already shared it with you. Have you found anything useful? Hearing Suomi speak about the documents, his expression turns serious. Regarding the documents, the staff of Dongyun Group have been working tirelessly to decode and analyze them. Due to the short amount of time, the current progress is only about halfway complete, but I've received some information that is truly astonishing. I was about to report it to you. Including this current secret realm war, our world and the other realm have had multiple connections, not just twice, but 3 times. Suomi calmly recalled, if I'm not mistaken, the secret realm war has only occurred twice, once 1,000 years ago and once now, then with doubt, could the immortals be lying? The butler of Dongyun Group continued, the secret realm war has indeed only occurred twice. But the ones lying aren't the immortals, it's Lian Meng Group. They've been hiding crucial information from us. In the historical era 1,000 years ago, humanity developed a level of scientific and technological progress beyond our imagination. People from that time invaded the other realm, took mythical beasts as hostages, and even tamed them into pets. Over 100 years ago, an island continent called Ezhou emerged from the vast ocean. On that island, Lian Meng Group discovered the scientific and technological achievements from the historical era and also found monsters and mythical beasts that had been tamed and modified. Countless treasures of gold, silver, and jewels were found on the island, satisfying their greed. The treasure was seized, and many people and monsters engaged in battle. It seems that the result of the scientific and technological transformation of history within the flesh of the dead monster would release strange particles. A few people with exceptional talent can absorb these energy particles, enhancing their strength or acquiring special abilities. This is the origin of the hunters. It can be understood that the hunters of the Lian Meng Group underwent bodily mutations, much like the residents of Flowing Cloud City from 1,000 years ago who were controlled by the illusory demon, which caused spiritual aberrations. However, this power comes at a price. Most hunters do not live past the age of 35, and the monsters of Flowing Cloud City did not only harm people. According to the recent health check, the lifespan is at most 3 years, but with this short lifespan, they gain immense strength. At the same time, with a longer lifespan, the Lian Meng Group exploited prehistoric techniques obtained from ancient ruins to conduct human body experiments. Suomi said with a grim expression, "Prehistoric techniques. If we could fully restore these techniques, maybe we could cure my sister, right?" The butler of Dong Yun Group replied, "Mr. Suomi, it's not just you. Lian Meng Group also desperately desires to acquire the complete prehistoric techniques. However, unfortunately, Ezhou has sunk. No, to be more precise, the continent disappeared from the material surface for an unknown reason, but even with only a portion of the materials obtained from the ruins, the Lian Meng Group has advanced rapidly in a short period of time. This is also the reason why they are not afraid of the descending beasts. Mr. Suomi, according to Miss Yutong's reasoning, only needs to win the secret realm war, and his sister will recover. He does not need to be so anxious." Suomi replied, "What I need is not uncertain reasoning. The secret realm war lasts for a year, and I cannot wait that long. Perhaps during this period, my sister's condition will worsen. Perhaps even if we win, it may not be enough to restore her. I will not abandon any small possibility." Do you think the members of the Lian Meng Group could conceal important technological information from each other? The butler of the Dongyan Group, seeing that Suomi was speaking more and more wrongly, quickly said, "Mr. Suomi, what are you trying to do?" Ignoring his question, Suomi continued speaking. At this point, Li Han Ning has probably sent the final message to the Four Great Ones sect and the Lian Meng Group. After 3 days, they will have to choose become my dogs or become history. Hearing that Suomi wanted to wage total war, the butler broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with fear as he looked at Suomi. "Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? A total war will throw the entire world into chaos." Around Suomi, an aura of deathly black energy appeared, and with a cold voice, he said, "Those fools only know how to waste manpower and resources on pointless civil wars. When this joke ends, this world will only need one sound. One will, money, power, status, I don't care about any of it. What I need is only victory, Dong Yun Group, a research headquarters. Is this all you can handle? Don't invest small anymore, use me for the greatest benefit." A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Suomi Nan calmly spoke, "Come in." Li Han Ning entered, pointing behind him as he said, "The Dong Yun Group's argument just rushed out in panic, looking like they saw a ghost." "What happened?" Suomi replied calmly, "Maybe it's because my appetite is too big, I scared him." Li Han Ning, report the situation first. Hearing this, he chuckled slightly and reported that the attitude of the Four Great Ones sect was very firm. They refused to accept your leadership. They have chosen to go to war. Based on their attitude, the immortals still have hidden cards. Suomi was not surprised, saying, "Hiding strength isn't to resist the world, but to calculate teammates, this is exactly what they would do." What's the response from the Lian Meng Group? Li Han Ning gestured nonchalantly and continued, "The presidents of the Lian Meng Group said they need to think about it, they didn't respond immediately. It seems they just want to buy time." Suomi sneered, her face confident as she said, "That reaction was expected, then let's stoke the fire for them." Scene shifts to a meeting room, where President Shur clasped his hands together and said, "The latest information, the president of Dongyan Group, Lei Zhai, has declared that from now on, he will fully support every plan of Suomi." President Ma slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Damn it, that man has no shame at all. We should have destroyed Dongyan Group long ago." President Shur looked solemnly ahead, his voice cold as he spoke, "There's no time for us to regret. We only have 3 days left before Suomi's deadline. Speak your thoughts." President Su glanced around at the other leaders before offering his opinion. "First, we need to confirm the stance of each of you. None of the leaders here are willing to surrender to Suomi, right? None of you are willing to hand over your financial groups to him, are you?" President Ma slammed the table and stood up, his anger evident. Of course, he couldn't agree. How could that be? Suomi wants to take away the results of our family's hard work over 4 generations with just a soft word? The other members began to murmur in agreement. "That's right, I won't surrender to Suomi." President Su raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down. "Then first, we need to think about how to save our lives. Based on previous analysis, even in intense battles, Suomi will try to avoid the death of innocent people. He is merciful toward ordinary people, so if we want to survive, we need hostages, lots of hostages." At this point, he smiled slyly, holding up 2 fingers, 200 million people. "We'll need at least that many to negotiate with Suomi." President Ma shouted in disbelief, 200 million people? Are you kidding me? Where am I going to find that many hostages? President Su wore a terrifying expression and spoke indifferently. During this period, to ensure safety, all the presidents had been hiding in secluded places, underground headquarters, unmarked small islands in the vast sea, and even outer space. But one day, we will be found. Therefore, starting from now, each of us must be in a city with a population of over 1 million, while carrying enough explosives to blow the city apart. This way, we will have over 200 million hostages, won't we? President Lin raised his hand in agreement, expressing his idea. We can also guide public opinion and spread rumors about Donghai City. For example, the ordinary people of Donghai are being enslaved and played with by the monsters under Suomi's command. President Su stood up, spreading his arms and said, "Exactly, create the image of a tyrant, a dictator out of Suomi, and make him the target of everyone's scorn." President Lin stroked his chin and spoke with a confident tone, "Tyrant Suomi has lost all humanity, making the people of Donghai suffer, living a life worse than death. Now, he even controls the Lian Meng group and the cultivators from the 4 Great Ones sect, plunging the entire world under his dark rule." At this point, he laughed, "That way, everyone will stand with us." Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed through the classroom. A shadowy figure pulled out a gun and fired towards President Lin. The situation unfolded too quickly, and before anyone could realize what had happened, President Lin had already fallen. President Su recognized who had killed President Lin and shouted, "You're Lin's younger brother. Lin Bei, do you know what you're doing?" Lin Bei smiled gleefully and responded to President Su, "You're wrong, shorty. I am now President Lin." President Ma angrily said, "Do you think we will allow something like this? You useless fool, even if you killed your brother, you can't become president." Lin Bei raised a gun in front of him and mocked, "Oh, looks like you still don't know. At this moment, Suomi has announced to the world that you all, due to your conspiracy to harm his sister, will be punished. If the Lian Meng group does not surrender within 3 days, then all of your family members, relatives, friends, subordinates, and even those who support Lian Meng group will be considered enemies. Enemies can be killed." President Shur cast a contemptuous look at Lin Bei and said, "It seems you're not just a useless fool, but a coward too. Are you so afraid of death that you killed your brother?" Lin Bei put on a terrifying expression and laughed like a madman, saying, "Of course, it's not just that. Suomi is merciful and unwilling to cause too much bloodshed. If the presidents of the Lian Meng group remain stubborn and refuse to surrender, then whether they are relatives, friends, or subordinates of the presidents, as long as I kill you, I can take the position of president. Now, my name, a worthless piece of trash, has been despised by all of you, but I have earned Suomi's recognition and become the president of Lin. This time, you are the ones who are afraid. At the private residence of President Ma, he anxiously spoke to his wife, Chuning, why are you still dawdling? Forget about the luggage, it's all unimportant. Hurry up and bring the child here. The helicopter is about to arrive, we should leave now. It's no longer safe here. Chuning stammered, sorry. She picked up a knife and pointed it towards her husband. I can't go with you. President Ma realized his wife's intentions and laughed loudly. I understand, you want to steal my fortune, to take financial group that belongs to me. He then showed a look of disdain and said, what are you going to do, stab me to death? Normally, you wouldn't even know how to kill a fish, so how dare you try to kill me? He laughed maniacally, but suddenly, Chuning lunged forward and stabbed the knife into his stomach. She cried out, the money doesn't matter. You've been cheating and keeping a mistress, I don't care about that. President Ma, stabbed, had blood pouring from his mouth. Enraged, he grabbed Chuning by the hair, exclaiming, you filthy wretch. Chuning yanked the knife out of President Ma, causing him to fall backward. She yelled angrily, but why did you have to offend Suomi? Why risk my son's life? Chuning spoke with a distressed expression. Do you understand? Provoking Suomi, our whole family is doomed. The leader of the Ma group, terrified, reached out towards Chuning. I know. I will surrender to Suomi now. Chuning pressed down on him, saying, if you send your child to fight, I won't trust you anymore. The events that followed, I'm sure everyone can guess. The scene shifted to a snowy, icy region where President Su and President Shi were having a conversation. President Su glanced at his phone and then looked at President Shi, saying, earlier, President Ma has died. President Shi responded with a serious expression, did you hear? Under the terrifying threat of Suomi, for leaders of the Lian Meng group have met tragic ends, killed by their own butlers, killed by their own brothers, killed by their wives, killed by their children. The time left for us is running out. Chu Tianxan appeared and spoke, didn't you all manipulate public opinion and try to create the image of the demon king for Suomi? Well, this time, Suomi has truly become the tyrant. President Shi replied, we've done everything we could to defeat Suomi. What have you cultivators done? What right do you have to mock me? Even if we surrender to Suomi now, though defeated, we do so with honor. Chu Tianxan smiled lightly and said, if you really wanted to surrender, you wouldn't have specially come to Nation A to meet me. President Shi asked suspiciously, do you really have a way to deal with Suomi? The President Shi glanced at the polar bear. Is it because of pride that you're trying to resist? This is exactly the kind of thing you would do. This place, apart from the ice crack, is the domain of the polar bear. Do you really intend to use the polar bear to defeat Suomi? Chu Tianxan spoke as he led President Shi and President Sutherland through a passage with an extremely yin-yang form. The real weapon lies 4,000 meters beneath the sea, under the ice crack. We haven't done anything. It took 3 sect leaders working together for 3 days to open this passage. He walked ahead, then looked back, saying, if you still have some courage, follow me. President Shi confidently smiled and replied, a 4,000-meter deep sea? It's not like I've never been there before. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Tianxan clasped his hands behind his back and reminded them, space teleportation techniques cannot be used in this area, so you can think of this passage as a 4,000-meter-long vertical jump. As soon as he finished speaking, the passage activated, causing President Shi and President Su to cry out. Damn it, why didn't you say something earlier? Chu Tianxan led the 3 down the passage, creating a glowing trail. When they arrived, President Shi was lying on the ground, stammering. Are we there? What exactly are we about to face? Chu Tianxan calmly replied, 1,000 years ago, he killed more than 50 million people, a sinner who destroyed the great Luo celestial divine kingdom underground, and at the same time, the strongest savior of the last secret realm. His name was not recorded, but the cultivators back then called him Tian Ming. President Shi said irritably, Tian Ming, the criminal who killed 50 million people, are we really going to cooperate with this madman? President Su also asked with doubt, the most important issue is that this person is Tianming. Can he really deal with Suomai? Tian Xian glanced back and answered, 1,000 years ago, Tianming was the strongest savior, capable of fighting against the 30,000-year-old demon beasts. President Shi looked unconvinced and said, a 30,000-year-old demon beast is equivalent to a battle force of 10 million. Are you serious? Even that Suomai beast, according to the latest data, has a combat strength of at most 100,000. Tian Xian explained with a knowing expression. 1,000 years ago, the spiritual energy on Earth was dense, but now the situation can't compare. People with cultivation like Tianming are rare, and even those weaker than him number more than 10. But even if all the immortal cultivators in the world formed an alliance, they wouldn't be able to defeat Tianming. You will soon encounter him, his strange abilities make him invincible in this world. President Su looked disgusted and said, that's why I hate you immortals. It's already a critical moment, and you still act all godly and pretend to be wise. Suddenly, a cold voice rose from behind the three of them, are you hiding here? Immediately, a beam of light shot down from the sky, striking the three of them. President Su fearfully exclaimed, Suomai. Suomai put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, you're the 8-year-old god who became the president of the financial group, huh? What's wrong? Your age is older than you look. He stammered in fear. No, don't kill me. The reminder sounded, and he closed his eyes. President Shi, from afar, knelt down, holding his head, saying, what just happened? I died once already. Hallucination? No, it's not. I think I really died. Tian Xian, with his eyes closed, explained the situation. No, this isn't a hallucination, it's fate. You all can understand this, in some timeline, you all really died just now. It was a timeline with an extremely low probability of occurring. Logically, Suomai shouldn't have appeared here suddenly. But if you continue to observe with your eyes, you will inevitably fall to the fate of being killed by Suomai. President Su, still sweating, said, this is Tianming's power. He can control others at will, no matter how unlikely it is, Tianming can turn fate into reality. After a moment of calm, President Shi said, as long as we don't look with our eyes, we won't be affected. This power can't exactly be called invincible, right? Tian Xian slowly elaborated. In this demonic realm, there exist countless small law realms. The immortals from 1,000 years ago, with the strength of the land and the spirit of the deep sea as their energy source, built this mirror statue labyrinth. They couldn't kill Tianming, they could only seal him. Here, the mirror statue labyrinth divides Tianming's soul into countless fragments, each fragment corresponding to a different fate for the entire world. In those worlds, we have different lives. Countless fragments of Tianming's soul continuously negate each other, reaching a balance of sealing. At this moment, what you see and what you feel is merely Tianming being sealed, with emotional fluctuations in the subconscious. You may interpret it as Tianming sleeping in the seal, and you are just an unfortunate worm entangled in the dreamscape. When he actively uses his power, even if you do not see or hear it, with the 5 senses sealed, the entire world falls into a true nightmare. Upon hearing Tian Xian's explanation, President Shi's face filled with fear as he shouted, just emotional fluctuations in the subconscious? Shu sect leader, have you gone mad? To kill Suomai, are you planning to release a monster more terrifying than Suomai? Tian Xian calmly replied, when did I say to release Tianming? Even in the seal, as long as its power is used, it is enough to kill Suomai. The path ahead leads to the place where Tianming is sealed. I can only say it is very dangerous. Do you still want to follow? President Su, with a somewhat cautious expression, replied, of course. President Shi said, lead the way. We are prepared. As they walked, Tian Xian reminded them, Tianming cannot see, Tianming cannot understand, Tianming cannot describe. If you want to survive and leave here, remember these 3 rules. Deep inside, the 3 of them encountered a person sitting in a chair, exuding an invisible pressure, making them feel a sense of oppression as he spoke. How tragic. Sect leader Pill Platform Emerald Grotto, not even daring to raise his head to look at me. Tian Xan cautiously said, Tian Ming, sir, I wish to ask you for something. Tian Ming sat high above, his eyes covered by a black cloth strip, and said, I know, I've seen it. The savior Suomi has wiped all of you out. Under his rule, the inheritance of immortality has been completely eradicated, deviating toward darkness. The death registry, no one survived. I predict that in the future, there will be no existence of Suomi. Don't worry, I will kill Suomi very soon. Scene shifts to Dongyun Group, Nuclear Station Number 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, activating within an energy machine. Suomi stands inside. A loud explosion rings out, and energy beams from the machine blast outward. The system's voice rings, and the system's check-in points suffer energy shockwaves from the outer world. True Samadhi fire self-ignites, the scorching energy overwhelming. The host's body is enhancing. In a room, Xia Zhou and Li Han Ning are talking to each other. Xia Zhou, with a fearful expression, said, using nuclear reactions for cultivation, doesn't he want to die? Han Ning calmly replied, do you remember? When we returned from the secret realm, the Lian Meng group attacked Suomi with nuclear shells. He gained benefits from the nuclear explosion, which is why Suomi now occupies Dongyun Group's 6th nuclear station, wanting to continue upgrading his strength. Xia Zhou anxiously said, 10 years ago, a group of immortals also tried to use nuclear reactions to assist in their cultivation, but everyone suffered from severe side effects. A year later, they all passed away one after another, none surviving beyond 5 years. Even Suomi can't completely avoid negative effects. Han Ning said, I once advised Suomi. He continued, even if one's lifespan is only a year, it would still be enough. The difficulty of the secret realm is increasing wildly, and all the pressure falls solely on Suomi. Even he would feel conflicted, but he can't even express his feelings to anyone because he is the only hope to save humanity, to save the world. Xia Zhou sympathetically said, Li Han Ning, tell Suomi the truth about his sister. He has exhausted his life fighting, we shouldn't hide this from him. Han Ning angrily shouted, you idiot, keep that pity of yours to yourself. If he knew that all his efforts so far might be in vain, and his sister might have already died long ago. Unbeknownst to them, Suomi had been standing behind, listening to their conversation. He asked in disbelief, what did you just say? Xia Zhou panicked and thought, it's over. How did Suomi appear here? Han Ning was also startled, his face filled with fear as he looked at Suomi. Suomi charged forward, grabbing Han Ning by the neck and slamming him to the ground, saying, what happened to my sister? Han Ning, frightened, quickly responded, Suomi, calm down, it's not what you think. From behind, Xia Zhou saw Suomi rush at Han Ning, and immediately gathered a surge of energy in his palm, rushing forward to punch Suomi in the back. Without turning around, Suomi swung one hand back to punch at Xia Zhou, coldly saying, leave. Suomi's punch unleashed a surge of energy that sent Xia Zhou crashing deep into the wall. Seeing this, Han Ning thought to herself, that fool is too reckless, and then explained to Suomi, Suomi, I haven't confirmed the matter about your sister yet. Suddenly, Suomi spat blood and collapsed in pain. Han Ning, rubbing her neck to ease the pain, extended her hand towards Suomi, saying worriedly, Suomi. Footsteps echoed from behind as someone entered. It was Tian Ming. He stood behind Suomi and said, Suomi, you cultivated at the nuclear power station because you sensed a great danger. You should have left the station earlier and returned to the research base. By coincidence, you overheard Li Han Ning and Xia Zhou discussing your late sister. You grabbed Li Han Ning by the neck and forced her to reveal the intel that Xia Zhou had. In a rush, Xia Zhou attacked you. Unfortunately, Xia Zhou's technique caused the strength of the person being attacked to lose control. With Xia Zhou's current strength, he should never have been able to harm you, but you had absorbed energy and chaos at the nuclear power station earlier and were still unsettled by the death of your sister. Xia Zhou ended up being a blade of grass that broke the camel's back. Your strength went out of control and caused severe internal injuries. Tian Ming, holding the lifeless body of AI Air, said, "Oh, I missed an important detail. This time, I killed the beast and can help you share the damage beforehand." Suomi, with a puzzled expression, turned to Tian Ming and said, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Tian Ming replied to Suomi, casually tossing AI Air in front of him, forgetting to introduce himself. "I am Tian Ming, this is the 143 RD time we've met." He raised his hand in a provocative gesture towards Suomi and spoke softly. "This is also the worst start in your fate, as we transition to a cave in Nation A." President Shi and President Su were happily chatting. President Shi said, "That's great, you've agreed to kill Suomi." President Su, excited, asked, "Really, no conditions at all?" Tian Xin interrupted the two presidents and spoke to Tian Ming. "Wait, please, don't be so quick to celebrate. Lord Tian Ming, my apologies, but I'm sure you understand. We cannot break the seal, so you cannot leave here to deal with Suomi." Tian Ming exuded a terrifying pressure and said, "It's over." Tian Xin, startled and fearful, exclaimed loudly, "What?" Tian Ming calmly continued, "Suomi has already been executed by me." President Shi, unable to believe it, said, "Suomi is dead? So soon?" President Su grinned smugly and said with pleasure, "That arrogant guy finally got what was coming to him, serves him right." Tian Xin, with doubt, said, "It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The seal hasn't been lifted, you can't leave this cave, let alone kill Suomi." Tian Ming casually replied, "In a timeline with a low probability, you broke my seal, and Suomi and I met 143 times, during which I killed Suomi 143 times. After a brief silence, President Shi spoke, "Doesn't that mean Suomi is still alive?" Disappointed, Tian Xin solemnly said, "Tian Ming Lord, I sincerely apologize, but even if you say this, I will not lift your seal. If we only rely on the strength of the Four Great Ones sect and the Lian Mang group, is there a possibility of defeating Suomi?" Tian Ming calmly looked down at the three and replied, "After 143 battles, no one in this world understands me better than Suomi. His eyes can see through illusions. His body is harder than any cultivator from the immortal realm. Along with his superb combat skills and extraordinary rate of growth, he has never shown his full strength in front of you. Your chances of winning are zero. To be honest, I'm not even willing to fight Suomi on Earth." President Su, with a serious expression, said, "Tian Ming Lord, what do you mean by this? If you are 100% sure you can kill Suomi, why are you still unwilling to fight him? Is there something we don't know?" Tian Ming explained, "Even if I can kill Suomi, the battle would cause massive destruction and the death of a large number of humans. This would greatly deplete Earth's energy reserves. Secret Realm has vanished, and after this, the demon beasts will directly invade Earth. This is a situation we do not wish to face." Tian Xin sighed in resignation. "Is that so? Once the mightiest savior, now helpless in the face of Suomi, though it is hard to accept, we have no choice but to surrender to Suomi." Tian Ming said with a faint smile to Tian Xin, "Ju sect leader, I only said that it is impossible to kill Suomi on Earth. The situation in the secret realm is entirely different." Tian Xin hesitated and replied. "Secret realm," Tian Ming continued. "There's no need to completely undo the seal. Just opening the left-hand seal will allow me to enter the secret realm next time. The Four Great Ones sect must have secretly kept a large amount of bad fate. Give me the bad fate. I can regain my original realm in the secret realm and use the overwhelming advantage to easily kill Suomi." Tianzan laughed as if he had already guessed Tian Ming's intentions. He said, "Tian Ming Lord, so this is your true objective. As long as there's a loophole in the seal, it won't be long before you break free from the constraints." Tian Ming, pleased with himself, said, "That's right. But aside from giving me the bad fate, so I can kill Suomi in the secret realm, do you have any other options?" Tian Xan, with a confident expression, said, Tian Ming Lord, if I'm not mistaken, you must have a method to quickly consume vast amounts of bad fate. If that method were used on another savior, then it would be that savior who kills Suomai. Tian Ming continued to explain, this method isn't impossible, but forcibly absorbing a large amount of bad fate will cause that savior to die within 3 days. After hearing Tian Ming's words, Tian Xan fell silent in anger, while President Su, standing aside, advised, to say that a single cultivator could destroy Suomai with such a price is an exaggeration. Ju sect leader, you probably don't have any objections, right? Tian Ming continued, not every savior can forcibly absorb bad fate. To be precise, there's only one person who can do so, and that person is the disciple of Chu sect leader, Jing Shan. Upon hearing that his disciple would have to be sacrificed to kill Suomai, Tian Xan immediately retorted, what did you say? President Shi, standing behind, urged, Chu sect leader, after all, it's just a disciple. Before he could finish his sentence, Tian Xan waved his hand and shouted, silence. Tian Ming smirked maliciously and said, difficult to decide, isn't it? Jing Shan has always respected you like a father, and you can sense the familial affection from him that you've long since lacked. Not only that, but now he's also your only heir. Before Tian Ming could continue, Tian Xan angrily shouted, enough, Tian Ming, I accept your plan. As soon as he said that, Tian Ming grinned with excitement and said, this is the expression I wanted to see. I knew it would happen in reality, even more vividly. Tian Xan remained silent and said, the relationship between Jing Shan and Suomai. It's not bad, are you sure you want to accept Tian Ming's decision? Is Jing Shan really certain he will kill Suomai? Tian Ming calmly replied, of course, this is the future I've foreseen. In one timeline of Tian Ming, Jing Shan stood in front of Suomai's lifeless body, coldly staring at him, as he sat on the ground. After exiting Tian Ming's ceiling area, President Shi yelled out angrily, you bastard, damn it, what gives you the right? What gives you the right to make me surrender to Suomai? Tian Xan also walked out, speaking as he went, this is the necessary patience. The four Great Ones sect will also simultaneously pledge allegiance to Suomai. The next time we enter the secret realm, 5 days from now, according to Tian Ming Lord's prophecy, that will be the day Suomai dies. President Shi shouted angrily at Tian Xan, you speak so lightly, but compared to immortal cultivators like you, Lian Meng Group has offended Suomai far too much. The old man put on a serious expression, even coming close to threatening Suomai's life. Even if we surrender, Suomai will not easily let us off. Tian Xan placed his hand on President Shi's shoulder, thinking calmly, but in order to protect his own honor, at least Suomai won't kill you right away. After 5 days, whatever we lose can be reclaimed. President Shi held his head with one hand, his face twisted in displeasure as he said, I hope what you say is true. Now, the key to our victory or defeat lies in your disciple Jing Shan. Don't show any mercy. Don't let us down. Tian Xan, with an expressionless face, replied, no need for you to remind me, I've already made up my mind. Anyone, including myself, can be sacrificed. Only the sect is eternal. The scene shifted to the nuclear power station of Dong Yun Group. Lei Jai indifferently said, gentlemen, please come inside. The image showed President Shi and President Su, along with Tian Xan and his disciples, walking in. Suomai, in surprise, said, I'm shocked. I originally thought that, based on your tenacious nature, you would fight to the end. President Shi, hesitantly and in a tone of defeat, said, Lord Suomai, we have lost. Whether in terms of strength or intellect, you are above us now. The world is vast, but there is no place left for us. Please, Lord, do not hold our small transgressions against us. Accept our loyalty. Suomai responded indifferently, President Shi, President Su, I don't need your loyalty. President Shi, frightened and angrily said, Suomai, what do you mean by this? President Su also looked at him and said, we have surrendered. Do you still want to chase us down and wipe us out? Suomai remained calm, responding, no, I simply do not trust you. Please transfer the management rights of the main company under your financial group to Dong Yun Group. You can retire early, and rest assured, you'll be free to enjoy a life of luxury. Lei Zhai smirked and said, President Shi, when you previously pressured our Dong Yun group, did you ever think that today would come? President Shi replied with a look of grievance. To the victor go the spoils, to the vanquished the disgrace. I have nothing to say. The company transfer is not an issue. Before Dong Yun Group took over all of the company's operations, I will cooperate with all my might. Suo my lord, please keep your word and spare us a bit. Suo Mai smiled lightly and said, If you all live peaceably from now on and abandon any thoughts of opposing me, then everything in the past will be forgiven. I won't pursue it. By the way, one last thing, return my boundary crossing stone. President Shi countered. Your boundary crossing stone. Because of its ability to link to other dimensions, Lian Mang Group had to pay a heavy price for it. The ownership of the boundary crossing stone is not something that a financial group like ours can decide. Suo Mai looked at him and spoke in a tone of threat. I believe the other presidents wouldn't have an objection. President Shi, what do you think? Tian Xin shouted toward President Shi. President Shi, do you really want to destroy the hard-won peace? Hurry up and return Suo Mai's boundary crossing stone to him. President Shi reluctantly said. I understand. I'll personally hand over the boundary crossing stone later. Suo Mai said to President Shi. Very good. Then, he turned to Tian Xin and said. Well then, Chu sect leader. What is the attitude of the Four Great Ones sect? Tianzong gritted his teeth and replied, The Four Great Ones sect will fully obey your orders in the future, accepting your command and leadership. Jing Shan also spoke, The entire sect will open up to you, along with the Dong Yun group, supporting all your scientific research projects to prepare for the potential war. Suo Mai stroked his chin and looked at Tian Xin, saying, Sect leader Chu, I have a question. Why is it that today only the two of you, the sect leaders, have come here? Do the other two sect leaders have different opinions? Tian Xin hurriedly explained, They are trying to maintain the defensive mechanism of the secret realm to prevent further intrusion from other realms, so they could not meet with you. The secret realm's vulnerabilities are already close to the limit. Suo Mai skeptically responded, Is that so? Thinking of the safety of all mankind, if you do not have the capability to properly protect the secret realm, then hand it over to me. Tian Xin was flustered. Well, the secret realm is highly secretive, and also very fragile. To ensure its safety during the transition, it would take at least 5 days. Suddenly, a voice of rebuttal came from behind. No, it only takes 1 day. Tian Xin quickly looked towards the source of the voice and shouted, Who? Suo Mai raised his hand in introduction, This is Gue Elder, right? You must be familiar with him. An old acquaintance indeed. I managed to contact him through Dong Yun Group's channels with great difficulty, and entrusted him to be my advisor and assistant. Gue Xing clasped his hands behind his back and said, Chu sect leader, give me 1 day to transfer the secret realm here, or do you need my help? Tian Xin, furious, immediately charged to attack him and yelled, Gue Xing, you traitor, how dare you show your face before me? Suo Mai lowered his voice, Chu sect leader, Tian Xin is charging to attack. We must stop him, but he still looks angrily at Gue Xing. A moment later, he calmed down, his face full of displeasure, and said through gritted teeth, Secret realm, there is no need to trouble Gue Elder. I will bring the secret realm here tomorrow. The scene shifted to the next day. Han Ning stood before the streams of energy emanating from the secret realm, marveling, this is the true form of the secret realm that the Four Great Ones sect just brought here. Truly remarkable. Suo Mai approached Han Ning and said, The Lian Mang Group delivered the boundary crossing stone yesterday. Next to the boundary crossing stone is something you've always been searching for. Would you like to take a look? Han Ning replied, Before that, I want to discuss with you the attitude of the Lian Mang Group and the Four Great Ones sect. Suo Mai asked in confusion, Their attitude? Han Ning calmly responded, Their surrender is too suspicious, everything is just going too smoothly. Suomai answered, that's why I requested that they hand over the boundary crossing stone and the secret realm. They agreed without hesitation. Han Ning looked at him and asked, what if they choose to go to war? Suomai nonchalantly replied, then we make them kneel. Force them to hand over the secret realm and boundary crossing stone. Han Ning chuckled, that's exactly something you would do. He continued, the Lian Mang group and the Four Great Ones sect offered no resistance and handed over their most precious treasures. They're definitely still plotting something big. Suomai paid no mind and said, our enemies are not in this world. Once I have the boundary crossing stone and the secret realm, I can begin preparing for a counterattack against the other world. Han Ning pondered before saying, Suomai, tell me, is the counterattack against the other world, the preparation for an all-out war against the other world, truly to save you, or is it really to change the fate of humanity? Suomai turned his back to Han Ning, gazing at the secret realm, and said, does it really matter? The secret realm is full of holes. Even if we eventually win the secret realm, the war won't stop the other world from invading. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Han Ning explained, yesterday, there were multiple large-scale power outages across the world, the network went down, a massive amount of energy, electricity, and computing power was depleted along with the boundary crossing stone. At the same time, the Dong Yun Group took control of most businesses. The Lian Mang Group announced it was transforming into a military enterprise, causing a global market shakeup. Later, the Dong Yun Group declared a state of wartime and enforced a nighttime curfew in most areas on Earth, increasing surveillance of the public to prevent the beastmen from sneaking into Earth again. Suomai looked at Han Ning and asked, do you think I've done something wrong? Han Ning explained, no, but you are getting overly excited. The feeling of fear is spreading, the economy is in decline, a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises are going bankrupt, large-scale unemployment is looming, the value of money is depreciating, and the cost of goods is rising. These are the things that could happen next. The whole world will fall into chaos. Before you wage war against the other world, your plan could cause the loss of many lives, Suomai said gently to Han Ning. Li Han Ning, have you also been paralyzed by the illusion of safety? The threat from the alien beasts is far more severe than you think, Suomai continued. Han Ning raised both hands and said, if it weren't for you continuously creating miracles, humans would have failed over and over again. We are still relentlessly hoping for you to create miracles, putting all the accumulated pressure on you. I understand. The threat from the alien beasts is indeed stronger than we can see. If not, you wouldn't have paid the price of shortening your lifespan to train with the energy core, Suomai added. Then, he spoke loudly towards Suomai to explain, Suomai, to wage war against the alien beasts, we need the trust and strength of more people. But right now, all you're doing is making the whole world feel fear. Do you want to face the other world alone? Don't you realize how people are referring to you now? The scene shifts to the night sky above a city. A man shouted loudly, tyrant has overthrown the dictator Suomai. The man at the head, holding a spear, along with countless people behind him, shouted in unison, the demon Suomai has finally revealed his true face. The man at the head, his face full of anger, shouted, Lian Mang Group, cultivators, what have you done? Why did you surrender to Suomai? He then raised a torch and threw it at the effigy of Suomai. The crowd behind him cheered loudly, denouncing the dictator. On the roof of a nearby house, the master and disciple, Tian Xian and Jing Shan, were watching the riot below. Tian Xian said, Suomai has become the poison that plagues the world. Jing Shan, do you still think he is a good person? Jing Shan glanced at him and said, you are the ones who set the trap to harm Suomai, and you are the ones who surrendered to him. Master, have you ever cared about my thoughts? Tian Xian looked at Jing Shan and replied, in your desire to develop the sect, you indeed did many wrong things, but there was a moment when I thought Suomai might be able to save this world, which is why I led the Lian Mang Group and the Four Great Ones sect to surrender to him. I never expected that after Suomai gained power, he would be so autocratic, indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. Jing Shan looked at Tian Xian again and said, Master, you still haven't answered. Why should you care about my thoughts? Tian Xian grasped Jing Shan's arms, his expression serious as he said, Now, only by killing Suomi can the world's order be restored, and it is up to you. Jing Shan asked again. You moved the scene to the sealed cave of Tian Ming? Tian Ming spoke to Tian Xan and Jing Shan. Not only did you ask me to teach Jing Shan the method of absorbing the bad fate, but you also agreed to completely lift my seal only after 50 years of victory in the Secret Realm War. This is indeed a harsh condition. Tian Xan spoke respectfully. Tian Ming Lord, your power is so immense that we cannot simply lift your seal without any preparation. Tian Ming spoke disdainfully. Suppose the Secret Realm War is victorious, and you seize the spiritual energy and resources from the foreign realm. Do you think that after just 5 years, you will possess strength comparable to mine? Tian Xan confidently replied, with the lifting of the cultivation restrictions and the 50 years of preparation, I don't believe that our sect, the 4 great ones, will lose. Tian Ming answered, fine, then let the agreement be established with the condition of 50 years. At that moment, a surge of power from Tian Ming flew into Tian Xan, forming the agreement. Tian Ming turned to remind Tian Xan, the Heart Demon Great Oath is now in effect. If one side fulfills the condition and the other side breaks the agreement, the side that breaks it will suffer the torment of their soul being burned for 70 days, after which the soul will be completely destroyed. Tian Xin responded, no need to remind me. I know the consequences. Jing Shan stepped forward. In order for Lord Tian Ming to fulfill his first condition. Tian Ming Jing Shan stepped forward, speaking with doubt, right now, I find it a bit hard to believe. Can this person really give me enough strength to kill Suomi? Tian Ming retorted, from the very beginning, you never intended to kill Suomi. You accepted this mission only because your master told you that if you refused, he would choose someone else. First, gain the power, then talk to Suomi, and try to convince him to change his attitude toward ordinary people. You thought that he could understand your thoughts. Jing Shan shouted, arguing, I didn't. Before he could continue, Tian Ming interrupted, but what you don't know is that your master, Chu Tian Xin, has concealed an important piece of information. He forcibly absorbed a large amount of bad fate, and 3 days from now, you will die. Upon hearing this, Jing Shan turned back to Tian Xin with a look of disbelief, asking, what? Tian Xin remained silent, as though he hadn't heard what Jing Shan said. Jing Shan looked at his master, pointing at Tian Ming and said, Master, say something. Tell me what he said isn't true. Tian Ming explained, may sect leader not have heard our conversation. At the moment the contract was formed, I cast a weak illusion on him. Suddenly, Jing Shan thought of something he was done for. He immediately rushed to his master, grabbing him and running outside. As he ran, he thought to himself, it's a trap. We've fallen into their scheme. While running, the voice of Tian Ming echoed in Jing Shan's mind. Jing Shan, although your master has indeed hidden important information that could cost you your life, he is not necessarily a villain. His plan is that in 50 years, even if he accepts the cursed pact of retribution and welcomes death, he will never release me. Jing Shan's face darkened as he searched for the source of the sound. After running so far, how could Tian Ming's voice still reach me? No more thinking, I can leave immediately. Seeing the exit ahead, he rushed toward it. Tian Ming, with a calm expression as if he had expected this, said, Welcome. Turning around, Jing Shan, carrying Tian Xin, wore a frightened expression and replied, What? How could this be? This should be the exit of the cave. Tian Ming continued. Open your eyes in front of me. Surely, sect leader Chu must have warned you not to open your eyes in my presence, but you forgot because you were too surprised. As he spoke, he manipulated streams of energy, directing them toward Jing Shan. Jing Shan was tightly bound by the energy, his anger rising. Let me go, Tian Ming. What is your goal? Tian Ming brought Jing Shan in front of him, saying, Because I met someone with a spiritual affinity similar to mine, I've waited a long time for this. But due to their greed, they want to take all 30% of the Savior's fate, leaving only the path they can perceive. I taught them the technique to control the secret realm. But this method will create loopholes in the secret realm, allowing the beastly creatures to gain an advantage. In that case, the cultivators of the Four Great Ones sect will have no choice but to seek my help. He looked up at Jing Shan and continued, having encountered someone with the same soul index as mine, I have waited for a very long time. Although the appearance of this Suomi variable delayed things a bit, in the end, we have finally met. Jing Shan transitioned to a laboratory scene. Two doctors were frantically talking to each other. Quick, go get the suppressing medication. Patient number 9 has lost control, be careful, he's very dangerous. A loud explosion rang out. One of the doctors was thrown against the wall, leaving a large dent in it. A patient was acting crazed, screaming, "Let me out, you bastards, don't try to fool me, I'm not sick, you're the ones who are sick." Yutong stepped forward, standing before the uncontrollable patient, and said, "Shen Xiao, I'm your treating doctor. I understand how uneasy and scared you must feel. The queen cells in your body have caused a severe rejection response, which has thrown you into mental chaos. You must accept treatment immediately." Chen Xiao, his face full of rage, shouted, "Shut up! All of you, you're all the same. You all want to deceive me, you want to steal my power." Without saying another word, Yutong moved forward and punched him in the face, sending him flying backward. He lay on the ground, dazed, his face swollen from the blow. Yutong calmly turned back and spoke to the two doctors. "Patient number 9 has calmed down, please take him back to the ward and administer the suppressive medication." The two doctors, seeing how Yutong handled the patient, responded with fearful expressions, "Yes, Chief Yutong, thank you for your assistance. We will definitely pay more attention and strengthen the supervision of the patients from now on." A moment later, on Suomi's side, Yutong reported, in the experiment conducted by Lian Mang Group, only 85 people survived. Of these, the relatives of 56 patients agreed to transfer them to Dong Yun Group for treatment. 36 of them fell into a coma with symptoms similar to your sister's, while the remaining 20 developed severe rejection reactions. Currently, the symptoms and severity of the violence vary. Suomi asked, "The more severe the rejection reaction, the more intense the violent symptoms?" Yutong replied, "It seems that way. Patients with severe rejection reactions tend to be inclined to harm others as well as self-destruct." She continued, "Fortunately, we have obtained research materials from Lian Mang Group and the medicinal books from the Four Great Ones sect. I am currently formulating a new suppressive drug. This drug can significantly reduce the rejection reactions in patients. For those in a coma with mild rejection reactions, the suppressive drug will be more effective. If we can suppress the rejection reactions, your sister may wake up." Suomi showed concern and said, "You've barely slept during this time, right? Even though you're a cultivator, your body won't hold up if you don't rest." Yutong responded, "You should care more about yourself. Using the core reaction to accelerate your cultivation is a risky gamble with your life. Right now, I can summon the research staff from Dong Yun Group. I'll have them assist, and we can design a cultivation support plan for you to help minimize the damage during your practice." She then put on her gloves and said to Suomi, "No time to waste, let me do a full body checkup on you." Upon hearing this, Suomi became frightened and tried to avoid it. No need. I'm in perfect health." Just then, AI Air crawled over from somewhere, looking upset, and said, "Hey, don't you two care about me at all?" Suomi, confused, asked, "Huh?" Seeing Suomi's confused response, AI Air angrily said, "Stop pretending." She then raised her tail, which had lost most of its fur, and with an aggrieved expression said, "The core reaction you used for cultivation is causing me harm. My tail sheds fur every day, and you're getting stronger while I suffer. Is that fair?" Yutong supported AI Air's complaint, "It's reasonable. Suomi, you should stop using the core reaction for cultivation. I know you're worried about her, but the new suppression medicine is almost ready. I'm confident that with the medicine, we can cure her." Suomi confidently replied, "No need to worry about me, the reactions no longer matter to me. I've found another way to grow stronger." The scene shifted to the secret realm, where Gue Elder was overseeing the researchers working on the secret realm. A voice came from behind, accelerating the time in the secret realm, that's truly a peculiar idea. Suomi walked up, is it possible? Gue elder responded, it's not impossible. He then looked at Suomi and asked, Suomi, do you have any specific requests? Suomi stood before the secret realm and replied, let me think for a moment. For example, during a time when the secret realm experienced 30 days, inside the banquet hall, Yutong stood before everyone, ordering the guests to leave. Today's banquet is over. Everyone, please leave now. Her classmates and relatives, who were present, awkwardly forced to smile and spoke up. Yutong, what's wrong with this girl? She doesn't even care about the reputation of her aunt. Yutong, we've been old friends for a while, come on, let it go. Our company needs the investment from Dongyun Group. Yutong gave a faint smile and softly said to them, I've given you 10 seconds. If anyone is still here after that, they will be blacklisted by Dongyun Group and will never cooperate again. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd rushed towards the door. Leave now. Hey, who do you think you are? Don't block the door. After seeing off all the troublesome people from the banquet hall, Yutong let out a deep breath. Finally, they were all gone. She turned to ask her father. I just came home to have a meal, why has the house turned into a business conference? Father Yutong sighed. My precious daughter, you've climbed so high that you're like a phoenix now. You don't know how many people have come to beg me these days, high-ranking officials with power, some with family ties. I really can't turn them away. Yutong was utterly helpless. Is it really that exaggerated? Her father nodded and chuckled, his tone mixed with a hint of pride. Of course, everyone's talking about it. After the Four Great Ones sect and Lian Mang Group surrendered, Suomi became the pinnacle of wealth. The power and influence on this planet, under Suomi's command, you've essentially become the one who controls Dongyun Group. To many people, you've already become an important figure. Yutong looked at her father, speechless. Stop listening to those rumors. I'm just using the resources of Dongyun Group to do some research work, nothing extraordinary. However, her father remained incredibly proud. He even started joking. Whatever anyone says, you are the closest person to Suomi, maybe you'll become the first lady of this planet someday? The Empress? Yutong's hair stood on end as she shouted, rumors are just rumors. Her father stopped joking and became serious. Let's talk business. Now, Dongyun Group is officially splitting up the valuable assets of Lian Mang Group. We know that you and Suomi have no interest in managing the business, but anyway, Dongyun Group is just a temporary ally, not someone we can fully trust. Instead of concentrating all resources and wealth into the hands of Dongyun Group, it would be better to divide it a bit and let me manage it. Yutong couldn't take it anymore. She immediately waved goodbye to her father and quickly ran off. That's enough, why is it that even you, Dad, are like this? I'm going out, don't bother me. On the busy street outside the city, the sun was slowly setting. The classmate whom Yutong had just sent away was angrily cursing. That crazy woman, acting so high and mighty, what does she think she is? Without Suomi, she's nothing. The person next to him chuckled mockingly. You can't say it like that. Winning a man's favor is a skill. Look at her performance in the secret realm, it's getting worse and worse. I knew it, she must have spent all her time and energy trying to please Suomi. Just as the man finished speaking, there was a loud sound of two clear slaps right where they were standing. Tian Xan suddenly appeared, stretching her wrist, while the two men were lying unconscious on the ground, with massive bumps on their heads. Just then, Yutong arrived and called out. You Tianyan, it seems like you've been waiting in front of my house for a long time. Is there something you need? Tian Xan didn't answer. She walked up to Yutong. Sniffing the sleeve of her shirt, Yutong was startled and screamed, What are you doing? Stay away from me. Tian Xan looked up at her, the smell of the pills is too strong. Have you spent all your time making elixirs? Yutong replied harshly, Why do you care? What I do is none of your business. Tian Xin shrugged and sincerely offered advice. Making elixirs won't help improve your combat strength. If you keep putting your energy into alchemy, you'll easily get yourself killed. Yutong was speechless. Did you come here just to curse me? Tian Xin lowered her gaze. I just happened to pass by here. What I'm about to say is just me talking, definitely not leaking sect intel. The 4 sect leaders are missing, and Jing Shan is also nowhere to be found. It seems like they're up to something very dangerous. Meanwhile, somewhere in the boundless space, coins were being pulled into a vortex created by the magnetic field, continuously swirling. As soon as they reached the limit of the magnetic field, they were instantly devoured clean. Tian Xin stood waiting nearby and suddenly spoke. Jing Shan, why did you come out first? You haven't even absorbed all the destiny reserves of the 4 Great Ones sect yet. Jing Xian stepped out from within the vortex, his voice deep and contemplative. It's time. The next secret realm is about to begin. Tian Xin approached him. Is the time for the secret realm opening confirmed? Ah, did Tian Ming Lord tell you about it? Xiang Song mumbled, the ancient techniques are truly beyond my imagination. In such a short time, Jing Shan has absorbed more than 90% of the cursed fate. The others present also spoke up, reminding him, Jing Shan remembers his mission. With Suomi's personality, he will definitely choose to complete the secret realm task alone. We will wait until he is exhausted or even injured before carrying out the assassination to ensure the victory of the 4 Great Ones sect. Jing Xian glanced at them. I will handle it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Tian Xin by the head. Before that, I will borrow the power of your 4 useless fools. Caught off guard by Jing Xian's attack, Tian Xin's pupils contracted, bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes. I'm done for. I must use the teleportation space quickly. The thought flashed through his mind, but Jing Xian, seemingly possessing a telepathic ability, immediately spoke, don't even think about it. By the time he released his grip, Tian Xin was already drained of strength, his body collapsing limply to the ground. The other sect leaders turned pale. Jing Shan, what are you doing? Xiang Song's eyes reddened, and he immediately summoned a weapon, shouting loudly, stop the nonsense, kill him. In the next moment, there was only a few streaks of light followed by the sound of things crashing down. When they looked again, Jing Xian, light as a feather, had seized the perfect opportunity to snatch away their lives. He muttered coldly. The time was just right, and the teleportation portal appeared. The sound of the force field clicking echoed through the cave. Jing Xian left a few lives behind, slowly walking toward the teleportation gate. As he stepped into it, he didn't forget to inform the unlucky ones with a remark, I've taken your power, and now we move to an ancient, dilapidated city. The participants in the secret realm stood on the street, looking around. The 4th secret realm event is again set in an ancient scene. At least this time we still retain our memories. If it ends like the last time, without us doing anything, that would be too embarrassing. Among them, someone suddenly spoke, addressing the main topic. Wait, I think I've seen this place before. Where is this? He turned his head in one direction, where there was an old man, seemingly a local, who approached him for a conversation. They all moved toward the elderly man, who was wearing an incomplete armor and had several injuries on his body. He was standing silently, his sword planted firmly on the ground. One of them spoke up, Boss, may I ask? However, before he could say anything, Yutong suddenly appeared behind him and spoke, stopping him, don't disturb him. He no longer has any life force. Tian Xin nodded in agreement, then explained to them where they were. This is Qiu Zi Chang. The person was stunned. Qiu Zi Chang? Yutong explained further. Before the Great Luo Heaven completed the construction of the secret realm, there was a long period when the cultivators could not prevent the beasts from descending. The northwest region became the gateway for the beast invasion into Earth, with city after city continuously falling. At that time, everyone believed that the northwest region had completely turned into a den of beasts, with only one city still holding strong, Qiu Zi Chang. She paused for a moment, looked at the old soldier, and continued, for 30 years, the enemy surrounded us. There was no reinforcements, no supplies. 10,000 miles, one lonely city. Jin Shirbai launched an attack, and 3,000 Xian troops from Qiuzi were trapped. No one surrendered, they died for the city. Upon hearing this, one of the participants in the secret realm suddenly spoke in fear. Wait a minute, the secret realm mission hasn't been announced yet. The person next to him also realized something unthinkable. Could it be that we're being asked to defend the city for another 20 or 30 years? Regardless of how confused the people below were, the scene shifted to Suomai's position. He was standing atop the high wall of the city gate. The system suddenly sent a notification, signed for 5 days, reward, 1,000-year beast strength. The reward has been issued. Please check, host. Suomai looked at the system interface with indifference. Once again, it was this reward was quite ordinary. At that moment, footsteps sounded from behind him, and the person spoke. In the instant he entered the secret realm, his strength suddenly surged. Jing Xian stood opposite and smiled at Suomai, with no signs of any symptoms, nor did he need any effort, truly something to be admired. Suomai, is this your secret? Suomai called out, and the next moment, Jing Xian's eyes suddenly brightened. Suomai changed his attitude and warily asked, "No, who are you?" Jing Xian smiled, "Let me introduce myself. I've said this many times already, forget about those things, start killing, and let's change the scene to the side of the demon beast palace." Ngu stood in the grand hall, its tentacles clasped together, softly pleading, "He Lord, I beg you to reconsider this decision." As soon as it finished speaking, another demon beast suddenly rushed in like a mad creature. "Who told you to come in? Get out!" Ngu, frustrated, used its tentacles to fight with the beast. "Let go of me. Why are you invalidating the inviolable wish? This is a law that Lord Ai Air painstakingly passed." The demon beast snorted coldly, "And you still don't understand? The inviolable pact of the 16 smaller beast tribes is the price for sneaking into the human world, but she not only failed to complete the mission, she also betrayed us." Ngu furrowed its octopus-like brows tightly and firmly denied, "No, this must be a misunderstanding. The Lord would never betray us. She must have intended to deceive the humans to gain their trust." He Lord, standing to the side, watched as the two demon beasts argued back and forth. Later, she spoke up, "Octopus, you arrived just in time." Ngu turned to look at her. "He Lord, are you really willing to consider keeping the unbreakable vow?" He Lord acted as if she hadn't heard the question, curling her lips into a smile, "I just happened to want grilled octopus." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of vines shot out into the air. Ngu was immediately caught by the beast, tightly bound. The beast smugly said, "He Lord, leave it to me. My skills always satisfy." Suddenly, there was a commotion inside the grand hall, and someone approached to report to He Lord. The beast that had just arrived saluted her, then reported, "He Lord, the fourth secret realm is about to open." She asked him, "Have you finished the task I gave you?" The beast's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "Everything is ready. This time, we will achieve a true victory." The scene shifted to the ancient city area inside the secret realm. Time in the secret realm was gradually reaching dusk, and the sky was painted in vibrant shades of orange and red. As each teleportation gate opened in the sky, the system also sent out new announcements about the secret realm. Secret realm announcement: conditions for passing the level. A large number of beasts are flooding into Xiuzi Chang, and there will be 3 waves of beast attacks on the city. Protect Xiuzi Chang. On the streets below, a few participants in the challenge still seemed relatively optimistic about the current situation. After all, Suomai was here. Isn't it easy to resist 3 attacks? It seems like this time the secret realm has nothing to do with us anymore. The people standing beside him looked up at the sky and coldly warned, "Don't be careless, the demonic beasts are still advancing, all of them are humanoid demons, at least those that are over 2,000 years old in terms of combat strength." They looked around, their attacks coming in a saturated wave. To kill all these demonic beasts, even Suomai would need a lot of time. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts advancing towards the city gates, they made up their minds, no matter what, during this period, we must fight to the death to stop the demonic beasts from destroying Qiu Zichang. However, Tian Xin suddenly spoke out to deny this. No, the goal of the demonic beasts is not to attack the city. Far in the distance, a demonic beast raised a massive wooden stake high into the air, then forcefully slammed it into the ground, sending a burst of energy radiating outward. One by one, the other demonic beasts began to act as if programmed, continuously driving stake after stake into the earth. Each wooden stake formed a pillar of energy light that shot straight into the sky. Yutong's eyes widened. Those demonic beasts are destroying the secret realm itself. As soon as she finished speaking, Lord appeared among the ordinary demonic beasts. She clicked her tongue and said, "What do you make of it? But are you still free to care about what's going on over there?" Yutong shrugged, her attitude indifferent as she faced Lord. The demon beasts invading the secret realm are scattered far away, while the demon beasts assaulting the city are right before our eyes. To deal with Suomi, you're truly exhausting yourself. Lord replied with a cold smile. Protecting Qiu Zichang means the secret realm will be eroded. If the demon beasts stop the erosion of the secret realm, Qiu Zichang will be destroyed. The mission of the secret realm will fail. Among humanity, the only one who can stop us is you. You cannot protect both sides, they are sure to lose. Then, suddenly, she called out with a tone full of triumph. Suomi, are you satisfied with such a surprise? As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze shifted to where Suomi should have been. But the person had disappeared without a trace. Lord's attack felt like it was hitting air. Suomi? Where is he? Where did he go? On the side of the demon beasts trying to break the secret realm, they were still diligently driving wooden stakes into the ground. One of the demon beasts sighed. I've really had enough. Do we have to keep guarding these stakes until the secret realm ends? The demon beast standing in front of him turned around. These stakes are key to eroding the secret realm. Our mission is very important. The other one comforted his comrade. Be patient. The path to the human world is about to open. Once it does, you can kill as many as you want. But just as he finished speaking, a swift sensation shot through him. Before he could even register the pain, his body was no longer intact, followed by a sudden twist in his direction. One by one, everything detached from his body. His comrades standing nearby were panic-stricken, their faces ashen. What's happening? Where is the attack coming from? The demon beast turned its head to look around, only to see its own head, arms, and legs scattered in different places. Where is the enemy? Where is the enemy? At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. In the next instant, Suomi and Jing Xian shot out from it, followed by earth-shattering blows. Jing Xian stood facing Suomi and chuckled. Such a pity. You managed to escape from the hidden space, but I originally intended to kill you in a place no one would see. Suomi looked at him, coldly asking. The spatial power of the Chu sect leader also possesses the strength of another sect leader. What have you done to them? Jing Xian smirked, his lips curling in derision. Is something as simple as this even worth mentioning? They're all dead. The next one will be you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Xian gathered his energy, a massive surge of spiritual power emanating from the surrounding space, enveloping him. Suomi swung his hand, immediately disrupting the connection. He looked at Jing Xian, his mind racing. Why was he in such a hurry to kill me? Why could the secret realm collapse at any moment? The demon beasts were the true threat. Jing Xian summoned a spear from his spiritual power and held it in his hand, responding nonchalantly. Suomi, maintaining the stability of the secret realm and killing the demon beasts is very simple. I can already see the path to victory. But the one thing I cannot see clearly. That is your future. In my world, there is no room for variables. On this side, Suomi and Jing Xian were locked in a stalemate, and Lord had just arrived in time to intervene. She stood, momentarily stunned, watching the beasts that had been caught up in the aftermath of the battle before her. Lord glanced at Jing Xian, offering a faint, disdainful smile. I never would have expected it aside from Suomi. There are other powerful beings hidden among humans. Humans? I have a suggestion. No response came, as Suomi and Jing Xian continued their fierce battle. Lord spoke again, I have someone in mind. In response, there was a deafening explosion, and the massive beast before them was instantly reduced to dust. Lord looked up at the sky, watching as Suomi and Jing Xian continued fighting with all their might, neither yielding. She weakly, yet stubbornly, spoke once more. I said, I have a suggestion. Once again, she was met with nothing but an endless silence. Powerless, she stood still in the dust and wind. Her patience had reached its breaking point, and with a loud roar, she shouted, Don't ignore me, you bastards. Lord raised her hand, sending a powerful strike toward the two of them, cutting through their battle. At that moment, Jing Xian finally took a moment to glance at her. Are you talking to me? Lord spoke directly to him. Human, are you and Suomi enemies? Why not join forces with me? Before she could finish, he responded curtly, No. Jing Xian swung her hand to attack, and Lord's body immediately disintegrated into pieces. Jing Xian frowned, a 30,000-year-old demon beast, not its true form, just a shadow, yet it dares to interfere with my battle? 3 minutes earlier, the scene shifted to the elite hall. Lord was observing the fight between Suomi and Jing Xian. She was excited. Where did this guy come from? Clearly human, yet he's fighting with Suomi. Fight, fight, I hope you two just kill each other. At this moment, she suddenly snapped out of her excitement, remembering her own important matter. Wait, my specially crafted wooden stake. Lord tried to sense the situation with the wooden stake on the other side. In a daze, she muttered, destroyed over 60%. It's over, my backup plan is about to fail. Lord quickly calmed herself down and started thinking of a countermeasure. No need to rush, there's still a chance. The demon beast in front of the city wall hasn't been affected by the battle yet, its condition is still good. If we start now, all surviving demon beasts will, at any cost, attack the city. As long as I delay Suomi and the remaining cultivator from approaching the city wall, the risk might just be an opportunity. The cultivator hated Suomi. She touched the map in front of her. As long as I propose an alliance with him, together we can kill Suomi. Regardless of whether he agrees or not, it is very beneficial for me. Lord was quite pleased with his own calculation. If he agrees to cooperate, I will have the opportunity to kill Suomi. Even if the cooperation proposal is rejected, I can still buy enough time for the magical beasts to break through the city walls and achieve victory in the secret realm. As soon as she finished speaking, the map in front of her exploded into pieces. Lord stood dazed, staring at the scattered shards on the ground. Ha! She was stunned, unable to believe it. The projection was destroyed. I didn't even finish a sentence, and the projection was destroyed. Lord hugged her head and took a deep breath, calming herself down. Don't be angry, don't be angry. At this moment, a magical beast stepped forward and called out to Lord. It too noticed the fragments scattered on the ground and asked suspiciously, Are these fragments from your projection? Lord interrupted him. Something unexpected happened. The magical beast immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. Lord, this is the grilled octopus I made for you. Lord glanced past him, coldly replying, I have no appetite. Stay away from me. She slowly walked inside, her back still as proud and straight as ever. As soon as she reached the pavilion above, she could no longer hold herself back and swung her arm, punching the pillar beside her with all her might. The electric beast instantly let out a loud explosion. The Lord, enraged, shouted, What's wrong with him? Does he think he'll die if he listens to everything? These cultivators are so rude. The scene shifted back to Suomi and Jing Xian. A massive serpent had collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Jing Xian looked at Suomi with admiration, raising his combat power tenfold in an instant. Impressive. 1,000 years ago, the technique for cultivators to train their bodies in void was never achieved, but you've completed it. Suomi calmly responded to this unexpected compliment. This is the first time I've used this ability in front of others. Jing Xian indicated he was listening, so Suomi's eyes gleamed with a golden hue, his voice cold. The ambush earlier didn't harm you, and you didn't seem surprised at all. It seems you had already predicted my abilities. Jing Xian crossed his arms and calmly explained, everything in the world is no secret to me. For example, your eyes, they can discern the essence of all things, but your excavation of them is still insufficient, and you haven't mastered them. Isn't it a waste? Haven't you noticed my weaknesses yet? Just as Jing Xian said, the answer that the system showed Suomi was nothing but a blur of information. The cultivator had no clarity, no combat power, no weaknesses, nothing. Jing Xian raised his hand, and spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Out of cards already? I was still looking forward to your abilities. Then go to hell. A white mist gradually covered the entire forest. Jing Xian looked up at the sky, something felt off. There were places that seemed wrong. Even the old cities were silent, void of sound. As Jing Xian's thoughts drifted, the sky darkened. He felt somewhat confused. What was going on? He looked around, noticing that the space around him was changing at the speed of light. Just a moment ago, it was dusk, and now it had suddenly turned dark. He raised his eyes to look at Suomi. Time in the secret realm is accelerating, Suomi said, smiling as he welcomed the new sunlight. Another new day had begun. The system notification marked the 6th day. Rewards. Jing Xian waved his hand, and the white bones wrapped around his fingers and body. He asked Suomi, "What are you looking at?" The sun? The white bones instantly multiplied, swirling towards Suomi. Look at this, Jing Xian, this is the power that belongs to you, isn't it? The white bones blinked, transforming into chains interwoven with each other, tightly wrapping around Suomi. He looked at the chains that coiled around his hand and laughed. Finally, you're taking this seriously. Jing Xian lowered his gaze. Your existence is far too dangerous. You can't be allowed to live any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, a new wave of attacks surged forth, nearly obliterating everything around Suomi. His body was sliced into pieces. In the air, there lingered a question that intrigued Jing Xian. This simple slash converged into a river. Jing Xian smirked, ensuring safety by deconstructing the person down to the atomic level. And just like that, as Jing Xian had said, Suomi's body gradually disintegrated, with pieces of flesh from his arm slowly falling away and disappearing. A gust of white bones blew toward him once again, swirling everything into the air. Jing Xian stood to the side, observing the entire process. Such destruction, to this extent, would be impossible to recover from, even for someone from the immortal cultivation sect practicing body refinement. However, Jing Xian didn't expect that. Just as Suomi vanished before his eyes, he would reappear behind him, whole and intact, even offering him an implicit compliment. You're right, that was really dangerous. I nearly died. Jing Xian's eyes flashed with coldness. You're still alive? He turned around and swung his fist. Then let me kill you again. Suomi's body dissolved into nothingness once more, but time and time again, he was reborn, as if in an endless loop. His voice was calm. It's not fire, it's not electricity, it's not a curse, and it's not spatial manipulation. How is it that simply severing the strength can be this powerful? Jing Xian clenched his fist, suppressing the anger rising inside him. Suomi, is this your secret? Truly, this ability is like cheating. The moment you entered the secret realm, your strength was enhanced. And just now, you accelerated the time in the secret realm, rapidly experiencing a day, which granted you this splitting technique. Suomi paid no attention to Jing Xian's excessive chatter. He pointed up to the sky, noticing that the second day was almost upon them. Jing Xian approached Suomi again, saying, "Then before dawn, I will kill all of you." Suomi, skilled in resurrection, dodged effortlessly and even encouraged Jing Xian. Go for it. The sky constantly darkened and lightened at a speed several times faster than usual. Outside the old city walls, the fortifications were continuously bombarded by powerful strikes. The system also kept sending attendance notifications and awarding rewards to Suomi. 7th day attendance reward. 8th day attendance reward. 9th day attendance reward. 10th day attendance reward, golden ancient staff. 1 second after the 10th day attendance reward was issued, Jing Xian was pinned to the ground by the golden cudgel. Suomi stood from above and looked down, saying, "As expected, you're not Jing Shan. Is this your true face?" Tian Ming, lying on the ground, muttered, "Suomi, we will meet again soon. The first death countdown is about to end." Once again, Tian Ming appeared in the form of Jing Xian, standing opposite Suomi. This time, he exuded 100 times more confidence. "Suomi, I see through your cards. Starting now, there will be no more probing. In 5 minutes, I will end this fight." The scene shifted to the laboratory at the Dong Yun group, and a report echoed, "Sixth contact test begins." The reaction of the energy was completely normal, and the neural link reaction was also normal. The machine's limitations were lifted, the two-way channel was opened, and the command was issued synchronously to start the system. The connection between Suomi's brain and the device was immediately activated. He wore the connection device on his head, and Suomi nodded in satisfaction, marveling at the incredible sensation. Now he could feel the existence of the secret realm as if it were an extension of his own body. Gue Xing stepped forward and spoke to Suomi. "The control of the secret realm has been transferred to you. You now have the freedom to manage the flow of time within the secret realm." Suomi nodded. "Gue Elder, you've done well." Gue Xing suddenly became serious and said, "Suomi, I won't ask what you're planning to do, but I must remind you. The secret realm is full of cracks, and accelerating time could very well cause the secret realm to collapse." Suomi removed the helmet from his head. "I understand. I will use the time acceleration function cautiously." Back in reality, the scene shifted to within the secret realm. Suomi struck down directly at Tian Ming, cleaving his body in half. Tian Ming looked up at the sky, his body freezing for a moment as disbelief swirled in his mind. "No, this can't be." Suomi turned to look at him. "How tenacious, even cut in half and still not dead." He smiled, his voice as soft as a feather. "Then let's make it 4 pieces." Suomi raised his sword once more. Tian Ming once again endured hardship, predicting that his second death would come to an end, only to be reborn once more. He was a bit confused what was happening this time. Suomi looked down at him from above. "Oh, you're here?" The tiny Tian Ming lifted his head to look at him. "Suomi, are you so proud of becoming bigger?" Suomi shook his head and softly told him the truth. "It's not that I've become bigger, it's that you've become smaller." This skill was intriguing, capable of continuously shrinking the enemy. At this moment, Tian Ming finally realized the changes in his own body. He angrily cursed Suomi, but Suomi's attitude was incredibly provoking. He pretended to listen. "Are you talking to me?" "Sorry, I didn't hear you." "Now that I've turned into something as small as an atom, is there any way for me to keep shrinking?" And so, the prophecy of death ended for the 3rd time. The demon beast that had been killed earlier suddenly came back to life. Tian Ming lowered his head and asked Suomi, "Is bringing the demon beast back to life your new ability? Since when have the demon beasts been gathering behind you?" He replied calmly, "Not only that, I can even cause fusion." As soon as Suomi finished speaking, several demon beasts behind him fused together, forming a bizarre and distorted monster. Suomi raised his eyes to look at Tian Ming. "Let's go, Shaokuai, devour it." And so, the prophecy of death ended for the 4th time. Once again, Tian Ming appeared in the form of Jing Xian before Suomi. He remained silent, lost in thought. The 4th death, each time Suomi gained a new power, it was different. Every time before the second sun rose, I could kill him. The time I came closest to success even cost him an arm. Was it luck, coincidence, or something else? Fascinating, truly fascinating. How long has it been since I felt such pleasure? As he thought, Tianming threw himself into battle with Suomi, anticipating death countless times, searching for a path to survival. Come on, use all your power, kill me, Tianming laughed maniacally, inwardly triumphant. No matter how many times I die in the prophecy, as long as I win once, it will become my fate, bringing me ultimate victory. The giant centipede was wreaking havoc in the forest of the secret realm. Tianming was attacked to the point that his 7 orifices bled, muttering, "This time, it's poison again." Suomi ignored Tianming, who had collapsed to the ground, and continued playing with the demonic beasts. Then, the 5th death prophecy ended. After being reborn, Tianming was dealt with once more. The 6th death prophecy ended, and once again, Suomi used the puppet to resolve it, with Tianming's body being pierced by thousands of needles. Over and over again, the 7th death prophecy came to an end. The prophecy of death for the 8th time has ended. The prophecy of death for the 100th time has ended. The prophecy of death for the 1000th time has ended. The prophecy of death for the 1070th time has ended. Outside the ancient city walls, day and night, loud explosions continuously echoed through the sky. Having been reborn once again, Tianming was serious about wanting to talk to Suomi. "Suomi, let's cease fire for a while, we need to talk." At this moment, Suomi, who was merging with a demonic beast, responded. "The longer the ceasefire, the stronger my power will become. Why would you propose a condition that puts you at a disadvantage?" Tianming pointed toward the rift in the sky behind him. "The sky has already started to crack. If you continue accelerating time, the secret realm may soon collapse entirely." Suomi paid no attention and shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not? I don't care." Tianming, visibly agitated, shouted loudly. "Has the power of darkness driven you mad? When the secret realm shatters, the demonic beasts will be able to invade our world without hindrance. It won't matter who wins or loses." Suomi's face gradually returned to its normal expression, and he nodded in agreement. "You're right, but don't forget, this is a war you started. The time acceleration continues." Tianming, in a fit of anger, said in a single breath. "Just by spending a single day in the secret realm, one can gain immense power. Have you never questioned this logic? Perhaps this is the demonic beast's scheme, intentionally forcing you to accelerate the time to break the secret realm." Suomi denied it, claiming this was just one possibility. "Perhaps, before the secret realm collapses, I might have enough strength to grow. Even if the beasts invade, so what? I alone could destroy the entire beast world." Tianming let his arms hang loosely, lowering his head as he spoke. "Enough, can I surrender now? You want to gamble the human world? Think about it, your friends, your people, don't go crazy any further." Suomi smirked. "The mad one isn't me, it's you. During the fight, your personality suddenly changed. Not only did you ask for a ceasefire, but you even chose to surrender. With your arrogant nature, you wouldn't have chosen to surrender even if you were doomed to die." The sky had shifted to morning. Suomi raised his head to look at him. "Doesn't make sense, really doesn't make sense. So I have a hypothesis. The world I'm in now is not real." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of invisible hands reached toward Tianming in the air. He ground his teeth, clearly seeing that this prophecy was about to end, with only one useful piece of information gained. Suomi couldn't understand the reason for the power he gained in the secret realm, but the accumulated emotions of dying 10,000 times were too clear to ignore. Tianming was quickly seized and tightly bound by those hands. He told himself that next time, he would have to perform more naturally. In each death, using different issues to complete the puzzle, confirming the true secret of Suomi. After resolving Tianming, Suomi looked at the hands stretching out from his body. Today, the power I obtained was used quite well. Tian Ming, bound tightly, asked in a low voice, "You still haven't killed me? Do you have a strange habit of playing with your enemies?" Suomi gave a faint smile. "I won't kill you, but I won't let you commit suicide either. Aren't you curious? If I keep accelerating time, the power I obtain will no longer be limited in growth, or will it eventually reach some kind of extreme point?" Upon hearing this, Tian Ming froze. "What? Dead? Dead? Dead?" Then time continued to accelerate. The system kept sending attendance notifications to Suomi: reward for marking the 9th day, reward for marking the 15th day, reward for marking the 29th day, time system ability reward, historical time limit. At this point, Suomi finally felt somewhat satisfied. He raised his eyes to look at Tian Ming. "After fighting for so long, I finally know your name." Tian Ming, hearing Suomi call his name, chuckled. "You know, the title Tian Ming is quite common. It's just that you discovered it too late, Suomi." However, Suomi clicked his tongue and denied, while also retracting the hands that had been binding Tian Ming. No, I'm talking about your name, your real name. Wenbei Xian." Hearing this familiar yet distant name, Tian Ming was also a little surprised. "It seemed like you had gained some new and interesting abilities? Telepathy or something else? It has been a long time since anyone used this name to call me." Suomi looked directly at him. "To erase your filthy past, you killed everyone who knew this name." Tian Ming responded indifferently, "What does it matter? I won't regret what has already happened. What about you? Do you regret it?" He lifted his head and looked at the sky, which was slowly breaking apart. "You've accelerated time, constantly acquiring new abilities, but look around, the secret realm is collapsing. This is the consequence of the disaster you've caused." Suomi didn't seem too concerned, casting a glance over. "You're right, if I speeded up another day, the secret realm would definitely collapse." Tian Ming raised his hand, intending to strike. With the destruction of the secret realm, Earth would lose its shield, and countless beasts would invade through countless paths. He quickly lunged and struck a palm to the center of Suomi's chest, knowing that billions of people would perish miserably. Suomi lowered his gaze at Tian Ming. "Why do something so pointless? I've seen history, and I know your strongest skill." He reached out and grabbed Tian Ming's hand. "Even if I didn't take any defensive measures, right now, you still can't harm me. The secret realm hasn't collapsed. This places the timeline in your prophecy. At this moment, it's not the truth." Tian Ming smiled smugly, his tone full of challenge. "But I can make this timeline a reality. In just a moment, the victory of the demon beasts will become history." As soon as he finished speaking, Suomi reached out and grabbed his neck. With a cold voice, Suomi said, "Do you want to provoke me so that I'll kill you? Perhaps your death is the key to shifting you to the next timeline. It's a pity, though, in front of me, you don't even have the power to end your own life." Tian Ming remained calm as he responded. "It seems your new ability doesn't allow you to know everything. Besides death, I have other ways to change the timeline." Suomi didn't seem bothered. He tossed Tian Ming to the ground. "There's still a lot I don't know. Even if I can see your entire past, your history, I still can't understand your actions and thoughts." Suomi lowered his head to look at him. "Why did you entice the leader of the Four Great Ones sect to initiate the war in the secret realm? With your prophetic abilities, there must be another way to break the seal." Tian Ming, lying on the ground, suddenly asked Suomi a question before starting to explain. "Do you know how magnificent human civilization once was? At the beginning, when humans came into contact with the demon beast world, they didn't need to rely on the secret realm to protect themselves. Individual humans, exceptional in their own right, possessed strength far surpassing that of the strongest immortals. The technology back then wasn't like these weak toys we have now." His words were full of emotion, declaring that no matter how powerful a beast might be, before them, it was nothing but a pet slave. But human civilization, despite its strength, might one day suddenly collapse, and no one would know the reason. I can only guess that perhaps the world of the beasts had recorded something. Suomi asked him. Did you start the war in search of the truth of history? Tianming shook his head, not giving a clear answer. What I seek is the strength of ancient human civilization, as well as their scientific and technological advancements. Suomi, I once speculated that perhaps your power came from them. Tianming's fur bristled as he stood up. After spending just one day in the secret realm, one could gain new abilities. This method of gaining power without reason fit my imagination of them, but I was wrong. Suomi raised her eyes to look at Tianming. Why did you change your mind? Tianming didn't answer immediately. He looked at the pink-colored bubbles floating in the air, then suddenly asked. Suomi, haven't you noticed? You are emitting a signal. Tianming looked up at the sky, the signal was growing stronger. No, you must have noticed it, that's why you stopped accelerating time. At that moment, Suomi's body seemed to be glowing, and the pink bubbles continued to rise. Tianming couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the secret realm. Just by stopping for one day, one could gain immense power such as in acquiring strength. How could there be no cost to pay? I understand now, Suomi, you are not some kind of savior, you are just a coordinate. Tianming's voice grew louder. When you've been in the secret realm long enough, with enough power, it will draw invaders in. The invaders are far more terrifying than the beasts. Suomi looked at Tianming, who was gradually losing his mind, and he gave some thought to what he had said. Coordinates, invaders, the speculation you made is indeed possible. Tianming curled his lips into a smile. Is it speculation, though? Why not test it and find out? How about accelerating for another 2 days? Perhaps just one day, and those invaders will likely appear right before us. Suomi tilted his head slightly as he looked at him. You hope those invaders will conveniently kill you, and then you can open a new timeline? But have you ever thought about this? The abilities of those invaders far exceed our imagination. Perhaps they can make this timeline a reality. Tianming assessed Suomi's condition. Even if you don't continue accelerating time, the signals on you are strong enough. If those invaders are given enough time, they can accurately locate Earth. Suomi crossed his arms and moved closer to Tianming. Do you have any suggestions? Tianming decisively made his demand. Kill me. You have no other choice. He paused for a moment, then continued, this timeline only has a future of despair, no matter if gods come from an elite world. Or perhaps the identity of the invader is still unclear, but for humanity, it is a mortal threat. Only I can change the fate. Suomi raised his hand, a stream of energy gathering around it. As he walked past Tianming, he lightly swung his hand, delivering a fatal blow. The sky, pitch black as ink, regenerated once more. Tianming reappeared in the form of Jing Xian. He glared at Suomi, having died and resurrected once again, but the gains were significant. Tianming's gaze was deep and profound. At last, he understood the secret of Suomi's power and the identity of the unknown invader. As long as he grasped the future, he would be the ultimate victor. At that moment, Tianxian suddenly appeared, calling out loudly, "Hey, you two, stop right now." She landed softly on the ground. Yutong followed behind and landed next to Suomi. Tianxian approached Tianming. Jing Shan, what are you thinking? Why do you want to fight Suomi? When Tianming saw who had arrived, he suddenly became interested. They're here too. Just as I was coming up with a new plan, they could become the pieces I used to control Suomi. He first reached out and touched his face. In the next instant, Tianming removed his disguise, revealing his true face. Tianxian furrowed her brows. Who are you? Tianming didn't respond. Instead, he looked down at his hands in confusion. No, this isn't something I did. Encountering a ghost, my body could not resist control. Was it Suomi? But Suomi hasn't even accelerated time yet, so it's impossible for him to have such strange powers. Could it be Suomi from an earlier timeline controlling me? How is that possible? Suomi was the first to break the silence. Tianming, is it? When Bei Xian's memory is fragmented. However, before he could finish speaking, Tianming suddenly went into a frenzy and shouted, "I am Tianming, a cultivator from 1,000 years ago. Until 20 years ago, I was sealed beneath the volcanic caves of Nation A. It was I who tricked the sect leader of the Four Great Ones sect into opening the Secret Realm War." Yutong was taken aback by his startling honesty. This guy is so straightforward, answering everything asked. Could he be lying to us? Tianming's body began to emit a purple light, and he continued, "For personal gain, I caused Earth to fall into the risk of destruction. I am a sinner, and I feel deeply ashamed. That's why I have decided to take my own life to atone for my crimes." At that moment, Tianming's hand moved toward his chest, but his inner turmoil raged, a conflict of power entirely at odds with his actions. I can predict the future, but Suomi will be able to endure it. This timeline is being constrained, becoming true history. Tianming looked ahead, seeing the indifferent expressions of the three Suomi and the others. His despair deepened. The inner turmoil screamed wildly. "Death, I'm really going to die. Stop, I absolutely don't want this to happen." By the time Tianming's thoughts reached this point, the next moment, he had already taken action against himself, trying to punch through his heart. Tianming collapsed to the ground. Tianming lay motionless on the ground. Tianxian stepped forward, lowering his head to look at him. Did he really just commit suicide like this? Is he really dead? Suomi also stepped forward to assess, and it seemed like he was truly dead. There was no breath left. At this moment, the comments in the livestream room expressed the same doubts as Tianxian. So, is it over? The mastermind behind the scenes for 1,000 years is out, and now he's so scared of punishment that he committed suicide? Exactly. It feels like a puppet being controlled. They saw the situation through Suomi's livestream and kept commenting. "The magical beast is almost dead. You have the ability to control Tianming. I feel like it's Suomi with the guts to do this. Could it be that you want to commit suicide too?" At this moment, someone with the same thoughts as the netizens watching the livestream was Yutong. She turned to look at Suomi. "Did you do something?" Suomi shrugged, signaling that she was innocent. "I don't know, to be honest, I'm just as confused right now." Meanwhile, in some corner of the secret realm, a participant also killed a magical beast. He exhaled a breath. "It's over, this should be the last magical beast." At the same time, the secret realm system also sent a notification to everyone, and the space itself underwent a transformation. The notification read, "Secret Realm has completed the 4th Secret Realm mission. After 1 minute, the Savior returns to the real world." At this moment, Suomi's own system also sent him a new notification. The system flagged that the host had completed the 4th Secret Realm mission and awarded a special reward. Suomi frowned as he looked at it. This was another notification from the system, one that was hard to recognize. Self-check. The system flagged that the host completed the 4th Secret Realm mission. Special reward issued, the Secret Treasure Clock, the 2nd President's Edition from Dongyun Group. It can temporarily stop time for a short period. Remaining usage times. Suomi glanced at the situation and muttered, "Is this prearranged as well? Or is this some kind of transformation?" The scene shifted to the real world, and 3 days passed quickly. Suomi stood inside the laboratory, staring at the stone in front of him. Is this the Transcendence Stone? How did it end up like this? Guixing, who stood beside him, spoke up to explain. 3 days ago, Dongyun Group sent people to the deep caves under Nation A to rescue the sealed realm on behalf of Tianming. There, we discovered some long-lost ancient books, so we proceeded to modify the Transcendence Stone." Suomi nodded and asked further, "So now it has new functions?" Guixing looked up at the world-crossing stone in front of him. As long as enough energy was prepared, one could use the stone to reach the world of the demon beasts. With proper positioning, even a rival could be ensured with very high accuracy. Suomi nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Prepare it for me. I want to go to the world of the demon beasts as quickly as possible. No sooner had he finished speaking than Han Ning, who was in the laboratory, overheard. He was startled and loudly said, Suomi, are you preparing to go to the world of the demon beasts? In such a hurry? Where are you positioning yourself? Suomi turned to look at him. Near the remaining world crossing stone in the demon beast world. I will put an end to this war. Han Ning walked closer to Suomi. The world crossing stone was such an important thing that the demon beasts would certainly guard it closely. It might even be protected by the divine lord of the demon beasts. That's too risky. How do you plan to end this war? Suomi shook his head. I can't say. At this moment, perhaps our conversation is also being eavesdropped on. Suomi's words seemed to hit a nerve with Han Ning. He sneered and then loudly retorted, Are you doubting Gue Elder or doubting me? Are we spies of the demon beasts? Gue Xing, standing beside them, spoke up to calm Han Ning. Li Han Ning, stop talking. I believe Suomi. He must have his reasons. Han Ning clenched his fists. Suomi, I really want to trust you. Ever since you took control of Lian Meng Group and the Four Great Ones sect, you've become authoritarian and tyrannical. You're becoming more and more like Lian Meng Group, but in a crazier version. Suomi coldly responded, Li Han Ning, don't get in my way, or I'll kill you. Your father sacrificed his life to save you, don't let his efforts be in vain. Han Ning muttered under his breath, asshole. Suomi didn't react excessively. He just calmly said, one last piece of advice, think carefully about your father's death, really think about it for me. Gue Xing saw Suomi leave and hurriedly called out, Suomi, even if it's a joke, you've gone too far. He turned to Han Ning, Li Han Ning, are you alright? He didn't answer, remaining silent, lost in thoughts about the mysterious death of Tian Ming. Suomi said, we can't speak openly, we'll be eavesdropped. He didn't say it, but the demon beast is eavesdropping on the death of his father. He was made a scapegoat by Lian Meng Group, pushed out to be a pawn. Han Ning furrowed his brows tightly, the one Suomi is wary of isn't the demon beast. The demon beast is just a pawn like his father. So, what exactly is he fighting against now? Inside the laboratory, machines kept running as specialists continually typed commands into the computers. Assistant Wang shouted, third energy replenishment starting now. Yutong stood behind, observing everything. He looked at the control panel in front of him and continued, everyone pay attention, if any abnormal data is detected, report it promptly. The Transcendent Stone, once energized, will continuously emit electric beams. Gue Xing looked at Suomi seriously. Since the activation conditions for the Transcendent Stone were met, more than half of the global regions would experience temporary power outages, and many people would probably curse him this time. Suomi raised his head to look at the Transcendent Stone in front of him, replying indifferently, it doesn't matter, is that the Beast King Hall? The Transcendent Stone was projecting an image of the Beast King Hall. Gue Xing followed his gaze and looked up, yes, this is the Divine Lord's Palace of the Beast World, and its center is your destination. The Transcendent Stone of the Beast World is located there. Suomi smiled in satisfaction, noticing that even the map had appeared. How convenient, this will save me quite a bit of time. Gue Xing suddenly asked, aren't you the least bit afraid? The data showed that the Beast King Hall was heavily guarded, with over 300,000 battle power beasts, 1,000 of them, over 1 million battle power beasts, 50,000 of them, and over 10 million battle power beasts, only 2. He paused briefly before continuing, as for the Divine Lord of the Beast World, the projected battle power of the Beast World's Divine Lord is over 100 million. Suomi rubbed his chin thoughtfully, let me think. He fell silent, lost in deep thought. The first time, the registration rewarded the strength of a 1,000-year-old demon beast, increasing battle power by 10,000. The second time, the registration granted combat experience from the martial god. Normal battle power would increase threefold, and the explosive state would increase tenfold, but could only be maintained for 10 seconds. The third time, the registration rewarded the ability of the Golden Boy to see through the enemy's weaknesses and perceive all illusions. The fourth registration reward, True Samadhi Fire, which could continuously enhance the body, borrowing the reaction of the cultivation core, and increase battle power by 10,000. The fifth registration reward was once again the strength of a 1,000-year-old demon beast, increasing battle power by 10,000, and through martial god's combat experience, doubling basic battle power. Suomi pondered, his mind constantly turning. His normal battle power was 90,000, and for 10 seconds, he could unleash 300,000 battle power. After thinking for a while, he concluded with satisfaction that the situation was very optimistic, and the chances of victory were very high. Gue Xing was startled by Suomi's unexpected confidence. "Are you serious?" He nodded firmly. "There's no need to worry like this. I'm not going to kill them all." He smirked. "Just need to find the right opportunity to get in front of the boundary-breaking stone. Once I destroy the stone of the demon beast, they won't be able to cheat anymore, and the difficulty of the secret realm war will rise." Gue Xing looked at Suomi, and finally, he had spoken his true intentions. "Are you worried that in the next secret realm war, humans might lose?" Suomi answered seriously, "I can't keep creating miracles forever. If the beasts keep cheating, the failure of the secret realm war is only a matter of time." Gue Xing nodded, "I understand. One more question, the moment you enter the beast world, you'll be exposed immediately. The power of a beast more than 10,000 years old can sense everything, covering every blind spot in the Beast King Hall. A sudden spatial wave would be very noticeable." At this moment, Yutong, who had been listening silently, stepped forward and spoke, "Suomi, I'll go with you. Let me be the bait and buy you some time." Suomi immediately shook his head, refusing, "No, you need to stay here. I will do everything I can to destroy the transboundary stone, but there's a high chance I won't return. At that time, you'll need to take on the responsibility for the secret realm war and lead the humans to victory." Yutong hesitated, but just then, Xiaozhou entered from outside. Without hesitation, he took on the task. "Then leave the bait work to me." Suomi turned to look at him. "Xiaozhou, did Li Han Ning send you to do this? This journey might be one way." Xiaozhou looked at Suomi and said, "The Lian Meng Financial Group was originally destroyed by you, and my aspirations have come to an end. I am not the savior of the secret realm, but apart from you, my strength among humans can be considered as one of the top groups. Becoming bait should be more than enough qualification." Suomi nodded and led Xiaozhou toward the realm crossing stone. "All right, then let's go together." Just as they were about to touch the realm crossing stone, the system suddenly began sending frantic warnings, "Warning, warning, warning. Danger, danger, danger. Please host, at least after 10 more sign-ins, proceed to the world of the beast realm." However, Suomi ignored it all, acting as if he didn't see the alerts and continued forward. Suomi said, "Yutong, if I don't make it back, please take care of my sister." A new wave suddenly appeared from the Beast King Hall. Perhaps the realm crossing stone had successfully transported Suomi to the location. Looking at the golden light descending from the sky, two beasts clicked their tongues. "Someone's coming, is it a human? What's wrong with their brains?" One of the beasts showed great excitement and, beating the drums, charged into the Beast King Hall without concealing its strength. It was truly courageous, or perhaps, suicidal. Suomi landed right at the entrance of the Beast King Hall. The realm crossing stone's power exceeded expectations. He opened his eyes and assessed the space in front of him. "Is the transfer position accurate?" Suomi walked straight inside, muttering uncomfortably, "I knew it. Never trust this damn thing." The group of magical beasts, who were planning to have a meal here, jumped in shock when they saw him. "Suomi." Suomi did not stop, slowly stomping his feet as he moved forward. The magical beasts could only step aside to make way for him. Suddenly, a large magical beast roared loudly, "What are you all doing? Why are you making way for him? Kill him! Can't you even muster this much courage?" The magical beasts below turned around in anger, staring at the speaker as if he were insane. "Ha! That's the strongest savior of humanity. Don't just talk, why don't you go up yourself?" Lord appeared at that moment, pushing the magical beast aside. "Suomi, in the secret realm battlefield, the power of our magical beasts is restricted, we can't kill you. I never expected you to come here and offer your life." Suomi calmly looked up at her. "I've come here to seek peace." Lord laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke. "Peace? Fool, we never wanted peace." Suomi didn't care about her attitude in the slightest. "You propose, I want to speak directly with your divine lord." Lord snorted coldly. "With your status, you're not worthy to meet the divine lord." Another magical beast appeared behind her, and he spoke in a low voice, "Lord, please allow me to deal with this disrespectful human for you." Lord asked him, "Do you have the confidence to kill the strongest savior of humanity?" He swung his hand, and a wave of murderous intent appeared, wrapping around his arm. "If this were the secret realm, I wouldn't be a match for him. But here, in our world, I can kill him as easily as killing a dog." Unexpectedly, Suomi didn't follow the usual script. He calmly said, "If you strike me, I will commit suicide." The demon beast seemed to be provoked by these words. It laughed loudly, its pupils narrowing. "Fine, fine, you said it yourself. I'll strike you once, and you can commit suicide right in front of me." No sooner had he finished speaking than he shot towards Suomi. Then, suddenly, there was an explosion, and the demon beast burst apart like fireworks. Suomi looked up. He had vanished into the wind at some point. The demon beasts around him were frightened, even more so as they realized that their decision to give way to Suomi earlier had been the right one. They had been blown apart to the point where there was nothing left to give. What just happened? No, we couldn't see it clearly. Luckily, we didn't make a move on Suomi earlier. Only Lord sensed something was amiss. She pressed her lips together tightly. "No, this is the power of the Divine Lord, but why would the Divine Lord stop us from killing Suomi?" The one who also noticed the strange occurrence was Suomi. He spoke seriously. "Divine Lord, I know you're here. You can hear me, and you can see me. From now on, I'll give you a minute to think." Suomi furrowed his brows, "End the secret realm war, or I'll commit suicide now." A stream of red spiritual energy suddenly enveloped Beast King Hall. It gathered and took on a shape resembling that of the Divine Lord. His voice entered Suomi's ears. "Coordinates. Are you threatening me? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you?" Suomi raised his head and looked up. Indeed, he knew his identity, but Suomi didn't feel the slightest fear. He repeated what he had just said to him. "I'll repeat myself. End the war in 1 minute. There are no threats here. I am merely stating my demand. If my request is denied, I don't mind dying. The coordinates will remain in your world forever, broadcasting to the outside world." The projection of the Divine Lord lowered his gaze at Suomi below. The war in the secret realm could not end, only the victory or defeat could bring it to a close. Suomi took another step up the stairs and boldly suggested, "Then you should admit defeat." The woman standing below looked up at Suomi as he passed by her. Upon hearing these words, she angrily shouted at him, "You scoundrel, how dare you speak to the Divine Lord like that?" Suomi glanced at her in confusion. Admit defeat? The Divine Lord above remained silent and did not respond immediately, simply observing Suomi. After a moment, he spoke, "Does victory or defeat matter that much to you?" Suomi's attitude grew even more serious. "The person doesn't matter, only the demon beasts. It doesn't matter, our war is even less important. Even if you win the secret realm war, as long as the coordinates remain in your world, you will only face the end of destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, a corner of the Beast King Hall suddenly exploded. The Divine Lord glanced at Suomi. "Suomi, what is your goal?" Suomi calmly replied, "I told you, I came for peace." The Divine Lord growled, "Stop your fierce performance. To support your teammates, you've always wanted to attract our attention. Unfortunately, did you hear that sound just now? He's dead." Suomi continued moving forward, deep in thought. "Xia Zhou, make use of the time. Also, make Divine Lord feel trapped. But reaching this position is almost my limit." Then, Suomi suddenly took out a pocket watch and held it in his hand. The attitude of the Divine Lord also suddenly changed, he became more anxious. "Suomi, what are you doing? Stop." The pocket watch in Suomi's hand began to glow, just as the system sent a notification for Suomi to confirm the use of the reward item. The watch, time paused, and the projection of the Divine Lord seemed to freeze. In 0.1 seconds, Suomi seized the opportunity and moved forward. He broke the door of the temple. After 0.2 seconds, Suomi successfully entered the main hall inside and saw the realm crossing stone high above. Suomi's eyes lit up as the system sent the information about the realm crossing stone to him. Boundary crossing stone uses the magical stone that harnesses the power of time and space, analyzing the weak points. However, before the weak points were revealed, the watch in Suomi's hand suddenly emitted black mist, and the system sent a new notification. "Warning, warning. The watch is being interfered with by an unknown power and is about to malfunction." Suomi lowered his gaze to the watch in his hand. "The watch is cracked, is this the power of the Divine Lord? How much time is left?" Time continued to pass, and by now it was down to 0.3 seconds, when the system finally completed its task. It sent the notification about the realm crossing stone. Weakness analysis complete. Without hesitation, Suomi immediately flew toward the realm crossing stone. A small crack had appeared on the stone. The system reported that the durability of the realm crossing stone was 98/100. Suomi stared intently at the realm crossing stone. It sure could take a beating, but the watch was about to give out. The watch kept emitting black mist, and it felt like it would explode in just a moment. Suomi didn't waste any more time. He quickly attacked the realm crossing stone again, landing repeated punches on it. Durability of the realm crossing stone, 79/100. After 0.4 seconds, the durability of the realm crossing stone dropped to 43/100. At 0.5 seconds, the system reported that the watch had malfunctioned. Suomi still didn't stop. He clenched his fist tightly, preparing to strike again. It's almost too late. The clock made a loud bang and exploded. The projection of the Divine Lord outside immediately flickered and then vanished. The next moment, he appeared in the Great Hall, right behind Suomi. At this moment, the durability of the realm crossing stone had dropped to 19/100. Suomi glanced behind him. In 0.6 seconds, the Divine Lord had landed, a surge of overwhelming power erupting and sweeping across the entire hall. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Suomi, a person always so crafty. Looking at the realm crossing stone, which was riddled with cracks but not completely shattered, the Divine Lord said, "You've ruined the realm crossing stone. Your plan has failed." However, Suomi, pushed aside by the Divine Lord's power, lay on his back on the ground, smiling as he replied, "No, my plan has succeeded. From now on, you won't be able to cheat in the secret realm anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the realm crossing stone exploded, with shards flying across the hall. At this point, the durability of the realm crossing stone was barely above 100. Suomi still lay still on the ground, his eyes fixed on the Divine Lord. "You had the chance to stop me, but you hesitated. Even if it was just for a moment, Demon Beast, were you really that afraid of the consequences of killing me?" Meanwhile, outside the Beast King Hall, there was also a change. The Demon Beast stood frozen, the hall has disappeared, and the master has vanished. Could it be that he Lord intervened to stop them? This is terrifying. Is this the power of the Divine Lord? The creator god fashioned a small, independent world outside the elite world. She smiled confidently, "Don't worry, the coordinate threat Suomi released is no longer effective. Victory belongs to Divine Lord, it belongs to us." Meanwhile, within the Beast King Hall, which had disappeared, the green light of the realm crossing stone was enveloping the entire Great Hall. A series of fragments were flying by, gathering before Suomi. "They're flying up and gathering back at the original position of the realm crossing stone," Divine Lord said, looking at Suomi. "Didn't you already guess? These are the fragments of the realm crossing stone." Suomi silently watched as the realm crossing stone gradually restored itself, astonished. How could something so destroyed still recover to its original form? Divine Lord spoke again, "Suomi, I must thank you for walking into the trap, giving me the opportunity to kill you. The next time the secret realm opens, without you, humanity is sure to lose." Suomi found it amusing. "Kill me? Aren't you worried the coordinates will stay in your world?" Divine Lord replied nonchalantly, "Haven't you noticed yet?" He laughed loudly. The hall had already been isolated from the outside world. With Divine Lord's hint, Suomi tried to sense the outside of the hall, but all he felt was a mysterious black aura surrounding them. There was nothing else to see. He asked Divine Lord, "Outside the hall is a void. Did you create a separate dimension and transfer us into it?" Divine Lord nodded and replied, "Yes, this is where I'll kill you. Throw your corpse into the bleached wounds of the earth, the coordinates on your body cannot locate our world." Suomi raised her head to look at the Divine Lord in front of her. "Lead me to the bleached wounds of the earth and kill me there. That would be the safest way, wouldn't it?" The Divine Lord seemed intrigued, his eyes brightening. "That's a good idea." Suomi couldn't be bothered with small talk. Cut to the chase. "Stop this meaningless probing. If you could do it, I would already be dead. Perhaps it's because of the realm crossing stone. You can only remain in the dimension you've created, but you're not sure if killing me here would still allow the coordinates to possibly transfer to your world, are you?" The Divine Lord was provoked by Suomi's confident attitude. He raised his hand, his entire body enveloped by a dark force. "Perhaps I should give it a try." Suomi laughed. "You want to use threats to infer the situation of the coordinates from my reactions? Too bad, I don't know anything. The master of the coordinates is a terrifying invader who views our world like food on a plate. Whether the coordinates can be stopped from shifting or not, would you like to take a gamble?" At that moment, the system frantically reminded Suomi with a warning to cut the signal. "Cannot connect, host, please leave quickly. Dangerous, cannot connect." The Divine Lord's power surged, his aura strong enough to almost crush Suomi. The system continued, "The host is in an extremely dangerous state, and attempts to reconnect have no signal." Divine Lord lowered his gaze to Suomi. "I have a 90% chance of preventing the coordinates from shifting, but I don't want to gamble, nor do I need to. Suomi, let's make a deal." Suomi looked at him with suspicion. "A deal?" Divine Lord continued, "Suomi, I know that on Earth, you've always been treated unfairly, looked down upon, humiliated, mocked, and misunderstood. It's truly laughable how the weak dare to treat the strong in such a manner. Do you really want to save all of humanity? No, the only ones you care about are your sister and a few close friends." He stared intently at Suomi. "After the secret realm war ends, I will bring your loved ones and friends to my world. I will designate an area of 10 million square meters for them to live, ensuring their safety and prosperity, as well as that of their descendants. The condition for this exchange is that you must come to the bleached wounds of the earth and never approach our world again." Suomi asked him, "Can't they stay on Earth?" Divine Lord laughed loudly, "After the secret realm war ends, the only fate for Earth is destruction." "Do you really want your sister to die with Earth?" Suomi hesitated, "I need to think for a moment. Please tell me everything you know about the master of the coordinates. Also, what is the real reason you must destroy Earth?" Divine Lord smirked, observing Suomi's expression. "It seems you don't know anything. Alright, to make it fair, I will tell you everything. Suomi silently inquired about the system. System? What are the conditions for receiving check-in rewards? The system quickly responded, the strength of the realm-crossing stone opens a passage, allowing the host to enter other dimensions beyond the beast world and earth to participate in the secret realm wars between humans and beasts. Suomi asked again, now I am in a small independent world, the entire space floating with the power of the realm-crossing stone, and I am waging war with the divine lord of the beast world. Does this meet the conditions to receive a check-in reward? The system calmly replied, the system is calculating. Conditions are insufficient. A higher command was received, but there is no connection signal. Suomi threatened, if I die, your prey will escape. The system hurriedly responded, the system is recalculating. Divine Lord withdrew his threatening demeanor towards Suomi, then calmly said, as for intelligence regarding the invaders, I don't know much. They are known as the Shadow of Echoes, traveling across the bleached wounds of the earth, relentlessly devouring every world they encounter. The world they invade will eventually turn into a dead land, devoid of any life. But finding prey is not an easy task for them. Suomi continued his words, so that's why they need the coordinates? Divine Lord nodded, the projection of the echoing return reveals many coordinates, but only a small fraction of those coordinates can reach a world with life, and they are attached to a living creature like you. Suomi continued to ask, if we already have the coordinates, why haven't we reached Earth yet? The Divine Lord shrugged and replied, it's just the coordinates, it can't pinpoint the exact location of Earth. Do you know about the bleached wounds of the Earth? Suomi nodded, I've been through it once. The Divine Lord explained to him, the human world, the beast world, and all worlds with life are fundamentally independent existences, unable to contact each other. Only when the bleached wounds of the earth appeared did it become a path or a transit station. Only by reaching the bleached wounds of the earth can we jump from one world to another. But first, you must find an item that resonates with that world in the bleached wounds of the earth. He gave Suomi an example, for instance, earth and the bleached wounds of the earth. The corresponding item might be a coin, an apple, or a rabbit. Only by finding these items can the Shadow of Echoes enter Earth. Suomi nodded, it seemed simple enough, but the Divine Lord shook his head in denial, no, there are two difficulties. The space of the bleached wounds of the Earth is almost infinite, and the corresponding item for Earth is constantly changing everywhere. One moment it might be a stone, the next moment it could become a rabbit. The Divine Lord's voice was steady, worlds exist independently and will always be in a state of transformation. But if you bind two worlds together, the corresponding items between the two worlds will stop changing. Suomi hesitantly asked, you mean the secret realm war? The Divine Lord nodded, the first secret realm war was initiated by Earth, and the coordinates were also based on your people. Through the secret realm war, by locking our worlds together, we can capture two prey at once. This is the plan of the Shadow of Echoes. Suomi shook his head, no, the one who opened the secret realm war was the immortal cultivator from thousands of years ago, Tianming. The Divine Lord was surprised. Then he laughed loudly, Tianming? The power of the coordinates is enough to force him to commit suicide, to change his mind. It's much easier to do this with the coordinates. Suomi frowned. If everything was indeed a conspiracy of the Shadow of Echoes, humans and demon beasts should cooperate even more, put an end to the secret realm war, and break the binding between the two worlds in order to prevent the invasion of the Shadow of Echoes. The Divine Lord firmly shook his head, no, humans and demon beasts can never cooperate. The moment the secret realm war began, our worlds were locked together. Shadow of Echoes has confirmed the general area where we are. Even if we end the secret realm war and separate the two worlds, we still cannot escape their search. He paused for a moment before continuing, there is only one way, by winning the secret realm war, we can obtain the energy resources of Earth as fuel, then escape this area, as far away as possible. Suomi seriously looked at the Divine Lord, so that's it. This is the reason you want to destroy Earth. The Divine Lord shook his head again, disagreeing with Suomi's thoughts. Seizing the energy of Earth, it's not necessary to destroy Earth, and it won't cause too much harm to humanity. The one who will destroy Earth is the shadow of echoes that is about to arrive. Suomi looked at him. To him, to humankind, there was no difference. Seeing that Suomi's attitude did not change, the Divine Lord did not waste time and immediately changed the subject. Suomi, I have told you everything you wanted to know. This is the soul contract, and I will ensure the safety of your family and friends. But you must remain eternally stranded in the bleached wounds of the earth. Will you accept this exchange? Unexpectedly, after hearing everything clearly, Suomi changed his mind. He replied, I refuse. The Divine Lord did not react harshly. He smiled faintly. Such a pity, a wisp of green mist flew towards Suomi, and the ground beneath his feet was immediately frozen. He tried to move but couldn't resist. The Divine Lord continued. If you had accepted the exchange, it would have been much better. In the blink of an eye, Suomi was trapped in a giant block of ice. The Divine Lord indifferently informed him. I'll seal you temporarily for now, and wait for the realm crossing stone to recover before dealing with you, troublesome one. You'll regret rejecting me. All the people you know will be annihilated. Suomi remained motionless inside the ice block. The system announced, the safety of the host's life will become the second priority condition, included in the variable calculation for the operation. The assessment result, this is a special secret realm, logged in on the 6th day. The reward is Dragon Scale, which grants special effects. One is the ability to conceal one's battle power, and the other is to increase defense. Divine Lord sat before the realm crossing stone, waiting for it to fully restore. Fragments of the stone kept gathering and flying towards it, healing the realm crossing stone. Before long, the realm crossing stone had returned to its original state. Divine Lord muttered in a low voice, wasting so much time again. He pushed himself up with his hands, thinking that even the tiniest shard of this precious artifact couldn't be missing, it had to be restored to its original form. Divine Lord looked at the realm crossing stone glowing brightly in front of him with satisfaction. Finally, it was almost fully restored. At that moment, something brushed past Divine Lord's face. The next second, the realm crossing stone before him suddenly exploded with a loud boom. And shattered once more. Divine Lord gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Suomi had somehow broken free from the ice block's restraint. Thanks to the system's sign-in on the 29th day, Divine Lord angrily hissed through clenched teeth, Suomi. Suomi tilted his head to look at him, then said, "This time, I'll smash the entire realm crossing stone into dust." Now, can you still restore it? Divine Lord frowned. Not only did you break the seal, but you even managed to deceive my senses for a moment. The coordinates are indeed convenient. Suomi shrugged, perhaps. Every time you enter the secret realm, you gain new powers. This must be the coordinate mechanism that maintains the balance of combat power between humans and beasts. He paused for a moment before continuing, but I never expected that, even in my dimension, the creation of coordinates could grant you strength. The longer you stay here, the more powerful the coordinates make you, don't they? Suomi flashed a provocative smile. To test your hypothesis, there's only one way: break your dimension. Otherwise, my power will likely surpass yours soon. Divine Lord clicked his tongue, and Suomi showed a knowing expression. As expected, you can't do it, can you? If you break the dimension, the shards of the realm crossing stone will scatter everywhere, making it harder to recover. If recovery isn't quick enough, the realm crossing stone might lead the beasts to lose the secret realm war. Divine Lord looked at Suomi seriously. If I don't break the dimension, will I lose to you? Suomi asked him, for you, isn't this a dilemma? Unable to hold back any longer, Divine Lord decisively asked, Suomi, state your demands. What do you want to do? Suomi calmly repeated, I've said it before, what I want is peace. As long as you die and I live, there should be no other path for our world. Divine Lord continued to try to explain his thoughts to Suomi. Sacrificing Earth to allow the beast world to break free, this is the method with the highest success rate. Trying to let both worlds survive simultaneously is almost impossible. Suomi, you have made your decision, and so we have nothing more to discuss. Divine Lord immediately retorted, Suomi, based on our previous trade agreement, I can increase the number of humans migrating to the beast world 10 million, 20 million people, or grant you a position second only to mine. Whatever you desire can be negotiated. Suomi firmly rejected, no, I will not accept. Divine Lord muttered, is that so? He then immediately raised his hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike. In that case, I will have to kill you. The coordinates will not shift. Suomi parted his lips, your dual field, activate. Suomi's body immediately lit up, a surge of energy enveloping him. Divine Lord looked on as his divine power seemed to be absorbed by Suomi. He frowned, has my divine power been swallowed? It feels like it's disappearing. This is. Suomi smiled faintly, the dual field, also known as the equal field, which can suppress all powers except for physical strength. So, Divine Lord, let's fight with our bare hands. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed throughout the hall. Divine Lord was struck by Suomi's punch, his face skewed to the side. However, he quickly retaliated. The two engaged in an intense back and forth, trading blows without end, neither giving an inch. It was only after some time that they finally separated to steady themselves. The Divine Lord lifted his head to look at Suomi. Indeed, the domain of equality did not bear its name in vain. Not only did it prohibit any external power beyond the body, but it also suppressed the strength of the body to its utmost limit. Suomi asked him, do you feel nostalgic? Not at all. Fighting like a thug, the Divine Lord replied. The coordinates granted to you provide the most suitable ability to extend time. Don't you find it a bit too coincidental? The coordinates want to stop me because they are certain that the success rate of my plan is very high. Suomi nodded, perhaps. But I'm not interested in your deal. The Divine Lord, unwilling to accept this, questioned, why don't you tell me what dissatisfaction you have with the terms of the deal? Suomi looked at him and spoke about their world, who told me about many things. The supremacy of bloodlines, the strong devouring the weak, chaotic order. I don't wish to live in such a world. The Divine Lord suddenly laughed loudly. Is this really a problem? I will grant her power and land. In her territory, whatever order or law she wishes to establish, all of humanity and demon beasts will have to obey. Suomi directly stated his thoughts, I don't trust you. A soul contract isn't necessarily trustworthy. The Divine Lord remained resolute, affirming, I will honor my promise. This is a divine vow from a god. Suomi glanced at him and said indifferently, what kind of gods would create a world like this? The chaotic, bloodthirsty world of beasts reacts to your nature. If I leave, I can't guarantee their safety. The Divine Lord took a step forward. He clicked his tongue, you're more stubborn than I thought. It seems the deal can't be done. I can't let your abilities continue to grow. He paused for a moment, then continued, Suomi, you should be proud, for in order to kill you, a deity has wagered their life. Suomi looked at his hands in doubt, the realm of equality has been destroyed, but its effects still linger. What have you done? The Divine Lord laughed loudly, unbound, unrestrained. This is a powerful poison, one that even gods can easily be killed by the karmic retribution. As he finished speaking, Suomi was immediately bound by purple spiritual energy, which tightened around his limbs. Suomi wanted to use his left eye to analyze the dispelled realm, but the system responded, Golden Eye cannot identify weaknesses. The spiritual energy binding Suomi grew tighter, and the system remained non-functional. It was malfunctioning and couldn't discern anything. The Divine Lord looked up at him, want to resist? Struggle all you want. Divine power cannot overcome karma. No matter how strange your abilities are, you cannot stop the consequences of fate. He smugly stared at Suomi. Sink into misery within the karmic force. Then, the scene abruptly shifted to a small coastal village. A young Suomi was suddenly seized by two mysterious figures in black. Yu struggled desperately. Let me go, you mute bastards. I can't run anymore, can I? Let go of me. At that moment, an old man wearing a strange coat approached. He smiled kindly and called out, Suomi, your highness saint's son, please don't go near the forest. It's very dangerous outside the village. Suomi snapped at the old man. Did you adopt me just to lock me up here forever in this cursed place? The old man chuckled. No, this is only temporary. Everything we do is to ensure your safety. It's time for your meal, your food is waiting for you. Please follow me. The scene shifted to a time when Suomi had grown up. He and Suayun were wearing white cloaks, sitting on a high platform. Below, someone was tied to a wooden post, surrounded by villagers. The person tied to the post screamed, his eyes wide. What do you want to do? Why have you kidnapped me? I've never done anything wrong. I've always lived honestly. Please, spare me. The old man who had adopted Suomi stepped forward, standing in front of the crowd. Yen Yong, 38 years old. According to the records, since you were 14, you've killed 6 people, robbed 14 times, and raped 10 times. Yen Yong, do you plead guilty? Yen Yong, called by his real name and confronted with his crimes, stopped struggling and smirked. Damn it, I even changed my name and appearance to avoid being recognized. Are you the family of the victims, here to torture me? The old man shook his head. We have never met you, and naturally, we do not know the person you claim to have harmed. Your crimes, your fate, will be determined by the gods. Yen Yong tilted his head toward the 2 figures of Suomi and Suayun sitting far away. The gods? Those 2 children? In just 5 seconds, I could snap their necks. The old man immediately changed his attitude, warning Yen Yong, do not be disrespectful to the gods. The saint's son and saintess are the incarnations of the god of sin. We ask the saint's son and saintess to grant a divine decree. Suomi and Suayun remained silent, sitting there without saying a word. The old man below seemed to have received instructions. He looked down at the crowd and spoke loudly, the god of sin has no objections, and tonight, there is no need for torture devices. Bring the criminal a quick death. The crowd below immediately bowed their heads and paid their respects. We humbly obey the divine decree, we humbly obey the divine decree. Yen Yong, bound to the post, gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, these crazy people, don't let me find an opportunity. Before he could say more, someone stepped forward and struck. Blood immediately sprayed out. A villager with a knife stood before him, his eyes empty but hiding a suppressed eagerness, saying, May you receive the blessing of the god of sin. The second spray of blood followed, as an old man with a sickle approached, God of sin, please forgive this poor child. Then it happened again 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. An older woman clasped her hands in earnest prayer. God of sin, please cleanse this filth and impurity. Yen Yong's body was almost slumped over the wooden pillar. The ground beneath him was soaked with his blood. A bowl had been placed beneath to catch it, and someone reached out to take it. The old man who had adopted Suomi poured the blood directly over the boy and Suomi's head. As he poured, he muttered, All sins belong to the god of sin. The blood flowed from their hair, streaming down Suomi's cheek. This was a distant memory of Suomi's, and this was an ordinary day in Pinyin village. At 6:30 a.m., the villagers gradually woke up and left their homes early. By 7:00 a.m., the villagers began their morning prayers, openly confessing their sins, cleansing their guilt. Then at 8:00 a.m., they built the altar, preparing for the once-a-year ritual. By 12:00 noon, everyone was still busy. The old man welcomed guests from outside the village, stirring the worldly affairs, disturbing the peace of Pinyin. This, too, was a yearly occurrence. Time passed a little more. At 2:00 p.m., it was rest time, and the sisters Suomi stood on the street. Suomi whispered to Suayun, The ceremony is about to begin. Suayun nodded. I know, the way those guests are looking at us, they already see us as food. Suomi furrowed his brow tightly. Do you think we can really escape? Suayun smiled and said. Since you caused the disturbance by running away yesterday, I have already prepared everything. The yacht those guests are on is our only chance to leave this small island. We will definitely be able to leave. At this moment, the Divine Lord suddenly appeared at this point in the timeline, observing the two sisters, Suomi, from above. He muttered to himself, this is the most dangerous moment for Suomi in the entire timeline. There is only one chance to strike, and we absolutely cannot be detected by the coordinates. The sky gradually darkened, and the atmosphere in the village was quite peaceful. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, the saint's son and saintess have disappeared, hurry and find them. They rushed to search every nook and cranny of the village. The villagers were in chaos. The ceremony was about to begin, and the guests were all waiting. The old man who had adopted the two of them gritted his teeth and angrily asked, where were you keeping watch? How could you let them escape like this? The subordinate reports that they are in a coma, as if they were drugged. The old man fumed, this is truly unacceptable. At the very end, where could they possibly run to? Then, there was a sudden explosion somewhere in the village, and the sound of the blast shook the sky. People panicked and ran away from the flames. It's on fire, where are the people? Hurry, come here. Soon, there were 2 or 3 more explosions. Some people were trapped under collapsed pillars. Help me. An old woman in the flames prayed, divine punishment, this must be divine punishment. The foreign guests who had come to participate in the ceremony also scrambled to flee. Damn it, divine punishment, go away. A huge fire and several explosions nearly destroyed and surrounded the entire village. The roads out of the village were completely blocked. At this moment, the two, Suomi and Suayun, had already run a considerable distance away. Suomi gasped for air and called out, Sister, I can barely breathe anymore. Suayun reassured him, hang in there a little longer. The boat is just ahead. Suayun frowned deeply. This cult was insane, completely unreachable, and all the fire traps had been used up. She had no weapons in hand, and it was difficult to fight back against an adult. No matter what, she had to ensure Suomi survived. At that very moment, the old man had caught up. His eyes were wild and empty. The old man shouted, Suayun, come here. Surely you won't leave Suomi to run off alone, right? Suayun nodded, her steps moving toward him. All right, her gaze sharpened, Suayun forcefully shoved the old man back into the flames, sending him to hell with her. In that moment, the fire suddenly grew weaker. Suayun looked around, the fire had disappeared, and the place no longer resembled a village. Where is this? The old man stood before her, screaming manically, God of sin, it's the God of sin manifesting. As soon as he finished speaking, his head instantly flew off. The Divine Lord appeared behind him, cursing in disgust, filthy bastard. Suayun stared at him, dazed. Indeed, the Divine Lord lowered his gaze at her, I am a deity, but not the God of sin as you say. I came here only because of Suomi. Suayun frowned, wait, do you also want a sacrificial offering? If you need one, then let it be me. The Divine Lord shook his head in denial, not harming Suomi might result in the displacement of the coordinates. This is not something I am willing to witness. My goal is singular, to kill you, and then fulfill the deal with the future Suomi. Suayun raised her head to look at the Divine Lord, a deal with the future Suomi? Are you from the future? The Divine Lord lowered his eyes to look at her, you are the human that Suomi cares about the most, and that is why he rejected in exchange with me. If you were to die in the past, Suomi would no longer have any attachment to the human world. Suayun shouted, if you are a deity, can you not be more generous? Why must you do such terrible things? The Divine Lord raised his hand, divine power condensing in his palm, I am only helping Suomi make the right choice. His strike was suddenly blocked by an invisible force, unable to touch Suayun in the slightest. The Divine Lord widened his eyes, how is this possible? This is the power of coordinates, Can two coordinates coexist at the same time? Suayun's body was suddenly enveloped in golden light. The Divine Lord frowned. This is wrong. This power is nothing like what Suomi uses. You are the first host of the coordinates. Then, the coordinates shifted to Suomi. How ridiculous, Suayun said. Is this fate mocking me? Or is everything I do still within the calculations of the coordinates? Suayun's expression was confused. What is system login? The system operates similarly to the energy signature on Suomi. It sent a notification to Suayun, system login failed, incorrect connection, wrong time, incorrect data, rebooting, logged in 29 times. The current assessment is in the secret realm, login can be attempted again, logged in for 30 days, skill reward, spirit annihilation. Suayun's body suddenly shuddered, the sensation was strange, terrifying. The Divine Lord stood facing her and spoke, "Human child, do not use the power of the coordinates, this is a warning your body has given you. Just now, in an instant, you accepted everything, it is a power that Suomi spent months acquiring. If you use that power, your body will decay, which means death." Suayun remained silent for a moment before speaking. "You are the same as the priest of the god of sin, you are all the same, you just want to use me and Suomi to harm us?" The Divine Lord wanted to explain to Suayun, "You misunderstand, wait a moment." However, before he could finish speaking, Suayun launched herself forward with a fist full of vitality. The Divine Lord shook his head and clicked his tongue, commenting on her fiery temperament, "You and Suomi are no different. Listen to me." At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared behind the Divine Lord. It seemed that the Divine Lord's body was truly affected by Suayun's power. He growled, "Damn it, what the hell is this? The damage from a punch just now." As soon as he finished speaking, the Divine Lord immediately shattered into pieces in front of Suayun. Even Suayun herself was stunned. Had that wicked god really just died like this? At this moment, beneath Suayun's feet, chaos suddenly erupted. She stared at her own body, dazed. Am I about to die too? A moment later, Suayun instantly vanished from that space, and a pitch-black darkness enveloped her as the scene shifted to a seaside. Standing there, Suayun murmured, "The village shore. We're back." She looked down at her hands. Was that a dream just now? No, this isn't right. I can't feel my body. Just then, the system appeared once more. Host Suayun has died, lifeform has disappeared, data is incorrect, system login is transitioning, searching for new host. Suayun lowered her eyes in silence, neither dead nor alive. Am I a wraith now, or something else? What am I exactly? Suddenly, Suomi appeared from somewhere, walking over while rubbing his head. Sis, what happened just now? My head hurt so much, and when I woke up, I found you were gone. I was really worried. Suayun adjusted her mood. When she turned back, she gave Suomi a bright smile. Suomi, it's okay now, we're safe. Let's go home. Suomi is hard to understand. Home? What home do we have? You said it's an orphanage, didn't you? Suayun shook her head in response, no, there will be one, a safer place. As dusk fell, a drifting boat slowly approached the shore. Suomi lay unconscious on the beach, with someone nearby performing first aid on him. Rescue team number 18 discovered the lone survivor on the sandy beach, a boy, unconscious but still breathing. Suayun stood beside, looking at Suomi lying on the sand, while also hearing the report from the person nearby. Yes, only one lucky survivor was found. She lowered her head to look at her own body. Suayun could see the golden sand beneath her through her hands. The scene shifted to a closed room. Suomi sat silently on a single chair, with voices reporting about the heretic village. Each year, they buy one male and one female, 2 orphans from the orphanage, to become the saint's son and saintess. For 1 year, they offer the blood of sinners to serve the saint's son and saintess. They look at Suomi and say, at the end of each year, the village holds a feast where people are eaten. The guests invited include many wealthy merchants and high-ranking officials. It is said that eating the blood and flesh of the saint's son and saintess will bring blessings from the gods. A police officer clicked his tongue. In the end, they weren't burned to death in a fire. Someone beside him turned and asked, "Was this fire really an accident?" He said nothing, offering no cooperation at all. At this point, someone entered and said, "It doesn't matter anymore. There are many who don't want this case to continue being investigated. Just close the case as an accidental fire." Soo-yun, in her distinctive figure, was standing quietly behind Soo-mai, keeping him company. She softly said, "It's okay, we'll be able to leave soon." The scene shifted to the bustling city. An old woman looked at Soo-mai and asked, "Hey, kid, are you planning to rent a house by yourself?" Soo-mai shook his head and replied, "No, it's for 2 people, me and my sister." The old woman looked skeptical. 2 people? At that moment, Soo-yun spoke up, "I'm Soo-mai's sister." The old woman quickly rubbed her eyes. "Oh, right, it's the 2 of you. Sorry, my eyesight isn't great, and I didn't notice you earlier. If you 2 want to rent, I can give you a discount." Time passed, and Soo-mai and Soo-yun worked hard to earn money. At first, many people sympathized with them. These 2 kids have it tough. They've been without parents since they were young, and now they have to sell goods to survive. But after some time, their perception of Soo-mai and Soo-yun changed. "I heard people say, I heard they were adopted by the town, but they caused so much trouble and hurt many people. Anyone who gets close to them will bring misfortune, so their suffering is deserved." Soo-mai, carrying a large basket of fruit, whispered to Soo-yun, "Sis, we haven't earned enough this month, we still don't have enough to pay for the rent. A lot of people behind us are talking badly about us, and the customers we used to have aren't coming anymore." Soo-yun shook her head, "Don't worry about what others think. I'll figure something out." Time passed like a gust of wind. Before long, Soo-mai had entered university. He went to find Soo-yun to talk. "I won't study in university anymore. I want to work. Otherwise, you'll be too tired." Soo-yun shouted again. "What are you talking about? Don't worry about the tuition fees. Recently, I've been looking for a high-paying job." The stream of memories was cut off here. Startled, Soo-mai woke up from the old dream and shouted, "Don't go." At this moment, he was still standing in the main hall of the Beast Demon Temple. Soo-mai gritted his teeth and hissed each word. "System, your plan is terrifying. It only took 30 days of login to kill the Divine Lord. But this means I will gain power beyond your control, so you arranged for her to complete the login within 30 days in the past, to kill the Divine Lord. But the price to pay is death. She can't continue to maintain this power, and the system transferred it to me." The system calmly responded to Soo-mai, "Your sister never truly died." Soo-mai interrupted it, "But she's not really alive either." The system continued, "Because the Divine Lord of the Beast Demon repaired the timeline, your sister simultaneously exists in both a dead and alive state. She cannot be touched, nor can she be observed." Soo-mai muttered, "Can't be touched, can't be observed. Many people have seen my sister, Yutong can also touch her." The system quickly answered his question. "The system has the ability to observe all worlds. You are the host of the system, and your judgment regarding Soo-yun determines her state." Soo-mai quickly understood. "In my perception, she is alive, so others would also think she is alive." "No, what you mean is that only you can keep her alive. You are threatening me, and if you wish, you could make her die right now." The system denied this statement from Soo-mai, saying it was not a threat. The entire variable had been processed. The Beast King Hall immediately underwent a change, and the space around Soo-mai seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The system immediately sent a new notification: "Divine Lord has died, the domain has collapsed, and the collapse of the domain will become an eternal seal." Soo-mai asked it, "You want to trap me here?" The system coldly replied, "You no longer have the strength to break the seal. The beasts in the human world will become the fertilizer for the shadow of echoes." The Beast King Hall was rapidly disappearing, and the system continued, Suomi, you are a very interesting host. Observing your time has been a source of comfort for me. Suomi seemed to be locked in place, standing still amidst the collapsing space. He heard the system say, but our journey ends here. I will accompany you into eternal sleep. Good night, and sweet dreams. Time passed swiftly since Suomi was sealed after the death of the Divine Lord, and now it had been 2 years. Inside the world of the Shatter village, some people were being relentlessly pursued, and they were about to be caught. There was no way to escape anymore. They had no choice but to face them head-on. Behind them, a few beastly creatures were preparing to attack. They had only themselves to rely on. He charged forward, swiftly dealing with the 2 humans, while mocking them, weak, too weak. On the other side, other beasts were also slaughtering humans one by one. Blood flowed like a river, covering the entire village in the beast world. The beasts trampled these people underfoot. Is this all the skill that cultivators have? You really disappoint me. The other transformed beings were also present, and they scolded the beasts, you're killing too fast. You're not leaving any survivors. How am I supposed to interrogate the whereabouts of the other criminals? The beasts scoffed coldly, aren't there still a few villagers left? They turned their gaze to the group of small rabbits standing on the ground. The village chief rabbit stood in front of them, shielding them, we don't know anything. One of the beasts glanced at him and said, you're the village chief here, right? You really have a lot of guts, hiding cultivators and the remnants of the Dong Yun group. It extended its sharp, iron-like claws and grabbed one of the small rabbits from the group, threatening the village chief rabbit, I know their whereabouts. The village chief rabbit shouted, I told you, I don't know anything. Let her go. The beast bared its teeth and laughed, don't know, huh? That's fine. The next moment, he immediately crushed the little rabbit in his hand. The village chief rabbit gritted his teeth, you bastard. The magical beast stared defiantly at the village chief rabbit, your teammates are still many, and I will kill every villager in your family one by one. You can take your time to think about it. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to a desert outside. 2 rabbits were running at full speed along the road. Lord AI Air, we must hurry and inform Lord AI Air. Lord AI Air spends most of his time digging that stone, we're almost there. The leading rabbit said nervously. Lord AI Air has been digging for almost a year, is that stone really that important? The rabbit following behind replied. How should I know? However, as soon as it finished speaking, it was grabbed by the neck and lifted up. The people from Lian Meng Financial Group grabbed both of them and intentionally let them go, and sure enough, they reaped something. AI Air, that's the magical beast that follows Suomi. One of them turned around and said with a smile. It seems we are not far from the true target. It's only for Suomi. Yun can perfectly integrate the Queen Cell. This is now a priority for Lian Meng Financial Group. At this moment, not far away, heavy blows were landing on the large stones. A rabbit was tirelessly working with the hard, rough stones as AI Air's fists continuously rose. She kept trying to smash them down, causing them to shatter. After a long period of relentless effort, a beautiful pink stone finally appeared, and Suomi's body gradually began to materialize. His tightly closed eyes slowly started to show signs of movement. In the next moment, Suomi suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the scene shifted to AI Air on the other side. A large explosion had just occurred, and the beasts quickly rushed toward AI Air. It turned out AI Air was hiding here, still a useless piece of trash. She huddled on a pile of broken stones, surrounded by the beasts who mocked her. You humans are so cowardly. Dealing with a mere horned beast like this, and you still have to be so cautious? Bring them all here. The members of the Lian Meng Financial Group hesitated slightly, then turned around to reply, back on Earth, AI Air demonstrated immense power. We don't know why she's so weak now. Perhaps it's related to Suomi's disappearance. The beasts muttered to themselves, and one of them took several steps forward toward AI Air. Suomi, that so-called savior of humankind, is worth your betrayal of us? AI heir struggled to sit up. Scoundrel, I have nothing to say to you. The beast opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, jagged teeth, and said, the weak races you protect, after your betrayal, their lives will be more miserable than before. The octopus under your command, you'll end up as a roasted octopus yourself. It grabbed her head and tilted it back, continuing, this is all your fault. Don't you feel any guilt for them? Then he looked at him, in this world, they will never live a good life. The demon beast nodded and laughed loudly. She was right. To be honest, the brief advantage she had before was because she could complete the mission of sneaking into Earth. Once she finished the mission and it lost its effect, everything would return to its original state. You weak little demons have no way out or future. He thought she would be angry at his words, but she yelled angrily, I will find a better future for them. The demon beast gathered his demonic power with his empty hand and asked AI heir, based on what? Suomi? You think Suomi can save you? Save you lowly demon beasts? He's gone, most likely dead. You should die with him. The demon beast raised his hand in front of AI heir, intending to deal with her right then. Just at that moment, the people from Lian Meng Financial Group received a notification and urgently called the forest. Wait, please wait a moment. We need intelligence. The demon beast straightened his arm, dropping AI heir to the ground. Fine, let this traitor live a little longer. The people from Lian Meng Financial Group politely said, thank you very much. He stepped forward and used his spiritual power to bind AI heir. Those rabbits told me that you've been here for almost a year. What have you been doing here? AI heir coldly replied, I don't know. The demon's expression changed, and he said half coaxingly, half threatening, I just want to know the intelligence related to those humans. Now those rabbits are still alive. If you don't tell the truth, I will kill them all in the name of protecting secrets for humanity, sacrificing the lives of the magical beasts. Is it worth it? Nearly a year in this desolate place, I don't believe you've been here for a vacation. He paused for a moment before continuing. It must have something to do with Yutong, Li Han Ning, or Suomi's sister, right? I have no patience. I'll give you one chance. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the stone AI heir had been searching for day and night was slowly awakening, constantly emitting a mist that spread and enveloped the area. The man was still trying to force Dong AI heir to speak, I know what you've been doing here. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something approaching him. Turning around, the stone was floating in the air, the mist swirling, and spiritual power spreading everywhere. The people from Lian Meng Financial Group were terrified, as if they had encountered a ghost. At that moment, a voice rang out, alerting them. AI heir is here to lift my seal, and a surge of power struck directly at the man. In the next moment, AI heir was back in Suomi's hands. He smiled at them. Now you know. Suomi's appearance before everyone is, as expected, the most powerful blow to them. The magical beast furrowed his brow. Impossible. Suomi. The people from Lian Meng Financial Group were eager to flee. Suomi is still alive. We need to get out of here quickly. I must spread this information. Suomi turned his head and looked toward them. The hunters of Lian Meng Financial Group had also arrived in the world of the beast monsters, and it seemed that many things had happened while I was asleep. A wave of green swept through, restraining the hands and feet of the people from Lian Meng Financial Group and the beast monsters. They were panicking, unable to move anymore. Suomi stepped forward, stopping in front of a beast monster. The creature spoke, Suomi, why have you suddenly appeared? What's the situation with Divine Lord now? Suomi replied indifferently, he's dead. The beast monster trembled, no, I don't believe it. Divine Lord. Dead, he's dead. Suomi turned to look at the hunters. Lian Meng Financial Group has revived again? How did you come to the world of the beast monsters? Have you colluded with the beast monsters? Are you so bold now? And you even dare to capture my sister? One of them sneered, his lips stiff, replying, I'm not telling you anything. Suomai stepped forward, emotionlessly placing his hand on his face. You think you can keep secrets from me? Speak, how did you get to the world of the beast monsters? Did you steal the boundary crossing stone from Dong Yun Group? The person over there answered blankly, no. The secret realm war ended, and the secret realm twisted into a passage. We used that passage to enter the world of the beast monsters. At this moment, suddenly, the system reappeared. The notification board suddenly surrounded Suomai, warning, host has woken up earlier than expected, using the backup plan. Suomai sighed, the system has finally appeared, but hasn't the rebound shadow arrived yet? However, the system did not respond to Suomai. It only muttered to itself, confirming the backup plan and freezing all login rewards. Moments later, Suomai's body was suddenly bombarded. He gritted his teeth and endured the tearing pain in his body, and the restraints on the others were also lifted. They were confused. What's going on? We can move now. Suomai's appearance was strange. Let's run. But one of the demon beasts, unaware of its own limits, wanted to charge at him, deciding to kill Suomai now. They all shouted and rushed toward him to take action. Suomai clenched his teeth, system, don't get in the way. He roared, unleashing all his power. Open up. With this shockwave, the demon beasts that were closest to him were immediately sent flying. Those further away also felt the impact. Suomai coughed a few times, lowered his head, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and eyes. The system warned him, don't do anything, don't change anything, and don't use your power. Before Suomai collapsed, the system sent another message. Each use of the login rewards power will accelerate your death. This is a warning. From within a dilapidated building, voices could be heard. Is this the greatest savior of humanity? Although unconscious, he looked very strong. Several rabbits were surrounding Suomai, seemingly observing him. What is the relationship between Lord AI Air and him? How do they know each other? Will he really help us? After all, he is human. At that moment, AI Air returned and shouted, what are you doing? Who told you to gather here and make a mess? Seeing AI Air angry, the rabbits quickly scattered in panic. It's Lord AI Air, they're terrified, Lord AI Air is so fierce. Perhaps AI Air's voice was too loud, Suomai was also startled and woke up. Rabbits, so many rabbits, where is this? AI Air stepped forward to explain to him. This is Shatter village. You've been asleep for more than half a day. Is your body okay? Suomai tried moving his body, it was fine. How did you find me? AI Air sighed in frustration and replied, didn't you already know? When I arrived on Earth, you forced me to sign a pet contract with you. After that, I could always sense your location. And the most infuriating thing is, whenever you're injured, I suffer half of the damage. Just now, when you suddenly collapsed, I almost fainted. Suomai immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I've caused trouble for you. But his attitude made AI Air shiver. Stop, don't say things like that. I'm getting goosebumps. What kind of relationship do we have? Do you need to say such things? It's too scary. Suomai pressed his forehead, this time is different. From now on, every time I use my power, it will be backfired. In the worst case scenario, I could even die directly. These words from Suomai felt like a thunderbolt striking AI Air. She stood up and rubbed her head. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to break our contract. However, contrary to Suomai's expectations, AI Air refused. No, there's no need to break the contract. Suomai laughed. Why? You really want to be my pet? Even die with me? AI Air spoke seriously. If I share the damage with you, the number of times you can fully utilize your power will be a little higher. Perhaps that way, we can save the little rabbit from Shatter village, the other small beasts, and the humans on Earth. She lowered her head. I need your power. I need peerless across the mortal world. Finally, Suomi remembered the main topic. He asked AI Air. What happened while I was asleep? AI Air recounted. I don't know much. After you left, the Secret Realm War ended. The Secret Realm began to twist into a shape like a winding rope, becoming a pathway between the world of beasts and Earth. With the help of high-level beasts, the Lian Meng Financial Group destroyed the Dong Yun Group and the Four Great Ones sect. At the same time, before they took the Realm Crossing Stone, they killed many people. The lucky ones who survived scattered, some hid on Earth, and some secretly went to the elite world. AI Air lowered her eyes, and the senior beasts of Lian Meng Financial Group almost felt that some terrifying enemy was approaching. These terrifying enemies would kill all of humanity and the magical beasts. Suomi pondered, the image was transmitted back, how did they know? Could it be that the Divine Lord told his confidant? She thought for a moment and continued, according to Li Han Ning's investigation, to avoid the disaster, the senior magical beasts cooperated with Lian Meng Financial Group to set up a plan. In the end, only a portion of the magical beasts and members of Lian Meng Financial Group would survive, all the remaining beings would perish. Suomi smiled reassuringly at her, I will stop them. You know your sister, and also Yutong, Li Han Ning, do you know where they are hiding now? AI Air shook her head, unaware. They were hiding very discreetly, but there were still clues. The rabbit friends were helping the cultivators hide, and the nearest place was a location somewhere in the desert. A group of hunters from Lian Meng Financial Group had surrounded a group of people. President Su spoke up, You Tianyan, your resistance is meaningless, and we don't care. As long as you tell me the whereabouts of Sister Suomi, I can spare all of you. Tian Xian glanced at him, coldly saying, Shorty, shut up. On the Earth side, in the research room of Lian Meng Financial Group, someone was being kept in a nurturing box for research. President Shi turned his head and spoke. The secretary told him that the progress of cell combustion had greatly advanced because experimental subject number 4, who had just been caught, was showing significant results. The research staff nodded and replied, That's right. His compatibility with the queen cell is 80%, the highest currently. It's surprising that these failed products we once abandoned now have such great potential. President Shi asked again, Has the fusion drug been tested on any hunters yet? The research staff nodded. Of course, live subject experiments were conducted today, and the effectiveness is 3 times higher than before. President Shi was astonished, 3 times more effective. I remember the highest compatibility we achieved with a live specimen previously was 70%. The research staff stroked his beard. The higher the compatibility with the live specimen, the better the effect. But there's still one problem. Currently, the fusion drug can only be synthesized in the laboratory, the quantity is small, and the production cost is high, so mass production isn't feasible. President Shi squinted, I don't care about the cost. A small quantity is fine. After the hunters enter the beast world, under high energy conditions, their strength will increase, but that's still not enough. We need elites who can rival high-level beasts. The research staff turned to look at him. Are the beasts planning to attack us? President Shi shook his head. For now, we are safe. The beast realm crossing stones were destroyed, so to escape the crisis, they need the realm crossing stones in our hands. But once the crisis is averted, if we don't have strength equal to that of the beasts. He paused and asked, What do you think will be our fate? The research staff replied, The time left for us is running out. In order for the hunters to reach the strength of high-level beasts, we need more experimental bodies. Unfortunately, most of the experimental bodies have already been hidden by Dongyun Group. The most important one is only Suomi, and her projected index is over 95%. President Shi glanced at him. Every corner of Earth is already under our surveillance. In the world of beasts, hunters who have injected the cell-harmonizing drug can easily kill cultivators. Suomi's treatment of the experimental body. Soon, they will have nowhere to hide. The scene shifts to the world of beasts, where a spear is thrust down. The hunters from Lian Meng Financial Group easily dealt with a cultivator. The person didn't even have time to resist before they were gone. In the vast desert, the hunters kept moving, with one after another falling, each meeting their end. After a while, the bodies were piled up beside them. President Su sneered, "The effect of the number 4 cell fusion drug is indeed remarkable. Yu Tianyan, do you really still want to continue? In order to protect an outsider, the sect's legacy of your Eastern Flower Heaven sect will end today." Tian Xian gripped the spear tightly, gritting his teeth in pain. "If I surrender to you today and betray my friends, the legacy of Eastern Flower Heaven sect will truly come to an end." President Su widened his eyes, his pupils completely white, and pointed at Tian Xian. "If you're not willing, then kill them all. I don't believe anyone would dare speak up in the face of death." The hunters eagerly obeyed the command. "Yes." At that moment, a giant rabbit suddenly leaped from somewhere. A colossal rabbit with a jump of several hundred meters. It landed heavily in front of the group. The hunters were startled, jumping back in fear. "A rabbit? Where did it come from? Did I see a ghost? Could I be mistaken?" President Su also froze for a moment. Was the person standing on top of the rabbit Suomi? Suomi stood on the rabbit's head and waved. "Have I arrived at the right time? From up here, I can see all of you. It seems like I came just in time." President Su's face turned pale. He quickly gave orders. "Immediately inform the headquarters to spread the news that Suomi has appeared." He turned to the 2 closest people. "You 2 escort me out right away. The rest of you, stop Suomi." The hunters immediately began to stir and tried to block Suomi. "Are you kidding?" One of them suddenly shouted. "Do you want to run? Think about the bombs inside your bodies, the compensation money, and your families. Do you still have a way out?" Although the hunters were scared and wanted to flee, they could only curse in frustration. "Damn it, if we're going to die anyway, then we'll die trying." However, just as the bald man finished speaking, his head was severed from his body before he could even react. Next, the remaining hunters fell, with none escaping. Suomi stood high above, focusing his mind. In 0.1 seconds, he ended the battle. Perhaps, he could have minimized the backlash damage from the system, but doing so would have sacrificed the finesse of his control over the situation. After swiftly dealing with the hunters, Suomi landed on the ground. He had originally planned to leave one alive for interrogation. However, during the recent sweep, President Su did not escape. He was crawling on the ground, groaning, "My leg. You bastard." Suomi stood above him, looking down. "President Su, I had shown you all great mercy before, giving you a way to survive. Yet now, while I'm not here, you want to capture my sister." President Su laughed loudly. "Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I'll surrender?" Suomi lazily lifted his eyelids. "So it's like that. It seems your body is just a backup. When I find your real body, I hope you can still keep your mouth shut like this." President Su twitched his lips. "Suomi, you don't know anything. You'll be buried with your friends in earth." As soon as he finished speaking, President Su's backup body exploded with a loud bang. Suomi waved his hand, clearing the dust in front of him. It was a pity he had known he should have kept someone alive for interrogation earlier. He then turned to Tian Xian and asked, "You Tianyan, do you know the whereabouts of my sister?" Tian Xian replied, "Your sister and Yutong are very safe together, but perhaps only Li Han Ning knows her exact location." Suomi asked Li Han Ning, "So you've also come to the beast world?" Tian Xian nodded, "Yes, we all came here to retrieve the realm crossing stone." Suomi muttered, "So you've crossed realms, then? Have you figured out the plan of Lian Meng Financial Group?" Tian Xian explained, "Exactly, this is the plan of the beasts. In order to avoid the enemies that are coming, the beasts want to use Earth as fuel, to destroy the world in order to push the beast world away from its current position. But the realm crossing stone of the beast world was destroyed, so the beasts need the realm crossing stone from Lian Financial Group. She looked at Suomi. This is the reason the beasts are cooperating with Lian Financial Group. Suomi nodded. So Lian Financial Group plans to move to the beast world for survival, and then destroy Earth. That's exactly the kind of thing they would do. At this point, Suomi suddenly coughed a few times, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Xin was stunned. Suomi, what's wrong with you? I can use magic to heal you. Suomi shook her head in refusal. No need, it's just some after effects. At that moment, the system appeared again, ignoring the warning that one would have to pay the price. Suomi, give it up, you can't do anything. Suomi moved her lips. Why do you have to devour Earth and the beast world like a parasite? The system replied calmly, live, continue living. At this moment, at one of the headquarters of Lian Financial Group, a hunter was urgently contacting his comrades. Headquarters 2, please respond. Please respond. The person beside stepped forward and asked, still no answer? The other person hurriedly replied, yes, that's right. Since 10:00 this morning, the B1 and B2 headquarters have lost contact. The signal is clearly normal. The man suddenly joked, could it be that those two headquarters were attacked by cultivators? The other man immediately rebutted, how is that possible? Those useless people can barely run, let alone fight. What I'm worried about are the demon beasts. Could it be that the demon beasts have changed their attitude toward us? The hunter laughed foolishly. Maybe it's the vengeful spirits of Suomi coming to take revenge on us. The foul-mouthed man snapped back, that joke isn't funny at all. The other man chuckled, relax, I was just kidding. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the headquarters exploded. The man who had just been joking lay stiff on the ground, while the other man was being restrained. Suomi coldly spoke, I know all the information related to the leaders of Lian Financial Group that you know, as well as the locations of the headquarters. The hunter trembled violently, the information about the leaders is highly confidential, I don't know anything. As for the location of the headquarters B5 is located at coordinates 23.9737119, is 7.7513488, and headquarters B6. As soon as he finished speaking, Suomi immediately shot his head off right there. He lowered his head and looked at his bleeding hand, muttering, lost control again. Suomi tried to move her hand, her little finger was starting to stiffen, and it wouldn't be long before she lost all sensation. At this moment, Xin ran over. Suomi, you're hurt again. Suomi reassured her, no need to worry, it'll heal soon. I already know the next headquarters location. We should set off. Xin, still worried, said, rest a bit, you've already destroyed 3 headquarters this morning. Your body, the after effects. It's not as simple as that. Suomi gave her a glance. Lian Financial Group is sparing no effort to capture me. Every time I destroy one of their headquarters, my sister will be safer. My sister's whereabouts are still unknown, this is the only thing I can do. Xin hesitated before asking, so you're only targeting Lian Financial Group? You're not worried about the demon beasts? Suomi explained, AI Air told me the demon beasts aren't fully cooperating with Lian Financial Group in capturing the cultivators. The demon beasts never cared about you people. Xin froze at this statement. What? Suomi looked at her, as if daring her to disagree. This is the truth. The demon beasts, who have lived for thousands of years, have been probing everything. How long do you think you can hide from them? I don't even know what the demon beasts are thinking, but it doesn't matter. In the shortest time possible, destroying Lian Financial Group not only protects my sister, but it can also help seize the boundary crossing stone and thwart the demon beasts' escape plans. At the headquarters of Lian Financial Group, everything was proceeding as usual. President Su rushed to President Shi to report. President Shi, have you received the information? My backup body was destroyed by Suomi yesterday. President Shi coldly uttered an "Oh." President Su, frustrated, yelled, "Oh? What do you mean by "Oh"? I said Suomi. Suomi? That person is still alive." President Shi calmly nodded in response. "I know. Since this morning, Suomi has already destroyed 5 of our branches," President Su said anxiously. "Doesn't that make things worse? We've been killing immortal cultivators and targeting Suomi's forces. Suomi hates us to the bone. If he comes for us, we're done for." In contrast to President Su's flustered and hasty demeanor, President Shi calmly explained. "Do you really think we were ever safe before? The demon beasts never truly cooperated with us. If they were willing to give their full support, we would have found Suomi's sister long ago. Not only that, they've been trying to probe the location of the realm crossing stone." He tilted his head and looked at President Su. "If they truly found the realm crossing stone, the demon beasts would kill us instantly. But the situation is different now. We have a common enemy again. Do you still see this as a risk? On the contrary, this is a good thing. I've already arranged a meeting. Come, let's go meet with the demon beasts." In a deserted corridor of the headquarters, President Shi smiled and greeted, "He Lord, after a year, you still carry yourself with the same grace." He Lord coldly replied, "I do not enjoy idle chatter, it's unnecessary. Let's get straight to the point." President Shi, President Su. President Shi spoke up, "He Lord, you've been preparing for the blood sacrifice ritual for a long time now. We want to know the progress of the ritual." He Lord responded briefly, "Everything is going smoothly. As for the details of the ritual, you do not need to know. However, since you are unwilling to resonate the realm crossing stone with us, it's the same principle. When the ritual is ready, I will inform you." President Su suddenly spoke, his face devoid of any emotion, looking rather eerie. "No, we need to know how much longer the ritual will take to complete. He Lord, perhaps you don't know, but Suomi has appeared once again, right?" He Lord paused slightly. "Suomi?" President Shi took out a device and showed He Lord. "This morning, Suomi destroyed 5 of our Lian Meng Financial Group's headquarters. Here's the video." He Lord took it and examined it. "That bastard. Wait a minute, if Suomi has appeared, then Divine Lord might." President Su smirked, provoking her. "Stop pretending. He Lord, you must have guessed it by now, right? If Suomi has appeared and Divine Lord hasn't shown up, the situation is likely, especially since Divine Lord was probably killed by Suomi." He Lord waved his hand, sending President Su flying, and commanded, "Shut up." The body of President Su lay motionless on the ground, smoking. She cast a glance at President Shi. "Fake flesh and blood, is this a spare body? Did you specially bring him here so I could vent my anger?" "President Shi, what exactly do you want to say to me?" President Shi laughed loudly and said, "He Lord, you misunderstand. Why would I intentionally provoke you? I just want to share some important intelligence with you, along with an impending danger. Suomi is very likely to disrupt the blood sacrifice ritual, isn't that so?" He Lord looked at the device in his hand. "What you say makes sense. If this really is the worst outcome, and Divine Lord encounters an accident, then no one in this world will be able to stop Suomi." President Shi curled his lips into a smile, his demeanor inscrutable. Although Suomi had returned, he was seriously injured in the battle with Divine Lord. That clip, which viewers would see behind the destruction of the 5 headquarters, showed that Suomi's fighting time was less than 10 seconds, but he was coughing up blood, and his right pinky finger was bleeding. He Lord, following President Shi's instructions, rewound to that part to examine it carefully. "Indeed, President Shi, it seems you already have a plan in mind." President Shi replied, "As long as we find the right method, we can kill Suomi." He lifted his eyelids to look at He Lord. "The key is to make Suomi keep fighting, that way his injuries will worsen. Suomi wants to destroy the entire Lian Meng Financial Group headquarters. If you send powerful beasts to help defend, it could prolong Suomi's battle time. The second point, we want to request the people who are with us to investigate the whereabouts of Suomi. They must search in an exaggerated manner, only then can we force Suomi to take action. He Lord nodded, I understand. Chairman sure, from now on, we will fully cooperate with Lianmeng Financial Group, until Suomi is killed. The scene shifted to inside the world of beasts, in the vast desert, where someone was fighting in the desert. Yutong had just taken action to deal with a group of hunters. The searchers from Lianmeng Financial Group were becoming more frequent, we should change locations now. At this moment, Assistant Wang rushed over in a hurry. Director Yutong. She moved, patient number 0. She just moved, patient number 0. Yutong was startled by this call and quickly turned around. Suayun. Yutong quickly ran to where Suayun was lying. Her gaze fell on Suayun's 2 hands. Suddenly, Yutong saw Suayun's little finger twitch unexpectedly. She furrowed her brows and thought deeply, always in a state of hibernation and rigidity. The little finger of her right hand suddenly moved. Has something changed? From Yutong's perspective, today was the 6th day that Suayun's little finger had regained sensory perception, and it was also the 400th day she had been in this world. The number of hunters coming to capture them had increased. If it weren't for the kitten leading the way, they would have already been caught. Thinking back to the journey they had gone through, the kitten had shared with them that its dried fish was delicious, and the morale of the team had greatly improved. The AI air assassin, that fool, still had some use. She helped with communication, and you all helped with a lot of things. I hope she can find Suomi soon. By the 405th day, the beastmen had captured more of them, and the frequency of the captures had increased. Many comrades had already died. Looking at the small grave with a dried fish, Yutong sighed. The kitten is dead. Their whereabouts have been exposed. Bury them casually, and the rest of us will keep running. Looking at the desperate faces of her teammates, their whereabouts had been revealed. How much longer could they run? No one had an answer, and fear was evident on everyone's face. Yutong sat beside Suayun, the only good news being that Suayun's condition was improving. She pondered for a moment. Now, her arm would move involuntarily at times. If Suomi knew, she'd probably be very happy, right? By the 408th day, Yutong took action herself. Assistant Wang was dead. He had been her longest-serving research assistant. Before she killed him, he cried, begging for her mercy, regretting throwing Suayun into the abyss. But she still killed him. Yutong coldly looked at the remaining people. They all knew that Suomi had appeared again, and that's why the beastmen were in a hurry to capture Suayun. I know they think like Assistant Wang. They also want to abandon Suayun. Yutong remained silent, saying nothing. Because she understood the reason behind their actions, if not for Suomi defeating the demon beasts, they might have already been killed by them. Yutong also gave them a choice, but when she proposed it, she was ready to leave with Suayun. They started to cling to her. Without Yutong's protection, they would die much faster. She felt helpless, unsure of who else to trust, but they were still of some use. She could not take care of Suayun on her own, and from now on, she had to be more cautious. Time continued to pass, and by the 410th day, the encirclement had narrowed. The area they could hide in grew smaller and smaller. Her teammates were gradually breaking down, their food had run out, and there was no water. For 3 consecutive days, they hadn't found Lu Zhou. Little by little, the way her teammates looked at each other became more dangerous and ruthless. Yutong understood what they intended to do, and she wanted to stop them, but she couldn't. Every battle drained her body, all she could do was protect herself and Suayun. Late at night, what had to happen eventually did. They started killing each other, using any rocks they could find. Some died, others ate their fill, and then someone stepped forward, offering her a bloody piece of meat. She refused, standing alone like a solitary figure in the vast desert. She tried to think of happy memories, but nothing came to mind. The face of Suomi, in her recollection, became more and more blurred. By the 412th day, the ambush had left everyone feeling desperate. Yutong thought this would be her last day. Li Han Ning led the reinforcements to rescue them, and at the same time, he took her to Suomi's residence. As Han Ling left, they encountered Suomi along the way, and her heart was filled with resentment. Yutong's condition was not good, and she wanted to say to him, "Why didn't you come sooner to save me? Why didn't you come yourself?" It wasn't until she saw Suomi sitting in a wheelchair, his hands unable to move, that all resentment vanished. Recalling their meeting, Yutong thought about how Suoyun's health was improving, his arms and legs moving, and in her heart, there was sorrow for Suomi and a fear that these matters needed to come to an end soon. The scene shifted to the world of the demon beasts, standing before the blood flesh tree. A demon beast, having been swallowed by it, still couldn't believe and asked, "Why save me?" But all she heard was he Lord's cold voice saying a single word, "Enter." With cruel force, she pushed the demon beast's head into the blood flesh tree, feeding it nutrients. A demon beast standing behind he Lord smiled brightly, as the growth speed of the blood flesh tree accelerated. Xiando, standing to the side, spoke up, "Anyway, it's not just the low-level demon beasts being sacrificed. Now, even a portion of the high-level demon beasts are being turned into fertilizer. The 13 high-ranking tribes have already started protesting." He Lord replied coldly, "If they want to protest, then let them." The name of the beast with fangs around its neck nodded enthusiastically. "We agree. Suomi, that human name is too dangerous. If the ritual can be completed earlier, sacrificing and high-level beasts are still worth it." Xiando glanced at him. "2 against 1, then listen to you, but the compensation for the 13 tribes you are responsible for will come later." The Lord agreed readily. "No problem. How is the situation with Lianmeng Financial Group now?" The other person responded. "Suomi's wages are fierce, over 90% of the headquarters of Lianmeng Financial Group has been destroyed, but on the other hand, our efforts are indeed taking effect. The high-level beasts, in coordination with Lianmeng Financial Group, continued to launch attacks on Suomi. Suomi's body was on the verge of collapse. Now, he was already in a wheelchair. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the hunters were in chaos. "Reinforcements, we need more reinforcements." They hurriedly turned and fled. Suomi is about to kill us. Where are the reinforcements from the beasts?" Before the person finished speaking, his body exploded. Waves of fiery explosions mixed together, the sound of thunderous blasts echoing in their ears. President Shi turned to look at the 20,000-year-old beast beside him. "I said we were cooperating, but Lianmeng Financial Group is about to be wiped out, and they still don't want to help?" The 20,000-year-old beast replied. "President Shi, calm down, reinforcements are on the way. The headquarters is about to sink into misery. If there are any precious items that need to be transferred, I can help." Shi the guild leader sneered coldly. "Precious items? Are you talking about the realm crossing stone?" "It's already in a safe place, no need for you to worry," Shi replied. The 20,000-year-old magical beast turned its head back and looked behind. "Guild leader Shi, you misunderstand. We are allies, how could we snatch your precious treasures? Look over there, isn't the reinforcements already here?" Shi looked up, seeing the wings soaring in the sky. Indeed, the magical beasts had arrived with reinforcements. As they walked, they grumbled, "Damn it, what does the clan leader want to do? Fight against Suomi? This is our precious life token from the 3 great kings, so what? It's just a rebellion." Another beast retorted, "Shut up. We've received the clan's favor since we were young. Now it's time for us to repay it, and besides, we still have a chance. Suomi's body is constantly accumulating injuries. Before he exhausts all his strength, he may not even be able to kill us. Don't forget, killing Suomi is a great achievement." As they spoke, a wheelchair rolled over with a clatter, even politely greeting them, "Excuse me." Then Suomi looked up at the sky, or more precisely, at the magical beasts. You think you can kill me and claim the credit just based on your strength? The bird clan hovered in the sky, looking down at Suomi. Don't try, Suomi, you become a cripple, only able to sit in a wheelchair now. As soon as he finished speaking, Suomi touched the armrest of his wheelchair. He quickly stood up straight. At that moment, the group of birdmen immediately felt a sense of fear. Wait, are you kidding? Seeing a ghost. Suomi, weren't you paralyzed? Suomi adjusted his clothes and calmly replied, I'm just tired, sitting down to rest for a moment. Now it's time to move my body. After Suomi stood up from the wheelchair, it wasn't long before the group of birdmen was completely defeated. The 5 hardened warriors lay motionless on the ground, each one being dealt with one by one. Everyone had their share. Suomi sat on the pile of their corpses, coughing into his hand. Here again? You guys really can't let me rest for even a moment. At this point, a spider demon leaped forward. Suomi is done for, kill him. Suomi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Stop being foolish, you are just miscellaneous fish sent to deliver a gift. Suomi once again unleashed his long-range power, and the group of spiders immediately froze, their sticky fluid spilling across the ground. At that moment, another figure landed before him. A 2,000-year-old demon beast, filled with rage, demanded. Why? Why haven't you fallen yet? Suomi? How are you still able to fight? Suomi's body swayed slightly, unsteady on his feet. He assessed the old demon beast that had just arrived. 20,000-year-old demon beasts, a strategy worth about 5 million, and finally, there's one with some real skill. Could it be that all the creatures under your command have been killed by me already? The 20,000-year-old demon beast looked up at him. They had lost the will to fight, otherwise, it wouldn't have been my turn to take the field. Trash is still trash. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he was struck down by Suomi, turning to dust. He sneered and said, You're no different from them. He took a step forward, heading towards where President Shur and President Su were standing. Suomi enunciated each word carefully, speaking as if it were a one-way conversation. He raised his head and looked at both of them, then spoke directly to President Shur and President Su. So glad, finally found you too. President Shur tried to remain calm as he spoke to Suomi. Suomi, calm down a little. We can discuss this. Those damn demon beasts never intended to cooperate with us. I've wanted to kill them for a long time. We hold many secrets about the demon beasts, and we can share them with you. President Shur spoke at length, but it was unclear what exactly he was saying. After a long pause, President Shur seemed pleased with himself. He stopped briefly, then continued speaking incessantly. With no response from Suomi, he only grew more and more talkative. Finally, Suomi raised his hand and touched his ear. Strange, are you all even speaking? At this moment, President Shur paused. Suomi, appearing completely indifferent, remarked, So that's it. I can't hear anything anymore. What a pity, I was planning to have a chat with you all. Both President Shur and President Su screamed, Suomi, we beg you, don't kill us. Before they could finish their sentence, Suomi struck down with a resounding boom, cleansing them with a single blow. The scene then shifted to a certain headquarters of the Lian Financial Group, where only a few of the president's backup bodies remained. Tian Xin, along with Han Ling, inspected the area. Li Han Ning said, This secret headquarters is empty, except for President Su's backup bodies. Your intelligence was wrong. Han Ling shook his head. It's not wrong. There are indeed traces of the realm-crossing stone here. Under Suomi's pressure, Lian Financial Group has no way out. President Su must have wanted to hide President Shur, secretly take the realm-crossing stone, but he ran into an enemy. Tian Xin asked, You mean a beast? Han Ling replied, The beasts cooperated with Lian Financial Group because of the realm-crossing stone they held. Now that they've gotten what they wanted, it means the blood sacrifice ritual of the beasts is about to be completed. At that moment, Shendo and the others suddenly felt that Suomi was approaching. He Lord said in a deep voice, "Leave it to me, I will stop him." The two of them secretly felt proud, it was all thanks to her. At the same time, Yutong and Suomi arrived at the meeting point. Suomi didn't want her to be in danger, so she told her to go back. Yutong seemed like she wanted to say something, but then hesitated and turned back. As she was walking away, he Lord appeared in front of Suomi. Suomi spoke up, "First of all, your divine lord is already dead. I didn't kill him, it was all the work of Shadow of Echoes. We are all part of that plan." He spoke sincerely, "Trust me, I can stop Shadow of Echoes. Both humans and beasts can survive." Her hatred was too deep, and she didn't want to hear any more words. "Now, I just want to kill you for revenge." At that moment, in a laboratory, AI Air was lying on a bed, resting. Her eyes were empty, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if all her life force had been drained. Just then, a rabbit pushed a tray of chicken drumsticks towards her. "Lady AI Air, it's time to eat." These words seemed to awaken AI Air's soul, and she quickly sat up. "Lunchtime." AI Air reached out and grabbed a drumstick. She sat there devouring it hungrily, savoring each bite. "So delicious, I'm revived." Tian Xan stood aside, trying to channel some spiritual energy to heal AI Air. "Never thought I'd be healing a beast." Hanling stepped forward and asked, "How is AI Air doing now?" Tian Xan shook his head. "Not looking too good. Most of the time, she can only lie there motionless. Only by seeing food can one have spirit. Last night, her heart even stopped for 10 minutes. Hearing this, Han Ling immediately became anxious. "What's going on?" "Suomi?" Tian Xan reassured him, "Don't worry, it's just a temporary exhaustion of the internal organs, she's recovered now, but she's still continuously sharing the damage." Before Tian Xan could finish speaking, AI Air, who was eating on the other side, suddenly spurted blood. Han Ling jumped and turned around. AI Air. Tian Xan quickly ran to support her. The amount of blood loss was so large, this situation had never occurred before. It must be that Suomi encountered a very tough enemy. She met a demon, and now we can't get anything out of this. AI Air's eyes were almost unfocused, she could only mutter, gasping for air. Tian Xan tried to use his spiritual power, healing while also comforting her. "Relax, don't resist the healing." Unfortunately, at that moment, the alarm suddenly went off loudly. Han Ling felt the danger was overwhelming. "We're done for," a red alert at this time. Could it be that even this base has been discovered by the demon beasts? AI Air's current condition made it impossible to move her, when someone from outside rushed in. The person who arrived, seeing Han Ling, was overjoyed. "Commander, it's great, you're here." Han Ling stopped him, staying calm. "What's the situation now?" The person reported, "Only Suomi, who was right in front of us earlier, has suddenly disappeared." On the desert side, where Suomi was fighting with He Lord, a stream of black energy suddenly appeared. The corner of Suomi's mouth was already bleeding. He stared ahead, black flame had already embedded itself into her soul. Continuing to resist would only prolong her physical and mental suffering, she was bound to die. He Lord tried to hold her body together. Suomi, why can't you just die quietly?" She went insane, gathering all her strength for one final attack. "Why does such a freak as you even exist in this weak and poor human body?" Suomi clicked his tongue in annoyance, clearly bothered. He shuddered, lifted a finger, and struck a direct blow towards He Lord. In the blink of an eye, she instantly vanished into the air. He Lord's body gradually dissolved into the atmosphere, accompanied by a thought, "Divine Lord, I have come to follow you now." Inside the beast world, the bloodthirsty tree had grown more and more horrifying. Its flowers had begun to bloom. A beast shook its head, lamenting, unable to even buy a little more time. "Ha, truly a worthless piece of trash." Suomi's wheelchair remained where it was. He looked at the two beasts that had just appeared in front of him and casually asked, "Is it just the two of you left? Killing you will end this little game, then." The two demonic beasts laughed mockingly at Suomi. "With your current weakened body, even if we do nothing, you are not far from death." Suomi smiled naturally as if nothing were wrong. "Before that happens, I'll have killed you both." Xiando and the other demonic beast took out their weapons and got into a ready stance. Is this the illusion before death? It's always the strong who die first. Meanwhile, Suomi had already summoned his dark power, which he had previously used during his battle with Tian Ming. Suomi spoke to the two demonic beasts, "Neither of you are true powerhouses." Xiando held his sword and spoke arrogantly. The two forces clashed, and the shockwave was so powerful that it stirred up a strong gust of wind in the dry desert. Suomi glanced at it. The blood and flesh tree was now showing significant movement. Xiando laughed loudly. "The ritual is about to be completed." "Suomi, you've lost. You can't stop anything." Suomi remained silent, raising his right hand. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the blood and flesh tree exploded. Fortunately, the attack collided with the demon wolf, who had managed to block Suomi's strike in time. "Don't even think about sabotaging the ritual." He looked up and said to Xiando, "I'll hold off Suomi. You take the realm crossing stone and complete the final blood sacrifice." Xiando quickly responded and headed toward the blood and flesh tree. "Got it." He instructed Demon Wolf to hold on. "Wait until the ritual is completed, then we will kill Suomi together." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body split in two, and the realm crossing stone vanished. Up above, someone had arrived just in time to sabotage the ritual, and that person had taken the realm crossing stone into their hands. And just like that, Xiando disappeared without a trace. Demon Wolf's eyes widened, his pupils contracting from fear. Did Xiando just die like that? How could it be? Has another human stronger than Suomi appeared? A cold voice from the newcomer answered, "No, she introduced me as." But then, remembering something, she corrected herself, "We are the echoes of the shadow." At that moment, inside a laboratory, all the electronic equipment was being sucked into the air, even the people were being lifted as well. What's going on? My body is floating up. Shenya also underwent a transformation, and someone shouted, "Look above, Shenya is about to crack." A large hole appeared in the ceiling, and faintly, the flowers of the blood flesh tree could be seen. Hanling's body was being stabilized by Tian Xin, and he was confused. "The sky has been devoured." Tian Xin replied, "The secret realm's passage has been forcibly opened." Is Earth merging with the beast world? How strange. Didn't the beasts want to use Earth as fuel? Hanling shook his head, "No. Perhaps it is not a beast, but the shadow of echoes." AI Air's body continued to suffer further injuries. Both Hanling and Tian Xin were startled. Despite the severe wounds AI Air had suffered, she still struggled to get up. "I'm not dead yet." "Suomi, damn it, move for me." By the bloodied tree, as the sky gradually darkened toward evening, something fell into the desert. The demon wolf had also been dealt with by the shadow of echoes. She turned to look at Suomi. "Suomi, your ears are useless now, but through the vibrations in the air, you can still hear my voice." Suomi, having been knocked back against a rock, struggled to shout, "Give my sister back." The shadow of echoes spoke, "You must have already realized it. Your strength has been continually transferred into Sua Yun's body. When you found Sua Yun and killed her, that was your only chance, the human victory." Suomi's condition was dire. His eyes were constantly bleeding. The shadow of echoes looked down from above. "Now, look beside you, see how the world of beasts and earth are both becoming nourishment for us." Suomi forced himself to ask the shadow of echoes, "Why not just kill me or kill my sister and switch to a new host?" The shadow of echoes remained silent, not answering. Suomi continued, "Let me guess, you're trapped on my sister and me, right? Because you used her body in the past to kill the Divine Lord. Born to argue. Shadow of Echoes scoffed coldly, making a boring guess with no basis. Yet Suomi still maintained her dismissive attitude, and he continued, so you can only transfer the power between me and my sister. My legs, arms, ears, even my sight have been taken from me by you. Why didn't you just take my heart from the start? What are you afraid of with my brain? My sister is still alive. If she truly wakes up, will you still be able to control her? Shadow of Echoes raised her head and looked at the sky. How many times do we need to say it for you to understand? Your sister is dead, but I can promise that after we seal the beast world and the earth, we will allow her to be revived next to you. Suomi laughed. No need for such trouble. He trembled as he raised his right hand. This is my matter, I will solve it myself. Shadow of Echoes stared at Suomi's actions. Suomi, what are you trying to do? Suomi only raised a finger to his head, an action as if he intended to end his own life. Come, take everything from me, even my memories, take them all. With a soft swish, Shadow of Echoes shattered Suomi's move. She silently looked at him. Suomi barely opened his eyes, which had almost lost all vision. He murmured, Shadow of Echoes, return my sister's body. As soon as the words left her mouth, Suomi's hand immediately fell limp, and at that moment, the flower of the bloodthirsty plant suddenly emitted a black aura. The next instant, it exploded, and everything vanished, ending at that very moment. Hanling looked up at the sky. This was Tian Xian's surprise. The sky had returned to normal, and the floating phenomenon had disappeared. Hanling murmured, Suomi, it's done. You can see that the sky is returning to normal, but Tian Xian still feels unsure. Probably, but we need to see it with our own eyes up ahead. The two quickly ran to the location, and Tian Xian's eyes widened. Yutong, Suayun. At this moment, Shadow of Echoes was standing opposite Yutong, her face cold as she looked at the two who had just arrived. Hanling called out to Tian Xian, You Tianyan, wait a moment. Hanling turned to Shadow of Echoes and asked, Are you Suayun or Shadow of Echoes? At this point, Suayun had regained control of the body. She opened her mouth and replied, Suayun. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. She sat down next to Suomi, gently touching his face. Before her body slowly faded away, Suayun whispered, My little brother, Suomi, is relying on you. In the blink of an eye, only Suomi remained on the ground. Tian Xian quickly ran to Yutong's side. Yutong, what happened here? What is Suomi's condition now? Yutong interrupted her, By the time I got here, Suomi had already fallen, and the sky had already returned to normal. Yutong spoke in a deep voice, Suomi's sister is fighting against the Shadow of Echoes within her body. Suayun told me that even if she self-destructs, the Shadow of Echoes will still return. Yutong lowered her gaze to Suomi lying on the ground. The only way is to reopen the secret realm. Once the secret realm is reopened, Suomi will naturally awaken, and the new cycle of the secret realm war will begin again. Only then can Earth escape the pursuit of the Shadow of Echoes and put an end to all the dangers. When Hanling heard this, she immediately objected, No, Yutong, calm down. Have you ever considered that maybe Suomi has already ended the danger? The Shadow of Echoes was just using Suayun's body to deceive you. Yutong tilted her head slightly and looked at them. If Suayun is the Shadow of Echoes, why would she destroy the fruit in the sky and end the world where the beast world fire blends with earth? Hanling and Tian Xian fell silent for a moment before continuing. Yutong, earlier you said that when you arrived, the sky had returned to normal. Why couldn't Suomi be the one who destroyed the fruit? Don't you think Suayun's words are suspicious? Reopening the secret realm would only help the Shadow of Echoes pinpoint the location of Earth and the beast world. At this point, Yutong turned sharply to look at him. Li Han-ning, have you forgotten? Suomi once saved you. Are you really willing to see Suomi fall into a coma forever? Yutong seemed overwhelmed by a surge of rage. You bastard, so clueless. If you're not willing to help, then get out of the way and let me reopen the secret realm to save Suomi. I'll do it myself. Tian Xian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly summoned her weapon. Yutong froze, staring at her. You Tianyan, what do you mean by this? Tian Xian stepped in front of Han Ling. Sorry, but compared to Suomi, the lives of billions on Earth are more important. I can't let you reopen the secret realm. Tian Xian said firmly, if you insist on doing so, Yutong, I'll have no choice but to kill you. In the darkness, a sound suddenly broke the silence, growing louder with each passing moment. It seemed to be coming from somewhere inside a laboratory. A motion from above caught attention as a hand reached out, grasping onto a point of support. Suomi looked around in confusion. Where am I? At that moment, AI Air suddenly appeared, shouting joyfully. You're alive again. Suomi smiled at her and softly called, AI Air. Before they could say anything further, a clattering sound approached. A robot stepped forward, greeting Suomi. Welcome, the revered savior Suomi. The secret realm war is about to begin. Please, hurry and prepare to depart. Suomi looked at it in confusion. You're a robot? Pleasure to meet you. Especially choosing the smiling face emoji to express their mood. The super famous YouTuber Luli, the respected one. I am now a fan of yours. After finding out who it was, Suomi immediately asked about the situation. Luli, has the secret realm war started again? What is the current situation? Are there still the shadow of echoes beasts? Luli quickly responded, time is urgent, please set off right away. I will explain to you. Please change into this outfit, it's been prepared for you in advance. The scene shifted to outside the city, where Earth now appeared much darker and more desolate. Suomi followed Luli out of the laboratory, observing the surroundings while talking. Is this Earth? Why is it so deserted? And what's with this air pollution? Luli nodded and answered, yes, this is the center of Donghai City, but it's 300 years later. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the roadside, please help me. By the side of the road, a person was being corroded, their body entwined with a parasitic plant. He begged, kill me. AI Air was startled by the sight, what is this? Suomi explained to her, these humans have mutated due to excessive pollution. Luli, tell me what exactly happened. Luli turned back to look at Suomi, I have an audio recording left by Miss Yutong. It was set to broadcast after you woke up. Perhaps it can clear your doubts, sir. Luli's expression immediately changed, turning into a roll of film. Yutong's slow voice echoed, starting to record at noon. Suomi, it's been so long since we last met, truly a long-awaited reunion. It seems like my voice has changed a bit, I wonder if you can still recognize it? Suomi muttered, Yutong. Then, he heard her continue, to make it short, after you fell unconscious, your sister suppressed the shadow of echoes and destroyed the ritual. But she told me this is not the end. The shadow of echoes will eventually come to Earth. To end it all, the secret realm must be restarted. Many people opposed me, thinking that Earth is already safe and not to be deceived by the shadow of echoes schemes. I became a tyrant like you were back then. She paused for a moment, then sighed, it's really difficult. I've done so many bad things, had no choice but to personally kill my teammates and suppress the rebel army. The secret realm consumed a vast amount of resources, probably causing many to live in misery. I even doubted, before Shadow of Echoes could arrive, that I might have already destroyed Earth myself. While listening to Yutong, Suomi and the others had reached the main road, but the city was still empty as usual. Yutong continued, on countless late nights, I doubted whether what I was doing even had any real meaning, whether it was truly to save the world. Or perhaps you want to see me again, but in the end, the restoration work of the secret realm is almost complete, yet my body is nearing exhaustion. Although I could take medicine to extend my life for a few more years, I don't want you to see me growing old. The more Suomi listened, the more silent he became. He continued to listen to the voice that was both distant and familiar. That's all for now. I have left Luli to guide you. Please, do your best to save this dying world. Suomi looked at the teleportation portal Lu Li had opened in front of him. He heard Yutong's voice, "It's all up to you now." With that, Suomi took a step forward. Just then, the system, which seemed to have been dead for so long, suddenly reappeared. Suomi, stop. Suomi murmured. At the moment the secret realm opened, it would lure the shadow of echoes, but at the same time, the system was activated. Is that what happened? Suomi resolutely entered the secret realm, and at the same time, the system sent a notification. Login day 30, the path is completely open, I have reached the end, the task has been set, the work is done, there will be no consequences, jumping out of the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. The city of Donghai was immersed in rain, the sky overcast and gloomy. That day, the Donghai City Police broke a major criminal case involving the orphanage collaborating with an evil cult. All the orphans have now been rescued. The police quickly escorted the children away. Suayun suddenly turned her head to look back. The police officer walking beside her bent down and asked, "Little girl, are there still toys in the orphanage? I can go get them with you." Suayun hesitated and replied, "I think I forgot something very important, but I can't remember what it is." Suddenly, a shadow passed by in the rain. Suayun hurriedly called out, "Wait, don't go." The police officer asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you see the director run away?" Suayun paused for a moment before shaking her head and answering, "No, it's nothing, I think I must have seen wrong." The scene shifted to the inside of a deep, dark cave. Tianming sat on his favorite chair. He muttered proudly, "Very good, the actions of the 4 Great Ones sect are all part of my plan. The secret realm will begin soon." At this point, Tianming suddenly turned around. Who? Suomi and AI Air appeared in his sight. AI Air spoke first, "Is this blind man Tianming? Can he really see the future?" Tianming furrowed his brow, "Who are you? Why? There's a demon beast by your side, and I haven't seen your presence in the future." Suomi calmly replied, "The future I hope for doesn't need your existence." As soon as she finished speaking, Tianming's body was instantly bound by spiritual power, locking him in place on the chair. He screamed like a madman, "What have you done to me? I can't see anymore, the infinite future has disappeared, no way, what is this power?" After that, all they could hear was him screaming one last sentence before completely disappearing. "Monster, you should not exist." AI Air looked suspiciously at the chair. This chair seems to be some kind of powerful ceiling prop. She quickly jumped onto it to try sitting. AI Air asked Suomi in confusion, "But why do I feel nothing when I sit on it?" Suomi looked at the spiritual energy at the tip of his finger and explained, "Because you're resonating with half of my power. If you're curious, I'll let you experience it." AI Air was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Suomi meant. It wasn't until Suomi reduced his influence on her that she finally felt the intense pressure weighing down on her. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Damn you, Suomi, Maudlin, save me." Time passed again, and once more, they were transferred to another time and space. Li Xiang was losing his mind in the conference room. Is the final stage of the secret realm war really this difficult? We're being pushed to the brink. Gue Elder, is there no other way? Gue Xing shook his head. Even the hidden genius of the 4 Great Ones sect was killed so easily. The front line has been split, and the human representative army is about to be overwhelmed. This time, we might really lose. The scene shifted to somewhere else. Judging by the scene, it seemed like a battle was taking place. Yutong was fighting a group of beast-type monsters, and she had already dealt with all of them. Yi Yang, sitting next to Gue Xing, suddenly stood up after seeing the scene on the screen. The boss has finally been killed, truly the strongest savior. Lord Yutong Li Xiang was excited. We've won. Thank you for the heroic battle of the Savior Lord, along with the reverse tactic of Gue Elder. The scene shifted to the city area. The people watching the live broadcast on the screens were overjoyed. Finally, we are saved, Earth is saved. Long live Yutong, praise be to the Savior Lord. Suomi passed by this place and, upon seeing Yutong up there, smiled in satisfaction. Inside the conference room of Lian Meng Financial Group, Chairman Shi was standing inside, contacting someone. The war in the secret realm is over, the agreement with the beasts has been discarded. The old man calculated, thinking it wasn't a big deal as long as they had the realm crossing stone, there were countless opportunities left for them here. Suddenly, the person on the other side said something, and Chairman Shi's pupils shrank. What? His face turned pale. You're saying the realm crossing stone was stolen? Damn it, investigate immediately, who did this? At Dongyun Group's headquarters, the realm crossing stone was safely secured in its protective casing. At that moment, an underling was reporting. Chairman Lei Zhai, last night, someone secretly brought this stone to our headquarters, along with a note. I thought I should inform you about it. Lei Zhai took it and looked at it. Is this the realm crossing stone? Such a dangerous item must be sealed away immediately. Apart from you, is there anyone else who knows information related to this stone? The subordinate shook his head. I went to find someone as soon as I discovered it, no one else knows. Lei Zhai furrowed his brow and instructed, the realm crossing stone must be kept safe. As for information about the realm crossing stone, apart from the two of us, only the future presidents of the Dongyun Group will have access to it. The subordinate nodded in agreement, understood. Once the realm crossing stone is misused, it could lead to a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect it well. Ngu excitedly hugged two columns of the house, cheering for AI Air. Long live Lord AI Air. The rabbits in Saboteur village also joyfully shouted. Long live Lord AI Air. Long live Lord AI Air. Suomi placed a crown on AI Air's head and handed her a cute rabbit-shaped scepter. He said, from today, you are the new Divine Lord. AI Air looked at the pile of things wrapped around her and felt a bit speechless. This is really bad taste. These are the clothes of a Divine Lord, how can they be made to look so shabby? Suomi laughed. The rebellious demon king had been dealt with. The small, weak demon beast race had finally achieved equal status. Your dream has been fulfilled, now I can rest easy. Suddenly, AI Air fell silent, her emotions instantly turning sour. You've arranged everything for the entire team, but what about yourself? She looked up at Suomi. You will erase yourself from this world, and thus the system that Shadow of Echoes has locked onto you will disappear. But Earth, the world of favored beasts, all history, past and future, no one but me will remember you, and no one will know of your existence. This is too much. Suomi lowered his head and looked at his own hands. It won't last long. I'll head to the Great Hall of Azure White. Once I destroy Shadow of Echoes, things will return to normal. Before leaving, the contract between the two of us must be dissolved first, and then comes our battle. You no longer need to be involved in this, AI Air suddenly shouted. I don't want to. She said seriously, if you want to go kill the Shadow of Echoes, I will go with you. I followed in your footsteps to come here, and I will continue to follow you forever. Suomi understood AI Air's feelings and didn't argue any further. He agreed, all right, then let's go together. The timeline shifts to the next part of the story. Many years later, at the headquarters of Dongyun Group, the realm crossing stone was continuously being supplied with energy. Researchers were reporting constantly, energy supply at 80%, energy supply at 90%. The living timeline has surpassed the theoretical threshold for locking the coordinates of the NGC 6282 star domain, 2.4 billion light-years away from Earth. A female researcher exclaimed excitedly, we've found it, another planet with life. However, suddenly a growl from some animal on the distant planet echoed through, and the people in the research room quickly covered their ears, as the sound was too disturbing. The realm crossing stone, inside its protective cage, showed no further changes, and the energy supply stopped. The female researcher struggled to stand up, did anyone see anything just now? Along with the illusion of the growling sound, a man replied, a white dragon and a red dragon. The red dragon and the white dragon were incredibly large. Surrounding the distant planet, another person, whose ears were still aching, spoke up. The physical appearance wasn't the focus, but those two dragons, one white and one red, not only discovered our existence but also blocked our exploration efforts. At that moment, someone new entered the laboratory, clapping loudly in praise. The newcomer was a man who, upon stepping in, spoke, a new planet full of vitality, with extraordinary capabilities. You've all done a great job. The specialists, seeing the newcomer, quickly bowed their heads. President CI, they said as President CI placed his hand on the glass casing containing the realm crossing stone. Why did the previous presidents hide such a treasure? One of them remarked, couldn't they have known how valuable the realm crossing stone could be for Dongyun Group? It's incredibly powerful, we'll explore a new world. A female specialist responded, President CI, this planet is too far from Earth 2.4 billion light-years. According to the previous plan, we'd have to directly transcend space, which requires enormous energy. It's impossible to carry out. President CI glanced at her, isn't there the option of firing consciousness? The female researcher hesitated, it's too dangerous. At the very least, we'd need 5 to 10 years of testing before we could even consider clinical trials. President CI furrowed his brows. 5 to 10 years. His expression darkened, are you joking? The examination time is so long, how much money will Dongyun Group of ours make? President CI gave the order, skip the experiment, proceed directly with the human body experiment. The female specialist shouted angrily, you treat human lives like weeds, this is attempted murder. I will no longer work for you. President CI looked at her casually, if you don't do it, someone else will. As he watched the female specialist leave in anger, President CI gave the order, Nanfone, keep an eye on her, don't let her spread nonsense. Also, try to control her, and if necessary, threaten her to come back and continue working. Nanfone bowed his head, yes, President. There's one more thing you asked me to find before. The person with the frequency closest to the realm crossing stone, I found someone in Donghai City named Lin En. President CI nodded, very good, go invite him. Then he paused for a moment and continued, no, wait. The consciousness shooting experiment, we probably don't need a conscious subject, right? A research staff member responded, yes, President, as long as the brain is intact, it's fine. President CI put on his glasses, then let that Lin En have an accident, and bring him here. He stood in front of the realm crossing stone, excited about the great experiment and the money he was about to make. No need to feel guilty, everything is for the pursuit of the sea of stars so that our voices can resonate into the universe.